I became a sycophant for my master and junior sisters, but they actually united to bully me. Not only did they punish me every now and then by making me eat fresh, tender, and juicy seafood, but they also occasionally tormented my body with black stockings. This happened because I crossed over into a fantasy novel-themed stud genre, becoming the revered senior brother in the sect. Initially, my identity was that of a villainous cannon fodder in this world, a stepping stone on the male lead Linyi's path to his harem. However, the will of the heavens unexpectedly caused the female leads to awaken their memories early, leading me, as the villain, to gradually become their beloved senior brother. At this moment, I, who had just crossed over, was preparing to kidnap my junior sister Yi Qingqing according to the original plot, but unexpectedly found myself tied up with a binding rope without knowing when it happened. Just as I was puzzled, the door was pushed open, and a stunning beauty walked in from outside. Seeing Yi Qingqing appear, the corner of my mouth twitched slightly. How did she come here? Brother Chongsheng, you're awake. Are you thirsty? I'll pour you some water. Yi Qingqing looked at me with a gentle expression, gently picked up the kettle, poured a glass of water, and handed it to me. Brother Chongsheng, don't blame me for tying you up and bringing you back. It's because you were flirting with that woman Su Qingyao. Qingchang is so afraid of losing you, so you're not allowed to get too close to other women. I have 3 big question marks above my head. I am the one who is infatuated, and I should be the one feeling jealous. Why are you stealing my lines? I feel a bit dizzy. According to the plot, I should be the one seeing Yi Qingqing getting too close to Linyi, feeling hatred out of jealousy, and then kidnapping Yi Qingqing to my private residence to force things to happen. But why am I the one being tied up now? And Yi Qingqing even stole my lines. Looking at me with a look of indifference, Yi Qingqing gently stroked my face with her jade-like fingers and said softly, Brother Chongsheng is so outstanding. Naturally, he will be remembered by various beautiful women. I'm so afraid you will fall for someone else. Instead of waiting for a better day, why don't we go to Wushan today and accomplish something good? Stop, stop. I saw Yi Qingqing's hand reaching for her brocade jade belt, and hurriedly shouted to stop. Yi Qingqing is a proud figure of the righteous path. Why is she kidnapping this villain and trying to force me? Is this plot and character setting reasonable? Just when I was desperately resisting, Yi Qingqing revealed a wicked smile and said, Brother Chongsheng, why stop? Haven't you been pursuing her for 3 years? Now she is willing to give herself to you. Why refuse? Have you fallen for someone else? Is it for that woman Su Qingyao? Then fine. I will go kill her right now. Yi Qingqing's expression turned cold, and a chilling aura began to spread around her. Su Qingyao is another female lead, and she can't be killed. Thinking of this, I hurriedly explained, don't be impulsive. I'm not falling for someone else. I just feel that being tied up by you, I can't move at all, and that would take away a lot of fun. Brother Chongsheng, I don't want to bind you either, but I'm afraid that if I let go of the immortal rope, you will run away. Yi Qingqing looked at me charmingly, full of allure, far from the cold and distant portrayal in novels, where one should keep their distance. This is about to reverse push me, the villainous lickspittle. It's truly outrageous and disrespectful. I realize that this time I crossed over. It seems I've been tricked by the system. The cold fairy has completely turned into a Yandere girl. I tried to inspire Yi Qingqing, hoping she could remember her character. Qingqing, I heard that you have a new junior brother who seems to be named Linyi, and you two are getting quite close. Nonsense. Is it that woman Su Qingyao who was spreading rumors? It must be her. She wants to take brother Chongsheng away from me and speaks ill of me behind my back. I'm just ordinary friends with Linyi. Really not like you think. He has helped me, so I took care of him a little in the sect. If brother Chongsheng is unhappy, I won't pay attention to him anymore. If that still doesn't work, then I'll just kill him to clarify my intentions. While saying this, Yi Qingqing drew the frost sword and was about to kill Linyi, which scared me into hurriedly advising, Qingqing, don't be impulsive. I was just asking casually. Brother Chongsheng, do you really believe me? Yi Qingqing gently asked as she sheathed her long sword. I believe you. How could I not believe you? I echoed with my mouth, while inwardly I scoffed. If you kill the male lead Linyi, this entire novel world will definitely collapse immediately. Yi Qingqing watched my performance, a wicked smile appearing at the corner of her mouth, and she thought to herself, Brother Chongsheng, when everything about the future appears in my mind, I finally understand that you are the one who loves me the most, and the only one who truly cares for me is you. Brother Chongsheng, the reason I tied you up is to compensate for the hard work you have put in for me over the years. It was my fault before. I never cared about you. When I saw everything that happened in the future, I finally woke up. From now on, Qingqing will be by brother Chongsheng's side, protecting you, never to be separated. As for that Linyi, I won't let him hurt you. The corners of my mouth twitched, and I thought, you should hurry up and untie me. My hands and feet are numb. Meanwhile, in the Qingming sacred land, in a female disciple's cave, A girl in her 16 or 17 years old, dressed in blue, was sitting cross-legged. She had almond-shaped eyes and a peach-shaped face, with red lips and white teeth. Her beauty rivaling that of Yi Qingcheng. She was Su Qingyao, brother Chongsheng. It turns out that everything you did was for Qingyao, because someone from the demonic path infiltrated the Holy Land. You came specifically to protect me after you learned the news. Qingyao is really too foolish, actually thinking that you were peeping at me while I was bathing, and even reported it to the master, causing you to be locked up on the cliff of reflection for 3 months. Thinking of this, Su Qingyao's eyes filled with tears. When the poisonous mosquito was preparing to harm me, you risked being poisoned to swat it dead. I actually thought you were sneaking a peek at me and even slapped you. Qingyao really regrets it and feels so heartbroken. Thanks to the images in my mind, I learned the truth. Otherwise, I would have continued to misunderstand senior brother Chongsheng, which would have been a cruel thing. And that detestable Lin Yi, he has repeatedly slandered brother Chongsheng, and in the future, he will harm brother Chongsheng, harm the master, and harm so many people in the Holy Land. This is unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. Will I become Lin Yi's harem? Even if all the men in the world were to die, I could never become his harem. Su Qingyao's stunning face was filled with anger, and her eyes shot out 2 cold beams as she said coldly, according to the hints from the images in my mind, today, senior brother Changsheng will tie up the woman Yi Qingcheng in a private residence, and then Lin Yi will rush over to injure senior brother and rescue Yi Qingcheng. From then on, senior brother Changsheng's reputation in the Holy Land will plummet, becoming a scoundrel that everyone wants to attack. Senior brother, you are confused. Why are you still taking risks with Yi Qingcheng? What does Qingyao like compared to this woman? I will not allow anyone to harm you. Remembering this, Su Qingyao's eyes glistened with tears. She wiped her tears and showed a determined expression. Immediately, 2 green bullets appeared in her palm. These 2 green thunderbolts are more than enough to eliminate Yi Qingcheng and Lin Yi. Brother Chongsheng, don't worry. Qingyao will protect you well. If that Lin Yi dares to harm you, I will kill him. If the whole world is against you, I will let this world be destroyed. With this thought, Su Qingyao summoned her life-bound flying sword, Bihui, and flew straight towards the private residence in her mind. Outside the sacred land of Qingming, in a small grove, Lin Yi wore a dark robe, his gaze cold and fierce, as if waiting for something. Senior blood demon, how is the situation? He communicated with the necklace around his neck. The black light on the necklace flickered slightly, and then a weathered voice came through, as if from a distant abyss. Ramen Wunwen and Yi Qingcheng have entered the private residence and have not come out since. The aged voice of Blood Demon came from within the ring. That guy, Ramen Wunwen, really can't stand senior sister Qingcheng getting too close to me, and is desperate enough to jump over the wall. Lin Yi's lips curled into a confident and charming smile, as if everything was under his control. According to my observation, it is not as you said, the Blood Demon said with some surprise. It seems that Yi Qingcheng has knocked out and tied up Ramen Wunwen to that private residence. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. How could senior sister Qingcheng do such a thing? You must have seen it wrong. Lin Yi did not believe that Yi Qingcheng would kidnap Ramen Wunwen. The Blood Demon child said softly, if you can really make Yi Qingcheng your dual cultivation partner, it would indeed bring many benefits. Not only can you rely on her profounding body to help you refine your Nine-Yang body, but you can also gain the powerful backing of the Yi family, which will greatly assist your rise in the future. Moreover, this Yi Qingcheng is stunningly beautiful, rivaling the fairies of the upper realm. You are quite fortunate in terms of romance. I, Lin Yi, have no such feelings. The affection of children is of no benefit to me. I only want to become stronger, to quickly become a royal-level powerhouse and reclaim my throne. Lin Yi's gaze was resolute, as if he had seen through everything, with only power and authority in his eyes, treating everyone as stepping stones on his path forward. The Blood Demon child felt a bit disdainful. He could sense the other person's emotions. Lin Yi wasn't as crowned as he appeared to be. He had long coveted Yi Qingcheng's beauty. He just didn't want to admit it. The relationship between Blood Demon Son and Lin Yi was more like cooperation. None of this minutiae matters. The important thing was for Lin Yi to grow up quickly so that he could remake his demonic body with the help of the other party. Chapter 3 Stimulating the Male Lead. Qingcheng, let's have a talk. Let go of me first. It should have been himself, the villainous elder brother, who kidnapped Yi Qingcheng and attempted to commit misdeeds. But now that Yi Qingcheng had turned against the Big Dipper, he could only beg for mercy. Looking at the heartless Yi Qingcheng trying to undo her belt again, Gu Changsheng had a feeling of absurdity. Is it possible that he has guarded Yuanyang, which years, is about to lose its defense? 425. System, I'll you in the ass. Was there some kind of in the crossover bug? Isn't this a trap for me? Qingcheng, let's have a talk. Don't make a move. Don't. If you do this again, I'll call out for someone. Gu Changsheng's eyes carried stubbornness, but she didn't want to let someone push against her will so unexplainably. He's macho, and even if he's going to get laid, it's going to have to be a man on top and he's going to dominate everything. How can you be pinned down by a woman? What a scandal. Ha ha, brother Chongsheng. No one will come to save you even if you scream your throat out. Yi Qingcheng smiled evilly. His hand movements did not slow down. Hate, brother Chongsheng. Why is this belt of yours so difficult to undo? Yi Qingcheng realized that Gu Changsheng's belt seemed unusual. No matter how hard he tried, he could not undo the buckle, as if some kind of prohibition was imposed. Yi Qingcheng does not believe in evil. The belt cannot be unlocked. The old lady directly ripped open the pants. But that's not true. The pants seem to have the same prohibition. And no matter if she used brute force, or used her spirit power, or even used a spirit soldier, not even a single slit was cut open. Why is it like this? Yi Qingcheng panted in exhaustion, pouting in disappointment, unwilling and helpless. Gu Changcheng breathed a sigh of relief. His reputation and honor had been saved. He remembered that this belt and pants were given to him by his master Qin Wushuang, and at that time, he even said that they were some kind of protective magic treasure. Protecting or not he wasn't sure. His own chastity was indeed protected. Otherwise, facing the tiger like Yi Qingcheng, he would have to be left here today. It's ironic to think that he, a villain, came up and was actually kidnapped by the heroine and had to push against the odds. If the protagonist, Lin Yi, knew about it, he wouldn't be angry with him. What a dog's blood. Bang! Gu Changsheng had just thought of Lin Yi when the door to his room was actually kicked open. Gu Changsheng, you bastard! Let go of senior sister Yi Qingcheng. A young man with a clean-cut appearance with a few hints of arrogance appeared with a face full of anger. And in his hand, he was holding a shadow retaining stone. The shadow retaining stone had already been catalyzed with aura and began to record what was happening in front of it. It's as if those who catch adultery in Blue Star take out their cell phones and take wild pictures as soon as they walk in the door. Bastard! You looking for death? Yi Qingcheng was first stunned, then looked at Lin Yi with a face full of anger and cursed angrily. Ha! How come it's a little different than expected? It is not the same. It's unbelievable. The one lying on the bed tied up with 5 flowers was not Yi Qingcheng, but Gu Changsheng. On the contrary, Yi Qingcheng was riding on top of Gu Changsheng's body, her hand still pulling hard on the other party's belt. Trying to do something. Cootie. It's all visible. Lin Yi was a bit confused. He subconsciously exited, then walked in again. It's as if to say, did I take a leg in the wrong position? Try again in a different position. But the scene in front of me was still exactly the same. It broke him down a bit. Why wasn't it Gu Changsheng who kidnapped Yi Qingcheng in order to do something untoward, but Yi Qingcheng who kidnapped Gu Changsheng in preparation for pushing him against his will? This is too nonsensical, isn't it? Gu Changsheng looked at Lin Yi somewhat grudgingly, as if complaining about his late arrival. Lin Yi. When Yi Qingcheng saw Lin Yi holding the shadow retaining stone in his hand, she immediately understood his sinister intentions. Even more convinced that those images in her head were real, Lin Yi really wasn't as innocent and kind as he appeared to be. He was very sinister. In the original episode, Lin Yi pestered himself every day, nominally asking about cultivation, but actually doing it to Gu Changsheng. It was to provoke the other party to do something stupid and irrational so that he could reap the benefits. Just because she knew where the plot was going, Yi Qingcheng did the opposite. Put some spice in Gu Changsheng's tea, kidnapped her to her own private residence, and then had it disguised as a fake that she had been kidnapped, to confuse Lin Yi. Play a snake charmer. I didn't expect it to work as well as it did. Lin Yi had indeed come. The shadow retaining stone in his hand made his sinister intentions known. Yi Qingcheng was now even more convinced of the authenticity of those images in her mind, and even more certain that Lin Yi was the culprit who had led to the eventual destruction of this world. Senior sister Qingcheng. You? Lin Yi asked with some disbelief. You what you? Do you think it's different from what you thought? Yi Qingcheng got off of Gu Changsheng's body and coldly looked at the dumbfounded Lin Yi. Looking at the other party's harmless face, a hint of disdain was revealed. The eyes became sharp, as if they could read his mind. Lin Yi was stared at by Yi Qingcheng. This was beyond his expectations, and stammered. No, I heard people say that senior sister Qingcheng was in danger, so I came despite everything. Oh, afraid I'm in danger? And what is this retaining stone in your hand used for? Afraid I'm in danger instead of thinking of saving me first, you think of recording it first? Being seen through by Yi Qingcheng caused Lin Yi to be somewhat at a loss for words, and he couldn't say anything for half a day. Gu Changsheng on the bed looked at all this and was even more confused than Lin Yi. How did Yi Qingcheng suddenly become so wise? Where's the love brain? Where did the love brain go? Love brain is a good thing. Don't lose it. That's part of your persona. The most valuable thing. Lin Yi looked at Gu Changsheng on the bed, and then at Yi Qingcheng in front of him. Not to mention, he was kind of envious of the other guy. Being forced by a woman makes me feel naked chicken just thinking about it. Yi Qingchang, why do you want to cheapen Gu Changsheng? I will go on me. That's right. Now Lin Yi's heart was a little envious, some jealousy, and a little bit of excitement. Snap. Yi Qingchang's slap woke Lin Yi up completely. Lin Yi, I'm warning you, don't hang around in front of me in the future or don't blame me for being rude. Get out of here. Yi Qingchang directly gave an expulsion order. She didn't make a move to kill Lin Yi because her mission was to protect Gu Changsheng, and someone else would naturally do the rest. Lin Yi's eyes glazed over from the slap, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. I'm afraid the teeth are loose, too. After all, Yi Qingqing's cultivation had already reached the realm of the sky, while Lin Yi was only at the realm of the spirit sea, a big realm difference. Cultivation levels in this world, Qi refining, foundation building, spirit sea, imperial air, god condensation, heavenly king, royal pole, saint, holy king, great saint, great emperor. Looking at Lin Yi's embarrassed state, Gu Changsheng's face showed bitterness. Yi Qingqing's persona had collapsed, and as a veteran actor, he had to find a way to lead the plot back to the main line. Lin Yi, I know all about you. You're nothing more than a bereaved dog. Just by being a waste of space, you want to steal Yi Qingqing from me? A toad trying to eat a swan? And don't take a piss and look in the mirror. We're playing bondage. Are we jealous? Yi Qingqing is a woman you will never get. According to the piss-poor nature of the Heaven's Destiny male lead, as long as you keep taunting him, you can stack all sorts of buffs and make him suddenly explode. Cross-ranking battles and whatnot are trivial. As expected, after being so provoked by Gu Changsheng, Lin Yi completely exploded. Chapter, The Foregrowing Chaos. Seeing that the other party had already exploded, Gu Changsheng was ready to put in more effort. Then said, Che, a person who can't even protect his own mother and sister, how can he compete with me? His mother and sister were his scales. The night he fled the palace, his mother died trying to save him and his sister's whereabouts were unknown. Now that it had been brought up by Gu Changsheng, Lin Yi was completely frantic. Lin Yi mustn't be impulsive. Today's events have gone beyond expectations. Hurry up and get out of here or it'll be too late to regret. The voice of the blood demon sun in the necklace was constantly reminding Lin Yi, fearing that he would do something stupid in his hot-headedness. However, his words were dismissed as farts by Lin Yi. Pressure didn't listen. With a swish, Lin Yi drew the heavy sword Black Abyss behind his back and looked angrily at Gu Changsheng, who was tied up on the bed, and said, Gu Changsheng, you bastard, dare you come with me for a fair duel? A duel? Fair? I'm tied up like a caterpillar. How can I duel? If this is a duel, what the are you hell? Lao Zi has a mixed Yuan Dao body, and my cultivation has reached the condensed god realm, so even if I stand here and let you hit me, I can counter-shock you to death. Nah, people are the main characters. He's just a villain. In the original episode, it was really underhanded by the other side. Of course, it wasn't Lin Yi who was responsible for this, but the blood demon's son behind him who had secretly stepped in to help. Unbridled. Lin Yi, I didn't want to get into it with you, but you don't know what's good for you, so I'll teach you what it means to respect your elders and children. When Yi Qingqing saw that Lin Yi dared to be so rude to Gu Changsheng, his body's aura erupted steeply, and he violently slapped his palm, sending him flying. The unruly male lead was beaten up by Yi Qingqing for the second time. Senior sister Qingcheng, why are you? Shut up. Call senior sister Yi in the future. The word Qingcheng is also something you can call? Yi Qingcheng said coldly, her gaze chilling, as if she would kill if Lin Yi said another word. Frightened, Lin Yi retracted the words that came to his mouth, but his face remained untamed. I can't blame him. The male persona is just like that. Gu Changsheng sort of read it. Yi Qingcheng was playing him, but what was the other party's reason? He tore at his sister 100 times. Traitor, don't even think about hurting my elder brother Changsheng. Just then, a woman's silver bell-like voice came. Gu Changsheng, who is it again? Snap. The remaining half of the door panel was shattered with a kick and a young girl in a green dress and skirt walked in. The young girl was 16 or 17 years old, with a few mischievous moments in her pretty face, and had a proud figure that did not match her youth. It was Su Qingyao. When she burst through the door, she saw Gu Changsheng tied up on the bed at a glance. Elder brother, what's wrong with you? With that, he rushed to Gu Changsheng's front and asked with a worried face, what's going on? Kidnapped? Can't you tell? Also asked, hurry up and untie me. Gu Changsheng belabored in her heart. Things were getting beyond his knowledge. How come Su Qingyao had also come? Looks like the drama is getting more and more lively. What a departure. Su Qingyao, why are you here? When Yi Qingqing saw that Su Qingyao also came here, he knew that the good deed would not be done. If I don't come, you and Lin Yi are going to victimize senior brother. Su Qingyao tried to untie the immortal binding rope, but she couldn't get it open. Can she open it? Got to have the mnemonic okay. Su Qingyao. Stop talking nonsense there. How could I harm brother Changsheng? You're bloodthirsty. Yi Qingsheng immediately retorted when she heard Su Qingyao say this. If you don't want to harm elder brother, why are you tying him up? Quickly untie elder brother. Su Qingyao drew out her long sword. This we, and questioned with an icy gaze. I am. Yi Qingsheng's words retracted at the edge of her mouth. She couldn't say that she wanted to make a mature meal with Gu Changsheng's raw rice, could she? Forget it. She knew that she couldn't do anything good today, so she could only recite the mantra under her breath. And at once, the immortal binding rope on Gu Changsheng's body automatically loosened. Gu Changsheng was free of her restraints and moved her arms and legs to stand up. Brother everlasting. Sure fu. Yi Qingsheng and Su Qingyao came to Gu Changsheng's front at the same time, one of them holding his arm on one side. You let go. You let go. The two women had always had a bad relationship, and now they were in a flame war over Gu Changsheng, caught in the middle. Gu Changsheng always felt like there were two currents constantly colliding in front of her. Speechless. I'm a villain. Can you two be normal? You're teaming up with Lin Yi to try and harm senior brother. Get lost. Su Qingyao said. Nonsense. Why didn't you say anything when you made a rumor that brother Changsheng touched your ass and caused him to face the wall at the Siwu Cliff for 3 months? Yi Qingsheng sneered back. That was a misunderstanding on my part. How could brother everlasting steal your ass? What an ugly man. Who are you calling ugly? I'm not done with you. Su Qingyao took out her own refined green thunderbolt and was about to make a gesture to throw it towards Yi Qingsheng. Yi Qingsheng knew that Su Qingyao was good at refining weapons and didn't dare to take it lightly. He hurriedly took a few steps back and summoned his own flying sword. Frost. Su Qingyao. You're coming for real, aren't you? Then let's have a match. Whoever wins, brother Changsheng is whoever's. Good. Yi Qingsheng, don't think that you have outstanding talent. I, Su Qingyao, have never been afraid of anyone in a fight. Saying that, the green thunderbolt in his palm emitted green-colored arcs of electricity and was ready to throw it towards Yi Qingsheng. Stop. Gu Changsheng could no longer tolerate it, and looking at the two unknowing heroines in front of him, his condensed spirit realm aura erupted from his body. A powerful pressure with the aura of hybridity immediately filled the entire room. Sure fu. Brother Nagisa? Both women looked at Gu Changsheng in surprise, their small mouths slightly open, somewhat incredulous. They felt as if they were firmly grasped by two large hands, unable to move at all. Even the spiritual energy in his body could not be mobilized. Alright, we're all fellow disciples. What's all the noise about? Gu Changsheng's face was gentle, giving people a feeling like a spring breeze. Although Yi Qingsheng and Su Qingyao were reluctant, they couldn't stop until Gu Changsheng gave the word. Where is the asshole who kidnapped my protege? Right at this moment, a grey-robed old man fishtailed in with a few disciples from the Green Destiny Holy Land. It was none other than the head of Taishian Peak, Yi Qingsheng's master, Yuan Jinzi. He started yelling before he even got in the door. This caused Yi Qingsheng's face to turn a little ugly, thinking to herself how her master teacher had come. Oh, yes, there was this scene in the picture in my head. It was Lin Yi who had used a transmitting note to send a message to his master before he entered the door. Lin Yi knew that Yuan Jinzi had a fiery temper, and when the other party knew that he had been kidnapped by Gu Changsheng, they would surely come to rescue him in a fit of rage. As long as he saw Yi Qingsheng being kidnapped, it was possible that Yuan Jinzi would beat Gu Changsheng to death at that time. Good belly of Lin Yi. If I hadn't known about these things in advance, I'm afraid that brother Changsheng would really have been left speechless. Apprentice, are you alright? Was it this brat Zi Yunfeng who kidnapped you? Yuan Jinzi questioned Yi Qingsheng while blaring angrily at Gu Changsheng. He knew that Gu Changsheng had been pursuing Yi Qingsheng for a long time, and during that time he hadn't harassed his own disciple much, so to say that Gu Changsheng was in love with and couldn't kidnap Yi Qingsheng, he wasn't surprised at all. Before Gu Changsheng could explain, Yi Qingsheng was the first to speak. Master, who did you hear that from? Where did that come from? I'm drinking tea and chatting with Brother Eternal here. No one kidnapped me at all. Chapter 5 No more pretending. I'm going to propose. Chatting over tea? Any bundles for tea and chat? These women really don't blush when they lie. Oh, it's possible that the scented powder is too thick. When Yuan Jinzi heard Yi Qingsheng's words, he looked around with some suspicion. Finally, he saw Lin Yi sitting on the ground. What the hell is going on? Didn't your brat tell me with a sound transmission that Qingsheng was kidnapped by Gu Changsheng? Why are the two just drinking tea and chatting? Tricked me, didn't you? Do you realize that my time is valuable? Better give me an explanation or I won't spare you today. Yuan Jinzi's nature was like a blazing fire as he grabbed Lin Yi by the collar and lifted him up. He was in the middle of refining pills just now, and when he saw the other party's transmission note, he even gave up his pills and came straight to this place. I can't believe they lied about the military. People are obviously having tea and chatting. If a furnace of Dan was scrapped, It was a loss of tens of thousands of spirit stones. Linny looked at Yunjinzi as if he was going to eat him alive and stuttered in fear. Head of Yunjinzi, I may have misread the situation. Please spare me this time. What could Linny say now? The parties involved all said they had a chat over tea. Moreover, his own staying Shadowstone recorded Yi Qingcheng kidnapping Gu Changsheng. Should he show this evidence to Yunjinzi? Then he's not far from death. Gu Changsheng's mood at the moment could only be described in 2 words. Eggs hurt. The plot is off. Off to Grandma's house. System. Get the hell out of there. What the hell is going on? Can we still have fun? Host. It's fine for the female lead to run off course. You're a veteran actor. Please use your wonderful acting skills to pull them back on track. Watching you. Come on. You're a big man. That's 9 crossings. None of them normal. Immediately 10 out of 10. Ahem. These heroines have absolutely no work ethic whatsoever. It's a matter of recycling the plot back into itself. Ahem. Head Yuanjinzi, this is all not this disciple's fault. It's all my fault. Gu Changsheng coughed lightly twice and said faintly, Oh, Gu Changsheng, what are you to blame? Yunjinzi asked as he threw down Linny and turned his head to look at Gu Changsheng. I blame the fact that I was deeply in love with senior sister Yi Qingcheng and chased after her too closely all these years, bringing her many troubles. I'm here to apologize to senior sister. As soon as those words came out of his mouth, the crowd looked at each other in disbelief. No, brother Changsheng. It doesn't bother me at all. In the past it was all because Qingcheng was too young and capricious. Now I finally realize that brother Changsheng is the one who treats me the best. Senior sister. Then are you willing to become my Taoist couple? Gu Changsheng stepped forward and grabbed Yi Qingcheng's hand, asking with a gentle face. Ha? Yi Qingcheng did not expect Gu Changsheng's confession to be so direct, and her entire body froze in place. Everything is just so off guard. Even Yuan Jinzi was stunned there, his face somewhat wooden. Shifu? When Su Qingyao heard Gu Changsheng confessing to Yi Qingcheng in public, she was a bit unhappy. I object. Lin Yi, who had been thrown to the ground, got up with a carp and shouted. The people involved didn't even object. Can you object? Yuan Jinzi just gave a look that sent Lin Yi flying straight from the house to the door. Fell on his ass. Blah blah blah. Lin Yi wiped the dirt from his mouth and looked angrily at Gu Changsheng in the room, his mouth still shouting. Senior sister Yi Qingcheng, don't agree to him. Yi Qingcheng's face changed slightly. At the moment she really wanted to stab Lin Yi with her sword. The reason why Gu Changsheng chose to confess Yi Qingcheng in public was to irritate Lin Yi. The Divine Destiny hero's protagonist aura can only be triggered passively when he encounters a setback. He was trying to irritate Lin Yi with a marriage proposal. Lin Yi, it's useless for you to object. I'm the eldest senior brother of Purple Cloud Peak, with the immortal Gu family at my back. What are you comparing me to? Want to compete for Yi Qingcheng? You're worthy too. These words poked Lin Yi's heart with every word, causing him to tremble. The passive of the protagonist's aura begins to run. Lin Yi, don't be impulsive. If you make a move, you're dead. Seeing that Lin Yi had fallen for Gu Changsheng's agitation, Blood Demon Sun hurriedly cast the meditation technique to help him calm down. The meditation technique really works. Lin Yi's boiling blood chi slowly settled down as he clenched his teeth and said, Gu Changsheng, I'm no match for you right now, but you need to know. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't kid yourself. I'll beat you sooner or later. Bingo. Finally that classic line. It's not a waste of half a day's hard work. The heroines dropped the ball. But our destined hero is very hardworking. Lin Yi, I'm watching you. Yo. Gu Changsheng breathed a long sigh of relief in her heart, thinking that as long as she and her male master's character didn't fall apart, she would definitely be able to get the plot back on track. Okay, Lin Yi, I'll wait for you. For the male lead Lin Yi's virtues, the picture in Yi Qingcheng's mind showed it to the fullest. The comment was not at all what she expected. The corner of Yi Qingcheng's mouth revealed a sneering smile and said playfully, even if you were given 30 years, 300 years, you wouldn't be able to catch up with brother Changsheng. Brother everlasting, I'm willing to become your Dao couple. Lin Yi's goal since arriving at the Holy Land of Green Destiny was Yi Qingcheng. All this time, Lin Yi had treated Yi Qingcheng as his forbidden domain, but he didn't expect the other party to agree to Gu Changsheng's marriage proposal now. Hearing this, Lin Yi had the feeling of grass growing on his head. Yi Qingcheng, you're confused. Gu Changsheng must have given you some kind of ecstasy. You're mine. It's just ghosting now, and sooner or later I'll come to my senses and come back to me. Lin Yi brainstormed to himself. Besides him, Su Qingyao was also very sad at the moment. Everything was completely different from what she thought it would be. Yi Qingcheng was clearly in cahoots with Lin Yi, so why didn't eldest brother understand? She secretly resolved that sooner or later, she would reveal Yi Qingcheng's true colors and snatch her eldest senior brother back. Yi Qingcheng, did you really promise this kid? Yuan Jinzi and Gu Changsheng's master, Qin Wushuang, were arch rivals, and the two of them did not see eye to eye with each other. Now, Qin Wushuang's disciple wanted to marry his own disciple. He couldn't get over this hurdle in his heart. Master, I am willing to become brother Changqing's Dao couple. I hope that master will fulfill my wish. Yi Qingcheng also knew Yuan Zhenzi's mind and prayed. Yuan Zhenzi pondered for a moment and said, there is nothing wrong with a man getting married when he is old enough and a woman getting married when she is old enough. But we are immortal cultivators, and the matter of the Dao couple needs to be considered in the long run. In that case, I'll turn around and report to the Holy Lord, then inquire about the Yi family's intentions before making a decision. No shame in you, Yuan Zhenzi. You didn't crash. Gu Changsheng was secretly happy in his heart. He knew that this old guy would come out to block it. In the original novel, Yuan Zhenzi was extremely displeased with Gu Changsheng because of Qin Wushuang. Later on, he actually pulled Lin Yi against Gu Changsheng. Lin Yi had also started to slowly rise in the Qingdian Holy Land because of Yuan Zhenzi's support. Yi Qingcheng wanted to say something else, but Yuan Zhenzi stopped him. Alright, enough fooling around. Let's go back to Taishan Peak. Gu Changsheng had a disappointed expression on her face, but in her heart, she was in a different situation. Su Qingya was also secretly relieved. With Yuan Zhenzi standing in the way, it would definitely be difficult for the two to become a Taoist couple. Lin Yi also seemed to see hope, standing there without saying a word, just staring coldly at Gu Changsheng. Chapter 6 Qin Wushuang. Senior sister, didn't you tell me some time ago that you hated Gu Changsheng? I thought it was his pestering that was bothering you? What's this about today? He was the one who threatened you, wasn't he? Just as Yi Qingcheng was about to leave, Lin Yi, who was still undeterred, chased after him and asked. Hearing this, Yi Qingcheng's brows furrowed slightly as she stopped walking, paused slightly, turned her head and stared at Lin Yi with a cold gaze. Lin Yi, I'm warning you, if you dare to say anything bad about brother Changsheng again, I'll kill you. A terrifying killing intent erupted from within her, frightening Lin Yi. It's no joke, that's the threat. Lin Yi, just because you lied about the news and caused me to lose all my pills in one batch, from today onwards, you'll be demoted from a core disciple of Taishan Peak to an ordinary disciple. Qingcheng, let's go. After saying that, Yi Qingcheng then followed Yun Zhenzi and the others into streams of light and left this place without looking back. Everything that happened today was a bit unexpected for Lin Yi, and he needed some time to digest it. Also in need of digestion was Gu Changsheng. The plot is off. When he had the chance, he had to find Yi Qingcheng and ask what made her change so much. Do you lick the dog and lick all of them at the end of the day? It doesn't make sense. Could it be that Yi Qingcheng had some kind of conspiracy? When things go wrong, they go wrong. Gotta defend one hand. Gu Changsheng stepped out of the room and took a deep breath of the surrounding air, sensing the rich aura of the Tianyuan continent. Just then, a voice transmission came from his mind. Hearing the pleasant woman's voice inside, the corners of Gu Changsheng's mouth twitched slightly. Master looks like he's drunk again. It's only a few o'clock and you're drinking so much. Can't you be normal? While he was still bellyaching, the voice transmission sounded again, in which Master Qin Wushuang was speaking drunkenly in a vague manner. Stinking disciple, quickly come to the inner hall Fengxiao. Accompany me to drink 2 cups. Can I go to Master's inner sanctum? Others might not be able to, but Gu Changsheng could definitely go, and go often. Gu Changsheng was brought to Purple Cloud Peak by Qin Wushuang at the age of 5, and the relationship between the two was also that of a teacher and a mother, and was by no means comparable to that of other disciples. This is also the capital that Gu Changsheng dared to be arrogant in the original novel, because there's a super protective master backing him up. Senior brother Changsheng, let's go back to Purple Cloud Peak. Su Qingya was finally able to be alone with Gu Changsheng and happily snuggled up to his side like a little bird. Gu Changsheng nodded and casually waved his hand, and a hissing sound came from the sky as his mount, the red flame golden gaibeast, came from the sky. The red inferno golden gaby was an ancient beast, with its entire body emitting a golden glow and its fur burning like a flame, revealing a kingly aura. This was a coming-of-age gift from Qin Wushuang. Gu Changsheng would definitely ride the red flame golden gaibeast when traveling, because of the high level of compulsion. Villainous pushiness is paramount. Even if your face is slapped and swollen, the compulsion must be there. He brought Su Qingya along with him to sit on the red flame golden guy bike, and he didn't forget to taunt Lin Yi on his way out. TSK, being smart is a mistake. From a core disciple to an ordinary disciple. Let's see how you can still fight me in the future. You, Gu Changsheng. It's still the same saying, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't fool the youth. Lin Yi stalked his neck. His face reddened, and his mouth hardened. Gu Changsheng smiled contemptuously and sneered. Good, I'll be waiting for you, don't let me down. In his heart, he said, Lin Yi, the plot depends on you to drive it. Cheer up, I still want to finish the mission and go back to the Blue Star to enjoy my happiness. Purple Cloud Peak. Peak Master's Inner Hall. A young girl wearing the costume of a disciple of the Purple Cloud Peak outside the door of the hall stood there as if she was a log. Seeing Gu Changsheng walking towards her, the originally expressionless young girl respectfully said, "Greetings, eldest senior brother. Spring Flower, did you use the pearl powder I sent you? Big brother, use it. Here, let me touch the little cheeks and see if it works." With that, Gu Changsheng reached out and touched the female disciple named Chunhua on his left. Springflower shyly dodged Gu Changsheng's salty piggy hands and said, "Eldest senior brother, don't make a scene. The head seat is waiting for you inside. Wait for me to come out." Gu Changsheng squeezed his eyes towards Chunhua before heading towards the inner hall. Gu Changsheng is so lewd, all because his persona demands it. That's what he consoled himself with. The door to the inner hall was hidden, as if it was left open for Gu Changsheng. As soon as he walked through the door, he saw a delicate woman's figure lying on the bed. Big grin, all fours. The woman was none other than Qin Wushuang. Her long hair was spread out to cover half of her cheeks. Revealing half of her face was enough to turn the country upside down. She was wearing an extremely loose robe today, and even when she was lying down, she could see the peaks towering, rippling with her breath. 2 long legs were exposed, plump and fleshy. Gu Changsheng looked at her and had the urge to put a pair of black stockings on her. Qin Wushuan was holding her wine gourd in her hand and seemed to be asleep. With this appearance, which could be described as devoid of grooming, who would have thought that this was the female sword immortal Qin Wushuang of the Holy Land of Qingdao? "The disciple is here," Qin Wushuang asked vaguely. "Master, my disciple has come to pay his respects." Gu Changsheng returned easily. "What took you so long?" "I was asleep." Qin Wushuang rolled over and sat up, scratching his messy hair with his hand and pulling the collar of his shirt, which was hanging down to his shoulders, upwards. Drunkenly looking at Gu Changsheng, he said, "Brat, I heard that Yi Qingqing invited you to tea?" "Ah," Gu Changsheng answered. "Has the sun come out of the west? Isn't she ignoring you? Why did she suddenly invite you for tea?" Qin Wushuang took a sip of wine and prepared to sober up. Gu Changsheng said, "The disciple doesn't know either. Can he say that he was drugged in Yi Qingqing's tea and was almost pushed against his will? How humiliating. You were drugged and tied up by someone and almost got dominated. Why are you embarrassed to say it?" Qin Wushuang suddenly changed as if she was a different person and asked with a straight face. This, Gu Changsheng thought to herself that nothing could be hidden from her master. Wasn't she drunk? How to know? He even proposed to Yi Qingqing in front of Yuan Jinzi. Why didn't you discuss such a big deal with me first? Qin Wushuang was obviously a bit angry, and her bare muzzle rose and fell together, shaking Gu Changsheng a bit. "I thought, sister, can you change your clothes? How does that make me think calmly?" "Master, disciple knows that I was wrong. I was impulsive at the time. I asked that master teacher chastise me." Gu Changsheng hurriedly lowered her head so that she wouldn't look at the other party deep's neckline. The matter of feelings, master can't teach you. Just don't want you to fall deeper and deeper. If Yi Qingqing doesn't love you, hurry up and let go, or the one who gets hurt will only be yourself. Qin Wushuang became gloomy as she spoke, seemingly remembering something sad, and said quietly, "Back then, your parents died because they saved me, and I brought the 5-year-old you back and raised you as if you were my own child. How can I stand up to your parents if anything happens to you?" Gu Changsheng's heart was also touched when he saw Qin Wushuang's sad appearance. Qin Wushuang was really good to him. In the original novel, even when he ended up blackening and doing a lot of perverse things, Qin Wushuang would always help him, even if he ended up trying to kill Lin Yi, who had become a holy son, and secretly colluded with the 4 great demonic sects to sneak attack the Holy Land and commit a mortal sin. Qin Wushuang even wanted to exchange his life for Gu Changsheng's life. It's just that Gu Changsheng was already beyond hope at that time and ended up jumping off the cliff to her death. Learn about your own miserable life. Some people are born to be protagonists, and some people, even if they try hard, can't escape the fate of becoming cannon fodder. Life is so ed. Chapter 7 Purple Gold Sword Nurturing Board. "Master, my disciple knows he's wrong, but I just like Yi Qingqing. I can't control myself from liking him. I hope the master understands me." Gu Changsheng tried hard to follow the persona and said her lines. Looking at Gu Changsheng's obsessive look, a playful expression appeared on Qin Wushuang's face. "I thought to myself, sure enough, everything that was said was exactly like the picture in my head. It seems that the scene in my own mind was not a hallucination from drinking, but it showed me things in the future related to myself. What the hell is going on here? Could it be some kind of sign from heaven to me?" Just a short while ago, many images related to himself and Gu Changsheng surfaced in Qin Wushuang's mind. She saw her own future in these images, as well as Gu Changsheng's future. And the man who started it all, Lin Yi. He was the one who had been secretly plotting and framing Gu Changsheng. making him blacken step by step until he finally became a sinner in the Holy Land. He died amidst the scolding and misunderstanding of the crowd, and she, Qin Wuxuang, could only watch it all. In the end, he even believed Lin Yi's flowery words and was attacked by him step by step, becoming the harem of the person who had killed his disciple. But Lin Yi ended up sacrificing the entire Holy Land and even the Tian Yuan continent, just for him to be able to ascend to the upper world. It's so hateful. She would never allow that to happen. Absolutely not. Looking at Gu Changsheng, who was still putting on a show in front of him, Qin Wuxuang, with a guilty face, suddenly got up and hugged him, then tenderly said, "My foolish disciple, Master knows everything." Gu Changsheng was a bit confused as she was caught off guard by Qin Wuxuang's hug. The old man is saying his lines. "You're stealing the show?" Mindset. Definitely heartfelt. Ahem. "Let go of me. I can't breathe." 36D is not just a word. This choking sensation. Early life. Just when Gu Changsheng was about to suffocate, Qin Wuxuang released him and said with a face full of tenderness, "If you really like Yi Qingcheng, I will talk to this old thing Yuanjinzi. If he objects, I'll beat him until he agrees." I'm most displeased with this old thing's moralistic appearance, and what he said about the holy ground saint's son definitely going to be Taishan peaks. I shucks. If our holy son of the Qingdian Holy Land is snatched away by their Taishan peak, I'll break my own innate spirit sword, purple flowing cloud. With that, Qin Wuxuan looked towards Gu Changsheng and said with an expectant face, "Disciple, Master is relying on you." The corners of Gu Changsheng's mouth twitched. Which is which? Saying half a dozen lines on your own is kind of a waste of time. It's completely out of character. Shouldn't I be chastised a bit? That being said, there are tens of thousands of disciples in People's Taishan Peak, and there are even hundreds of people with extraordinary qualifications. On the contrary, at Purple Cloud Peak, the disciples were just him and Su Qingyao. How can we compete with others? Senior, Taishan Peak is the strongest amongst the peaks of the Qingdian Holy Land. There are hundreds of core disciples alone, and amongst them, there are several disciples who have reached the God Condensation realm. Their eldest senior brother, Chao Quan, has even taken half a step into the Heavenly King realm. And disciple me, I've only just stepped into the God Condensation realm. The Holy Sons of the Holy Land were the face of each generation of the Holy Land, and were also the key cultivation objects of the Holy Land. So the competition was naturally very intense. Among the 10 peaks of the Green Destiny Holy Land, Taishan Peak was the strongest, while Purple Cloud Peak was the weakest. The highs and lows are immediately apparent. Qin Wuxuang was the notorious Pendulum Peak Master of the Qingdian Holy Land, who usually took things as they came and did not care about the development of the peak at all. It was almost always Gu Changsheng who took care of it. The reason why she had become the head of a peak was all due to her own strength. The name of the first female sword immortal of the Eastern continent was not a boast, nor did you get it by being beautiful. All killed by one man and one sword. Back then, during the war between the righteous and the devils, Qin Wuxuang killed all the way from the Holy Land of the Green Underworld to the 10,000 Devils Abyss with the violet flowing cloud in his hand. Blood-stained white dress. Gu Changsheng's parents also died in that battle. Apprentice, you don't need to have too much pressure. There is still half a year left before the Saint's Son selection. You cultivate well. The Master will promise you everything. When Gu Changsheng heard this, her eyes couldn't help but glance toward Qin Wuxuang's bare mouth. Promise me? I can say yes even if I want to penetrate you? Jia jia jia. Cut. Qin Wuxuan cut a disdainful sentence in his heart, thinking that there is a thief's heart but not a thief's guts. A stupid boy. Apprentice, do you want to touch it? Qin Wuxuang's cold words caused Gu Changsheng, who was in the middle of his rambling thoughts, to shiver. Can't be guessing what I'm thinking. Touch? Touch what? Master, what did you say? The disciple didn't understand. Gu Changsheng asked as a thief. Touch the sword-raising gourd of mine. Qin Wuxuang shook the purple gourd in his hand and said, "This purple gold sword nurturing gourd of my master has been nourished for hundreds of years with spiritual wine and spiritual pills. Inside it was birthed a sword named, the best of the best. Duahuan?" It was the first time Gu Changsheng had heard this name. Life must be as joyful as possible. This is a poem that my apprentice son blurted out back then, and I thought deeply of it, so I named this sword Endless Joy. Qin Wuxuang said with an appreciative face. This sword has been refined by master, so I'll give it to you. Qin Wuxuang handed this violet gold sword nurturing gourd to Gu Changsheng. Gu Changsheng then realized that the reason why Qin Wuxuang drank with this purple and gold gourd every time turned out to be to nourish his sword for him. His eyes moistened a little at the thought. I was born to my parents and raised by my teachers. The heads of other peaks had thousands or tens of thousands of disciples under their seats, and some disciples had never even seen the peak master in their entire lives. But Qin Wuxuang only had 2 disciples, him and Su Qingyao, and it might be a kind of destiny to accompany each other night and day. Thank you, Master. Gu Changsheng knew that it was pretentious to say anything at this moment. A thank you will suffice. That's not true. The purple gold sword raising gourd? According to the plot of the original book, this violet gold sword nurturing gourd was given to Lin Yi in the end. Qin Wuxuang did think of giving it to Gu Changsheng, but as he continued to darken, much to her gradual dismay, she gave up the idea. When Gu Changsheng had turned against his family, she was so angry that she gave the violet gold sword nurturing gourd to Lin Yi. The sword in it is also not called the best of the best. But Yunza, why did you give it to me? This is the main magic weapon of the protagonist, Lin Yi. In the early stages, if he gave it to me, what did he use? Just as he was torn inside, Qin Wuxuang's softly grounded voice came from his ears. Quickly come and massage my master's head. The 1,000-year-old osmanthus wine I consumed today is a bit on the nose, Qin Wuxuang said and leaned back on the recliner, her posture indescribably charming. According to the plot of the novel, Gu Changsheng would come every now and then to take care of the drunken Qin Wuxuang, and his massage techniques were more professional than the blind massage in his previous life. There's one more thing that's key. Gu Changsheng was able to take advantage of the opportunity to mooch a little. The first female sword immortal of the Eastern continent. Not just anyone gets the chance to massage her. And you get to touch silky smooth jade-like skin, which is beautiful to think about. How many Holy Land prides and dynasty emperors had once tried to win Qin Wuxuang's heart? All to no avail. If they knew that Gu Changsheng could easily touch Qin Wuxuang, I'm afraid that they would have the heart to kill him. Chapter 8 Open the door. My heart hurts. In the original novel, Gu Changsheng was the kind of trashy villain who had the heart of a thief but not the guts. Obviously, he was a villainous character, but he was only acting as a licking dog for Yi Qingcheng, or sneaking around to watch his senior sister take a bath. Didn't do anything sinful. It was just an experienced baby that the author had used to upgrade for Lin Yi. This made Gu Changsheng's heart more or less upset. On what grounds? Just because Lin Yi is the male lead, he can kill and set fire to gold belts and have the women in the entire novel surround him? Cut. I'll be the first to disagree. Forget it. I'll go back to the blue planet to enjoy myself after I finish the plot. What do I care? It's a fictional world after all. Gu Changsheng smelled the warm body fragrance that came to his face, and his hands gently massaged Qin Wuxuang's shoulders. It's so fragrant, like a rose scent, but not as warm. It seems to be a cinnamon scent, but it is extremely light. I think that's what is meant when it comes to the scent of a woman. His gaze followed Qin Wuxuang's jade-like goose neck down to the deep, bottomless gorges, causing his Dao heart to swirl a bit. That's sick. You can't do that. The other party is your own master. Raised me from a young age. Gu Changsheng cursed in her heart and withdrew her somewhat greedy gaze. But just at that moment, his own master's white, greasy, slender legs unconsciously appeared in his mind again. Scum! Stop messing with your head. At this rate, what's the difference with the male lead Lin Yi? Mu Umatba. Infinite Heavenly Father. 8 honors and 8 shames. PRC official moral guidelines. He distracted himself as much as he could to get his mind off the nonsense. Just then, a system beep sounded in his head. Ding! The current plot is complete. Score, 89. Mission reward, enlightenment increased by 20%. Physical qualification increased by 25%. Sword bone x1. The corners of Gu Changsheng's mouth twitched as she thought. That's fine? Score 89? Not high, but not low either. With the heroine's persona running away with her, Ito score on her own so floodgate points. 89. One must go back to Blue Star and become an actor to do so. Even if you can't do a big play, you can do a short play. Nope. He's the richest man back at Blue Star himself. And shoot a dara. Wouldn't it be nice to invest in a movie company? Power on the left. Reba on the right. With Tang Yan and Tian Xian sitting on her lap. Mezzo. That said, this world's Qin Wuxuang and Yi Qingcheng and the girls, either one of them was prettier than the stars of Blue Star. Wouldn't it be better to stay in this world for the sake of a woman? No. How can you have the idea of staying in this world? I'm a Blue Star, so naturally I'm going back to my own world. Just as Gu Changsheng was immersed in endless reverie, the system rewards began to be handed out. Shasta. He only felt that an ineffable, mysterious power seemed to have life, slowly rising from his sea of qi, and then spreading to all his limbs and bones with the speed of the wind and lightning. Wherever he passed, it was like a spring breeze brushing the willow, washing away every cell and every meridian in his body. As this power continued to penetrate deeper and deeper, Gu Changsheng could clearly feel his flesh being quenched. What this quenching brought was not pain, but rather a hearty comfort that immersed his body and mind in a marvelous realm. At the same time, he found that his spiritual platform gradually became clear and lucid, as if a layer of fog had been suddenly dispersed, and things that were previously obscure and difficult to understand could be easily understood at this moment. What surprised Gu Changsheng even more was that inside his body, A piece of sword bone covered in strange runes had emerged. This sword bone emitted a faint glow and fused perfectly with his own bones. The fit was seamless, and along with the manifestation of the sword bone, his physical body began to undergo a series of subtle and astonishing changes. The original face was quite handsome, and at this time, it even added a few points of sword immortal temperament. Strange. How do you walk a plot and give so many rewards? If my own strength improves, how can Linny still step on me? Unico, what do you mean by that? Gu Changsheng communicated with the system in his mind. Host, please rest assured that this system will never do anything that interferes with the plot of the novel. What's the point of giving me a power-up if it doesn't interfere with the plot of the novel? Isn't this giving Linny strength? Inexplicable. System, you better not be lying to me, or I'm not done with you. Disciple, why do I feel that your aura has changed somewhat? Qin Wushuang, whose eyes were originally slightly closed, suddenly opened her beautiful eyes and looked at Gu Changsheng and asked. No. Gu Changsheng was like a student caught in the act of cheating, stumbling over his words. Everyone has their secrets, and you don't need to worry about them. Qin Wushuang revealed an evil smile. She now had insight into the future karma, and Gu Changsheng was an important part of it, so he certainly wouldn't be an idle person. If you wanted to fight against the son of Qi, you definitely had to have powerful means to do so. Seeing that Master Teacher didn't dwell on this matter, Gu Changsheng also relaxed. He blamed the system somewhat. There was no time to give out rewards. In case Qin Wushuang noticed his abnormality, he might suspect that he had been taken over or something like that. We'll be in big trouble then. Back from the master, he returned to his place, took a hot shower, and was about to take a nice nap when there was a knock at the door. Gu Changsheng was a little displeased in her heart, not letting anyone sleep in the middle of the night. Who? He asked in a no-nonsense manner. Eldest brother. It's me. Qingyao. Are you asleep? Su Qingyao's voice came from outside the door, making him a bit puzzled. In the middle of the night, what was this little ninny doing looking for him when she wasn't sleeping? I'm going to bed. Anything tomorrow. Gu Changsheng was indeed tired today, having played a bondage game with Yi Qingcheng during the day and coming back to give his master a half-day massage. Not only is it physically exhausting, but it's mentally exhausting as well. Su Qingyao hated him the most in the original novel, not only because Gu Changsheng had spied on her in the shower and groped her ass, but also because she was a love brain. After being forced to lower her intelligence by Lin Yi's protagonist aura, she fell in love with Lin Yi. In the end, he even went so far as to use himself as bait, making an immortal jump with Lin Yi and almost pitting Gu Changsheng to death. It's chilling to think about. Today, the other party's expression was a bit abnormal, and actually changed his icy attitude towards himself from the past. On the way back to the Purple Cloud Peak, he had been holding his arm's senior brother long and short, almost making him think that the other party was trying to give him a beauty trick. It was only the fact that there was still a long time to go before that episode that somewhat reassured him. I had expected the other party to hear his words and leave in good humor. Unexpectedly, Su Qingyao said with supplication in her tone. Elder brother, my heart hurts. I know you're well versed in healing. Can you take a look for me? When did I become proficient in medicine? Don't you lie without a draft? Su Qingyao had said so. If he didn't let the other party in, it would be more or less unkind. Gu Changsheng sighed softly, got up and put on a piece of clothing, then got up and opened the door for him. The door just opened. Without saying a word, Su Qingyao jumped into Gu Changsheng's arms. Chapter 9, Sneak Attack. Senior sister, you were fine when I saw you before. Why does your heart suddenly hurt? When Gu Changsheng saw Su Qingyao jump into his arms without saying a word, he was really flattered. The original dexterous hands were now so stiff that they didn't know where to put them. According to taking care of Eternal Life's persona, he should have been very lewd and hugged the other party, up and down, especially touching ass. You can say that Gu Changsheng is horny, but you can't say that Gu Changsheng has poor vision. He can pinpoint the other guy's strengths. For example, Su Qingyao's buttocks. That's really warped. But the happiness came so suddenly that it gave him a feeling of unreality. It always felt like something was wrong. No, it was Su Qingyao's behavior that was perverse. She should obviously hate herself. So why was she so forthcoming today? Moreover, she had been able to accurately find herself and Yi Qingcheng's location before, so it must have been Lin Yi who told her. Can't go wrong. Gu Changsheng thought confidently. How could he have known that Su Qingyao already knew the future karma and had some sort of desire to atone for Gu Changsheng's sins? Su Qingyao was saved by Qin Wushuang. The village she lived in was attacked by a demonic beast, and the entire village died, leaving only Su Qingyao, who was still in her swaddling clothes, to be spared by her parents, who hid her inside the stove. When Qin Wushuang had killed all the demonic beasts, he heard the cries and brought her back to Violet Cloud Peak, becoming the second disciple after Gu Changsheng. It could be said that Su Qingyao was watched by Gu Changsheng as he grew up. The feelings are there naturally. After this, but because of all the misunderstandings, it makes her have many misunderstandings towards her elder brother. Every time Gu Changsheng instructed her on her cultivation, Su Qingyao always subconsciously thought that he was eating her tofu, which, coupled with the rebelliousness of adolescence, caused the two to drift apart. Eldest brother, try me, my heart is beating so fast. Su Qingyao tilted her head, her handsome little face carrying a touch of scarlet, not to mention how tantalizing it was. It's not right. I'll try your heartbeat. Wouldn't that be on top of the white rabbit? It's not right. According to the memories that the system had given him, when he instructed Su Qingyao in cultivation on his own on weekdays, touching his hand would be met with blank stares from him. Now that he's actually letting himself in, there must be something wrong. As to what the purpose is, Gu Changsheng wouldn't be able to figure it out. Just feel the scalp tingle. Eldest brother, why are you looking at Qingyao like that? Did I do something wrong? Su Qingyao's beautiful eyes stared straight into Gu Changsheng's eyes, which in turn made him somewhat embarrassed. No way. One is a villain. One has to respect the persona. Thinking of this, Gu Changsheng gritted her teeth and placed her hand on its chest. He just put it on shallowly and didn't let it go too far. But instead of any nervousness, Su Qingyao shrugged her not-so-proud breasts. Gu Changsheng's scalp tingled as if she had been electrocuted. A touch that begs for it. It's that easy to feel? According to the depiction in the original novel, Gu Changsheng had never touched any woman's white rabbit until he died. I can't believe I ran into it so easily now. And it's still the heroine Su Qingyao's. Could this be welfare? In order to maintain his persona, the corners of his mouth twitched, forcing out a lewd smile, and said, then let eldest senior brother listen to your heartbeat properly before considering how to heal you. If it were in the past, Gu Changsheng would have gotten a mouthful of iron. Then Su Qingyao would still cry with pearly blossoms and run to Qin Wushuang to tell him off. It caused him to be grounded for half a month and 20 days. Eldest senior brother, is my heart beating fast? Su Qingyao asked somewhat shyly. Gu Changsheng swallowed his saliva and said, it is indeed faster than normal people. It seems that something went wrong during the cultivation. I have meditation pills here. I'll give you one. Gu Changsheng took out an aromatic pill from his storage bag and handed it to Su Qingyao. Su Qingyao didn't take it, but instead tilted her head. Her sandalwood mouth slightly opened, allowing Gu Changsheng to feed her. Ahem. Gu Changsheng's old face blushed as he put the elixir into Su Qingyao's mouth. Who knew that Su Qingyao had taken his finger in? Holy! A warm sensation traveled from her fingertips to her spiritual platform, and Gu Changsheng felt an unprecedented stimulation. Fingers are nerve endings, especially sensitive. It was such a hit that it almost broke its defense. In hell, I'm a meditator. It's not some kind of winks. Give me what the hell. Elder sister, loosen your mouth. This is my hand, not a pig's hoof. Boo! Gu Changsheng even made a boing sound when she withdrew her finger. Su Qingyao laughed like a little witch and said in a somewhat provocative manner, eldest senior brother, is that all you have the guts for? Where are the guts that used to spy on me in the shower? I didn't spy on you in the shower. It was all a misunderstanding. Gu Changsheng stammered up. Do you feel better after taking the meditation pill? Gu Changsheng hurriedly changed the topic. It's slightly better. It's just that recently the mountains are often infested with rats. I'm scared. I'm going to sleep here in senior brother's place. Su Qingyao mischievously sat on Gu Changsheng's bed in one go, seemingly ready to linger. Looking at the dumbfounded Gu Changsheng, Su Qingyao, however, covered Gu Changsheng's quilt over her body and said, eldest senior brother, when I was little, you were the one who put me to sleep. Qingyao still wants eldest brother to put me to sleep, Su Qingyao said in a petulant manner. Gu Changsheng looked at Su Qingyao, who was lying under his own blanket, and his entire body was dumbfounded. What's she up to? Is it rewarding yourself? Happiness comes so suddenly, but you're just a villain. And this is the kind of plot that even begonia novels wouldn't dare to write about. His handsome face actually had a crying expression on it. I'm a villain, so I should respect the persona. Since Su Qingyao was giving himself a hard time, then he should give Su Qingyao a lesson. Thinking of this, Gu Changsheng, who was a good young man of the Blue Star in his previous life, forced himself to hold back the discomfort in his heart, revealing a lewd smile as he sat down on the edge of the bed with a wicked grin. Good. Let elder brother put you to sleep. Su Qingyao didn't seem to be as relaxed as she said on her lips, and after seeing Gu Changsheng sit over, she pulled the quilt back, only revealing her head. A lovely pair of big eyes that you can't help but pick. Eldest senior brother. Su Qingyao wanted to speak. She muttered in her heart, Su Qingyao. Su Qingyao, eldest brother has paid so much for you. Why did you back out at the critical time? Hadn't you already thought of handing yourself over to eldest brother? Coward. Su Qingyao bit her lip, as if she had made some sort of determination, and suddenly raised her head and kissed Gu Changsheng on the cheek. The sudden attack caught Gu Changsheng off guard. Something must be wrong somewhere. System, get your ass out here. Gu Changsheng shouted in his heart. Ding. Host, please speak. What's going on with Su Qingyao's persona? Host, please don't worry. There's no problem with Su Qingyao's persona. All that and no questions? No questions asked. Gu Changsheng wanted to ask the system again, but the other party played dead. Fine. Just play dead for me, right? I asked myself. Qingyao, the sneak attack just now was just a one-time thing, and it won't happen again. Gu Changsheng touched his cheeks and said in mock anger. Su Qingyao responded with silence. Do you know Lin Yi from Taishan Peak? Gu Changsheng asked tentatively. When Su Qingyao heard Gu Changsheng ask about Lin Yi, she hesitated slightly before saying, I only know Yi Qingcheng as a disciple of Taishan Peak. This one called Lin Yi is the first time I've seen him today. Gu Changsheng noticed the problem from Su Qingyao's hesitation. She's lying. It seems the two have known each other for a long time. Did Lin Yi make her do all this today? That kind of makes sense. You're playing a trick on me, aren't you? It seems that there is more to this fictional world than just yourself selling out to maintain your persona. Lin Yi is equally very dedicated. Since we have such a good opponent, this is a scene that we definitely have to play along with. Senior sister. You've seen it today. Lin Yi is an enemy of senior brother at every turn, and he's often spreading rumors about me in front of Yi Qingcheng, so you must avenge senior brother. Gu Changsheng pretended to be aggrieved. At the mention of seeking revenge on Lin Yi, Su Qingyao immediately came into the spirit. In the picture of the future she saw in her mind, Lin Yi had caused the destruction of the Holy Land of Green Destiny and the destruction of the living for his own selfish reasons, which was simply a great crime, and very unfocused on relationships, chasing after one slag. She's also a victim, being cheated emotionally by this scum Lin Yi, foolishly waiting for the other party to come and pick her up. But this scumbag took Morong Shui, the holy daughter of the Central Continent Holy Temple, with him to ascend to the upper realm and left her in this realm. Later, when Lin Yi had incurred a powerful force in the upper realm, the other party couldn't find Lin Yi and came to the lower realm to kill her to vent their anger. Although Lin Yi had avenged herself in the end, she had ultimately paid by mistake. Lin Yi, since I know the future, I certainly can't let you have your way. Chapter 10, Love Compulsion. Eldest brother, do you want me to kill Lin Yi? Su Qingyao's eyes flashed with a few points of killing intent as she looked seriously at Gu Changsheng and asked. Gu Changsheng didn't expect her to react so strongly. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he hurriedly said, Nonetheless, this kind of villain, senior brother, I don't care to bother with him. Killing him would be even less of an option. Kill him? He's a man of destiny. Can he be killed? I'm lucky if I don't get killed. But Su Qingyao's behavior today was really a bit abnormal. He definitely couldn't keep her here. Otherwise come a ferry and maybe get yourself off the line early. Besides, there's quite a bit more of him tomorrow, so how can he have a great rendition if he doesn't get refreshed? Being a professional actor, you certainly don't touch fish. Thinking of this, he said with a straight face, Qingyao, don't be naughty. In the past elder brother coaxed you to sleep. How old were you then? Now you are 16. If you sleep here, it's fine for people to gossip about me, but it's not good for you to be a girl. Besides, there's a morning class tomorrow, so hurry back to bed, or else elder brother will get angry. Gu Changsheng pretended to have a rather stern tone. Looking at him like this, Su Qingyao, although some fondness, but still from the bed down, some grudgingly said, I just want to be accompanied by senior brother. If not tomorrow senior brother accompanied me to go under the mountain market to buy a little rouge water powder it. This, Gu Changsheng mused, thinking that there was no such plot in the original novel. This falls into the category of added drama. It'll have to be an extra charge for that. If senior brother doesn't agree, I won't leave. Su Qingyao made a gesture to take off her skirt, scaring Gu Changsheng into hastily agreeing. Good. It is considered that senior brother is afraid of you. Tomorrow accompany you to buy rouge and powder. So okay? I knew elder brother was the best. With that, Su Qingyao gave Gu Changsheng on his mouth in a swift and easy manera boop. So moist. So sweet. Is this a perk I should have as a villain? Is it a big gift from me for traveling hard? Forget about it. Gu Changsheng, in order to restore his persona, deliberately licked his lips and said, Senior sister, what a sweet mouth. So what if I don't know about the scented tongue? I won't tell you. Sure fu. I'll see you tomorrow. Then he revealed a lewd expression, frightening Su Qingyao, who made a face at him and ran away as if she was a little elf. After Su Qingyao left, Gu Changsheng tossed and turned, unable to sleep. The persona of one's senior sister is not right. She was the one who hated herself the most in the original story, and later set up all sorts of schemes with Lin Yi and the two of them to trap her. What's the deal with the unsolicited kisses now? To say it's not cool would certainly be a lie. Gu Changxing tossed and turned as she recalled the feeling she had just experienced. Could it be that I wasn't reading the book carefully and missed these little episodes? Forget it, don't think about it. Anyway, as long as his own persona doesn't fall apart, sooner or later the world lines will be bunched together. There's still some time before the next main quest, so it's a good time to do the side quests and give yourself a good taste of the joy of traveling. The last time he traveled through the plot ended too quickly, and he was offline in less than 50 chapters. There was absolutely no engagement whatsoever. This time, he or she is a pre-existing villain with 100 chapters of drama and has to live for a while. I hope the male and female leads will fight for their lives, especially Lin Yi, the hanging hair. Don't give you a chance and be useless yourself. Su Qingyao, who had left from Gu Changsheng, returned to her room with a wicked smile on her face. Ha ha, eldest brother, you are destined to belong to me. No one will ever try to snatch you away from me. Su Qingyao's eyes flashed with determination and possessiveness. Then she raised the corners of her mouth and muttered, eldest brother's kiss as well as his hair have already been obtained by me. The next step is to make the love silk compulsion. Saying that, Su Qingyao carefully pulled out a special talisman that emitted a strange glow. She gently imprinted her pink lips gently on top of that talisman, as if she was endowing it with some kind of special magic power. Immediately following, she picked up the vermilion brush at the side and with full concentration, she traced those mysterious and unpredictable runes on the talisman. The method of making love silk compulsion was purchased by Su Qingyao from a reputable compulsion master at great expense. When Su Qingyao finished drawing the last rune, she quickly got up and began to carefully set up a complex and subtle spell formation inside the house. She then took out a delicate jade bottle from her bosom and carefully placed a few strands of Gu Changxing's dark hair into it. Then, she clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and mouthed the words, love threads lead, love threads gather, love threads enter the bottle, sealing without trace. Accompanied by her clear and pleasant incantation, an invisible force gradually converged into that jade bottle. After completing this step, Su Qingyao did not stop moving. She reached into her arms again, this time removing a small, delicate insect cage. Inside the cage, a greenish, crystal clear parasite was squirming restlessly. Su Qingyao opened the insect cage and gently flicked out the parasite before placing it with Gu Changxing's hair in the bottle. Immediately following, she took a deep breath and continued to recite the incantation. Love threads melt, love threads merge, love threads enter the worm, turning it into a love compulsion. As the incantation continued to be chanted, an increasingly dazzling green light emanated from the parasite, gradually fusing with Gu Changxing's hair. When all the steps were successfully completed, Su Qingyao slowly opened her eyes, a wry smile spreading across her face. She gazed at the jade bottle and the parasites in front of her, and secretly thought in her heart, eldest senior brother, in a short while, you'll be in my pocket. She couldn't help but giggle out loud at the thought, her laughter echoing throughout the room for a long time. Meanwhile, Gu Changsheng, who had just fallen asleep, snapped his eyes open. Headache, he rubbed his head, trying to ease the stinging pain coming from it. Luckily the feeling soon faded and he cursed as he fell asleep again. Chapter 11 Green Jade City. Xiao Chui, tell us what kind of person Gu Changsheng is in your mind. Ever since returning to Tai Xian Peak, Yi Qingcheng was a little preoccupied, and then asked Xiao Chui, the personal maid behind her who was combing her hair. This, Xiao Chui seemed to have some difficult words to say. Say whatever is in your heart. Yi Qingcheng encouraged. Xiao Chui bit her lip and said, Gu Changxing's senior brother of Purple Cloud Peak, looks very handsome, and is also very infatuated with the lady, but it is the character well. Speaking of which, Xiao Chui wore an expression that was hard to explain. Sure enough, this is how the world misunderstands Gu Changxing. If there was no plot in his mind that foreshadowed the future, he himself must have viewed brother Changxing as Xiao Chui did. All of them were blinded by prejudice and had no idea of brother Everlasting's good intentions. She murmured inwardly, Lin Yi is the baddest big bad under the sky. The heavenly fury descends. It's this bastard who stole the Devil's Abyss Tower from the 9 Underworld Abyss, luring the 10 great devil sects to besiege the holy land of Green Underworld, causing countless elders and disciples to perish. So many people paid for Lin Yi's behavior while he hid himself. He waited until the Devil's Path was repelled by the alliance of the Righteous Path before he returned to the Holy Land, and he even put on an air of righteousness, saying something about how 3 years later, he would definitely go to the 9 Underworld Abyss to take revenge. When he waited until 3 years later, he led the Righteous Alliance to attack the 9 Underworld Abyss, and after defeating the 10 great devil sects, he instead didn't drive them to extinction. Why? Because of having eyes for the devil sect's holy maiden. By Qianye, the two fall into a broken little world and start living as a duo. This directly led to the 10 great devil sects of the 9 Underworld Abyss once again amassing their strength to slaughter all of the Green Underworld sacred ground as well as the Yi family. Linny is the lone star of Heaven's fury. Anyone who creates a karmic bond with him will have no good end. He will only suck everyone's chi dry and step on the corpses of countless people to walk to the peak of his life. Shameless. Unforgivable. When Yi Qingqing thought of these future images in her mind, the anger within her heart could not be quelled, and her eyes were slightly moist. Brother everlasting. The world is drunk, but only brother Changsheng is awake alone. You're the bravest retrograde. You're the only one who can see that Linny is by no means a good person, so you fight against him all by yourself and bear everyone's disapproval. Everyone misunderstood you, including me. I was so stupid, so foolish, so naive. She was a little overwhelmed by the thought, and tears flowed from her eyes. Why are you crying? Miss, did I say something wrong? Xiao Chui saw Yi Qingqing suddenly cry and was so frightened that she was at a loss for words. None of your business. You go down first. Yi Qingqing waved her hand and Xiao Chui retreated with a bewildered face. When Xiao Chui left, Yi Qingqing's entire body became icy cold, and a murderous intent came out of her beautiful eyes. Linny. The following morning, the sky had just broken, and the morning sunlight poured through the windows. The door to Gu Changxing's room was suddenly pushed open with force, and a playful figure was standing at the edge of his bed. This person was none other than Su Qingyao, and she had obviously gone through some careful dressing today. A long pale green dress. The length of the skirt was just right, just enough to reveal her white as snow, slender as jade legs, attracting infinite reverie. 3,000 green silks were softly draped behind her, and on top of her head she wore a delicate and lovely hairband, adding a bit more playfulness and spirituality. At the moment, Gu Changxing did not have the heart to appreciate the beauty of the beautiful woman in front of him. Last night, he had been suffering from a severe headache that came every now and then, and he had barely managed to close his eyes until it was almost dawn. Now although he had woken up, the whole person still looked listless and in a very poor state of mind. He was completely unclear as to what exactly caused this headache, and thought that it was due to some sort of mistake he had made while cultivating. Xing Yao, you've come too early, haven't you? I'm still a bit groggy here. Gu Changsheng said sleepily to Su Qingyao while rubbing his eyes and yawning. It's sunrise and you're still in bed. Don't forget that yesterday you promised to accompany me to the marketplace. Su Qingyao said petulantly, while reaching out and pulling Gu Changsheng's arm, forcefully yanking him out of the warm comforter. Gee whiz. I'm scared of you, my little ancestor. Gu Changsheng muttered helplessly, sitting up with great reluctance and beginning to slowly put on his robes. Then after simply washing up again, he was pulled by the anxious Su Qingyao and hurriedly set off together towards Qingyu City. Since both of them were cultivators, they naturally wouldn't leg it. They each summoned their own flying swords and lightly stepped onto them. Flying away in the air, only two sword lights were seen crossing the sky like meteors, instantly disappearing into the distance. Jade City, belonging to the Dacian dynasty, it was the closest major city to the holy land of Qingdian. The two of them rode their swords for just half an hour before arriving in this city. Handsome men and women walking down the street would naturally attract a lot of attention. There were many immortal cultivators in the city, and people didn't feel it was that unusual for Gu Changxing and Su Qingyao to come with their swords. Gu Changxing was just like all men. With regards to shopping, that was very resistant. Su Qingyao, however, was full of interest, buying sugar gourds at the refreshment stand one moment, and picking up trinkets at the grocery store the next. It's as if it has boundless energy. On the contrary, Gu Changxing had two panda eyes and was listless, being dragged by Su Qingyao through stall after stall, totally unaware of the many men casting envious glances. Su Qingyao is so beautiful, coupled with the offbeat temperament brought about by cultivation. Many men drooled at the sight of her. Wow! The pavilion of gathering immortals. Su Qingyao looked at the luxurious restaurant in front of her, a look of surprise on her face. On weekdays, she was focused on cultivation, and she had always restrained her appetite. But today, it was rare for her to go out and relax, so she naturally wanted to enjoy a gourmet feast. This Gathering Immortal Pavilion is the largest and most prestigious eatery in Green Jade City, and its specialties are rumored to be highly praised even by the current emperor of Deqian after tasting them. Gu Changxing on the side didn't have any objections to this. He preferred to sit down quietly and enjoy a hearty meal compared to the physically and energetically draining activity of shopping. Looking from afar, the Juxiange Pavilion with flying eaves is simple and elegant. After walking in, its interior decoration is even more glorious. Whether it is the exquisite murals on the walls or the meticulous carvings on the tables and chairs, all highlight the luxury of the Gathering of Immortals Pavilion. They had just stepped into the store's door, and a boy immediately greeted them, his face filled with a warm smile. Welcome to the two guests visiting the store. Please go inside. The boy ushered in every day. All kinds of guests to see a lot. Practiced a pair of fiery eyes. Just a glance will be able to roughly determine the status of the guests. At this moment, seeing that Gu Changxing was dressed in luxurious clothes and had an extraordinary demeanor, and Su Qingyao was even more beautiful. It was already clear in his heart that these two were by no means ordinary people. Gu Changsheng looked around before speaking. Please help us arrange a seat by the window that is relatively quiet. After saying that, he reached out and pulled out a piece of white silver from his pocket and handed it to the boy. The boy subconsciously took a look, and his eyes instantly glared round. A whole 10 taels. He simply could not believe his eyes. Usually, although I have seen many guests who are generous, but like this is such a large amount of silver money is really rare to the extreme. You know, these 10 taels of silver could be worth a month's reward for his hard work. For a while, the boy was so excited that his hands trembled slightly. Chapter 12 I don't create plots. I'm just a plot mover. Room 1 of the heavenly character. Your 2 guests. The boy sang the number loudly and guided the 2 of them, Gu Changsheng and Su Qingyao, to the luxurious private room at the very center of the 2nd floor. Inside the private room, the decorations were even more lavish. The tables, chairs and furniture made of spiritually scented wood give off a flavor that is refreshing. From here, the 1st floor theater can be seen from above. The location is very good. After the 2 of them were seated, the boy was attentive and offered tea and fruit. I can see that the bounty just now worked very well. Gu Changsheng was very generous, and it was no wonder that the son of the immortal Gu family was naturally generous with his hands. When they ordered their meals, Su Qingyao looked at Gu Changsheng, smiled sweetly and said, Eldest senior brother, look what's in my eyes. There's eye poop? Gu Changsheng deliberately joked. Hate. Stinky senior brother. People only have you in their eyes. Su Qingyao pouted. Gu Changsheng. This earthy love story is more than a little cheesy. He found himself with a strange feeling. When I looked at Su Qingyao today, my heart was thumping, as if it was the feeling of first love. Thumping? Are you kidding me? How did I get my heart pounding for the heroine? I have a lot of respect for the actor's self-cultivation, and falling in love with the heroine is something that could never happen to him or her. He soothed himself. Just then, a young girl with outstanding appearance dressed in a gorgeous and incomparable costume lightly walked onto the stage. She clutched a delicate lute in her arms, and after she had blessed herself toward the crowd, she sat down in a chair, and not far from the little girl sat a slightly stooped old man. The old man is the young girl's grandfather, and the 2 are paired up for the show. As a melodious pipa sound slowly resounded, it was like celestial music reverberating through the air. The little girl's vermilion lips gently opened, and her wonderful and gentle singing voice instantly spread throughout the entire venue. Her voice is clear and pleasant, just like an oriole singing in the branches, and like a clear spring flowing through the mountains, which makes people intoxicated and unable to extricate themselves. Some of the audience members were feasting on the delicious food, while others were leisurely savoring the fine wines and spirits, while all were immersed in the moving songs. At this moment, eating and drinking plus listening to such beautiful music is undoubtedly the ultimate pleasure. Gu Changsheng and Su Qingyao in the upstairs private room were like a sweet little couple in love, quietly listening to the song and pipa of the little girl on stage. The little girl's singing voice is not only beautiful, but also sincere, especially when she sang the deep love and longing for her hometown. It touched the heartstrings of everyone present. When Gu Changsheng heard this, he couldn't help but feel a strong wave of homesickness welling up in his heart. He thought of his home in Blue Star and his family and friends at home. Unconsciously, his eyes were slightly moist, and a faint trace of sadness appeared on his face. Su Qingyao, who was on the side, keenly noticed the change in Gu Changsheng's expression, and understood that this song must have evoked memories deep within his heart. So she couldn't help but move closer to Gu Changsheng's side, and gently leaned her head on his shoulder. Sensing Su Qingyao's movements, Gu Changsheng slightly glanced sideways at the beautiful person leaning on his shoulder, but he didn't open his mouth to speak. Only the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a gentle smile. He found the atmosphere and feeling really wonderful, as if time had stood still for the moment. What the hell? I came here to eat to have fun. What are you singing about? Just as the crowd was listening in rapt attention, a person's shout came from the sky-type private room next to Gu Changsheng's and theirs. The discordant sound immediately swept away the beautiful atmosphere. Gu Changsheng frowned slightly, her heart somewhat displeased. Su Qingyao sensed the displeasure in Gu Changsheng's heart, and there were a few points of killing intent in her gaze. How dare you disturb eldest brothers listening to a song? Looking for death? Me so. Su Qingyao fiercely got up and drew out her bisui sword and was ready to slaughter the person next door who was ruining the atmosphere. He was stopped by Gu Changsheng and said, "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to kill this asshole." The corners of Gu Changsheng's mouth twitched slightly, thinking to himself, why is senior sister so impulsive lately? She wasn't like this before. There was something strange in his mind. He pulled him back into his seat and said, "The mouth is on the person. Let him say what he says. How many of these people can we kill? Besides, killing a mortal is a chastisement in the Holy Land." Su Qingyao was obviously still angry and said hatefully, "So what if I'm chastised? I'm not afraid to die for the sake of eldest senior brother. Upon hearing this, the corners of Gu Changxing's mouth twitched once again. What a thing to say. Don't say it again. Best not to say it. It doesn't fit your persona at all. Will you grow a pair? Gu Changxing forcibly pressed her into her seat. Then said, those of us who cultivate immortals must be broad-minded and have a big belly that can tolerate the world's intolerable things before we can do so. Qingyao just doesn't want senior brother to spoil the fun. Su Qingyao pouted. Gu Changsheng always felt a subtle change in his heart at the moment, and seemed to have a favorable impression of the youngest senior sister in front of him. It didn't exclude her from pampering herself, even though he knew it would make the persona crumble. He just couldn't say no inside. Looking at Su Qingyao leaning her head against himself, he actually felt a dark pleasure in his heart. But the trees want to be quiet, but the wind won't stop. The man in the next room seems to be a bit overbearing. The more he talks, the more he gets, and actually rushes downstairs to the stage, and then moves on the little girl. Little girl, can you sing 18 touches? The little girl shook her head timidly. Where's the know-it-all? The man is still not relentless. With a lecherous face, began to pull the sleeves of the little girl. Scared the little girl hurriedly hide behind the old man. In a large wine shop, no one actually dared to come forward to stop this man. Little brother. Who is this person and why is he so brutal yet no one dares to stop him? Gu Changxing called the boy to inquire. The boy also dared to be angry. Sighed and said, guests do not know. This person's surname is Gue. Called Gue Dan. It is the young master of the Gue family, the largest family in the Green Jade City. And on weekdays, relying on the fact that his father is the city lord, he acts as a bully. Hearing this, Gu Changxing's face was a bit grave. He thought of the original novel, where there was a storyline where Linny violently beat up the evil youth of Qingyu City. One of the villains is this person. That's quite a coincidence. He had planned to teach this Fong a lesson, but when he thought that the other party was Lin Yi's experience pack, he gave up on the idea. I don't create plots. I'm just a plot mover. Chapter 13 Swindlers. Gue Dan was only finally able to stop after the kind words of the owner of the liquor store. Being disturbed by him like this, Gu Changsheng and Su Qingyao's excitement was greatly reduced, and their hearts were very unhappy. However, since the other party was Lin Yi's experience pack, Gu Changsheng was not in a position to strike at him. The two of them left after eating a few specialties from the Gathering of Immortals restaurant, continuing to wander along the marketplace. Qingyao, wait for me. Gu Changsheng seemed to see something of interest, so she turned around and walked towards a stall. It didn't take long for him to return with a large bunch of candy canes. Try it. It's your favorite sugar gourd from when you were a kid. Gu Changsheng handed it to Su Qingyao. Su Qingyao received the sugar gourd, and a warmth surged in her heart. The eyes moistened up a bit. Ever since she was young and went to the mountains, it was her elder brother who took care of her. Whenever she was sad and upset, it was Gu Changsheng who bought sugar gourds to cheer her up. Looking at the favorite sugar gourd in her hand, Su Qingyao's heart was even more determined to guard her big brother. Such a kind-hearted eldest brother. No one can hurt or take away from himself. He belongs only to himself. Thinking of this, she bit down hard on a sugar plum, saying as she ate, so sweet. Eldest brother, you eat too. Su Qingyao asked Gu Changxing to try it as well, so the two of them ate one by one. It was like a couple. I don't know. It was all being watched in secret. It was the person Yi Qingcheng had sent to spy on Gu Changxing. The two of them wandered around the market for a while longer, buying a lot of rouge and water powder as well as clothes and jewelry. Su Qingyao seemed a bit uninterested, but Gu Changxing had long since lost interest. There's business to be done. You can't spend all your time on these things. At Gu Changxing's insistence, the two flew back to Purple Cloud Peak. Eldest senior brother, thank you for accompanying me to the marketplace. Qingyao was very happy. Su Qingyao was still a little bit attached to Gu Changxing's hand and had endless words to say. Are you happy, eldest brother? Of course I'm happy. Gu Changxing nodded. It's getting late. Eldest brother should rest early. Qingyao is leaving. Su Qingyao smiled sweetly towards Gu Changxing and turned around to walk away like a lively deer. Gu Changxing looked at Su Qingyao's back, his heart rippling with some anticipation of further contact with her. It made him feel weird. I don't know why I'm growing to like this little girl and have further thoughts. Stirring up eldest brothers listening to the song is a crime that deserves death. The Su Qingyao who left did not return to her cave, but her gaze became cold and stern. Inside Green Jade City, a straggling Cockney man, walking staggeringly, obviously drunk, with a few henchmen behind him. Sir, you can slow down. Your body is very precious. If you bump into something, the little ones can't afford it. A few of his men went forward to support the eunuch, fearing that he would fall. This person was none other than Gue Dan, the one who caused trouble at the Gathering of Immortals building, and he had drunk a lot of wine. Gue Dan seemed interested and said to his men, it's still early. What's next on the program? A few girls have come to Jade Fragrance House, all of them of the finest quality. It is said that some high official of the court was executed for offending the emperor, and his wife and daughter were sold into prostitution. A lewd-looking henchman said. Not much interest. All reduced to prostitution and the wives and daughters of high officials. I like it unboiled. Gue Dan bristled, seemingly uninterested in his subordinate's offer. Master Gong, see you have some interest in the little girl who sang the song today? The other henchman seemed to be somewhat enlightened and asked lewdly. Gue Dan's face suddenly came to life and said, What's your plan? The little one knows where they come from, and they live in that hutong in front. It is from the east to escape. There is not much relationship and network in Qingyu City. The little girl who sings the song is still a yellow flower girl. We have already controlled the people. Do you want to have it tonight? Gongzi. Oh, you kid is resourceful. Lead the way. Let's eat some wild game today. Gue Dan's interest increased greatly. Old me drank a lot of spirit deer wine today. Jill is hard, so I need to find a chick to defeat the fire. The lewd henchman, seeing his master's interest, immediately led Gue Dan and the others towards the hutong where the little singing girl lived. Just as several people had just walked into the dark alleyway, a figure was already following them. He Lao Lu, are you leading us the wrong way? Why is this place so dark? Gue Dan always felt a chill on his back and asked. He Lao Lu said, Your Excellency. Yes, this is the place. Gue Dan had a vague bad feeling in the back of his mind, but the bonghard Gil overcame his reason. Thinking of the singing little girl's delectable appearance, coupled with the fact that no one in Green Jade City dared to mess with him, he boldly walked inside. Who? Just then, one of his men had sharp eyes and realized that a silhouette was blocking them in front. Gue Dan looked along the faint moonlight and there was indeed a figure, judging by height and build. It's a woman. Could it be the little girl who sang the song? Gue Dan was overjoyed in his heart. One of the men shouted toward the figure. What man? The man who killed you. The silhouette came from the woman's voice that was clear and cold with a murderous intent. Gue Dan froze for a moment and said, What do you mean? Don't you know who this Gongzi is? I don't care who you are. If you dare to make my eldest brother unhappy, then you have to die. This silhouette was none other than Su Qingyao. When she thought of Gue Dan disturbing Gu Changsheng's pleasure of listening to the song with herself, the more she thought about it, the more angry she became. So she decided to come and settle the other party. Who the hell are you? Gue Dan was a bit confused. Cut the crap and die for me. Gue Dan and the others were no better than ants in Su Qingyao's eyes. She just flicked her fingers a few times, and Gue Dan and the others' bodies exploded like balloons from the inside out. Flesh and blood are flying. Su Qingyao seemed to still be a bit unsettled, thinking that Gue Dan was doing wrong, and his city lord father must not be a good official either. Thinking of this, she decided to be a good person and send the Buddha to the west. In the meantime, inside the city lord's mansion, city lord Gue Wu was pushing a glass of wine with his master. Master Shifu's face was gloomy, and his body seemed to emanate a demonic aura. Lord Gue. Nowadays, the number of refugees in the city is increasing, especially in the eastern part of the city. There are already about 100,000 displaced people gathered. With such a large number of refugees gathered in one place, it is undoubtedly a huge hidden danger for our Qingyu city, the master said. But after Gue Wu heard this, not the slightest bit of worry surfaced on his face. On the contrary, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing an imperceptible sinister smile. A wry smile appeared on his face as he said to the master teacher, Wouldn't that be better? Tomorrow, you personally lead a team of men to the place where the refugees live and quietly bury the 10,000 souls cauldron. When it was late at night, the blood sacrifice formation would be activated immediately. Remember, this must be done without any knowledge of the incident, and not a single word must leak out. I'm going to use these innocent living souls as an offering to honor the Lord Sect Master of the Ghost Spirit Sect in exchange for the immortal elixir that can prolong one's life. When the master of the city lord's mansion heard this, a hint of magic light flashed in his eyes, and he busily nodded his head and responded, Your Excellency is wise. With such a large number of living souls to offer, I'm sure the Lord Sect Master will be pleased. By receiving the Sect Master's gift of immortal pills, even if you are unable to cultivate City Lord, you can still enjoy an extraordinary lifespan that is far beyond that of ordinary people. This seemingly loyal master-at-arms, in reality, he was an outer disciple of the Ghost Spirit Sect. Humph, as the lord of a city, he should have been concerned about the people, trying to find ways to rescue those suffering refugees and blessing a side with peace. But not only do you have no compassion, you even collude with that evil demonic path, not hesitating to kill countless innocent lives just to seek your own immortality. Such a heartless, life-hungry, stolen official like you is really a heinous crime, which heaven cannot condone, and really deserves death by 1,000 cuts. Chapter 14 Establishing a Divine Shrine for Gu Changsheng. Gue Wu and the housekeeper were discussing something unspeakable. When they heard someone talking in the cold, they were scared and shivered. Who is it? Gue Wu shouted towards the door as a thief. Gollum. The voice at the door didn't strike up a conversation, but rather the rounded object thrown in. Gue Wu took a closer look, so scared that he yelled out with an "Ah!" The master took 2 steps forward to see a bloody head. The head of the man was not a bystander, but Gue Dan, the only son of Gue Wu. Who the hell are you? Did you kill my son? Gue Wu was trembling with anger and his eyes were crimson red when he saw his only son being killed. The master sensed that the other party was coming from a bad place and seemed to be a cultivator. At once, he took out a skeleton-like magic weapon from his arms and looked at the door vigilantly. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that your time to die has come. Before the words fell, a young girl appeared in the room like a ghost. The young girl was none other than Su Qingyao, who emitted a faint glow around her body, her aura surging as if she was a fairy. You're an immortalist? Seeing that Su Qingyao was extraordinary, the master of the division immediately became grave. Using his demonic chi to catalyze the skeleton magic treasure in his hand, preparing to meet the battle. A devil Dao disciple of the Foundation Establishment realm dares to show off in front of me. Su Qingyao's left hand pinched her knuckles. 2 fingers of her right hand were like swords, gently pointing towards the master teacher. A cold aura shot out, and before the other party could offer his magic treasure, his head was chopped off by the sword chi, clean and uncluttered. Gue Wu watched the master's head fall to the ground, trembling with fear. I'm a mortal, and I'm also a court official. You can't kill me. Gue Wu knew that immortal cultivators had a rule that they could not kill mortals at will, unless they were great traitors and evil people. Are you even human? I'll kill you like a dog or a pig. Do you want to die or live? Su Qingyao asked coldly. Fairy, spare my life. My humble servant wants to live. Gue Wu rushed to his knees and begged for mercy. It's easy if you want to live. Just write down all your crimes with Master Shifu. Su Qingyao said coldly. This, Gue Wu mused. Swish. Ah. Su Qingyao didn't bother to talk nonsense with him. Her lotus root arm gently lifted. A cold aura flashed, directly slicing off 2 of his fingers in unison. Right with a broken finger. And if you hesitate again, next time it will be your dog's head. Upon hearing this, Gue Wu endured the immense pain coming from his fingertips and wrote down the crimes he committed with Master Shifu on a piece of paper. Fairy, is this okay? Su Qingyao looked at the guilty plea written in blood on the paper and nodded. Then can you spare my life? Gue Wu looked at Su Qingyao prayerfully. A flash of cunning flashed in Su Qingyao's eyes as she said, I didn't say I'd spare you from death. You colluded with the devil's way and killed people. You deserve to die. After saying that, she stuffed a parasite into Gue Wu's mouth. What's this? Gue Wu knew that the other party would definitely not give him anything good to eat, and tried to pick it out, but the parasites had already entered him. It's just a mind control compulsion, Su Qingyao said coldly. Then the mantra was recited under his breath. As the incantation rang out, Gue Wu's entire body froze in place, unable to move. Then Su Qingyao said in order, and Gue Wu, like a puppet, picked up his own sins as well as his son Gue Dan's head and walked towards the city tower. My lord, city lord, what are you? The guards were shocked to see Gue Wu carrying a bloody head. Upon further inspection, the head was actually Gue Dan's. It was even more shocking. I don't know what kind of drama the city lord is causing. Gather everyone in the city. I'm going to make an announcement to everyone. Gue Wu looked mute, as if he was a wooden man, and gave the order towards the guards. Although everyone was incredibly shocked, who dared to disobey the city lord's orders? So they were summoned around the city, and gradually everyone converged towards the city building here, wondering what important things the city lord had to announce. Soon, a huge swath of people gathered under the city wall, all looking at Gue Wu on the wall. Seeing that the people had almost come, Gue Wu began to talk about his sins with his son, such as bullying men and women, use children to make the life extension elixir, excessive taxes, deduction of military pay, misappropriation of funds earmarked for disaster relief, colluding with the devil's way, wanting to kill all 100,000 refugees in exchange for immortal pills and so on. After these words, the crowd below the walls exploded. Even his guards were gnashing their teeth. All day long, they say there is no military pay, but it turns out that it's all been embezzled by the city lord. Many of the refugees were also in the crowd, and when they heard that the city lord had colluded with the devil's way to try to kill them, they instantly understood why they had to be brought together. Everyone listen to me. I killed my own evil-doing son with my own hands, he said, and threw Gue Dan's head down from the city. The crowd gathered around to see the bloody head of Gue Dan. Many people had been bullied by him and even persecuted by him, and when they saw that he was now in a miserable state of death, they quenched a few mouthfuls towards the person's head. Evil has finally paid off. Painful. Everyone was a bit puzzled as to what was wrong with Gue Wu today. He was usually very protective. And the only reason Gue Dan dared to be so arrogant was because he was just relying on his old man. Why did Gue Wu kill his own son? It's really the sun coming out of the west. Just as the crowd was puzzled, Gue Wu's voice rang out once again. I was enlightened by senior brother Gu Changsheng of the Purple Cloud Peak of the Holy Land of Qingdao. And I finally understand that my previous actions were a great sin. And I feel a deep sense of repentance. I hereby declare, take out all the belongings within my city lord's mansion, part of which will be distributed as military pay and part of which will be used to provide relief to the victims. Everyone present looked at each other when they heard Gue Wu's words. The Holy Land of Green Destiny? Purple Cloud Peak? Gu Changsheng? It turned out that it was this immortal who made a move to make this abominable city lord repent here. It's also great that he's taken out all the property he's been embezzling. We will set up a tablet for this immortal called Gu Changsheng and make offerings day and night. Right. If it wasn't for this immortal, we'd still be in the dark and would end up dying without even knowing how. Just as the crowd was talking, Gue Wu threw the incriminating statement down from the citadel and jumped down with it himself. Bang! He landed hard and fell on his face. The city lord, who was usually a bully, had jumped to his death by himself. Apparently this was also enlightened by that immortal called Gu Changsheng, and only then did he die to atone for his sins. This made the people even more grateful, and once Gue Wu died, it was considered to have removed a major pest for Qingyu City. Someone took out a firecracker and set it off in the street. The guards of the city lord's mansion, led by the chief of guards, headed to the city lord's mansion to prepare to open the treasury to start distributing money and food. Everyone was elated and sang the praises of Gu Changsheng's great kindness. In the distance, a figure watched this from afar, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. Eldest brother, I will make you honored by all the nations. Chapter 15. The auction drama is about to begin. Taishan Peak. Yi Qingqing's cave mansion was golden and brightly lit. As Peak Master Yuan Jinzi's most beloved disciple and the eldest daughter of the everlasting clan's Yi family, her cave residence was of a high specification. She had a red sari and jade was brushing her hair. Her stunningly beautiful face was reflected in the mirror, and her beautiful eyes were like stars, shining brightly. 3,000 green silks like waterfalls, softly waving, set off her fairy-like temperament. The skin is as beautiful as the skin on the ground. Miss, today Gu Changsheng has been accompanying Su Qingyao all day long as she wanders around Qingyu City. They first bought a hairpin at the jewelry stall, and then they bought an osmanthus cake at the snack stall, and Su Qingyao even fed it to Gu Changsheng. A black-robed man was at the side, talking about Gu Changsheng's itinerary in great detail. Hearing that Su Qingyao actually strolled around Qingyu City with Gu Changsheng for a day, Yi Qingsheng was so angry that she shattered the bronze mirror with a palm. Damn Su Qingyao! How dare you hog brother Changsheng for a whole day? Unforgivable. Seeing how angry his lady was, the man in black was too scared to say much. Originally, he also wanted to talk about city lord Gue Wu and his son, but when he saw Yi Qingsheng this annoyed, he selectively hid it. Miss, why do you need to be so worried? Hasn't Mr. Gu already proposed to the Peak Master? Xiao Chui looked at Yi Qingsheng this angry and slowly enlightened. But Master Teacher is not on good terms with the Purple Cloud Peak Master. I'm afraid that he won't easily agree. And Su Qingyao, this little vixen, surrounds brother Changsheng all day long, so it's hard to guarantee that she won't cause brother Changsheng to fall in love with someone else. Miss, with your stunning face and talent, why are you so unsure? Mr. Gu has been pursuing you for a long time, so I don't think it's that easy to move on. This comforting obviously had some effect. Yi Qingqing's icy face instantly soothed a lot, and said faintly, that's true. How could brother Changsheng be the kind of man who sees things differently? But when he thought that Su Qingyao could see Gu Changsheng all day long, he felt a bit upset. Miss, recently, Wan Baolu was preparing to hold a large-scale auction, when it will bring out treasures that have been treasured for many years out for bidding. Why not take this opportunity to invite Mr. Gu to participate together? Wouldn't that make it easier to spend more time with him? Xiao Chui was like a military advisor, constantly giving Yi Qingqing ideas. Well, it's really a good idea. This spiritual rhinoceros treasure bead, it's very helpful for cultivation. I'll give it to you. Yi Qingqing was very satisfied with this idea and casually took out a bead and gave it to Xiao Chui. The spiritual rhinoceros treasure pearl that Yi Qingqing had casually given out was a spiritual artifact grade treasure, and when placed outside, it would have caused an uproar. After delivering the jade pendant, she turned her head again and said to the man in black, go and do something for me. Gu Changsheng, who had returned to his room, began to review the plot. According to the development of the storyline, after the minor climax of the kidnapping, the next step should be the auction of the House of 10,000 Treasures. Linny would hide in the shadows and have his iron friends secretly raise the price of all sorts of things to disgust Gu Changsheng and consume the spirit stones in his hands. harming Gu Changxing to buy a few unused magic treasures at a super high premium. She almost died on the spot from anger. It's hilarious to think about. He must have been forcefully demoralized by Lin Yi's protagonist aura. Otherwise, how could he have fallen for the same trick every time? Dang it! Lin Yi, on the other hand, pocketed an inconspicuous piece of red jade. This piece of red jade was a worthless ornament in the eyes of others, but in Lin Yi's eyes, it was a treasure of great value. Why is that? The old grandfather in his necklace recognized the object as the legendary dragon's blood jade. It contains a drop of true dragon's blood. By refining it, Lin Yi could awaken the 9-dragon emperor qi in his body. The 9 dragons emperor qi was a supreme qi fused with the imperial might of the heavenly Tao and the 9 elements yuan qi, symbolizing supreme authority and dominance. He who possesses the 9 dragons imperial qi can win the world. The flavor is too punchy for this old-timey cool routine, but it's much easier to have a plot to go off of than to circle the wagons with some heroine. With that thought, he organized his thoughts and fell into a deep sleep. In the meantime, in the humble dormitory of an ordinary disciple of Taishan Peak, Lin Yi was sitting with his eyes tightly closed and his knees crossed on top of the simple bed. He could only see his hands forming seals, with aura fluctuations vaguely surrounding his body. And he was obviously running the immortal rank technique 9 changes of burning sky that Blood Demon Z had imparted to him at full strength. Wisps of real fire visible to the naked eye were converging from all directions, like 100 rivers returning to the sea, competing to be the first to burrow into Lin Yi's body. And as these true flames continued to be absorbed and refined by him, Lin Yi's originally slightly thin breath gradually became majestic and thick. One must know that Lin Yi was endowed with the rare 9-yang body. This physique was born with an extraordinary affinity and control over fire attribute power, coupled with the immortal rank technique 9 changes of burning heaven that could constantly draw on the power of true fire to quench the physical body. The two complemented each other, making the speed of his cultivation enhancement nothing short of miraculous. In this short span of one night, Lin Yi's cultivation had unexpectedly broken through the bottleneck of the spirit sea realm like a bolt out of the blue, and he had entered the royal air realm in one fell swoop. The so-called sky realm, as the name suggests, means that the cultivator is already able to use his own powerful spiritual power to harness the void and soar freely in the sky, completely free from the constraints of gravity. Moreover, after reaching this realm, the manipulation of spiritual energy would even reach a level of extreme subtlety and accuracy. The remnant soul of the blood demon son, who had been hidden in the necklace and observing Lin Yi's cultivation, was also shocked to see Lin Yi cultivating at such an astonishing rate. He couldn't help but open his mouth and boast, "TSK TSK TSK TSK, is worthy of being the person that the old man holds in high regard, truly a supreme genius." Hearing Blood Demon Z's heartfelt praise and appreciation of himself, the corners of Lin Yi's mouth rose slightly, revealing a confident and slightly light-hearted smile as he responded without humility. "Ha ha, senior, you naturally know me best. I think that I, Lin Yi, have never been willing to show weakness in my life, and my only goal is to ascend to that supreme pinnacle, to become the world's attention-grabbing hegemon, and to dominate the world. From the Great Li Palace to this holy land of the green underworld, along the way, I have defeated countless powerful enemies. How many times have I been reborn against the odds, and how have I ever retreated? Gu Changsheng, I'll also trample him hard under my feet, just like those strong enemies before me." Lin Yi's gaze was cold and stern, his handsome face radiating a pride and fortitude that didn't match his age. This wasn't Lin Yi boasting, nor is it blind arrogance. 3 years ago, the emperor of Dili suddenly died. As the son of Dili, he had high hopes of inheriting the throne. However, his sister Lin Manhwa staged a palace coup and became the empress of Dili. Lin Yi's mother, Empress Joey, had always been at odds with Lin Mengru, and was naturally the first to be liquidated and given death by Lin Mengru. Lin Yi escapes the palace with his sister under the desperate protection of his mother's loyal men, on the way but lost with his sister. Just on his way to be chased by killers, he accidentally picks up this necklace with the blood demon son hidden inside, and from then on, he soars to great heights. Blood demon son needed to absorb Lin Yi's 9-yang qi to repair his residual soul, and Lin Yi in the other side of the help, to obtain a large number of benefits. Gongfu pills magic treasure needless to say, and many times rely on multiple possessions, against the odds to kill, to obtain a large number of opportunities. In just half a year's time, he had gone from an ordinary mortal to become a strong person of the sky realm. He felt that he was the center of this world, the darling of the heavenly Tao, and the son of Qi. Seeing that Lin Yi had more or less drifted off, Blood Demon Son still needed to calm him down. Then he said, "Lin Yi, I detected some sort of mysterious power from Gu Changsheng. It seems to be able to have an effect on the aura of the people around him. Even I can't see through him. Senior Blood Demon Son, are you exaggerating a bit too much? As far as I understand it, Gu Changsheng is a scum with a corrupt character, Linny said disdainfully. Never underestimate your enemy. Fearing that he would be gullible, Blood Demon's son hurriedly reminded him. Aha! Linny was unconvinced in his heart, but he still nodded. Lin-Yi, this auction at the Wan Bao Lu, this piece of red jade among them must be auctioned off. Blood Demon Z's expression was greatly surprised when he saw the catalogue of the Wan Bao Lu's auction lots held in Lin Yi's hands. Why does Senior Blood Demon's son attach such importance to this inconspicuous red jade? Unassuming carnelian? This is a dragon blood precious jade that possesses the essence blood of an ancient true dragon. Old me had seen it once 10,000 years ago, and I definitely won't be mistaken. Chapter 16, Large-Scale Stargazer Scene. After learning that the most inconspicuous red jade in that lot was actually a dragon's blood precious jade, Linny could no longer suppress the corners of his mouth. If he could refine the true dragon's essence blood inside, he would be able to possess the 9 Dragon Emperor Qi. Through Blood Demon Z's explanation, Linny knew that the 9 Dragons Imperial Qi was an extremely powerful type of Qi. It not only enhances the practitioner's strength and temperament, but also helps the practitioner to go farther on the path of cultivation. The 9 dragons of Imperial Qi symbolize the divine order. Once upon a time, Lin Manhwa had often taunted him for not having an Emperor's Qi, and if he possessed the 9 Dragons Emperor's Qi, he would be able to slap Lin Manhwa's mouth fiercely. It's cool to think about it. Possessing the complete 9 Dragons Emperor Qi was tantamount to grasping the authority of this world. Who would dare to disobey? But then again, even if the red jade is the most inconspicuous of the lots, it still requires tens of thousands of spirit stones. How can I do it now that I'm so shy? While Lin Yi was excited, he suddenly remembered something. His pockets were now cleaner than his face. Any random lot from the 10,000 treasures building would start at tens of thousands of spirit stones, which was absolutely astronomical for an ordinary disciple like him. He couldn't just sell the magic treasure he had in his hands. Sell him for what? As the saying goes, it's hard to beat a penny. Senior Blood Demon's son, do you have any money there? Lend me some. Linny scratched his head and asked shyly. The corners of Blood Demon's son's mouth also twitched a few times as he said somewhat playfully, I myself am just a wisp of a remnant soul. Where did I get the money? What can be done about it? Everything was pretty well thought out. The key was no money. The two fell into dead silence. In the end, it was Blood Demon's son who broke this awkward atmosphere with a sigh. Epsilon Satface Omicron asterisk, alas, there's no way out. I'll refine a 3rd grade elixir. You take it to the marketplace and sell it. Yeah. Thank you Senior for your generosity. Upon hearing this, Linny happily applauded. However, refining a 3rd grade elixir requires consuming a large amount of soul power, and when that time comes, I'll need to sleep for a few days, so you'll just have to go ahead and participate in the auction on your own. Blood Demon's son said quietly. No problem. I'll definitely shoot that red jade, Linny said with conviction. A 3rd grade elixir with a market value of tens of thousands. There was definitely no problem in auctioning that red jade. It's just a shot of a red jade. It doesn't matter if there's a blood demon child around. Just like that, Linny used his contribution points to buy the materials needed to refine the elixir from the Holy Land, and Blood Demon Z refined a 3rd rank extreme grade spirit tempering elixir for him. Linny took this extremely high grade elixir and headed to the workshop market to exchange it for 100,000 lower grade spirit stones. The auction of the House of 10,000 Treasures was chosen to be held in Xianyang City, the imperial capital of the Great Li Dynasty. Xianyang City was the #1 city in the eastern continent deservedly. Its territory was vast and sprawling, covering tens of millions of miles. Pavilions and pavilions were dotted around the city like a string of bright pearls, stretching into the distance, showing the prosperous scene of the imperial capital to the fullest. Here, not only were the most powerful clans from the entire Great Li Dynasty gathered, but also the nobles from neighboring countries came to the city. Despite the vastness of the imperial capital, Xianyang, after all, as the capital of a country, every inch of land was worth every inch of gold. Marlborough, the headquarters, stands proudly in the center of the most bustling and prosperous part of the imperial city, which fully demonstrates its amazing strength and deep and extensive network of resources. Without a doubt, Wan Bao Lu was definitely a behemoth with incomparably strong underpinnings. As the largest chamber of commerce based in the eastern continent, Wan Bao Lu would meticulously prepare and grandly hold a mind-blowing auction every year. At this grand event, a multitude of astonishingly rare and exotic treasures from the ancient world would emerge, causing a huge stir in all directions every time. It was at that auction last year that a world-unrivaled extreme Dao artifact came out of nowhere and was put up for bidding. Once this rare treasure was unveiled, it immediately attracted countless gazes and fierce competition. In the end, after some thrilling bidding competition, this extremely high-grade Dao weapon successfully fell into the hands of the elegant saint daughter of the Acacia Holy Land, and it was sold for a ridiculously high price. It was said that when the Acacia Holy Maiden was returning to the Holy Land with the precious auction items, she encountered several waves of mysterious masked men chasing after her on the way. Luckily, one of the esteemed supreme elders of the Holy Land had shown up in time to support him, or else the treasure would have probably been snatched away. In the end, under the escort of the supreme elder, the group was able to return to the Holy Land unharmed. And today, it was once again the grandest auction of the year at the House of 10,000 Treasures. This auction brought together countless rare treasures and supreme techniques, and its scale and influence was so large that it could be called the world's attention. Therefore, naturally, it attracts a wide range of high-powered bigwigs to the city. The headquarters of the 10,000 Treasures building was magnificent, covering an area hundreds of miles wide and reaching hundreds of feet high into the sky. From a distance, the pavilion looks like a towering peak. Breathtaking. Even though there was still some time before the auction officially started, there were already quite a number of prominent and powerful people gathered in front of the building. They either rode in gorgeous carriages or rode divine beasts, and they all arrived at the scene ahead of time. The appearance of these powerful nobles immediately caused a burst of commotion and gasps from the surrounding crowd. After all, for ordinary people, being able to witness these big names that normally only exist in rumors will give them something to brag about after tea for the next while. Quick look, isn't that the holy son of the heavenly sword Holy Land, Jian Qianqiu? I heard that he is exceptionally gifted, with an innate sword body, and now his cultivation has even reached the profound realm of half-step heavenly king realm. Someone shouted excitedly. The crowd followed the voice and saw that a young man with a straight posture and an imposing demeanor was slowly walking towards them. He exuded a stern and unrivaled sword rhythm around him, as if his entire body was a divine weapon. This was followed by another chant. Look over there, it's the greatly imperial clansmen arriving. The person at the head is third Princess Linfinga. People's eyes were once again drawn to it. One could only see a group of guards dressed in gorgeous clothes and imposing manners flanking a gilded carriage as it slowly approached. The car curtain lifted, revealing a beautiful face, which was none other than Linfinga, the third princess of the greatly royal family. Her beautiful eyes flowed, looking around, and she showed her noble and elegant demeanor between her hands and feet. Wow! Even Xiao Mengyao, the holy maiden of the Yaoqi Holy Land, had come. Legend has it that she was born with a heavenly fragrance body. The day of her birth, within 100 miles are filled with a strange aroma. There are thousands of colorful butterflies around her boudoir. Long refused to leave. It's beautiful. It smells so good. I want to turn into a butterfly. As another exclamation rang out, all eyes once again focused in another direction, only to see a woman with white clothes and a dusty temperament floating like a fairy descending to the earth. This woman was none other than Xiao Mengyao. Her skin was snowy and her eyebrows were like a painting. She was truly described as a perfect color on earth. One by one, big names that only existed in rumors made their appearances, making the crowd roar. Especially when a beautiful woman appeared, it led to a series of screams, as if a large stargazing scene. Chapter 17 Linfinga Relief. In front of the 10,000 Treasures building, a middle-aged man in fancy clothes was smiling as he greeted the bigwigs who had come. Although he wore a humble expression on his face, the aura emanating from his body was not to be underestimated. It was clearly an Emperor Extreme Realm powerhouse. To actually have an Emperor Extremity Realm powerhouse do this kind of ushering work, it was evident how strong the Manju building's underpinnings were. The bigwigs who came to participate in the auction didn't dare to be too unrestrained in front of this middle-aged man, handing over their invitations into his hands. The invitation not only represented that they were qualified to enter the manpower house, it was also a symbol of status. The middle-aged man didn't even need to open it up and check it out. Just a gentle sweep of his divine sense would be able to distinguish the real from the fake. When one's cultivation reached the Imperial Extremity realm, not only could they touch a trace of the power of the laws, but they could also possess an uncommon divine sense. After checking the invitations, he would order the beautiful maids behind him to accompany these big shots into the Wanbao building. Just then, a sudden thunderous hiss came from the sky. The crowd followed the sound, only to see golden light blossoming in the firmament. A divine beast that exuded red flames sped over, and in a matter of moments, it arrived in the sky above the 10,000 Treasures building. The red flame golden guy beast's powerful aura around him enveloped the area with an astonishing aura. Red flame Gaby? Imperial Extreme Realm's ancient fierce beast Red Inferno Golden Gaby. What a big show! When the crowd saw this ancient ferocious beast, they were all scared and moved back a little, fearing that they would be touched by its golden flames. Everyone was curious as to who was the one who could harness such an ancient beast. After the red flame golden guy bike landed on the ground with a bang, a young gentleman with an extraordinary demeanor walked down from above. He had a handsome appearance, and his body exuded a faint aura of hybridization, so that no one dared to underestimate him. Some people with sharp eyes immediately recognized his identity and said, "It's Gu Changsheng, the eldest senior brother of the Purple Cloud Peak of the Qingdao Holy Land. The same Gu Changsheng who licked Yi Qingqing for 3 years? Yeah, that's him. It's a pity. A talented man. Why are you willing to be a lickspittle? I heard that after 3 years of licking, people ignored him, even turned their noses up at him. Licking dogs really don't end well. For Gu Changsheng's reputation as a dog licker to become the talk of the immortal cultivation world after tea and dinner, it had long been rumored in the eastern continent. Upon hearing these words, Gu Changsheng herself was unimpressed. He's just here to walk through the plot and leave with the reward. As for the publicity, it's Gu Changsheng's business, not his. Brother everlasting, I've been waiting for you for half a day. Just as Gu Changsheng walked down and was about to hand the invitation to the middle-aged man, he heard someone inside the Wanbao building greet him. It's a woman's voice. Gu Changsheng looked towards the direction of the voice, and it was Yi Qingqing walking towards him. Why is she here too? In the original novel, Yi Qingqing is in seclusion seeking a breakthrough to the condensing spirit realm, and there is no scene for her in this episode. Seeing Yi Qingqing, the corners of Gu Changsheng's mouth trembled slightly. When he thought about the fact that he had been drugged and kidnapped by the other party, he still had palpitations. This pussy, she's got to be out of her mind. Yi Qingqing saw Gu Changsheng frozen in place and knew that he assuredly was surprised by his appearance here. It was exactly the effect she was looking for. Spend some time alone with the two Gu Changshengs, and in the meantime, help him put down the annoying Lin Yi properly. Yi Qingqing didn't wait for Gu Changsheng to react, so she took his arm, as if she was a young couple. Ha! It's not like the rumors. When the crowd saw Yi Qingqing's attitude towards Gu Changsheng, they were a little short of brains. Wasn't the melon we ate earlier a little undercooked? Looking at the two of them, Gu Changsheng doesn't look like a dog licker at all, but instead looks like a young couple in hot love. Damn! Never buy Tianji Pavilion's Cultivation Weekly again. It's all ing fake news. Brother everlasting, is it a bit of a surprise to see me? Yi Qingqing appeared to be holding Gu Changsheng's arm and asked in a delicate voice. Indeed, there were some surprises. Originally I wanted to ask you to come alone, but I heard that you were going into seclusion, so I didn't bother you. Gu Changsheng was somewhat baffled by her sudden appearance. Closure, which is not as important as accompanying Brother Changsheng to participate in the auction. People know a bit of treasure appreciation. To help you palm your eyes, if there's a suitable treasure, I'd like to auction it off and give it to Brother Changsheng. How about as a souvenir for our 3rd anniversary? Hearing Yi Qingqing's words, Gu Changsheng was a bit skeptical. 3rd anniversary? In honor of me licking you for 3 years? This is too solid. It's time to say no. Where did Lin Yi, the dangling hair, go? Gu Changsheng swept his gaze around, trying to find any sign of Lin Yi. However, looked around and didn't find each other. Right in the crowd, two gazes were looking viciously at Gu Changsheng and Yi Qingqing. This person was none other than Lin Yi in disguise, his teeth gnashing in anger when he saw Gu Changsheng with Yi Qingqing. He didn't understand why Yi Qingqing had become so nice to Gu Changsheng. That's not what Yi Qingqing said before. Yi Qingqing had once told him that Gu Changsheng was annoying, very annoying, pestering her like a dog's skin. He also explicitly and implicitly hinted to Lin Yi to find a way to get himself out of Gu Changsheng's pestering. Why? Now why is that? Could it be? After some brainstorming, Lin Yi seemed to think of a reason. It was that Yi Qingqing was deliberately approaching Gu Changsheng to let his guard down and then completely solve this trouble. Right, definitely. Looking at Gu Changsheng walking shoulder to shoulder with Yi Qingqing, a talented man and a beautiful woman, Lin Yi felt that the two were so well matched. That thought made him even angrier. Only he could be worthy of Yi Qingqing. Gu Changsheng he was not. After Gu Changsheng entered the house of 10,000 treasures, he realized that there was a different world inside, with mountains and rivers, as if it was a small world. As soon as the two of them stepped into it, a beautiful maid greeted them. Miss Yi, Mr. Gu, the auction won't start for some time yet. Please rest in the VIP room. Gu Changsheng suddenly remembered that the Yi family seemed to be one of the shareholders of Wanbao House as well. No wonder they come in and get VIP room treatment. In the meantime, Lin Yi was stopped at the entrance to the manpower house. He didn't have an invitation, and the middle-aged man definitely couldn't let him in. Without an invitation and still wanting to come to the auction of the house of 10,000 treasures. Isn't this kid a little cutie? Looking at his poor appearance, he must be a bumpkin who doesn't know the rules here. The surrounding melon eaters began to tease Lin Yi when they saw his predicament of being blocked at the door without an invitation. Hearing the crowds flirting, Lin Yi's face was suffocatingly red, and he was furious in his heart. This gentleman, he came with me, Mr. Big, let him in. Since it's the 3rd princess's people, then naturally you can go in. Just as Lin Yi was in an awkward position, a voice relieved him. Lin Yi fixed his eyes to see. To help himself to solve the siege is not someone else, but his 3rd sister, Lin Funga. Chapter 18. Others laugh at me for being too crazy. I laugh at others for not seeing through me. Linfinga appeared to help himself out, surprising Lin Yi. He looked at the third sister in front of him with mixed feelings. Linfinga was on the best of terms with Lin manhwa and was a key supporter of the other party's ability to rise to power. However, she still disagreed with her sister, Lin manhwa, on the issue of disposing of Lin Yi, and she didn't advocate killing Lin Yi. That's why when Lin manhwa wanted to get rid of Lin Yi, Linfinga secretly helped many times. However, today's Lin Yi was already in disguise, so he wasn't worried that he would be recognized by the other party. Thank you, third princess, for relieving me. I'm casual cultivator Chang Kuan. Lin Yi made up a random identity and name and thanked Linfinga, who knew that Linfinga smiled faintly and said, "Second brother. Don't pretend. I know your second brother Lin Yi." This statement frightened Lin Yi. Third princess, are you kidding me? Who's Lin Yi? Although Lin Yi was shocked inside, he still wanted to struggle down. Forget it, I can only help you so far. Be good. Linfinga wasn't blessed with any magical powers, and the only reason she came out at just the right time to relieve Lin Yi was all because of those future images in her mind. Lin Yi was afraid that the other party would reveal his whereabouts to Lin manhwa, or even move to kill her. Don't worry, I won't tell my sister I've seen you. Linfinga turned around and left after saying that. Only Lin Yi was left standing there dumbfounded. Lin Yi didn't doubt Linfinga's words. If the other party hadn't helped him many times, he would most likely have died long ago. He had more important things to do, so naturally he wouldn't dwell on such matters for too long. But when he thought that he didn't even have the qualifications to enter the House of 10,000 Treasures nowadays, Lin Yi felt that it was a strange shame. He hates it so much. Hate it all. I hate Lin manhwa, and I am in this situation because of her. He also hated Gu Changsheng. If it wasn't for him, Yi Qingcheng would have been taken down a long time ago. With Yi Qingcheng as a backer, is an invitation even a thing? These two, he will kill. In Lin Yi's heart, his resentment towards the two men was overwhelming. Inside the VIP room of the Wanbao building, Gu Changsheng sat in front of a dignified and elegant woman, exuding a noble aura, with a stunningly beautiful appearance, and an elegant and noble temperament, which made people can't help but thump their hearts. It was none other than third princess Linfinga, who had just relieved Lin Yi. Gu Changsheng had heard of Linfinga's beauty, but it was the first time he had seen a real person, and he couldn't help but feel that she was a great beauty on earth, not inferior to Yi Qingcheng and Su Qingyao. In the original, Linfinga did not have much of a role, not quite a villain, not strictly a good guy, should be considered a very conflicted person inside. What did she come to see me for? According to the plot in the novel, one should have nothing to do with her. Gu Changsheng actually didn't want to see her, but the other party was, after all, a figure second only to the empress of the Great Li dynasty, so face still had to be given. Third princess, it's really as pretty as the rumors say. You didn't come to see me today just to have tea, did you? He's a villainous persona. He has to show the lewd expressions that he deserves. After all, his system is an actor's self-mastery system, and dedication is king. Although there was some reluctance in his heart, he still pretended to look greedily at Linfinga's proud figure. In the place of another person, if they dared to gaze at themselves so rudely, Linfinga would definitely have to gouge out the other person's eyes. When she realized that Gu Changsheng was staring at her, Linfinga seemed unimpressed. Instead, he puffed out his chest and let him look. In his heart, he muttered, "It's just as it was in his head," hiding his inner goodness with greed and lust. Others laugh at me for being too crazy. I laugh at others for not being able to see through it. Those were your last words left on earth. Now that I think about it, if I didn't have a picture of the future in my mind, I probably would have seen Gu Changsheng as the bad guy, as most people do. Over the years, Linfinga had seen an unknown number of young talents, and these people were all hypocrites on the surface, but in reality, they were all hypocrites on the surface and not on the inside. Linfinga was able to see through his opponent's eyes, but when she looked into Gu Chang's eyes, they were like calm pools of water, unperturbed and tranquil, unlike any man she had ever seen before. Even more curious about the man who appeared in front of her mind. Being stared at by the titular third princess of Dali made Gu Changsheng a bit puzzled. Mr. Gu is truly immortal, worthy of being an heir to the Holy Land. This time the palace came, mainly because it wanted to invite Mr. Gu to come to my residence after the auction, to slightly fulfill the landlord's friendship. This palace is good at blowing pipes, and I heard that Mr. Gu is proficient in music, so it's just as well that I want to ask Mr. Gu for some advice. She can't say that she met you in her dream and came here specifically to see if you were the same as in her dream. A blowjob? A serious blowjob? That's a bit of a violation of the word. Gu Changsheng was a little tempted. Before Gu Changsheng could open his mouth, Yi Qingcheng beside him had long been unable to hold back and said coldly, "Third princess, brother Changsheng is not available. The Changshengyi family was in existence that didn't lose out to the greatly royal family, so she naturally didn't need to look at Linfinga's face. From just now, she had noticed that Linfinga's eyes were looking at Gu Changsheng in a wrong way, but she had only been holding back due to her face. But Linfinga became more and more excessive, staring straight at Gu Changsheng for half a day. Linfinga could feel the hostility from Yi Qingcheng, and she naturally understood that the other party was jealous. It had raised a competitive streak in her. Yo, brother everlasting? I heard that Mr. Gu pursued you for 3 years, but you were indifferent to him, so why are you pestering him now? It's pretty erratic. Linfinga wasn't used to her either, and there were barbs in her words. You. Yi Qingcheng's willow brows slightly frowned, her body's aura erupted, and she was ready to do battle, daring to release spirit pressure on this palace. Thinking that this palace is not afraid of you? Linfinga was not a mortal either, possessing the body of a fiery phoenix. Her cultivation was on par with Yi Qingcheng. Seeing the two speak tit for tat and the smell of gunpowder grow stronger, Gu Changsheng was also a bit depressed. He crosses over and realizes that the women in this fictional world are even crazier than the last time he crossed over. One by one, the personas fall apart a bit. Linfinga, a woman who had no dealings with her, ran to see herself and even choked with the two Yi Qingcheng. Is this a war between aunts and sisters-in-law? But lousy isn't Linny either. There's no mistaking it. In the picture in Linfinga's mind, Yi Qingcheng was Linny's harem and the last straw that finally crushed Gu Changsheng. She saw that Linny would kill Lin manhwa and stand over the corpses of countless people to claim the title of emperor. Linny's ambition would eventually lead to everyone dying because of him. He's a heavenly monster. It's the plague of selfishness. The reason why she'd let Linny come into the house of 10,000 treasures wasn't that she was genuinely helping him, but that she wanted to confirm the authenticity of the image in her head. Mr. Gu, this palace is waiting for you at Changle Palace. Good. Since it is an invitation from the princess, I will be on time for the appointment. Gu Changsheng didn't want to refute the princess's face, and anyway, there was no plot for him after the auction, so there was no harm in going to take a look. Why not have good food and drink at the princess residence, and a beautiful princess blowing herself? Gu Changsheng, if it's really like those images in my head say, that the world is drunk but only June is awake, and that one person is fighting against the great calamity that is Linny, then please let me help you out. I won't let you go it alone. Since she had already met Gu Changsheng and gained an understanding of him, she was not willing to stay here and fight with Yi Qingcheng, so she got up and excused herself to leave. Looking at Linfinga's departing back, Yi Qingcheng had a deep sense of crisis. It was true that all women coveted the beauty of their elder brother. Even this third princess is coming for it. Absolutely not. Chapter 19 Ice Silk Stockings. 1 hour later, the Manpower House auction has officially begun. A woman with a delicate figure and exuding a mature flavor slowly walked onto the stage. A long elegant dress outlined the exquisite figure just right, making many men's eyes light up. Ladies and gentlemen, I've kept you waiting. The Wan Bao Lu auction will now begin. The first lot, the Earth Rank Technique Korean Kung Fu. Starting price, 100,000 lower grade spirit stones. Each increase will be no less than 1,000 lower grade spirit stones. As soon as the words fell, a considerable commotion came from the seats in the auction hall. Ground level Ko-Ron Gong. This is a wood attribute gong. I heard that it was created by a high monk, able to quench the wood attribute aura in the body. The highest realm is not withered and not glorified, also withered and also glorified. When the practitioner reaches the realm, no one within the same rank can compete. Of half withered and half glorified, I am wanting this wood attribute technique. 110,000 lower grade spirit stones. In a short period of time, the price of the withering merit was raised to 200,000 spirit stones. VIP number 122 is bidding 200,000 lower spirit stones. Is there any higher? The beautiful auctioneer raised her hammer and inquired in a loud voice. 210,000. 220,000. The sound of bidding rose and fell, and the scene was very hot. On the other hand, Gu Changsheng, who was in the VIP box, had a tasteless expression. This kind of low-grade technique was unattractive to him. Plus he's here to walk the plot. It's not time for him to make an appearance. Next to her, Yi Qingcheng was even less interested. Her gaze was only on Gu Changsheng. As time went on, one lot after another came on the market. What techniques and martial arts, heavenly materials and treasures, elixirs and pill stoves, and so on were all rare treasures. It wasn't until the beautiful auctioneer carefully took out a wooden box that Gu Changsheng withdrew her lazy gaze and raised her spirits. This lot was none other than the Xian Long Soul Pill. The Xian Dragon Soul Pill was a 5th order, extremely high-quality elixir that allowed one to repair their soul power, and belonged to a treasure that was highly valued by high-ranking cultivators. Xian Dragon Soul Pill. Starting bidding at 500,000 inferior spirit stones. Please make your bids. Accompanied by the sweet voice of the beautiful auctioneer falling, many high-ranking cultivators began to bid. This kind of elixir for repairing the divine soul was invaluable, and it could even help high-level cultivators preserve their divine souls from extinction when it mattered. 1 million lower-grade spirit stones. At this moment, the sound of bidding came from within the VIP box. The crowd looked up at the sound as offers were shouted from the VIP box upstairs. It's Gu Changsheng from the Qingdian Holy Land. Hiss, what a big deal. The opening is 1 million lower-grade spirit stones. This distinguished guest is bidding 1 million lower-grade spirit stones. Is there any higher offer? The beautiful auctioneer shouted. The reason why Gu Changsheng made the offer was not that he needed the elixir. It was just a plot need. In the original novel, he looked at this Xianlong soul pill and wanted to auction it off to give it to his master as a gift. 1 million. A slightly low voice came from another VIP box. A middle-aged man wearing a green-colored luxurious robe stared at the Xianlong soul dan in the wooden box and opened his mouth to bid. This person was an elder of the Zhou family, and the purpose of his trip was this Xianlong soul pill, and he was determined to get it. The Zhou family's old ancestor was a half-step Saint Realm powerhouse, but just recently, when he went out to look for a chance to break through the Saint Realm, he was seriously injured in a fight with someone and his soul was damaged. There was an urgent need for a Xian Dragon soul pill to repair the divine soul. Otherwise there would be a great loss of longevity and a risk of falling at any time. The old ancestor was the backbone of a family, and if he fell, it was bound to cause the Zhou family to lose a lot of strength. Once the old ancestor fell, the other clans around him that were eyeing the area would definitely take advantage of the opportunity. It's a matter of life and death for the Zhou family. 2 million. 3 million. The atmosphere of the entire auction house was once again ignited by this precious Xianlong soul pill. As all the major forces called for bids, Lin Yi also very much wanted to get this elixir to help the blood demon son repair his residual soul, but it was a pity that he was shy. He could only stare. 5 million lower grade spirit stones. Gu Changsheng continued to call the price as he acted like he was determined to win. After hearing the offer, the Zhou family elder's face turned a little ironic. He had only brought this time 5 million lower grade spirit stones, and now the price had exceeded his budget. 5 million is all that's left for the Chao family. Abominable. He looked viciously at Gu Changsheng, veins rippling on his forehead, his eyes blazing as if he wanted to eat the other party alive. Gu Changsheng, however, looked at the other party with a provocative face and an extremely arrogant attitude. As the eldest senior brother of the Purple Cloud Peak of the Qingdao Holy Land and the young master of the everlasting Gu family, he had the capital to be arrogant. Although the Zhou family elders were unwilling, there was nothing they could do. An arm twisting will have to do. The old ancestor's injury had to be dealt with in another way. Gu Changsheng looked at the other parties huffing and puffing and thought to herself, I'm kind of perfectly restoring my persona. 6 million lower grade spirit stones. Just then, Lin Yi, who was disguised as Cheng Koan, suddenly quoted. He didn't really have the strength to buy it but rather intentionally nauseated Gu Changsheng and continued to raise the price so that he would buy the item at a higher premium. Gu Changsheng looked at the unfamiliar man below who had called for a price and thought, this man must be Lin Yi in disguise. That's good. Surely the hero is as dedicated as himself. He pretended to be very angry and shouted, 7 million. 8 million. Lin Yi continued to follow the camera. He just wanted Gu Changsheng to bleed heavily. $2 million. Gu Changsheng put on a look of exasperation and tugged her throat to continue bidding. Yi Qingcheng, who was at the side, almost laughed out loud when she saw Gu Changsheng, who was performing at full strength. Sure enough, it was exactly like the picture in his head. Gu Changsheng had fallen for Lin Yi's provocative tactics, and he was afraid that he would lose a large sum of money if this went on. Are there any that offers higher $1 million? 2. The beautiful auctioneer held up the hammer and looked around to inquire. There was silence in the room. $2 million was already a sky-high price, and a few interested powers were deterred. As the hammer fell, Gu Changsheng's expression was as ugly as it could be. Asshole. You kids wait for me. He growled loudly towards Lin Yi on the stage. Looking annoyed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for perfectly restoring his persona and obtaining the rewards. Increase in physical body qualifications 10%, increase in enlightenment 10%, and an increase in the potential of the mixed Dao body. Obtained, ice silk stockings, treasure weapon grade defense, X1. Hearing the system beep in her head, the corners of Gu Changsheng's mouth twitched. What the hell is an ice silk stocking? Is it black? It's black. Hearing the system's reply, Gu Changsheng immediately floated up. Chapter 20 Host. You can trust the system's professional ethics. Seeing Gu Changsheng's exasperated appearance, Yi Qingcheng almost didn't hold it in. He thought to himself, this strange man who had raised the price for brother Changsheng must be Lin Yi in disguise. It's shameless. She had more important things to do, so she pretended to be blissfully unaware of it and comforted Gu Changsheng with a delicate voice. Brother Changsheng, don't be angry. Isn't it just 2 million inferior spirit stones? I'll just pay for it. Yi Qingsheng said as she picked up a grape with her slender fingers and put it into Gu Changsheng's mouth. When had Gu Changsheng ever been treated so well? Do you even wonder if the grapes are smeared with poison? The heroine feeds herself grapes by hand and has to pay for them. I'm the villain. Is this what villains deserve? Soft food isn't off limits. That's only if you have the life to eat it. He wanted to refuse the kindness, but he thought of his fictional persona as a money grubber and a womanizer. Also had to show a lewd expression against his will. Taking Yi Qingqing into his arms, he said in a conspiratorial manner, then let Qingqing break the bank. This scene was just enough for Lin Yi below to see. He had just been complacent because he had made Gu Changsheng spend quite a few more spirit stones, but now he saw that the other party, instead of losing anything, had become more aggressive and had even embraced his goddess in his arms. This pissed him off enough that if he hadn't been unable to beat Gu Changsheng, he would have definitely beaten him up violently. Gu Changsheng, you wait for me. Don't look like you're laughing now. Watch out for the list later. Gu Changsheng squinted his eyes and glanced at Lin Yi's vicious expression with his afterimage, and felt a bit of secret pleasure in his heart. Ding! The host has performed perfectly and is rewarded with an additional 1 year of cultivation. Lean. 1 year of training? How dare you show your hand? Also, how else are you going to make Lin Yi happily punch me in the face when you keep handing out rewards to me? But then he thought, when he finished the plot, these rewards would follow him back to the blue star. As long as he put his own foot down slightly when Lin Yi punched him in the face. There are always more ways than there are difficulties. Just as he was thinking about it, his mouth was full of crystal clear grapes. This Yi Qingsheng really doesn't know how to serve people. I hadn't even swallowed it yet, so I just kept shoving it in. Treat me like a trash can or something. On the contrary, Lin Yi, who was downstairs, watched this scene with eyes that were so wide that they were on the verge of spurting blood. Was this still the high and mighty, cold as ice senior sister? Why would you condescend to serve Gu Changsheng like this? In what way is he worse than him? Wasn't he just a little more handsome than himself, with a higher cultivation level and a deeper background? There's something about that. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't kid yourself. Waiting. After I shoot the dragon blood jade and possess the 9 dragon emperor chi, Yi Qingsheng will definitely obediently submit to my stride. Just as he was thinking, the beautiful auctioneer said in a loud voice, next, a very beautiful ornament. It's a fine carnelian pendant. Starting bid, 30,000 lower grade spirit stones. Auctions are very much about rhythm. A wave of climax is followed by calm. Having just finished the Xin Long Soul Dan, it was just the right time for a little pendant to relax the nerves of the crowd. This kind of small pendant, cultivators seldom pay attention to. Almost always the dignitaries buy back to play. Not many people are naturally concerned. There were also very few calls for bids. 35,000. Just after a moment of silence, Lin Yi raised his hand and called for a bid. The corners of Gu Changsheng's mouth rose slightly when he saw Lin Yi finally strike. He definitely won't be bidding. According to the original storyline, he would not be able to look at this kind of literary play. Others were of the same mind. It then allowed Lin Yi to easily pick up the slack and auction off the dragon blood jade with ease. Make a hard buck. After taking it back and refining one of the drops of true dragon essence blood, he obtained a strand of 9 dragon emperor chi, and from then on, his rise began to accelerate. After he collected all the complete 9 dragon emperor chi, it would be the time to ask for the world. It's cool to think about. Gu Changsheng was lying when she said she wasn't jealous, but he's the divine destiny hero, and he's just a pre-existing villain. People are more angry than people. Yi Qingsheng saw the subtle change in Gu Changsheng's expression, and inwardly she was also happy, thinking, brother Changsheng, I won't let Lin Yi this dragon blood jade get the, and the 9 dragons imperial chi is not yours. A wicked smile spread across the corners of her mouth at the thought. She stood up from Gu Changsheng's arms, slightly straightened her dress, and faintly said towards the bottom, 100,000 lower grade spirit stones. This jade, I'll take it. The moment this statement was made, the eyes of the entire room looked towards the second floor, looking at Yi Qingsheng, who seemed like a heavenly fairy descending from the earth. All the men exuded adoration. It's Yi Qingsheng. She's actually looking at this piece of mortal jade. Is she going to give it to someone? Maybe she bought it as a decoration? What are you talking about? What kind of status does he have? What kind of spiritual jade doesn't he have? Would he care about a piece of mortal jade? Just as the crowd was talking, Lin Yi was also looking at Yi Qingsheng with a shocked expression. His face changed color a bit. He didn't expect Yi Qingsheng to bid 100,000 000 to grab this piece of red jade with himself. Why? Why exactly? This completely disrupts one's conception. He only had on him 100,000 lower grade spirit stones, and the other party was completely blocking his space to call for bids. What can be done about it? Did Yi Qingqing buy it to give it to me? Linny suddenly thought of a possibility that Yi Qingqing might have bought this piece of jade as a gift to himself. Gu Changxing definitely couldn't look at this piece of mortal jade. Others are even less likely. The only person who could possibly give it away is himself. So it is. Yi Qingqing, I knew you did all this for me. Linny began to brainstorm. Since Yi Qingqing was the one who made the offer, plus the fact that the others were not interested in this kind of mortal jade, naturally no one would compete with Yi Qingqing. Congratulations to Miss Yi Qingqing. 100,000 lower grade spirit stones to auction this jade. Such a beautiful jade. Only a fairy like Miss Yi deserves it. The beautiful auctioneer knew that the Yi family was one of the major shareholders of Wan Baolu, and she fawned over Yi Qingqing to the fullest extent. Gu Changxing's entire body sat on the sofa as if petrified. Seems to have lost expression management. Sigma, asterisk. Yi Qingqing, you 250. Why do it? How did I offend you? Did you push your dad in the well? Or did you in your food bowl? Why did you stab me in the back? System. Yi Qingqing violated the rules. She cheated, and was completely out of line. Is there something wrong with this fictional world? Why are the two female leads so far weird and completely off the plot and persona? Host, be at ease. All is well in the fictional world. Please host, just pour out your own plot and show the villain's persona perfectly. Other storylines even if there is a deviation. In the end, the storyline will be wrapped back to the main line. That's what you said. Don't screw me over. Host, you can trust the professional ethics of this system. Good. Trust you again. Chapter 21. I want to hold you so badly. Knock knock. Not long after, a soft knock came from outside the VIP box. Come in. After receiving Yi Qingqing's permission, a steward of the auction house, followed by a beautiful maid carrying a tray, walked in. What the maid was carrying in her hand was precisely that red jade, the dragon blood jade to be precise. There was also a wooden box containing had just the Xianlong soul pill that been auctioned for $1,200,000. Ms. Yi, please inspect the goods. Yi Qingqing waved her hand. She believed that these people wouldn't dare to lie to her, and said indifferently, this too, 1 million lower grade spirit stones, just ask my father for them. Okay miss, if it's okay, we'll go down first. After the steward left with the maid, Yi Qingqing handed both items to Gu Changxing. Brother Nagisa. For you. Yi Qingqing spoke with winks and tenderness. Which half of the posture of an iceberg beauty and a high-cooled senior sister was there? At this moment, Gu Changxing's brain was a little wattage. Looking at Yi Qingqing and the dragon blood jade in front of him, he had a feeling of wanting to cry without tears. He himself had performed so hard, but Yi Qingqing had turned into a conspicuous bag, explicitly screwing yourself. With things as they were, he could only continue to maintain his persona and act greedy, saying, is this appropriate? How can I let you give me something? It's not appropriate. With his mouth saying so, his hand was storing the two items inside his storage ring. This dragon blood jade definitely couldn't be used by himself. If he robbed Linny of his 9 dragon emperor chi, he'd still be playing J8. The 9 dragons imperial chi was a crucial golden finger for him to ask for the world. Although he accepted this piece of dragon blood jade, he was calculating in his mind how to return it to Linny. Giving it directly to the other side would definitely not work. It didn't match the persona, and with Lin Yi's suspicious nature, he would definitely think he was harming him. Forget it. Let's take one step at a time. Since the plot had run its course, Gu Changxing planned to leave the auction. Brother Changsheng, why are you in a hurry to leave? Will you accompany me to a place? Yi Qingqing pulled Gu Changxing's arm and said in a petulant manner. Gu Changxing's biggest flaw was that he couldn't refuse others, especially not beautiful women. Seeing such a beautiful person pampering herself, even if she was 100,000 times reluctant, she still agreed against her will. Yi Qingqing brought him to a secret room in the Wanbao building. This secret room is for cultivation purposes. The items needed for cultivation were all available, and it seemed that there was a spirit gathering formation inside, and the aura was particularly dense. Qingqing, you brought me to this place. You're not trying to dominate me again, are you? Gu Changsheng looked around and asked with some trepidation. Hate. What's the hurry? Finish the business and then say, people will be yours sooner or later. Yi Qingqing said with a pout. The corners of Gu Changsheng's mouth twitched. Brother Changsheng, take out that piece of jade and I'll tell you how to use it. Yi Qingqing looked at his storage ring and said rather mysteriously. She thought that Gu Changsheng didn't know the purpose of the dragon's blood treasure jade and planned to help him refine it right away. What? Gu Changsheng seemed to feel that something was wrong. But people said carnelian, how could he be so kind as not to take it out? Yi Qingqing took the red jade in his hand and began to talk about its use. Brother Chongsheng, you don't know. This ordinary-looking jade is actually called dragon blood jade. I don't need you to tell me. Of course I know. Gu Changsheng muttered in his heart. But how did this little ninny know? By all rights, she should have assumed that this item was just ordinary jade, just like everyone else. That's weird. It hides a drop of true dragon essence blood within it, and if it is absorbed and refined, it can not only enhance the qualifications of the physical body, but also strengthen the spiritual energy and expand the chi. What's even more rare is that absorbing the true dragon's essence blood can condense the dragon's chi, change the chi, and possess the supreme 9-dragon emperor chi. Yi Qingqing spoke with a fluttering brow, but Gu Changsheng's expression was extremely flat. Just a feint too. Ha! Brother Changsheng really isn't immortal. Such a great chance is so bland in his eyes. Anyone else who knew about this kind of heaven-defying chance would have jumped up and down with joy. Damn yourself! If it wasn't for those magical images in your mind, surely you would still be neglecting your elder brother as you did before. Letting go of such a good man to not love. Choosing a scum like Lin Yi, the previous self was too stupid, too naive. It's still good to have a long life, brother. Thinking of this, Yi Qingqing seemed to make some sort of determination as she took out a sharp dagger. What for? Qingqing, don't be impulsive. When Gu Changsheng saw Yi Qingqing take out a dagger, he winced in fear and thought she was trying to kill him. What a picture. It turns out that everything I did before was to kill me. The persona didn't fall apart. Gu Changsheng was scared and surprised in her heart, but the next maneuver of the other side really broke him a bit. Only Yi Qingqing used the dagger to make a cut on her left hand, and crimson blood immediately flowed out. Holy, playing self-harm? What a pervert. Seeing the other party's behavior, Gu Changsheng was a bit shocked, thought the other guy was in love and wanted to play self-harm. Brother Changsheng, the true dragon essence blood contains an extremely powerful and violent force. If you absorb and refine it hastily, it is highly likely that you will encounter unexpected dangers. However, don't worry, brother Changsheng. I possess a xianing body that can neutralize that raging to the extreme supreme yang dragon blood. Before the words fell, only Yi Qingqing did not hesitate to stretch out her palm and gently made a stroke. Bright red blood flowed out from her palm and dripped down on top of the dragon blood precious jade that emitted a mysterious glow. Just then, a jaw-dropping scene occurred. That originally seemingly ordinary dragon blood jade turned out to be like a bottomless pit of greed, instantly absorbing all of Yi Qingqing's dripping blood. In the blink of an eye, the entire piece of precious jade was dyed a scarlet color, flickering with a bizarre and dazzling light. This dragon blood jade greedily devoured Yi Qingqing's blood, and it did not show the slightest sign of stopping. As the blood was continuously sucked away by the dragon blood jade, Yi Qingqing's face began to gradually become as pale as paper. The originally rosy lips had also lost their blood color at the moment and looked incredibly haggard. Stop it, Qingqing. If you keep this up, your life will be in danger. Seeing this, Gu Changsheng quickly reached out to try to stop Yi Qingqing from continuing to drip blood. Clinker. Yi Qingqing, however, violently pushed him away, looked at him with firm but with a hint of guilt, and said softly, Brother Changsheng, it was all my fault in the past. It's my fault that I've always kept hurting you. But this time, please let me do something for you. Before the words were finished, tears were already rolling down her delicate cheeks like a flood that had broken the dike. Looking at the pitiful, tearful woman in front of her, Gu Changsheng only felt her heart like a knife. How he wanted to rush right up to her and hug her tight and tell her he never blamed her. But for the sake of the plot, for the sake of the persona, he resisted the impulse and just kept getting anxious on the sidelines. In the end, after losing a large amount of blood, Yi Qingqing was able to slowly stop the bleeding. At this time, her body was already extremely weak and she could no longer support herself, and her entire body fell limply into Gu Changsheng's warm embrace. Brother Changsheng, quickly refine the dragon's blood, don't let me down. Yi Qingqing's lips were white, her voice was a little weak, looking so heartbreaking. Chapter 22 New Plot, Myriad Voices Society. Gu Changsheng hugged Yi Qingqing, his eyes filled with heartache. He had never dreamed that he would have such bizarre encounters with this crossing. It's outrageous in a slightly gratifying way that the heroine actually went this far for herself. There is a woman who is willing to pay for herself. At last it is not in vain to relive one's life. Okay, I'll refine it. Gu Changsheng hugged Yi Qingqing and placed her gently on the bed, taking a third-grade yuan nourishing pill for her. Then he turned his head and picked up the dragon blood precious jade. The dragon blood treasure jade was now surging with energy due to the absorption of a large amount of xianing blood, and the light illuminated the entire chamber as bright as day. Looking at the dragon's blood precious jade, Gu Changsheng's heart was that hard. This was Lin Yi's chance. If I refine it, how can Lin Yi, the dangling hairy male lead, still rise to power? It's a pain in the ass to think about. But Yi Qingqing's good intentions towards himself made it impossible for him to refuse. Mud. Just die. Cam. Gu Changsheng gritted her teeth and ran her gongfu with all her might. With the operation of the gong method, a majestic spiritual energy rushed out from his dantian like a raging torrent, quickly converging on top of the palm of his hand that was holding the dragon blood jade tightly. Under the constant injection of spiritual energy, the dragon blood jade that had been lying quietly in Gu Changsheng's hand suddenly bloomed with dazzling light. Immediately afterward, under the pulling effect of the spiritual power, the dragon blood jade slowly left Gu Changsheng's palm and hovered in midair in front of his eyes. Right this minute, something unexpected happened. The true dragon essence blood contained within the dragon blood treasure jade seemed to sense something, and there was actually a strong resonance between it and the mixed Yuan Dao body possessed by Gu Changsheng. Shasta! An earth-shattering dragon roar resounded throughout the chamber. The sound of this dragon's roar was like rolling thunder, deafening, causing the already closed chamber to involuntarily tremble violently. Accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar, a gigantic true dragon silhouette that was several feet long suddenly mapped out from the dragon's blood jade. This true dragon silhouette was lifelike, with teeth and claws, emanating an endless majesty and domineering aura. It hovered and flew through the air, bringing gusts of wind whistling past. It really is worthy of being the essence blood of a true dragon. Such a powerful force is truly amazing. When Gu Changsheng saw this, his face instantly became grave, and he secretly marveled in his heart. In the face of such a powerful force, he didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless, and immediately activated his gong method once again, going all out to start refining this precious and incomparable drop of true dragon essence blood. Fortunately, Yi Qingqing's Xianin blood played a crucial role at this moment, as the blood of Xianin had the property of restraining violent forces. Under its suppression, the originally violent and restless true dragon essence blood, which was difficult to tame, gradually calmed down and was eventually successfully refined and absorbed by Gu Changsheng. Ding! Congratulations to the host for refining the true dragon's essence blood. The hybrid Dao body has been increased by 1%. Congratulations to the host for possessing a strand of 9 Dragon Emperor Qi. Congratulations! Do you have hair? System, what's going on with Yi Qingqing? Hosts, please put 1,000,000 hearts. All storylines will eventually converge to the main line. Okay, I'll trust you this time. After refining the true dragon's essence blood, Gu Changsheng felt his body transform from the inside out, and it seemed that a kind of mysterious power had entered his body. It's too mysterious to say what it feels like. Leaning, are you better? Gu Changsheng gently stroked Yi Qingqing's forehead and asked gently, Brother Changsheng, you've become handsome and more manly. After Yi Qingqing took the Yuan nourishing pill, her entire complexion was obviously much better. Losing quite a bit of blood is not something that can be easily made up. It's going to take a few days of conditioning at least, Gu Changsheng said heartily. Yi Qingqing said with some worry, I really don't want Brother Changsheng to become handsome, so that there will be more and more girls who love you. What foolish talk! Didn't I propose marriage to your master? Gu Changsheng gently scratched her nose and said reproachfully, if master doesn't agree, I'll die for him. Yi Qingqing said with a resolute face, in this world, since the day a cultivator worships his master, the marriage and funeral are all decided by the teacher who taught him. Master, master, master. Like teacher, like father. Gu Changsheng's heart thumped when she heard that the other party was going to threaten death. The heart said, that's not what I meant. It says it's a marriage proposal, but it's really a reprieve. It was also to put some intensity on Linny and stimulate his potential. Let him do it for 30 years and 30 years. And don't kid yourself, not really asking you to marry me. Please, I have 100 chapters of plot left, so don't let anything go wrong. It wasn't a good idea for the two to always stay in the chamber. Yi Qingqiang was able to move around after taking the nourishing Yuan Dan. Only her body was still a bit weak. Gu Changsheng and Yi Qingqiang came out of the secret room just in time to run into the steward of the auction. The other party saw that Gu Changsheng was covered in sweat and Yi Qingqiang was very weak. Instant misunderstanding. I didn't see anything. I was just blind. The steward hurriedly turned his head, pretended he didn't see anything, and ran away in a huff. If he crashed into Miss Ye's good deed, maybe the other party would kill him to silence him. When Yi Qingqiang and Gu Changsheng saw each other's appearance, they instantly understood that the steward had misunderstood something, but there's no need to deliberately explain. Who cares about the opinion of a mole? Let the misunderstanding go. After sending Yi Qingqiang back to his cave to rest, Gu Changsheng returned to his room. Just as he lay down, a system beep sounded in his head. Ding! The host completes the plot of the Wanshan building auction and receives rewards. Increase in fleshly body qualification 20%. Increase in enlightenment 20%. An increase in experience of the mixed Yuan Dao body 1%. Acquired, Deadwood Longing Zither, Taoist artifact. Please go to the next episode as soon as possible. The Miaolin Society at the Changle Palace in Xianyang. The Mythical Order? I was under the impression that there was such a subplot. Linny disguises himself and sneaks back to Xianyang, wanting to find Lin Fengge to help him find his sister's whereabouts. He knew that there was an intelligence organization under the Lin Fengsinger that specialized in spying for the Empress Lin Mengru. In order to get close to Lin Fengge, he attends this Myriad Voices meeting. During that time, he also made a big splash and made Shangguan Ai, a talented girl from the Xianyang Academy, feel good about him. Later, not surprisingly, it also became Lin Yi's harem. Gu Changxing couldn't refuse the plot prompted by the system, otherwise it would be considered a violation. He traveled to Xianyang, naturally still riding the pulling red flame golden gaby. As the villain's eldest brother, the force has to be pulled full circle, otherwise the male lead doesn't hit you in the face enough. Red inflammation golden gaby body like gold pouring, exudes said golden aura. Walking on the road is simply blind on the road of titanium alloy eyes. It's like a walking gold mine. It drew quite a crowd. When the common people saw Gu Changsheng riding the red flame golden guy beast, looking like an immortal descending from the earth, they all revealed a look of awe. When the guards at the city gates saw Gu Changsheng, they didn't dare to come forward to stop them for fear of messing with this great god. Just like this, Gu Changsheng arrived inside Xianyang city unimpeded. Only after watching Gu Changsheng walk away did one of the guards dare to talk about it. Buddy, what do you think the identity of the man who just passed by was? Will we be questioned if we just let him in like this? What identity? It must be an existence that you and I can't afford to mess with. It's that golden mount that could kill us with a sneeze. Check him? See, you don't want to live. The older guard said. The man who asked nodded and said, that's the reasoning. If people want to enter the city, even 100 people won't be able to stop them. Chapter 23 I don't want cows and horses. With Gu Changxing's handsome appearance, coupled with his immortal-like temperament, he naturally attracted the attention of quite a few marvelous young girls and even noble women. Some of the cheerful women even screamed. In this martial continent, not many people knew about Gu Changsheng. It couldn't be blamed on him. After all, he was only a pre-existing villain, and his sphere of influence was only around the Green Destiny Holy Land. Basically no one will recognize who he is. Just at this time, a young girl wearing a long, elegant dress bravely came to Gu Changxing's side and said after taking a deep breath, this gentleman looks unfamiliar. I'm afraid it's his first time coming to Xianyang City. My name is Zhao Linger, and I can help you lead the way. I'll lead the way for free. No charge. The little girl called Zhao Linger hurriedly added another sentence. Looking at this cute little girl in front of her, Gu Changsheng had some difficulty refusing. He was a little puzzled that he had been a bit of a surprisingly good womanizer lately. That's outrageous. Girl, do we know each other? Don't recognize it. Then why give me a free lead? Gu Changsheng asked, somewhat puzzled. Seeing as you're handsome, Zhao Linger spat out her tongue and said, that's fine. The corners of Gu Changsheng's mouth twitched. The surrounding people were stunned by Zhao Linger's wave of maneuvers, and a noblewoman said with slight jealousy, it's still the young people who play with flowers. This can even hit the conversation. If I had known, my old lady would have gone to lead the way. Who doesn't say so? Nowadays little girls see a good-looking man and take the initiative to stick to him. Really no shame. Don't say sour grapes there. There's nothing wrong with people being brave enough to pursue the boy of their choice. Various voices of discussion rang out from all around, and some of them were quite unpleasant to listen to, but Zhao Linger didn't care at all. Gongzi, where do you want to go now? Zhao Linger asked. Let's find a better inn to stay in first. Gu Changsheng said indifferently. Okay, the best inn in Xianyang is the one in front. Zhao Linger pointed to an opulent, tall and majestic building not far ahead. Sure enough, there was an inn. When everything was settled, Gu Changsheng asked with a somewhat serious face, Zhao Linger, now that there's no one, can you tell me who you are? Benefactor above, please accept my daughter's worship. Zhao Linger fell down and worshipped after she finished, which confused Gu Changsheng. How does being a pre-existing villain, who thinks he's done nothing good, make him a savior? I don't think it's a case of mistaken identity, is it? Early life. Thought I was glamorous now. Designated as a case of mistaken identity. How embarrassing. Girl, are you recognizing the wrong person? Gu Changsheng said grudgingly. Zhao Linger took out a portrait and handed it to Gu Changsheng, saying, this is the benefactor's portrait, and my daughter won't recognize it wrongly. Gu Changsheng took the portrait and looked at it, and it was actually really herself. The paintings are marvelous, almost like the photos. What the hell is going on? He was a little confused. This, Zhao Linger, how did you get my portrait? Eunuch's portrait has been widely circulated in Qingyu City. Don't you know that? Zhao Linger said. Gu Changsheng was even more confused. I'm not a traffic star myself. What's the point of circulating my portrait? He shook his head, full of suspicion. When Zhao Linger saw how modest Gu Changsheng was, she worshipped him even more. benefactor is so low-key, doing good deeds without leaving a name. By eradicating the corrupt officials in Qingyu City who colluded with the Devil's Way and wanted to slaughter the people of the city, you have not only saved my little girl, but also the entire city. This is a great merit. The people of Qingyu City have dedicated a life shrine to you, and the incense burns continuously every day. And your portrait, naturally, is enshrined within the Sangha. Upon hearing this, Gu Chongqing's mouth opened as if she was petrified. Sigma, asterisk. This, who the is this pitting me? You've set up a shrine for me? No wonder it always feels like my luck is getting better lately. Nima, so many incense offerings, is that what I, the villain, deserve? If I find out who did a good deed with my name, I'm not finished with him. Gu Changsheng, when she heard about her, did not feel happy. Instead, she felt like she was being framed. Glorious deeds. Hipster, definitely trying to hustle me. Zhao Linger saw Gu Changsheng's expression of pain on his face, and secretly admired him in her heart. It was true that he was an immortal who hated worldly fame and fortune so much. All my life, I'm stuck with you, benefactor. We've met before. Have you forgotten? Zhao Linger reminded. Gu Changsheng shook his head. Zhao Linger was slightly disappointed and explained. I was singing with Grandpa at the Gathering of Immortals building when you were eating in the second floor box with a pretty sister. Remember? Oh, it's you. Gu Changsheng then remembered. He didn't even care too much about it at the time. And the Zhao Linger at that time was painted with makeup and dressed flamboyantly. Not at all as spiritual as she is now. Thanks to the benefactor killing that turtle-egg Gue Dan. Otherwise I might have lost my innocence. Where's your grandfather? Gu Changsheng asked casually. My grandfather was killed by Gue Dan's men. Ooh, said Zhao Linger as she let out a loud cry. Gu Changsheng was most afraid of girls crying, and looking at Zhao Linger, who was crying with pearly blossoms, he pulled out a handkerchief from his bosom and handed it to the other party. A little while later, Zhao Linger finally stopped crying, then gathered her emotions and said with a resolute face, Eunuch, Zhao Linger is willing to be a cow and a horse to serve you in this life. I hope you don't dislike me. Ha! I'll send it. What's the deal? You want to be a cow? Can't a pretty little girl like that think of any other role? Gu Changsheng thought to himself, old me will be killed in a few dozen chapters. What are you following me for? Zhao Linger, it's too aggravating for you to follow me. You deserve a better life. Gu Changsheng was not telling lies. No, if Enku won't have me, I'll jump from here. With that, Zhao Linger was about to run outside. Frightened, Gu Changsheng hurriedly stopped her and said, Don't, let's talk things over. What's wrong with women in this world? One was so emotional. Chapter 24 Shangguan Love. Eunuch, have you promised to have me? Zhao Linger blinked her big eyes and looked at Gu Changsheng expectantly. Gu Changsheng was also helpless, so he nodded and said, Don't call Gong in the future, just call him Gongzi. Yes, sir. I didn't expect that before I came to Xianyang to do anything. I had first collected a young girl. The system arranged the plot for my old man. Is it really not a trap for me? What's the use of collecting so many women in this world? And you can't take them with you. Just think about it. I'm afraid that your excellency has come to Xianyang City this time to attend the Myriad Voices Society? Zhao Linger poured a cup of tea for Gu Changsheng and handed it over to ask in passing. How do you know? Gu Changsheng sipped her tea and said faintly. Almost all of the gentlemen who have come to Xianyang City these past few days have come to participate in the Myriad Sound Society organized by 3rd Princess Linfinga. Oh, when Gu Changsheng heard her say this, she instantly became curious. Recently, a marriage proposal mission from the Crown Prince of Great Zhou has come to Xianyang to request a marriage proposal from the Empress of Great Li. The two countries have been at war for many years, and this time, if the marriage is made, it may bring the war to a halt. Therefore the Empress intends to agree to the marriage. Only the 3rd Princess is very resistant, so she proposed to organize a Myriad Sound meeting. And if the Crown Prince of Great Zhou is able to overwhelm the many heavenly prides, then he will agree. Otherwise he will be exempted from the negotiation. Gu Changsheng, who heard this, had a feeling of being lifeless. Nima, system, aren't you screwing me over? The 3rd Princess is organizing the Miaoying festival to choose a husband. Why am I here? I still have a few dozen chapters to go before I'm successfully killed. Guilty of coming to this muddy water? System, give me a reasonable explanation. Ding. Existence is justified. The host is asked to respect the judgment made by this system. If the host has a problem with this system, he can unbind me. Saying it is the same as not saying it. Gu Changsheng was bellyaching in his heart, but he was still counting on the system to take him back to the Blue Star. So naturally he couldn't do anything about it. Gongzi, with your talent, you'll definitely be able to overwhelm everyone and win the heart of the 3rd Princess. Zhao Linger wasn't jealous, but instead encouraged Gu Changsheng. How that stings. This was not encouragement. It was clearly irritating Gu Changsheng. definitely not capable of overpowering the group, or really become the three princesses' son-in-law. That can be a real headache. Thinking of this, Gu Changsheng decided to swing for the fences. I'm going to go to the Miaoyin Association to make a sauce, and then I'm going to go home and wait for the Holy Land examination, and I'm going to get hit in the face by Lin Yi, and then I'm going to blacken up and look for death. The thought of the tender yacht waiting for him at Blue Star was compelling. It was still early, and Gu Changsheng was not willing to stay at the inn with Zhao Linger like this. What if it's a fondness that comes with time? He decided to take Zhao Linger around to see the customs of Xianyang. Gu Changsheng had changed his clothes and was dressed as a scholar. Green underworld robes wearing out is indeed a little too flashy, or low-key good. In case it is recognized again will be troublesome. Under Zhao Linger's service, he was brocaded, wearing a scholar's scarf on his head, and was gentle and elegant, no matter who saw him. Cultivation, naturally, is also covered up. Looking at himself in the mirror, Gu Changsheng nodded in satisfaction and then left the inn with Zhao Linger, walking down the road. He was walking with a folding fan in his hand, followed by Zhao Linger, a proper male son. Hearing that Zhao Linger's front was the most famous tea house in Xianyang, Gu Changsheng planned to go and taste Xianyang's famous tea. Mud, our prince is here. Those who don't want to die get away. When he was almost at the tea house, he saw a young man being thrown out by two strong men dressed as foreigners. Just you losers, you still want to compete with our crown prince for the third princess, toads wanting to eat swan meat. These strong men of the foreign race were the very men that the crown prince of Great Zhou had brought with him. One of the henchmen, still not relieved, stepped forward and spat on the young man. Quite a few onlookers, seeing this scene, no one dared to come forward to stop them. There were even some people who showed gloating expressions, ready to continue eating melon and watching a good show. Gu Changsheng's face was a bit ugly when she saw this. This crown prince of Great Zhou is also too domineering. Does he really treat Xianyang as their territory? Zhao Linger was even more furious. But unfortunately, she was only a weak woman, so she could only curse in a low voice. She really hoped that Gu Changsheng would step in and teach these people a lesson. Just like the Green Jade City that is. Gu Changsheng saw a man sitting in the tea house, with a gloomy face and wearing bright yellow Chinese clothes. Obviously the Great Zhou Crown Prince Wu Buxi. In the original novel, this Great Zhou Crown Prince Wu Buxi had only appeared a handful of times during Lin Yi's annihilation of Great Zhou before being killed off. It's just cannon fodder. Seeing the other party's unbeatable appearance, Gu Changsheng became a bit irritated. I have more drama than you, and I'm not as bossy as you. Wu Buxi's men obviously didn't know how to restrain themselves, and kicked the young man several more times, saying, listen up. Whoever dares to go to the third princess's myriad voices meeting tomorrow will end up just like this person. Closer little state. How dare you be arrogant in my great Li capital? Just then, a woman's chortle came from the crowd. The crowd's gazes followed the sound, only to see a woman in white clothes and a white dress standing there, like a blooming orchid, fresh and elegant. Her eyebrows were picturesque, and her eyes were intelligent and soulful, as if she could see into the world. Temperament as gentle as water, all revealing a superb intelligence and talent. It's the great talent of the Xianyang Academy, Shangwan Love. Everyone recognized the woman's identity. It was the talented Shangwan Love. It's Ms. Shangwan, nice to meet you. Inside the house, Wu Buxi saw that it was Shangwan Love and got up and wandered out. What? Is Miss Shangwan looking down on our Great Zhou? Our Great Zhou's land is twice the size of your Great Li. How dare you call us an assortment of small states? Wu Buxi, who was tall and tiger-backed, walked up to Shangwan Emotion and looked viciously at the other party. Not only was he strong and powerful, but he also had the cultivation of the spirit sea realm. The atmosphere is very adequate. Shangwan Love was close to 2 heads shorter than him, and looked very thin in comparison. However, she was not intimidated by the other party's ferocious appearance, and tilted her head back to stand up her chest and said, you, Great Zhou, have no respect for indoctrination and etiquette, and have invaded our Great Li for years, and now that you have come to Xianyang and are beating people on the street, you are impolite to the extreme. Ha, so what if it's rude? We have come a long way, and it may be that soon your third princess will be my wife, and I will be your master. Wu Buxi seems to have a plan. Humph, a coarse person like you, the third princess will not marry you. Shangwan Love was Lin Feng's bosom friend, and she naturally didn't want to sacrifice the other's happiness. Also, she didn't think that making peace would quell the war. Chapter 25 Gu Changsheng, angry with me. What are the manners? All those rituals of your Dai Li are all garbage to me, and will only bind you. And in this prince's opinion, you people of Dili don't know what music and rhythm are. You only know how to play the woozy music. No wonder you are no match for us in the battlefield in Great Zhou. The jade shell on Wu Buxi's waist flashed with a cold light. It was the Great Zhou's national treasure, 9 deadly soul-destroying shell. His python boots stomped on the young man, removing a bamboo flute from his body before condensing spiritual energy in his palm and shattering it into smithereens. This kind of trash deserves to be called a musical instrument. Let you hear what real music is. With that, he took out the 9 deadly soul-destroying jiao, placed it on his lips and started blowing with his spiritual energy. From the 9 deadly soul-destroying jiao came out soul-shattering and bizarre tones, causing the people present to immediately feel dizzy. Some even foamed at the mouth and fainted. It's a magic sound. Shangwan Emotion's face was a bit gloomy as she ran her spiritual energy to resist the suffocating demonic sound. Cold sweat broke out from her forehead. Gu Changsheng was at such a high level of cultivation that this bit of demonic sound couldn't work on him at all. But Zhao Linger was a mortal body, and when she heard this demonic sound, she had a headache. Gongzi, save me. Seeing Zhao Linger's agonized expression, Gu Changsheng then took out the withered wood long yin qin, and with spiritual energy surging between his 5 fingers, he casually stroked it. 5 strong voices burst out along with the spiritual energy, shattering Wu Buxi's magic voice at once. Wu Buxi's demonic sound was shattered, and he almost spurted out a mouthful of blood as if he had been hit hard in the chest. So strong, the 5 tones correspond precisely to the 5 organs of a person. This person's attainments in sound are so high. Shangwan Emotion looked towards the surroundings, wanting to see who in the end had such powerful musical attainments. It's just a shame that after half a day of searching, I couldn't find it. Gu Changsheng had long since put his qin away. He didn't want to be so flashy. Just give this person a slight warning, and leave the bad guys to Lin Yi and these protagonists to deal with. He has no interest in administering justice. Little brat, what were you laughing at just now? Wu Buxi saw Gu Changsheng with a smile on his face from the crowd, and was instantly enraged. Just when there was no one to take it out on, he decided to teach this scholarly-looking young man a lesson. What's it to you if *******? I'm laughing at. Gu Changsheng spoke nonsense in a serious manner. Upon this statement, the people around him immediately understood that he was pointing out the truth and laughed out loud. Wu Buxi wasn't stupid, so he naturally knew that he was being deliberately sarcastic, and raised his fist towards Gu Changsheng to strike down. Stop, Crown Prince Wu. You also have too little regard for the royal law of our greatly, don't you? Just then, a group of golden-armored warriors flanked a gorgeous woman walking towards this place. This person was none other than Lin Fengge, 3rd princess. You're here. Wu Buxi is beating people in the street, and casting magical sounds that hurt so many of the people. When Shangwan Emotion saw 3rd princess Lin Fengge come with her feathered guards, she immediately greeted them. Love, I know. Lin Fengge nodded. Seeing that it was the 3rd princess, Wu Buxi put down his fists and replaced them with a smiling face and said, It's your highness, the 3rd princess. Goodbye, your royal highness. Why did you hit someone in the street? Lin Fengge ignored him and said coldly, This man mocks me. Mocking you for what? Lin Fengge asked. Mocking me is. Hearing this, Lin Fengge snorted out a laugh. It's still true. What Prince Gu Changsheng said is really right. Many people in the room were surprised when these words came out. Especially Shangwan Emotion was even slightly open in her sandalwood mouth, and it seemed that her expression had also become somewhat worshipful. Gu Changsheng's name had already spread from Qingyu City. The entire Great Li dynasty knew that there was a chivalrous immortal cultivator, senior brother Gu Changsheng of the Qingdian Holy Land. What Gu Changsheng? If you dare to tease this prince, I'll make you a Gu Shorin. Wu Buxi looked at Gu Changsheng viciously. Naturally, he didn't know about Gu Changsheng or where he came from. Prince Wu, Mr. Gu is my guest. If you dare to be rude to him, don't blame me for being rude to you. Lin Fengge's cultivation wasn't weak, and since this was the Great Li, Wu Buxi had to give up. Turning his head to change his smiling face, he said to Lin Fengge, Your Highness, the 3rd princess, tomorrow's Myriad Tones meeting, this crown prince will surely win the top prize. Seeing the other party's appearance, Lin Fengge felt a wave of nausea in her heart. Didn't bother with him either. Wu Buxi made a fool of himself and turned around with his men and headed back to the pavilion. After the crowd had left, Lin Fengge came to Gu Changsheng with a smile on her face and said with a sweet smile, I have to thank Mr. Gu on behalf of Her Majesty the Empress. Thank me for what? Gu Changsheng was a bit puzzled. Thank you, Mr. Gu, for eradicating the corrupt official Gui Wu who was causing trouble for one side and the devilish accomplices, and returning peace to Qingyu City. Lin Fengge said. What's this all about? He's still a little confused as to who did the good deed of framing him, but he can't say he didn't do it himself now. Just a faint smile and no words. That makes it seem even more mysterious. Such a calm state of mind made both Lin Fengge and Shangwan Emotion feel greatly favorable towards him. Mr. Gu, can you come to my Changle Palace today? Lin Fengge extended an invitation to Gu Changsheng, her gaze full of anticipation. Gu Changsheng had promised her before, and now there was even less reason to refuse. Changle Palace. The level of luxury is second only to the palace. It's no wonder. Third Princess Lin Fengge is the second most powerful person after the Empress, and has control over the world's money and food, pavilions, and the blue waves of the lake. A 9-curve alabaster bridge over the lake connects to a pavilion in the center of the lake. Lin Fengge then hosted a banquet for Gu Changsheng at this elegant lake pavilion. After the guests and hosts were seated, they were accompanied by the Shangguan emotion. In fact, Shangguan love came of his own accord. She was filled with curiosity about Gu Changsheng. Facing the two beauties, the situation gave Gu Changsheng a feeling of unreality as well. It would be nice if it were all true. Beauty, food and wine, life is enough. Shangguan love was one of the harem of the novel's male lead, and Gu Changsheng had naturally heard of it. But what did it mean that the other party was staring at herself like a little fangirl, her face full of adoration? If you look at me like that, won't Lin Yi hate me even more? That said, where did Lin Yi, the hanging hair, go? In fact, Lin Yi in disguise was inside the Changle Palace. He intends to find a chance to approach Lin Fengge and ask him to help him investigate his sister's whereabouts and lend him some money in the meantime. Of course, the main thing is to borrow money. The richest person he knew was his own half-sister. From afar, he watched Gu Changsheng wine and dine with Lin Fengge and Shangguan love, while his disguised guards could only watch from here. The heart can't tell you how much it hates it. Gu Changsheng, gasp at me. Chapter 26. Too scary. Almost let the princess confess successfully. Gu Changsheng, who was laughing and joking with Lin Fengge and Shangguan love, was vaguely aware of an unkind aura. He looked around and noticed that one of the shore guards had a scent that seemed somewhat familiar, plus the way the other guy was looking at himself. Gu Changsheng immediately concluded that this person was Lin Yi. There's a great performance by Lin Yi in this episode, and he's definitely not going to miss it. Moreover, Lin Yi was good at eating soft food, and this time he had come to the third princess's Changle Palace because he wanted to borrow a large sum of money for refining pills. The path of cultivation, couple of land and law and wealth. You can't have one without the other. It can be hard to get around without money. When she saw Lin Yi, Gu Changsheng was instantly possessed by the dramatist. He had to maintain his persona, and by the way, advance a wave of plot and brush off Lin Yi's hatred. Thinking of this, a wry smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he said, "Your Highness, I perceive that you seem to have been peeking at my maid and your guards." There's more to this? Lin Fengge was a bit puzzled, not knowing how Gu Changsheng came up with such a sentence out of the cold. But in case someone really had ill intentions towards Gu Changsheng's maid, she couldn't just ignore it. It's so embarrassing for her. So he said, "Mr. Gu, who are you talking about?" Lin Fengge looked at Gu Changsheng and asked. Gu Changsheng stood up with a huff, her hands behind her back, and slowly made her way to the front of the several guards. He scanned the crowd, his eyes landing on Lin Yi's impersonated guard, and said with a grim look on his face, "Kid, I don't think you've got the right look in your eyes." Lin Yi looked at Gu Changsheng in surprise, thinking, how did he see that? Have I been exposed? You brat keep staring at my maid. Is my lord's maid something you can covet? Gu Changsheng roared in feigned anger as he grabbed Lin Yi by the collar. "Lean, how big a deal is it to think you've been identified? Sure is a horny bastard. Another beautiful maid so soon. Think of it as watching the maid of honor. It's better than being found out who you are." Lin Yi pretended to be shy and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Gu, I didn't mean it. Forgive me this time." Lin Fengge's face was a bit ugly. Her own guards were behaving so out of character. It was too humiliating for her. Throw him out and give him 10 strokes. Then he spoke to the head guard. "Princess, spare my life." Lin Yi pretended to be afraid and begged for mercy. In fact, with the strength of his flesh nowadays, not to mention 10 plates, even 10,000 plates wouldn't hurt the slightest bit. The corner of Gu Changsheng's mouth lifted in an arc. Only then did he return to his original seat and began to continue chatting with the two beauties. With his experience, it wasn't easy to blow off steam with Lin Fengge and Shangguan love. From politics to economy, from economy to culture, from culture to military, from military to cultivation. Every now and then there would be a few lines of Tang and Song poetry interspersed, and even some of Blue Star's internet gingoisms. This could mesmerize all three women around him. How had they ever heard these amazing remarks? Especially the theories about ruling the country, which made Lin Fengge admire them. And he casually said a few classic lines from the Analects of Confucius, which immediately turned Shangguan emotion into a little fangirl, itching to take out a small notebook to write it down. "Duke, your line about seeing justice without courage is really too eloquent. What you have done today is to see justice. Shangguan love lives and learns the word. The children are teachable," Gu Changsheng said in a mysterious manner. Shangguan love immediately had the learned expression again. She still wanted Gu Changsheng to say more, but Lin Fengge couldn't wait any longer. She still had a lot of questions about ruling the country that she wanted to ask Gu Changsheng. "Your Excellency, Now the Jiangnan is flooded and the people are in dire straits. The rich households are hoarding. And the treasury can't get any money for disaster relief due to the perennial wars. What should we do? Linfinga blinked her big watery eyes and inquired with a serious face. Gu Changsheng hadn't been willing to answer this question. His scene was about to be finalized. But see Linfinga look worried about the country. And then think of the people's life as also life. Will be the Yearfan Zhongyan high-price grain collection relief as well as the work in lieu of relief method, said to Linfinga. Listen. After hearing this story, Linfinga seemed enlightened. Thank you for teaching me. The hundreds of millions of people in Jiangnan are saved. All thanks to you. I will definitely report to the saint, so that he can set up a living shrine for you. Another life shrine? What's this? Is it popular in this world to have a life shrine? It's because you hate me for not dying. No, really, it's all trivial. Gu Changsheng wasn't being polite. He really didn't want people to set up a life shrine for him anymore. He felt a little ashamed to be on the receiving end of incense all day long. His excuses, but in the eyes of Linfinga, turned into a great righteousness. A matter of whisking away the clothes. The deep hiding of merit and fame of spontaneity. At the moment, there was not only admiration in her eyes, but even a bit of love. Sure enough, she had once seen Gu Changsheng saving the people from fire in a dreamlike scene, fighting the evils of the world with her own strength. Originally she wasn't so sure, but after today's conversation, she was convinced. The nationalist is unrivaled, a fine gentleman of the turbulent world. If I could always be by Gu Changsheng's side, I would have no regrets in this life. The thought of it made her look forward to it a little, only to see her rise respectfully. She blessed herself toward Gu Changsheng and said, Your Excellency, I don't want to marry Wu Buxi. Gu Changsheng said in his heart, It's your business if you don't want to marry. It's none of my business. I hope that Your Excellency will win the top spot in the Myriad Voices Society tomorrow. With your talent, you'll surely have no problem. Linfinga's eyes glowed with hope, anticipating Gu Changsheng's answer. What can I say? If I come out on top, I'll be the emperor's son-in-law. The old man was a wild horse. Your home is not a prairie. Can't keep me. Even if I keep my heart, I can't keep my person. I'll go back to the blue planet to enjoy my life after I finish the plot. Although there are many beautiful women here, it's dangerous, which is not as comfortable as Blue Star. Trying to make me the emperor's son-in-law is definitely out of the question. No way. Absolutely not. Gu Changsheng kept muttering in her heart, but her mouth, for some reason, squeezed out a sentence. I'll do my best. Ha! I'm a mouth that can't say no to people. I can't believe I answered it myself. That's not what I had in mind. Believe in the prince. This palace is willing. Before Linfinga could finish, Gu Changsheng hurriedly interrupted her. Your Highness, it's getting late. I have to go back and sit in the evening class. Oopsie daisy. That's scary. She's not trying to confess to me. Shangwan Love still had a sense of loss inside when she saw that her best friend was going to confess her love for Gu Changsheng. But when she saw that Gu Changsheng didn't seem to have any thoughts of becoming the emperor's son-in-law, she felt a surge of joy in her heart, feeling as if she still had a chance. Princess, Miss Shangwan, I'll see you tomorrow. Myriad voice. Gu Changsheng hurriedly took Xiaolinger and left Changle Palace as if he was fleeing. It's too scary. Chapter 27. Borrowing money and getting shut out. Lin Yi, who had been hit with 10 slaps, was furious in his heart. It's not very damaging and extremely insulting. It so happened that at this time, the blood demon's son, who had been sleeping for a long time, finally awoke. Lin Yi, has the dragon blood jade arrived? The first thing the blood demon's son did when he woke up was naturally to be concerned about the condition of the dragon blood jade. In his opinion, he was the only one who knew the secret of the dragon's blood jade, and Lin Yi would certainly have no problem getting his hands on it. However, Lin Yi's reply surprised him. What? Slapped away by Yi Qingcheng? Blood demon's son asked with some incredulity. This is a dragon's blood precious jade. It's too bad. The blood demon's son was a bit sorry. This kind of treasure can be said to be the existence of heaven. If you cannot get really some pity, I believe Yi Qingcheng shot it for me. Lin Yi didn't seem to be as frustrated as he thought he would be, but said with a clear mind, what makes it so? Blood demon's son was a bit skeptical of his confidence. Intuition. Senior sister Qingcheng must have taken it for me. I'm pretty sure. Lin Yi had once said when talking to Yi Qingcheng that he liked to collect precious jades. Yi Qingcheng heard that he liked precious jades and said that he would give him one when he came across a beautiful jade. This piece of precious jade was just an unusual piece of beautiful jade in the eyes of others. Yi Qingcheng must have auctioned it off to send it to herself. As the Heaven's Destiny male lead, he was very confident. In his opinion, Yi Qingcheng's recent abnormal behavior definitely had another purpose. Definitely trying to find a way to fix Gu Changsheng so that he would stay away from himself in the future. Aha! Definitely. Seeing how confident Lin Yi was, Blood Demon's son was not in a position to dampen his confidence. Lin Yi, Where are we now? Seeing that the two of them were in the middle of an inn, Blood Demon's son inquired. We are in the city of Xianyang. Xianyang City? Why are you still in Xianyang City? Aren't you afraid of being discovered by your enemies? I've changed my face and won't be noticed. This time I've come. I want to ask Linfinga to borrow some money and buy some pills needed for cultivation. Inside the Changle Palace, Linfinga was still recalling the images of her conversation with Gu Changshang, thinking of how the other party was not only handsome and erudite but also looked down on merit. It's really hard not to like it. After she told Empress Lin Manhwa about Gu Changshang's disaster relief strategy, the other party greatly appreciated it. Immediately this solution was placed in the hands of the most competent ministers to carry it out. I think the problem of Gangnam will be solved soon. That would also free up his hands to deal with external problems. Thinking about the fact that the great Zhou Crown Prince Wu didn't think about the marriage union, Linfinga's heart was filled with a pang of annoyance. However, with Gu Changsheng in attendance, it was thought that Wu Buxi wouldn't be able to win. Your Highness, I have something to ask for. The sound of a report came from outside the door. Come in. Being interrupted in her thoughts, Linfinga was more or less offended. Lin Yi, disguised as a guard, walked in. What is it? Linfinga said indifferently. Third sister. It's me, Lin Yi said. Ergo? Linfinga instantly realized that this person was again Lin Yi in disguise, and her heart was even more unhappy. In the picture in her mind, Lin Yi would kill her sister in the future and reclaim the imperial throne. After ascending to the throne, Lin Yi would kill many of his former political enemies, and then raise a great deal of saber rattling, making countless people die for his hegemony. Instead, she would be treated as a political victim and married to Wu Buxi as a consort, to paralyze the other side. When Lin Yi destroyed Great Zhou, she also died in the chaos. It ended in misery. Thinking of these images, Linfinga felt some resentment towards this second brother. Remembering the previous love, the auction had already let him off the hook. So why did he still have to come to himself? What are you doing here looking for me? Didn't I already tell you to leave Xianyang City and not to come back? Linfinga said coldly. Third sister, you're so heartless. Have you forgotten how good second brother used to be to you? Lin Yi said. If I didn't remember my old feelings, I would have had someone take you down during the auction. Linfinga's attitude remained cold. You actually dared to disguise yourself as a guard to come to my palace. How daring. Quickly tell me what you want from me. I want you to lend me 5 million lower grade spirit stones. Lin Yi looked at Linfinga's cold attitude and directly threw out his purpose. 5 million lower grade spirit stones? Don't you know that Greatly has been suffering internally and externally lately, and the treasury is empty? So how can I have money to give you? Linfinga didn't think that Lin Yi would dare to ask for a lion's share of the money. Third sister, who doesn't know that you are now in charge of the money and food of Dili? What is this money to you? Lin Yi was a bit upset. He had thought that Linfinga would give it to him painfully. Since the auction, he realized that he really couldn't do without money. That's why he risked coming to Linfinga to borrow money. But now hundreds of millions of people in Jiangnan are suffering from hunger. Don't you think about the people? Linfinga said without a trace of anger. I am now in dire need of money for my cultivation, so I have no choice but to suffer the people first, and when I have accomplished my great Tao, I will naturally shelter the people well. Lin Yi didn't care about that much. The people were suffering. The one who cursed was Lin Manhwa. It was none of his business. It would be good if the famine caused a civil unrest, so that he would have a chance to overthrow Lin Manhwa and reclaim the throne. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Linfinga became even more convinced that those images in her mind were true. Such a selfish person. It was fortunate that he had sided with Lin Menjiuo in the first place. Lin Manhwa's heart was focused on the people of the country, unlike Lin Yi who only thought about himself. Go away. I won't give you a single spirit stone. And of course, I won't tell my sister about you being in Xianyang City. So go away. Linfinga gave an eviction order. You, Linfinga, are really desperate. Have you forgotten who was taking care of you all the time in the first place? Lin Yi began to growl as he saw how desperate the other party was. Second brother, if you don't leave, don't blame me for being rude. You, Lin Yi was furious for a moment. Come on man, Linfinga shouted towards the door, and then a guard rushed in. Get this man out of the palace. Yes. Seeing that this guard had actually made the princess angry, and fearing that he would be held accountable, the head guard rushed forward with the others to try and take Lin Yi down. Who is Lin Yi? Man of destiny. Can you be restrained by a couple of little karamis? What a joke. Just as the guards were about to step forward to drag Lin Yi out, Lin Yi erupted his spiritual pressure to send the guards all flying. Then he viciously said towards Linfinga, Linfinga, remember, from now on, we're done with each other. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. When we meet again, we'll be enemies. After speaking, Lin Yi turned around and left the Changle Palace. Looking at Lin Yi's departing back, Lin Feng's eyes revealed a coldness. If you want to destroy the Great Li and hurt Gu Changsheng, even if it's my brother, you can't. Chapter 28 Conscience is a good thing. Don't want it or don't want it. Lin manhwa, Lin Feng. The two. I will definitely kill you. Lin Yi, who had left the Changle Palace, cursed loudly. This friend, aren't you afraid of being killed for cursing the Empress and the third princess so much? Just then, a voice rang out behind Lin Yi. He winced in fear. Lin Yi turned his head to look and saw a foreigner man wearing the costume of the Great Zhou dynasty slowly walking over. Who are you? I am Crown Prince Wu Buxi of the Great Zhou dynasty. The visitor made his identity clear. It was the same Wu Buxi who had been defeated in the tea house during the day. Lin Yi looked at the visitor with some caution, his brows slightly furrowed. He wondered what the other man's intentions were. This gentleman, this prince wants to make friends with you. Wu Buxi didn't hide anything and directly stated his purpose. Why would I want to make friends with a foreigner like you? Lin Yi said without a trace of humor. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Don't you know this? Wu Buxi didn't get angry, but said, what is your purpose? Lin Yi continued to ask. He didn't believe the other man could really be friends with him. Your aim is to kill Lin manhwa and Lin Feng. My aim happens to be the same as yours. Wub said with a smile. Cut the crap. Li is in hostile relations with your Great Zhou. How can I trust you? Lin Yi wanted to kill Lin manhwa, but he didn't want to take the blame for being a traitor. Don't worry. I only want to get rid of Lin manhwa only. As for the land of Great Li, our Great Zhou is vast. We don't care about it. Wu Buxi continued. Do you know who this young master is? Lin Yi coldly returned. If this prince is correct, you should be the former crown prince Lin Yi who was robbed of the throne by Lin manhwa, right? When Wu Buxi said this, it surprised Lin Yi as well. How did you find out? Don't underestimate our Great Zhou's intelligence network, Wu Buxi said smugly. Since the other party had recognized his identity, Lin Yi didn't hide it. Then he said, since you already know my identity, how do you want to cooperate? I've heard that Lin Feng is organizing the Myriad Sound meeting, and that Empress Lin manhwa along with many of the Great Li's heavenly prides will be attending. So I want to make use of this Xianing meeting to eliminate Lin manhwa and the Great Li's heavenly prides in one fell swoop. Crown Prince of Great Zhou, you are really vicious. Do you think I will agree to help you? Aren't you afraid that I'll tell Lin manhwa about your treacherous plan? Lin Yi's face was also a little angry when he heard the other party's plan. This is trying to kill me. Li, there's no way I'm going to betray the Great Li. Lin Yi said through gritted teeth. Wu Buxi, however, said with some disdain, you have already been driven out of the palace by Lin manhwa, like a bereaved dog, and the subjects of the Great Li have long forgotten about you. So why insist? I only need you to give me the map of the palace. Nothing else needs to be done by you. Not only can I give you 10 million spirit stones, I will also give you half of the territory of Great Li when it is destroyed. It's a deal that will do you all the good and none of the harm. Hearing the other party's words, it would be false for Lin Yi to say that he wasn't moved, but his inner conscience told him that if he did so he would be an ancient sinner of the Great Li. Just as he was torn in a million directions, the blood demon son seemed to see what was on his mind, so he attached himself to him and said to Wu Buxi, alright, I promise you, but you need to make a heavenly Tao oath. In this world, as long as the heavenly Tao oath is made, if it is broken it will backfire on the heart and die. Yes, Wu Buxi was worthy of being the crown prince of Great Zhou and agreed on the spot. 3 fingers to the sky and a vow to the heavens. This is the map of the Great Li Palace. I need you to right now give me million spirit stones. 10 Lin Yi, who was possessed by the blood demon son, said, one hand to pay, one hand to deliver. No problem. Money and goods received. Lin Yi, you're really a man who has accomplished great things. After destroying the Great Li, this crown prince will be sure to gift you half of the Great Li territory. Just wait for my good news. Ha ha. After saying that, Wu Buxi turned around and left with his men. Looking at Wu Buxi's departing back, Lin Yi said somewhat unhappily, Senior blood demon son, what are you doing? Do you really want me to become a sinner for the ages? I'm helping you make up your mind. We cultivators are supposed to go against the heavens. All under the immortals are ants. Why do you have to look over your shoulder for the ants? Suffering is a major taboo for immortal cultivators. I'm attaching myself to you and saying the unspeakable for you. So it's kind of my gift to you. With these 10 million lower grade spirit stones, I can refine high grade pills for you to help you raise your cultivation to the God condensing realm before the Holy Land examination. Hearing the blood demon son's words, Lin Yi's conscience felt quite reasonable even though it was still slightly hard. His goal was to get revenge. It didn't matter what means he used. Those who achieve great things do not take care of the small things. Thinking about it that way, his conscience instantly stopped hurting. Lin manhwa, Lin Feng, Gu Changsheng. You guys are forcing me to do all this. Gu Changsheng, who had just returned to the inn, sneezed several times in succession. Mud. What asshole talked about me behind my back? You. Is it all set up? On the outskirts of Xianyang City, Wu Buxi said to several black-robed men with thick breath, Crown Prince, don't worry. We sneaked into the palace according to the map and secretly inserted the 12 ghost Luo banners. Just waiting for an order from the Crown Prince tomorrow. We can refine everyone into a severe ghost. Tomorrow you will all lie in ambush and begin the plan when I give the order. Yes, Prince. There are so many experts within the palace as well as heavenly prides. If all of them are turned into nourishment for the 12 ghost Luo streamers, then the 12th capital heavenly immortal destroying formation can be accomplished in a big way. These black-clothed men all exuded a demonic aura, and their eyes were crimson, so they were clearly experts in the devil's way. In the meantime, Gu Changsheng was inside the inn but was enjoying the best night since crossing over. Zhao Linger was well behaved. He called for bathing water, sprinkled flower petals in the wooden barrel, and also took off Gu Changsheng's outer clothes without avoiding suspicion. Instead, it was Gu Changsheng who was a little less kind. He grew up under the and was born in the spring breeze. How did he ever receive this kind of treatment? Hongqi, I'll just do it myself. Gu Changsheng's face was a little scarlet. Zhao Linger looked at his shyness and snorted with joy. Gongzi, so old and still shy? Big? And you know the big one. A little bit bigger. I've lived so many years. I've never bathed with a woman. Can't you be shy? I'm not the man of destiny. So where's this coming from? Looking at Zhao Linger in a long white dress that was hidden from view, he almost didn't collapse. Fortunately, as a cultivator, he was able to adjust his qi and blood. I'll just wash myself alone. You go out first. Gu Changsheng said. Is your excellency kicking me out? Do you think Linger is clumsy? Do you dislike Linger's vulgar looks? Woo, since his excellency dislikes me, I will die. Said he was going to jump. Luckily, she was pulled back by Gu Changsheng, jumping at the drop of a hat. That's too scary. How come all these women are so rigid in nature? What a strong woman. Looking at Zhao Linger's posture, it was impossible to drive her away, so she had no choice but to follow the customs. Let's just say it's just a shower. Why are you still on it? How can I bathe the prince without getting my hands dirty? Not there. What's wrong with it? It's working just fine, isn't it? Help. Chapter 29 Lin Yi, you are a sinner of the Great Li. The next day, Gu Changsheng dragged his tired body and slowly arrived at the Great Li Palace in the company of Zhao Linger to attend the Myriad Voices meeting. The main purpose of this event was to show off the Great Li's national prestige in front of the Great Zhou Crown Prince and his party. Lin Finga hoped to take this opportunity to extinguish the arrogance of the Great Zhou Crown Prince. She had already made a deal with Empress Lin Manhwa that if Wu Buxi could really come out on top over everyone else, she would marry the other party and make peace with her. If she can't come out on top, she'll die before she marries the other guy. Lin Manhwa loved her sister very much and could only promise her. She then set the venue for the competition of the Myriad Voices Club inside the palace, on one hand to show off the royal majesty, and on the other hand for safety reasons. The palace's 3,000 imperial guards, each of them is a person of high martial arts. Moreover, there were also several heavenly king realm experts in attendance, so it was foolproof. Gu Changsheng came to the seat with his name written on it, and as he looked around, he realized that on his left was Shangguan Love, and on his right was Lin Finga. He could feel Shangguan Emotion's gaze on him and hurriedly pretended not to see it, but turned his head to find Lin Finga's even hotter gaze. Early life. He could only close his eyes and fake sleep as he waited for the myriad sessions to begin. With the late arrival of Wu Buxi, Lin Manhwa announced the official start of the Myriad Voices meeting. Gentlemen, this tune was acquired by chance some days ago, and I offer it up. At that moment, a young man from the powerful Sun family took the lead and came on top of the high platform, taking out the flute he carried with him and said confidently. With that, he blew, his gaze still glancing over towards Lin Finga and Shangguan Qing from time to time. Seems a little overconfident. He was met with blank stares and coldness from Shangguan Love and Lin Finga. At the end of the song, he bowed down towards everyone, thinking he had performed very well. Wu Buxi said coldly, "You've really made a fool of yourself. For this kind of tune, the braying of our donkeys in Great Zhou is better than yours. You, crude." The young man from the Sun family shivered with anger when he heard Wu Buxi ridicule him in such a manner. Lin Manhrua's face was a bit ugly, thinking how this level also dared to come out to make a fool of herself, really damaging to the national body. This scene directly rendered Gu Changsheng speechless. What the heck? This all dare to go on stage to make a fool of themselves. Really let the Great Zhou think that there is no one in the Great Li, right? It seems that Dai Li really isn't very well educated. Just now, the Sun family's children still dared to call themselves Heaven's Pride. What an insult to these two words. Next, there were people coming on stage one after another, playing their own masterpieces with confidence. But to Gu Changxing's ears, they all sounded like elementary school students. How he was also the literary backbone of the university in those years, playing and singing all kinds of skill. Miss Shangwan for a song. Yes, MS. Shangwan have a song. The crowd began to shout the name of Shangwan AI, whose talent was well known in Dali. Talent and appearance is said to be her, and she is the goddess in the hearts of many young people. Shangwan Love wasn't the type of woman who was pretentious, and since everyone wanted her to put on a show, she walked straight to the high stage. Shangwan Love on the stage took out his own jade flute and played it. The tune is melodious, like a babbling brook and the wind blowing the green willows, which is refreshing to the mind. As she blew, there was more aura around her. The aura danced to her melody, as if giving it life, and it was marvelous. That's le rhyme. Gu Changsheng also gently clapped his hands, matching her tone, thinking, this is the right thing to do. What the hell were those people earlier? The audience applauded after the song was played. Shangwan Love was just about to get off the stage, but he heard Wu Buxi say, "Oh, Miss Shangwan really deserves to be both talented and beautiful. Why don't we both play a song together with flute and shao?" With that, Wu Buxi flew onto the stage. Although Shangwan Love was reluctant inwardly, but the other party had already opened her mouth. If she refused to look like she had a weak heart, good. With that, the Shangwan emotional change blew, and next to him, Wu Buxi's mouth revealed a bad smile. He took out the 9 deadly soul-destroying jiao from his waist, utilized the spiritual energy in his body, and began to blow along with it as well. Unlike Shangwan Emotion's flute's pleasant sound, what came out of Wu Buxi's 9 deadly soul-destroying jiao seemed to be a demonic sound. This kind of sound tune, although melodious, is able to make people hallucinate, especially those with slightly weaker cultivation or no cultivation, and immediately fall into hallucinations after listening to it. Many began to act as if they were mesmerized. Some became manic, others became insane, and some were even tearing their own clothes or even the clothes of the person next to them. Shangwan Love sensed the abnormality and just wanted to cover his ears, because the distance was too close to immediately fall into the illusion. The entire person twisted his body frantically, shouting out Gu Gongzi over and over again under his breath. "Gu Changsheng, what's the point of naming me? Wabusi, what are you doing?" The Empress Lin Mangrua immediately became furious when she saw that the other party was actually playing the demonic Dao technique 1000 illusory demonic sound in front of her. He, Your Majesty the Empress. This crown prince is just looking at your great Li's celestial pride as being too trashy and wants to kill them all. Jia. Unbridled. Men, arrest Wu Buxi, Lin Mangrua shouted. And those guards behind him with high cultivation levels rushed towards Wu Buxi. Wu Buxi watched the guards rush towards him, but he didn't panic, pointing the 9 deadly soul-destroying jiao in his hand towards the sky and emitting a red light. All of a sudden, the sky above the palace actually instantly darkened, as if dark clouds were covering the sun, and it was pitch black. What's the situation? What the hell is going on? The crowd was startled by the sudden turn of events, and they cried out, "Ha ha, this crown prince has already laid down 12 ghost luo banners within the palace, and this 12 capital heaven-destroying immortal array will refine all of you into evil spirits." Jia. Wu Buxi's words were like ice water poured over his head, causing everyone to cool down from head to toe. Some people even peed their pants outright. Ghost Rakugo. The reputation for ferocity spreads far and wide. It was a unique magic treasure of the Ghost Luo sect, with a total of 36 rods, which could refine a person into an evil ghost to be included in the streamer. Souls that have been incorporated into the Ghost Rakugo are not allowed to reincarnate, and can only be driven at will by the person holding the streamer, becoming a knight's ghost, which can be more painful than death. Upon hearing this, Lin Mangru and Lin Fenga also lost their colors. They didn't know when Wu Buxi had sneaked into the palace. The palace is protected by a large array. If an outsider enters, it will definitely be detected. Unless the royal family has a mole and tells the other side of the palace's large array layout map, otherwise it would never have gotten in unnoticed. Lin Mangrua, faced with such a situation, showed the composure that an empress should have and did not panic. Command the Kingsguard to begin laying down their defenses. At this moment, Lin Fenga thought of a person and couldn't help but winces. Could it be him? There was only one person she could think of, and that was Lin Yi, who had recently appeared in Xianyang City. If it was really Lin Yi, he was too hateful. I can't believe I'm colluding with a foreign enemy for my own selfish reasons. Abominable. Killable. Lin Yi, you're a sinner of the great Li. Chapter 30. The Golden Dragon descends. All evil dissipates. Wu Buxi, what do you mean by that? Lin Mengrua's face was grave as she looked at Wu Buxi and said coldly, "Oh, there's no point in that. Soldiers just don't get any better. Do you think I'm really here to join forces? As long as I destroy your dolly, won't you and Lin Fenga be mine?" GGG. Hearing Wu Buxi's words, Lin Manhwa and Lin Fengji's faces were incomparably ugly, not realizing that the other party was a wolf. What's even more detestable is that the Great Zhou dynasty has actually joined forces with the Devil's Way. It's really shameless to the extreme. Now that the other party had laid down the 12th capital heavenly immortal destroying array within the imperial dynasty, the situation was very critical. This great formation was the killer weapon of the Ghost Luo sect, and it was said that the old ancestor of the Ghost Luo sect had once used this great formation to kill immortals back then. Even immortals can be killed, let alone them. The crowd was so frightened by this sudden turn of events that they scattered in all directions, trying to escape. However, when they touched the edge of the large formation, a ferocious aura transformed into a stern ghost, devouring the person directly. That's too scary. There's no escape. The other side had come prepared and would certainly not let any of them go. Gu Changxing's brows were about to twist into a twist as she looked at the palace in disarray. Nima, dog system, you're doing me a disservice. I'm going to be refined into an evil spirit now that you've arranged for me to come to some Myriad Society episode. Top of your lungs, host, be graceful. Then again, this system has no heart. System tip, the eye of the 12th capital heavenly immortal destroying formation is the 9 deadly soul destroying jiao. The host can utilize the 9 dragons imperial chi on his body to play the deadwood dragon in zither, and then he will be able to purify some of the demonic and evil spirits. You're a big man. You didn't say so. The old man's crotch is almost wet. The entire palace was ravaged by the inferi chi, and some of the weaker cultivators as well as the mortals without cultivation were scared and panicked, running around like headless flies. Soon enough, these people were refined by the fiendish chi of the great formation into stern ghosts, and were collected into the Ghost Luo banner. Don't panic everyone, running around at this moment will only lead to a faster death. Let's unite and figure it out. Lin Manhwa showed the calmness that an emperor should have at this time. Despite the urgency of the situation, she wanted to calm the crowd in hopes of finding a way to break it. She was exceptionally intelligent and quickly realized that the large formation was being manipulated by Wu Bushi using the 9 deadly soul destroying jiao. And then she brought several heavenly king realm guarding experts and rushed towards him, looking for a takedown. But couldn't Wubs think of that? Just at this time, a dozen black-clothed men rushed out from the shadows. The black-clothed people had very majestic auras. Not only were there heavenly king realm powerhouses, there was even a half-step imperial realm. Lin Manhwa and the experts were unable to get close to Wu Bushi at all. The longer the time dragged on, the heavier the deaths and injuries would be. And the black-clothed people were all elders of the Ghost Luo sect, absorbing the Yin Fury Chi in the big formation. The more they fought, the more they became brave. The escorting experts quickly fell into a disadvantage, and several heavenly king realm powerhouses fell in succession. Ha ha, Lin Manhwa, gird your loins. I won't kill you seeing as you're an empress and so beautiful, Wu Bushi said, and licked his tongue obscenely. Mud, it's so nasty. Again, villain, and I'm ashamed to be in your company. Gu Changsheng looked at Wu Bushi's appearance, and a wave of nausea ran through her heart. It feels like the other side pulls down the villain. Wu Bushi seemed to still have some bad taste in his mouth as he said towards the crowd of scared out of their wits heaven's pride. If you guys want to live, grab Lin Manhwa with Lin Fenggo and Shangwan love for me. Whoever catches either of them, I will spare his life. After saying that, Jie smiled lewdly. Everyone, don't trust this asshole, he's trying to make everyone kill each other. Lin Fengda cursed malice in her heart before shouting towards the crowd. Unfortunately, everyone had now panicked, and the desire to survive had caused them to lose the ability to think calmly. Quite a few people really believed Wu Bushi's words and rushed towards the 3 women. The situation was already unfavorable for them, and now if their own people turned against them, it looked like Dilly was doomed. Thinking of this, Lin Manhwa was overcome with sadness. Your Majesty, don't blame us, we just want to live. Several celestial pride's faces showed ferocity as they rushed towards Lin Manhwa's trio with their weapons. As the fiendish chi became thicker and thicker, Lin Manhwa and the girls clearly felt that the aura in their bodies was beginning to be eroded. The 3 women were struggling to support themselves, but they were becoming increasingly overwhelmed. It was only a matter of time before he was defeated and captured. Where's Mr. Gu? Lin Fengda and Shangwan Ai saw that Gu Changsheng, who had just been in his seat, had disappeared. It's not supposed to be hiding, is it? There was some disbelief in the hearts of the 2 women. Was their favorite Gu Gongzi really a coward who ran away from the battlefield? A pang of loss in his heart. Just 3 of you will not resist. All of you will become my playthings. Wu Bushi teasingly looked at the 3 women who were still recalcitrant. Just then, a mellifluous sound of the piano came from the field. Wu Bushi wondered. Who had the leisure to do so at this time of the day? The gazes of the others looked in all directions, searching for the source of the sound. Right at this moment, Wu Bushi inadvertently looked up and was surprised to find that at some point Gu Changsheng had quietly appeared on top of the roof of the palace. He was seen sitting with his legs crossed, and an ancient zither was placed in front of him. I have not yet had the opportunity to show my skills to you all at this myriad sound event. Today, then, please meditate and listen to this piece of Guangling San that I am playing. Gu Changsheng's face was as calm as water, as if he was transcending the world, and the surging ferocious aura around him as well as a chaotic and unbearable scene seemed to have no effect on him whatsoever. Ha ha, it's really interesting. This prince would like to see what kind of tricks you can pull off. After saying that, the corner of Wu Buxi's mouth rose slightly, revealing a wry smile. He held the 9 deadly soul-destroying cocktail and began to blow, accompanied by its melodious but hidden endless magic sound of the Shao. With the help of the monstrous ferocious aura released by the amazingly powerful 12 heavenly immortal destroying formation below, the demonic sound instantly transformed into an endless number of hideous ghosts, swooping towards where Gu Changsheng was with teeth and claws. Mr. Gu, be careful nah. When Lin Fengga and Shangguan Emotion saw this, they couldn't help but simultaneously lose their voices and exclaimed. In the face of such a sinister situation, Gu Changsheng's attitude remained calm and unruffled, only to see the majestic and unrivaled mixed yuan power in his body surging out like a tidal wave, and pouring into the strings of the zither along his long and white 5 fingers in a steady stream. In an instant, the beautiful and melodious tune of Guangling San, which is full of righteousness, resounded through the clouds. At the same time, the entire heaven and earth also suddenly rose up with a majestic and vast mixed yuan jingqi. This powerful and incomparable righteousness converged and condensed in the air to form a mighty, huge golden dragon. As soon as this golden dragon appeared in the world, it exuded incomparable pressure and divine light, as if it possessed the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. It opened its bloody mouth and roared and snarled as it rushed towards the vicious ghosts that came at it, only to hear a miserable screams rise and fall. All the ghosts touched by the golden dragon were in a moment to fly into ashes, turning into wisps of black smoke and dissipating into nothingness. This is dragon power. The golden dragon descends, all evils subside. Lin Mongrua looked at Gu Changsheng with some shock in her gaze, not expecting the other party to actually be able to condense a true dragon. She was originally the reincarnation of a strand of Yuan Feng's true soul, and at this moment, when she saw the true dragon coalesce, there was actually a resonance within her. So he was Gu Changsheng. She had heard Lin Fengga mention Gu Changsheng long ago, but she just hadn't gotten around to summoning him yet. I didn't expect to meet in this way. Chapter 31 Master of the Kingdom of Li? Another life shrine? Lin Mengrua's beautiful eyes gazed at Gu Changsheng, and unspeakably complex emotions flowed from her eyes. It was as if there was a mysterious and profound bloodline connection between the dragon and the phoenix. At this moment, the song Guangling San, which was as melodious as a sob and melodious, was slowly flowing out, like a babbling stream gently washing the ferocious aura that permeated the large formation. At the same time, those crowds who had originally lost their minds, their chaotic and confused consciousness gradually became clear. Go kill him. Seeing that Gu Changsheng was actually able to condense a golden dragon, Wu Buxi understood that he was very uncomplicated and immediately shouted towards the people in black. The black-robed men rushed towards the roof where Gu Changsheng was. Be careful, Mr. Gu. Lin Mangrua was also worried about Gu Changsheng's safety and rushed towards Gu Changsheng's place with her sword. Gu Changsheng didn't seem to care about these black-robed men at all. Her expression was flat as she flicked her 5 fingers, along with Gu Changsheng's 5 fingers plucking rapidly on top of the strings of the zither. The sound of the zither became more and more impassioned and high-pitched, and the aura of solemnity and murder swept out like a surging wave. Just see that the golden dragon under the control of the strings is like a wild horse out of control, soaring and circling recklessly within the palace. The half-step Imperial Extreme Realm powerhouse in the lead was devoured by the golden dragon in one gulp before he could even get 10 feet closer to Gu Changsheng. There's not even a crumb left. The rest of them also retreated when they saw how terrifying the golden dragon condensed by Gu Changsheng's zither sound was. How is it possible? You're obviously only at the peak of the god condensation realm. Why were you able to easily kill a half-step Imperial Extremity Realm powerhouse? Wabusi cried out in alarm. Gu Changsheng didn't pay any attention to him at all as her 5 fingers continued to play the music. I thought to myself, no need to ask. Ask his old man is hung up. The melody that changed from Guangling San to Qin King's broken formation music, and the speed of the 5 fingers in his hand plucking the strings of the zither became faster and faster. The tunes are murderous. The golden dragon danced wildly and rushed towards all the black-clothed men. Wherever it passed, the group of black-clad assassins brought by Wu Buxi were mercilessly devoured by it. For a while, the black-clothed man let out miserable screams that rose and fell. Wu Buxi's face was first stunned, followed by fear that quickly took over. However, right at this moment, Gu Changsheng decided to put some intensity on him, and the wind of the song turned steeply, and the aura of solemnity erupted. only heard a buzz sound. His fingers violently flicked. A harsh to the extreme zither sound instantly transformed into a long sword with cold light. With a thunderous momentum toward Wu Bushi sped away. Seeing this, Wu Bushi was so shocked that he lost his color and hastily raised the 9 deadly soul-destroying Xiao in his hand to resist with all his might. Ka-chow! A crisp breaking sound resounded through the palace. The 9 deadly soul-destroying Xiao unexpectedly shattered under this blow. To know, this Xiao is the eye of the formation. Now Xiao destroyed. It means that the whole formation began to falter in an instant. Loose and unbearable. Men, go around the palace and take down their formation flags. Seeing that the situation had reversed, Lin Manhwa immediately asked the remaining guards to go around the palace and pull down the opposing side's formation flags. That is, the 12-faced ghost Rakugo streamers. The crowd was inspired by Gu Changxing's zither, and now that the hostility in their hearts was gone, they all joined the ranks of the guards and went to pull out the formation flags together. As the ghost Luo streamers on one side were pulled out, the 12 capital heaven-destroying immortal formation was broken. The great array has been broken, and the gloom is lifted. A ray of sunlight spilled onto the roof of the palace hall, reflecting off of Gu Changsheng, who was gently stroking the zither. When the song ended, he gathered his aura and slowly rose. It was as if he was the only one in heaven and earth. A white dress was snowy, and her long hair fluttered slightly. In the eyes of the crowd, under the sunlight Gu Changsheng, his aura was transcendent, like an immortal. Thanks to Mr. Gu today, or else we'd all be dead here. Lin Manhwa said with some shock. Yes, what kind of existence is Mr. Gu? Why is he so extraordinary? Lin Fengge muttered. Shang Wanlove also looked at Gu Changsheng in fascination. His heart rippled, and he secretly thought, if I can accompany Mr. Gu, it would not be a waste of this life. Capture Wu Bushi for me and leave him alive. Since they had already torn their faces apart, Lin Manhwa decided to capture Wu Bushi in exchange for the 3 cities in the north that had been appropriated by Great Zhou. Wu Bushi was now at the end of his rope. All of the ghost Luo sex experts had been killed, and there were very few of his own guards left. Looking at the dilly crowd that had gathered towards him, Wu Bushi gritted his teeth in hatred. Gu Changsheng, it's all because you spoiled this prince's good deed, but you want to arrest me? No way. Saying that, Wu Bushi took out a jade slip from his bosom and ruthlessly crushed it, and after a burst of distortion in the space in front of him, a space-time crack several feet long appeared. It's a space teleportation talisman. Stop him. Seeing that the duck in her mouth was about to fly, Lin Manhwa hurriedly had someone stop Wu Bushi. It was a pity that Wu Bushi was so fast that he didn't hesitate to rush into the space-time rift and escape. Abominable. Let the evil thief get away. Lin Manhwa cursed with hatred as she saw the temporal rift close. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the plot of the Myriad Voices Society. The reward will now be issued. Flesh qualification increased by 30%. Enlightenment increased by 30%. And hybrid Dao body increased by 2%. Gained passive talent, Daojak substitute. Daojacking substitute can transfer damage to the body of the substitute. Each time it is triggered, it requires a cooldown of 12 hours. Given the host's perfect performance in this plot, this avatar is automatically full-leveled. A Daojio double? Damage transfer? System, you be the man. With such a perverted passive skill, how can Lin Yi kill me? An ing damage transfer. Transferred to whom? You are deliberately making things difficult for me. Fat Tiger. Hearing the rewards that the system had forced upon her, Gu Changsheng was inwardly upset. Active skills can still be controlled, but this passive skill can't be controlled at all. He had a bad thought in his head now. This dog coin system, it couldn't be that it was deliberately tricking itself. Host, the next episode is the Holy Land examination. Please prepare in advance. I'm looking out for you. Yo, watch you MMP. I'm kind of in your boat. Why are you all looking at me like that? Do I have something dirty on my face? Gu Changsheng put the ancient zither away and gently floated down from the top of the palace, looking at Lin Manhwa and the others who were looking at him in fascination, and said with a faint smile, as his physical body qualifications continued to improve along with his enlightenment, he had long since transformed his body, and his smile was enough to turn spring into rain. Many of the women saw Gu Changsheng's smile, and their nosebleeds went wild and their eyes were drawn. They can't top that kind of smile. Mr. Gu, thank you for stepping in and saving us, as well as Dili. You are my benefactor and Dili's benefactor. Lin Manhwa was the first to open her mouth. Now that she had regained her former majesty, she had become the towering greatly empress again, with a dignified phoenix-like appearance and an astonishing aura. This was also the first time Gu Changsheng had seen Lin Manhwa up close. She was dressed in a gorgeous phoenix robe with gleaming gold embroidered edges, and her head was crowned with a phoenix crown with beads and jewels hanging down, showing her honor and dignity. The face is absolutely beautiful. eyebrows like distant mountains, eyes like stars, red lips gently open, seems to be able to fall over the crowd. Her temperament is cold, gaze like a torch, hands and feet show all the majesty. People do not dare to look directly. She is the female emperor, the lord of the world. Knitting brows and smiling can sway Chankuan, awe-inspiring and desirable. Your Majesty the Empress, don't say that. All of this is the Empress' flood of blessings and what Gu should have done. Gu Changsheng had already been a human being for several lifetimes, and her mouth was more than capable of talking. With these words, Lin Mengrua's favorability towards him went up several more steps. Pass on my decree that Gu Changsheng, the immortal chief of the Holy Land of the Green Underworld, who has been meritorious in protecting the country, will henceforth be the state master of the Great Li dynasty, and will establish a shrine of the living within the city of Xianyang, with a continuous flow of incense for all the people to pay homage to. Lin Mengrua knew that Gu Changsheng didn't lack anything, and mentioning money was tacky. Shengshi is good. Shengshi can enjoy the incense of all the people and accumulate merits, which can reduce the intensity of the thunderbolt at the time of ascension. She had expected Gu Changsheng to like this arrangement very much. Who knew that Gu Changsheng's face changed drastically? And she hurriedly excused herself. Your Majesty the Empress, I don't think the birth shrine is necessary for this. What virtue and ability does Gu have that he can't afford the incense of all the people? Gu Changsheng already has a life shrine in Qingyu City. If this is another one in Xianyang City, will he still die? Enjoying the incense of all the people, will his fortune not be red hot? Who's really the main character? Never. Chapter 32 yes. Mr. Gu, this is a token of our appreciation, so don't excuse yourself. Lin Menrua didn't understand Gu Changsheng's mind at all, and thought that he was being modest, so the two of them pushed and pushed. The ministers around him didn't know who to listen to, and their expressions were a bit difficult. Lin Mengrua's face sank, said, Ministry of Public Works, Ministry of Rights, what are you waiting for? Don't you hurry to arrange for someone to choose the best feng shui place in Xianyang City for Duke Gu to build a life shrine. Duke Gu was polite. You guys are so unintelligent? The Minister of Industry and the Minister of Rights hurriedly turned around and went to do their business, leaving Gu Changsheng petrified in place. Sigma, asterisk. Who doesn't know any better? I'm a villain. There are 2 more episodes to go before I'm ready to kill off and go back to Blue Star. And you're giving me this? Equals 3. In the meantime, after million spirit stones, he went on a coin-spreading spree from the house of 10,000 treasures. Lin Yi got 10 pills, spiritual herbs, heavenly materials and treasures. Soon enough, 10 million spirit stones were squandered. He was a prince back then, a master of eating and seeing. 10 million spirit stones in his hands was a blink of an eye. Senior Blood Demon Son, I bought so many soul condensing grasses. They're enough for you to use for a long time, right? Lin Yi had purposely picked up 30 soul condensing grasses this time that were very effective at harboring soul power. Well, enough for a year. During this time old me can have enough soul power to refine pills to help you break through to the God condensation realm. There's still 3 months until the Holy Land examination. Return to the Holy Land of Green Destiny and start your seclusion. With your qualifications and assisting the pills I've refined, reaching the God condensation realm in 3 months will be no problem at all. Aha! Lin Yi thought deeply. His goal was a true disciple or even a saint's son name. Green Destiny Holy Land, Taishan Peak. Yi Qingchang had taken a few days to recuperate. Her qi and blood had already recovered as before, and she was listening to the report from her men. These past few days, Gu Changsheng has gained fame within Xianyang City. Not only did he help the Empress solve the problem of the Jiangnan disaster, but he also stepped in at a critical time to resolve the palace crisis caused by the Crown Prince of Great Zhou. The subordinates dejectedly told Yi Qingcheng all the things related to Gu Changsheng in recent times. When she heard that Lin Mengrua had named Gu Changsheng as the state master, her face became a bit unhappy. The other party was clearly trying to create an opportunity to meet with Gu Changsheng. How sinister were their intentions? What about the Empress? If you want to take brother Chang Sheng from me, no way. And Lin Fenga, Shangwan Love, if you guys dare to have crooked thoughts about brother Chang Sheng, I will slash your faces. What? Brother Eternal has taken in a maid? And pretty? Yi Qingcheng wasn't very worried about Lin Fenga and Shangwan Love. This kind of servant girl who accompanied Gu Changsheng every day was the most dangerous. Serving Gu Changsheng day in and day out, the two of them would likely have unpredictable encounters. Now a maid of honor, soon to become a concubine, then to give birth to the eldest brother. No one can take away my elder brother. Miss, Linny seems to have some kind of connection with the great Zhou Crown Prince. He's suddenly been very generous with his money lately. He's been on a buying spree at the 10,000 treasures building for pills and spirit herbs, and he seems to be preparing for a breakthrough in seclusion. The henchman continued to report up Lin Yi's whereabouts. Lin Yi wants to break through? Absolutely not. That would be a threat to Brother Eternal. Chuyer, go to Lin Yi's dormitory and tell him that I want to see him. Yi Qingqing turned her head and said to Chuyer, the maid behind her. Yes, ma'am. Chuyer was a bit puzzled. What was her young lady doing looking for Lin Yi in the middle of the night? Aren't you afraid that Gu Changsheng will misunderstand? She couldn't figure it out and didn't dare to ask, so she could only follow Yi Qingqing's instructions to find Lin Yi. Lin Yi was currently preparing to close the door, but he heard Chuyer's voice from outside the door. Mr. Lin, are you in the house? In. Lin Yi was overjoyed to hear that it was Chuyer's voice. He confidently thought that Yi Qingqing must have missed him since he hadn't seen him for a long time. Miss Chuyer, long time no see. What's up? Lin Yi hurriedly opened the door and greeted him with a smile. When Chuyer saw Lin Yi, she said with a flat expression, Mr. Lin, our young lady said she wanted to see you and asked you to come to her cave. Okay, right away. Lin Yi's heart was really happy to hear this. Everything was just as he thought it would be. Yi Qingqing's apparent cold treatment of him was actually done to Gu Changsheng. Now that Gu Changsheng isn't in the Holy Land, she took the initiative to ask herself to go to her cave late at night. Surely she wants to talk to me again. When Chuyer left, he hurriedly bathed and dressed as fast as he could, spraying his body with scented powder. In his mind, he also fantasized about the scene of being upside down with Yi Qingqing. Elder Blood Demon Z. See, I was right. Yi Qingqing still has me in her heart. Lin Yi walked on his way to Yi Qingqing's cave and bragged stinkily to Blood Demon Z. Maybe she just wants to give me the red jade she bought. Lin Yi said. Blood Demon's son nodded. He also quite admired Lin Yi's luck with women. It's been a long journey with all kinds of opportunities and good luck with women. Before he met Yi Qingqing, he had already picked up 7 beautiful people. There are village flowers, widows, rich and noble women, and female assassins. Any woman who crossed his path and looked good ended up being taken down by Lin Yi. Blood Demon's son secretly hid in his necklace and watched a lot of images in living color. He cultivated the devil. And instead of being taboo, this kind of scene was good for him to nourish his divine soul. Must quickly remodel the devil body. When the time comes, I have today master the 7 women to do so. When he was in his prime, he was surrounded by hundreds of women. How nostalgic those days were. While the two were each longing, they had already arrived at Yi Qingqing's cave. Knock knock knock. Senior sister Yi Qingqing. It's me, Lin Yi. Lin Yi gently snapped the door. Come in. Yi Qingqing's lazy voice came from inside. A woman's voice when she is lazy is especially good. Especially when Yi Qingqing is such a stunning woman. Her voice is even more crispy to the bone. Lin Yi's heart blossomed, and he became even more convinced that the other party liked him. He pushed the door into Yi Qingqing's cave and looked in. The other party was reclining on a recliner. That posture was really 1,000 times more charming. Senior sister, you called me here late at night. What's the reason for this? Lin Yi said with a smile on his face. Yi Qingqing was inexplicably disgusted when she saw Lin Yi's look, but with a sweet smile on her face, she said, Senior brother Lin, I remember you said in the past that you were particularly fond of collecting jade, right? Ah yes. Chapter 33, Lin Yi turns into Yang Fu. Hearing these words from Yi Qingqing, Lin Yi was even more convinced that the other party had auctioned off the dragon blood jade for himself. The heart was naturally very happy, and a look of joy immediately appeared on his face. Yi Qingqing looked at Lin Yi's contented expression, and in her heart, she became even more disgusted with him by a few points. Lin Yi, with a heart like yours, how can you compare to brother Changsheng? You can't even catch up with his toes. However, she still put on a gentle expression and took out the dragon's blood precious jade from her bosom, which had already finished refining her essence blood, before handing it to Lin Yi. Said, this is the precious jade that senior sister took from the auction especially for you. Although it is a piece of mortal jade, but the quality and the waterhead are all superior. So I will gift it to you. Bingo! The old man did guess right. Sister is the one who bought it for me. Elder Blood Devil's son. See how it goes? I was right. This kid really got lucky. He's blessed with good fortune. So it turns out that this piece of dragon's blood precious jade that Yi Qingqing bought was really gifted to him. Treading on the iron shoes is not a good idea. Blood Demon's son also couldn't help but secretly marvel at Lin Yi's womanly fortune and good fortune. It's a blessing to have such a stunning woman to hang on to. Refining the true dragon's blood in this dragon's blood jade, coupled with Lin Yi's 9-yang body, his cultivation would surely grow by leaps and bounds. Before the Holy Land examination, he would definitely be able to break through to the first layer of the God Condensation realm, or even higher. Coupled with the 9-dragon Emperor Qi, Lin Yi could truly be said to be flying high, with an unpredictable upper limit to his cultivation. Even ascending to immortality is not something one dares to think about. Lin Yi held this dragon's blood precious jade, his face filled with anticipation as he envisioned the wonderful scene of his future as he asked for the world and his harem of 3,000. Mezzo. Thank you for senior sister Qingqing's concern. Senior brother here thanks you. Lin Yi nonchalantly put the jade away. Hearing Lin Yi call himself Qingqing again, Yi Qingqing was disgusted in her heart, but thinking of the next plan, she endured it. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'm going to take a rest. You go back and cultivate well. I look forward to your outstanding performance at the Holy Land examination. Yi Qingqing said indifferently. Qingqing, senior sister, I will definitely obtain the position of the true transmission. Lin Yi swore and then excused himself and left. Looking at Lin Yi's departing back, Yi Qingqing revealed a wry smile. Lin Yi, you still want to become a true disciple. Nice try, elder blood demon son. I'll go back and refine the true dragon's essence blood in this dragon's blood treasure jade. Lin Yi's heart couldn't be more beautiful, and he walked with a bounce in his step. The thought of a beauty gifting herself a precious jade. What does this mean? The other person must like herself in her heart. Moreover, Yi Qingqing still did not know how great a chance there was in this precious jade. She would be beyond shocked if she knew. I am the protagonist of this world, the well-deserved son of Qi. You kid is so lucky. Yi Qingqing seems to be showing favor to Gu Changsheng on the surface but thinking of you in her heart. It seems like she's deliberately teasing Gu Changsheng. Yi Qingqing has a front and back body, so she'll definitely be able to give you a big fat kid. Blood Demon Son flirted with Lin Yi. I'm going to make her give me 10. Lin Yi said with conviction. When he returned to his room, he asked the Blood Demon Son to help him set up a ban on the doorway, and he prepared to begin his 3-month seclusion to make the final preparations for the Holy Land examination. Lin Yi took out the Dragon Blood Jade and ran the Devil Emperor Burning Sky skill that Blood Demon Z had taught him to start preparing to refine and absorb the Dragon Blood in it. However, when he wrapped the Dragon Blood Treasure Jade with his true essence, he suddenly had an ominous premonition, triggering some sort of prohibition inside just as he hesitated. The Dragon Blood Treasure Jade transformed into blood-colored ice crystals and directly disappeared into his palm. And immediately afterward, he felt that his arm seemed to be filled with some kind of power and began to expand and twist. And it was spreading deeper into the body at a rate visible to the naked eye. Not good. It's the Tai in erotic heart curse. Quickly chop off your right arm, or you will die of a burst heart. The Blood Demon Son screamed miserably, telling Lin Yi to hurry up and chop off his right arm. Lin Yi was shocked when he heard the Blood Demon Son's words. If he lost his right arm, wouldn't he become Yanji? No. What the hell is going on? Why do you think there is actually this poisonous spell in the Dragon's Blood Jade you're talking about? Lin Yi watched as the poison spell on his right arm began to spread continuously into his body, and the pain made him believe the Blood Demon Son's words. Compared to life, you can only give up your right arm. On the spur of the moment, he turned his left hand into a sword and ruthlessly chopped off his right arm. Ah, my right arm. Blood Demon Son, you better give me an explanation. Didn't you say that there was true dragon's blood in the Dragon Blood Jade? Why is it the Tai in erotic heart curse? Lin Yi didn't suspect that Yi Qingqing had done it at this point, and blamed the Blood Demon Son. Blaming the Blood Demon Son for the wrong information, he had gotten himself caught in a poisonous spell, causing him to lose his right arm. Do you think it could be Yi Qingqing messing around with it? Seeing Lin Yi in this miserable state, Blood Demon Z didn't want to explain anything more, but only spoke of another possibility. No way. There's no way Yi Qingqing would harm me. It must be that your information is wrong. Lin Yi had his own paranoia. He firmly believed that Yi Qingqing loved him and would definitely not harm him. It must be that Blood Demon Son's information was wrong. No matter what the Blood Demon Son said, he thought it was the other party who was shirking his responsibility. Blood Demon Son sighed and said no more. It's no use saying anything now that it's happened. Lin Yi took an elixir to stop the blood that kept gushing out of his right arm, and his entire face was incredibly pale. Not only had he not refined the dragon's blood now, he had also lost an arm. Angry and wanting to hit someone, he growled and frantically smashed things in the room to vent his resentment. The Blood Demon Son pondered for a moment and spoke out to comfort him. Lin Yi, calm down first. It's useless to complain when things have already come to this. Old me knows some sort of method of rebirth of severed limbs that might allow you to regain your right arm. Blood Demon Son said in a deep voice. Come on. What method? Lin Yi said without a trace of anger. I know that the Qilin sect has a treasure of the clan, a right arm of an ancient Qilin. If I can get my hands on it, I have a way to attach it to the arm for you. Blood Demon Son said. The unicorn sect? The right arm of an ancient unicorn? That's the family's treasure. How could they give it to me? What a joke. Lin Yi huffed. If you want it, they definitely won't give it to you, so you can only steal it. Blood Demon Son said. Let me steal? Lin Yi said somewhat unhappily. Yes, that's the only way. If you don't want to, then you'll have to accept the fact that you don't have a right arm. Blood Demon Son said. Lin Yi didn't even think about it and said. Blood Demon Son, I'll trust you one more time. Do you have any way for me to sneak into the Qilin sect unnoticed and steal the right arm of the ancient Qilin? Chapter 34 Blood Demon Sun's Enemy. As the Heaven's Destiny male lead, Lin Yi naturally had his own strengths. That was what had happened, and the past was the past, and he would not dwell on it, since his right arm was broken. Complaining would not help. After he took the bleeding-stopping pill, he immediately set off for the Qilin sect. The reason why the Kirin sect is called the Kirin sect is because the founding ancestor, because he encountered a great battle between the Kirin and the Phoenix, obtained the Kirin's corpse and has been flying ever since. He not only refined and absorbed the Qilin's blood and practiced the Qilin's precious body, he also refined his teeth, horns, claws, and scales into magic treasures. From then on, the 10,000-year-old Taoist lineage of the Kirin sect was initiated and continues to this day. Although it was not as strong as the Holy Land, it was still a first-class sect. Strength should not be underestimated. Back then, the ancestor had left the Qilin's right arm as a treasure of the clan to commemorate this strange encounter. Since it was the treasure of the town, the protection was bound to be very tight. When Lin Yi thought about this, he got a bit of a headache. Lin Yi, do you know the identity of the old man? The blood demon son spoke up when he saw Lin Yi frowning. Lin Yi shook his head and said, "You warned me not to ask, so how would I know? Now that it's happened, the old man's identity can be told to you." The blood demon son's silhouette appeared from the necklace, shrouded in red blood mist, extremely mysterious. Lin Yi was very curious and looked like he was all ears. Old Me is none other than the leader of the Devil Dao, the former Holy Lord of the Blood Demon Holy Land, a former Saint King realm powerhouse. The Blood Demon son said quietly. "What? You're the former Holy Lord of the Blood Demon Holy Land? A Saint King realm powerhouse?" Lin Yi nodded and said, "As expected. I actually guessed some of the clues a long time ago. I just didn't dare to be sure. You are gifted, so it is not convenient for me to hide it from you anymore. When I was crossing the sacred tribulation, I was sneak attacked by my most trusted disciple, resulting in the destruction of my form and spirit, and only a wisp of my residual soul managed to escape and hide in this necklace to languish. The reason I didn't tell you your identity earlier was because I was worried that you'd be scared if you knew the truth. It's because that disciple of mine is Duan Wuya, who is known as the Extreme Dao Demon Lord." Hearing the name of the Extreme Dao Demons Duan Wuya, Lin Yi was also incomparably shocked. In this world, who didn't know the great name of the first person of the Devil Dao, Extreme Dao Demon Duan Wuya? It was rumored to be a transcendent existence of the great Emperor realm. Extremely mysterious. I didn't realize that Blood Demon Z's enemy was actually such a powerful existence. No wonder Senior was careful at every turn and didn't dare to show himself easily. Only then did Lin Yi understand why Blood Demon Z hadn't dared to show himself easily all these years. So it turned out that his enemy was actually the Extreme Dao Demon Duan Wuya. "Elder Blood Demon Son, why are you telling me this now?" Lin Yi asked suspiciously. "Because traveling to the Qilin sect will require the use of a spy I once planted in the sect, the Qilin sect's Grand Elder." Song Qianxiu, Blood Demon Son said seriously. "Elder has disappeared for so many years. Will he still recognize you? You can't trust a love interest these days, let alone a henchman." Lin Yi asked weakly, a flash of sinister in Blood Demon Son's eyes as he said, "In order to avoid the defection of undercover underlings, I will always use a secret technique called the Junshin seal on them. With me as the king and him as the subject. I planted the vassal seal in his spiritual platform, and if Song Qianxiu dares to disobey my orders, he will die without a burial place." Hiss. Ginger is still hot. No wonder he was able to become the Holy Lord of the Blood Demon Holy Land. He really did have the means. "Lin Yi, this jade seal is the June seal. You take it and ask him to help you steal the Qilin arm. He won't dare refuse." The Blood Demon son handed an ancient jade seal to Lin Yi. Lin Yi took the jade seal and weighed it in his hand. With such a powerful killer, Song Qianxiu would definitely not dare to go against his own ideas. Thinking of this, a wicked smile appeared at the corner of Lin Yi's mouth. "Simply pack up and head to the Unicorn Gate." And on the other side, Gu Changsheng brought Zhao Linger back to the Purple Cloud Peak and was about to arrange a place for the other party to stay when he happened to run into Su Qingyao. "Humph, eldest brother, who is she?" When Su Qingyao saw Zhao Linger, she immediately puffed out her cheeks and became angry. "Senior sister, come, let me introduce you. This is Zhao Linger, my newly accepted maid." Gu Changsheng thought that it would be better to do more than less and hurriedly explained to her. "Eldest brother, you're annoying. I'm not with you for just a little while and you're stuck with the little vixen again." That regret in Su Qingyao's heart was not to be mentioned. She hadn't accompanied Gu Changsheng because she was in the cave refining the love silk compulsion. He had gone through a lot of trouble to refine the love silk compulsion, wanting to tie Gu Changsheng's heart, but he didn't expect his home to be stolen. Gongzi, Zhao Linger saw the fierce Su Qingyao and was so scared that she hid behind Gu Changsheng. "Senior sister, don't be angry. Let senior brother take a look at the recent growth of the body yet." Veteran actors, whenever and wherever they are, never forget their persona and will add to their drama. In the past, when he said this, he always got a cold look from Su Qingyao, but now that he said that, all he got was a frown thrown his way. Su Qingyao's body was as if it was boneless, and she jumped into Gu Chongqing's arms in a flash, saying, "Eldest senior brother, check it out. Make sure to check the whole body carefully before you do so." Sigma, A. 3 big question marks popped up on Gu Chongqing's head once again. Zhao Linger was also a bit confused. Was this the high-cooled senior sister that Gonzi said? Where's the high and mighty? It's clearly very okay. She and her grandfather had been around the market and had seen a lot of people, so she was not surprised by this kind of thing. Su Qingyao looked high and cold on the surface, but when she met Gu Chongqing, her original form was revealed. If a woman isn't flirty, it means you're not charming enough. As long as you meet the person you love, even a 9 heavenly fairies will become Sa Li Sa. Looking at Gu Changsheng petrified on the spot, his hands open and not knowing where to put them, Zhao Linger almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Gonzi looked suave. In fact, the inner conservative very Lu. When she thought of the time she served Gu Chongqing a bath, the other party's eyes were closed and her mouth had been glued to the clear heart mantra. That look is as cute as it gets. One is really lucky to have met such a wonderful owner. Just when Gu Chongqing didn't know what to do, a voice came from the sky. "Xing Yao, stop it. Let go of your eldest brother. I have something to find him." The voice was none other than Qin Wuxuang's from his own chambers. The entire purple cloud peak was within her divine sense, and when she saw Su Qingyao in Gu Chongqing's arms, she couldn't mention how twisted her heart was, and hurriedly transmitted her voice to relieve Gu Chongqing. "Apprentice eternal life, come to master. Master has something to ask you." "Yes, master." Humph. Seeing her eldest senior brother being called away by her master, Su Qingyao stomped her foot in anger. Chapter 35, Master's Foot. The Killing Knife. Purple Cloud Peak. Inside the bedchamber, Qin Wuxuang was gently looking at Gu Chongqing with a smile. Being stared at like this by her own master, even if Gu Chongqing's skin was thicker, she was still a bit embarrassed. Today's Qin Wuxuang, uncharacteristically, did not drink alcohol, but rather had a rare moment of sobriety. "Good disciple. You've been performing well lately, raising the prestige of my Purple Cloud Peak and not failing your master's expectations. Therefore, the master has decided to reward you. Here, rub master's feet." "Gu Chongqing? And the reward is to have my feet rubbed? What a reward, pervert." Gu Changsheng looked at the beautiful master teacher in front of him. With black hair like a waterfall, almond eyes and vermilion lips, her beauty was unbelievable, and her heart couldn't help but flutter. Then he watched as the other party slowly lifted a beautiful leg with skin like gelatin, long and well-proportioned, the tip of the foot facing downward, right on Gu Changsheng's shoulder. "Fragrance. These feet smell better than pig's feet." "No, it smells better than cinnamon. This is the jade foot of the female sword fairy, which is indeed considered a bonus." How many worldly powerhouses had once dreamed of holding Qin Wuxuang's jade feet and observing them without being able to do so? Instead, he himself could easily hold it in his hand and still need it. It's not right. Although Qin Wuxuang in the original novel loved to drink, she was high and cold, and would never be so gentle with men. Even when she later became Lin Yi's harem, she was still covenanted to her. Lin Yi was also unable to touch her body easily. But when it comes to yourself, how come it's changed? It's kind of baffling. Perhaps it was because Qin Wuxuang had brought herself up to show the truest side of herself. When in doubt, villainous literature. One word KAM. Gu Changsheng was possessed by the playwright, cupping Qin Wuxuang's jade foot in his hand and actually sniffing it. Just about licked it. As her nostrils sprayed on her jade feet, Qin Wuxuang seemed to be a little itchy and actually trembled a little. This further allowed Gu Changsheng to perform with impunity. He cupped it in his hands and said, "Master's foot, the knife that kills." Pust. Hearing Gu Changsheng's playful words, Qin Wuxuang couldn't help but actually burst out laughing. If it were anyone else who dared to utter these blasphemous words, they would probably have been splattered with blood on the spot by now. However, the Qin Wuxuang in front of her acted like a young girl being teased by her lover, shy with a few hints of anticipation. That's not true. There must be something wrong with this mastermind of his own. How the persona is also a bit run down. Just as Gu Changshan was bellyaching, Qin Wuxuang softly said, "I heard that when you went to the auction of the 10,000 treasures building, Yi Qingqing threw away a lot of money for you. So it seems that this little ninny has somewhat come around, and it seems that she has begun to like you." The words looked normal on the surface, but there was some jealousy in them. Gu Changsheng sensed that her master seemed strange and hurriedly said along with the topic, "Speaking of which, I happen to have a treasure to offer to my master." After saying that, he took out the Xian Long soul pill from his storage ring. This Xian Dragon soul pill is exactly what my disciple auctioned off in preparation to give to master. It is said that after taking this dan, it can reduce the risk of heart demonic backlash when breaking through the Great Sage realm. Qin Wushuang reached out and received the Xian Dragon Soul Pill, revealing a pleased expression as he said, "My eldest child has really grown up and knows how to be filial to his master. I'll take it then." Just at this time, Gu Changsheng suddenly had a strange thought spring up in his mind. Since he's the villain persona, he has to do something perverted to make it work. "Master, my disciple has another treasure for you." Thinking of this, he took out the ice silk stockings rewarded by the system from his storage ring. Looking at the black stockings in Gu Changsheng's hands, Qin Wushuang was a bit puzzled and wondered what kind of treasure it was. The women of this world were not in the habit of wearing stockings, and had never seen such things at all. The corners of Gu Changsheng's mouth revealed a wry smile, and she said in a pleasing manner, "Master, you don't know, this is a supplementary magic treasure. Not only will it make Master's legs slimmer and sexier when you wear it, but it's also warm in winter and cool in summer, and it defends against mosquitoes, insects, snakes, and ants type of demonic beasts. There's nothing wrong with that. Indeed these features." The other words, Qin Wushuang did not hear. "I only heard a few words about how it can make your legs slimmer and sexier. Since it's a good disciple's intention, then put it on for Master." Qin Wushuang placed a pair of jade feet toward Gu Changsheng's hands, and with a taut toe, she let him put them on for herself. Gu Changsheng's heart swam once again. If he hadn't wiped it quickly, the saliva would have dripped onto Qin Wushuang's feet. After Gu Changsheng put on the black ice silk stockings for her, Qin Wushuang slowly got up and went to the mirror to take a look. "It does make the legs look long and straight like you said," Qin Wushuang said, and even spun around a few times in front of Gu Changsheng, her long skirt dancing with the wind, coupled with her black stockings. It was simply full of benefits. Sexy royalty that just kills you. Ding! The host has perfectly used the props rewarded by the system, and is now issuing the rewards. Obtained, Kidney Treasure Pill X10. Acquired, Dragon Drawing Technique, Heavenly Rank. Just then, a system beep sounded in his head. It almost made Gu Changsheng break his defense. What the hell is a kidney pill? Let's not talk about seriousness. Let's just say I'm young and strong. Do I need it? The dog system. Not only are you insulting my intelligence, you're insulting my character. What the hell are you talking about with this dragon invoking technique? This is a double resting feat. It's a technique created by the 6 paths of the ultimate sage, picking the yin to complement the yang. It's extremely sinister. Is it something that I, the righteous big brother, should learn? I'm sorry, host, you're a villain. Oh, yes, I'm a villain. That makes sense. The other side. Qin Wushuang realized that Gu Changsheng's eyes were staring at her body in fascination, and her entire body froze there, and her pretty face was also slightly flushed. I thought to myself, I've kept my body for so many years, just waiting for you. This brat, you're finally getting the hang of it. How could she know that Gu Changsheng was actually fighting with the system? Stinking apprentice, where are you staring? Qin Wushuang had been stared at by Gu Changsheng like this, and was a bit embarrassed, so she couldn't help but pout. Ahem. Gu Changsheng then realized that he was a bit out of line, and he couldn't say that he was bull ******* ting the system, so he could only cover it up with a light cough. I hear you have a new beautiful maid? Chapter 36 Jade Lady's Atlas discovered. Gu Changsheng smelled the sour taste from her master's words. He was also a bit speechless. Why can't you take a maid yourself? After being a villain for so long, what's wrong with me enjoying myself? But he couldn't say that. Scratching his head, he said in a difficult manner, Master, this little girl has a very tragic life. Then he told the story of how the other man had been taken by Gue Dan, how his grandfather had been killed by the other man, and how he was all alone. Qin Wushuang was kind-hearted and had a great sense of justice. Hearing Gu Changsheng say this, instead of blaming Gu Changsheng, he praised him for doing the right thing. Then Qin Wushuang turned his words and said, in another 3 months it will be the Holy Land examination. You must not hang around like before. As the eldest senior brother of the Purple Cloud Peak, you must fight for your master. Bring back a saint's son position for master. When Gu Changsheng heard that it was this matter again, his expression was fleshy and stressed. In his heart, he muttered, is this something he, the villain, should do? There were still a few dozen chapters of his own storyline before he was supposed to be killed off, so it was better to let Linny fight it out. In the original novel, Linny performed extremely brightly in this Holy Land examination, and was finally accepted as a true disciple by the sect master. Ling Xiaozi, Holy Son? It would have to be a mid-episode. One doesn't have that in mind. Seeing that Gu Changsheng was under pressure, Qin Wushuang gently patted his shoulder and said, Brat, there's no need to be under pressure. There's still 3 months to go, so prepare yourself. The purple gold sword nurturing gourd that my master gave you is not an ordinary thing. It will absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth on its own every day. injecting a purple gold sword chi into the exhaustive sword. When Gu Changsheng heard this, instead of her face looking joyful, the corners of her mouth twitched. A purple gold sword chi every day? Hiss. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of air. Purple gold sword chi was no joke. It was said to be the most powerful type of sword chi in terms of killing power. Cultivating this kind of sword chi was extremely difficult. This purple gold sword nurturing gourd could inject this kind of sword chi into the exhaustion sword on its own. Wouldn't it be invincible at the same level? What about a joke? Apprentice, what are you thinking about? Qin Wushuang saw that his expression was a bit unnatural and used her jade finger to gently point on his forehead. No, it's fine. My disciple is thinking about the Holy Land examination, Gu Changsheng explained in a panic. Qin Wushuang smiled gently and said, with your qualification talent, as long as you cultivate seriously, there will definitely be no problem. You have to take it as a matter of fact. When the time comes, Master will treat you well. Qin Wushuang lifted her jade feet and gently touched Gu Changsheng's chest with her toes. A demon. Right now Gu Changsheng's mind was filled with Qin Wushuang's beautiful legs and stockings, and his beliefs were starting to waver a bit. No more rambling. This is my own master teacher. I shouldn't, at least. Gu Changsheng hurriedly extinguished the bathing fire within. Leaving from Qin Wushuang's bedchamber, Gu Changsheng was ready to go back and take a cool bath to douse the surging hot blood in her body. When he pushed open the door to his room, he saw Su Qingyao lying on his bed, wearing only a very cool sarong. It looked fleshy and hidden in the moonlight. When Gu Changsheng saw this scene, the hot blood in his body boiled once again. Senior sister, that one can't be looked at. Gu Changsheng saw Su Qingyao lying on her bed, looking at the Jade Maiden Atlas jade slip that she had bought from the Acacia Holy Land. It's over. It's completely over. This was a real social death on the spot. The Jade Maiden Atlas jade slip is an 18 forbidden publication, which he purchased from the Acacia Holy Land with a heavy amount of money in order to restore his persona, mostly to advance the plot. When he was defeated by Lin Yi during the Holy Land examination, these 18 forbidden publications fell off, causing him to lose his reputation on the spot. I didn't expect to be turned over by this little girl, Su Qingyao. Even if he was thick-skinned, his old face was a bit untenable now. He has not been able to look at the props for the sake of going through the plot. It was full of images of some wonderful women from the Acacia Holy Land, and they were the kind that wore very cool clothes. He's gutted now. When I first read it, I didn't put it back in my storage ring, but put it under my pillow. But he never expected Su Qingyao to run to his bed and turn it out from under his pillow. At this moment, Su Qingyao also saw Gu Changsheng come back, and instead of being shy, she swaggered down from the bed, came to his side and said with some resentment, eldest senior brother, why do you want to buy this kind of stuff? The women inside are all mediocre and filthy. If you really want to, why don't you look for Qingyao? In what way am I not better than the women in here? Ha! Gu Changsheng was very surprised to find Su Qingyao's thought process. She actually blames herself for not looking at her instead of blaming herself for looking at such contraband? I'll be damned. There must be something wrong with her brain. Was this the same innocent girl she remembered? Where's your innocence? Your high spirits? Senior sister. Why did you run into my room? And Zhao Linger? Gu Changsheng looked around but couldn't find Zhao Linger's figure, and asked in a somewhat puzzled manner. Humph. Eldest senior brother is really having an affair with that little vixen, caring about her so much, and talking loudly toward people and yelling at them, said Su Qingyao, actually wailing and crying. Gu Changsheng was most afraid of women crying, especially if it was Su Qingyao crying. Seeing her crying poorly, she could only comfort each other first. Senior sister. Senior brother wasn't yelling at you, it was just slightly louder. Senior brother apologizes. Gu Changsheng comforted. Eldest brother, promise Qingyao that you'll only love me from now on. Su Qingyao hugged Gu Changsheng and cried. What's hair? Only love you? Gu Changsheng was somewhat completely speechless. Su Qingyao specified that there was a problem, and it was a big problem. He tried the other man's forehead with his hand, and there was no fever. Besides, it's impossible for a cultivator to have a fever, unless it's a hair SAO. It seems to be the latter. Su Qingyao wrapped her arms around Gu Changsheng's neck, and a silver needle appeared in her hand at some point. Big brother, don't blame me. I did it all for you. Chapter 37. Wherever the hero goes, there is trouble. Gu Changsheng felt a tingling in his neck, and he didn't take it seriously. He was maintaining his persona with dedication, his hand constantly rubbing up and down Su Qingyao's back. Can't tell if it's for the plot, or if I just want to mooch off of it myself. He's happy anyway. A playful, cute and saucy senior sister, wearing a thin garment in one's arms. Could there be anything more wonderful than this kind of thing? He admired his dedication. It's almost like a vegetable shukuan possession. Qingyao wants eldest brother to put me to sleep tonight, just like when I was a child. Su Qingya was now determined to take down Gu Changxing tonight. She was afraid that Zhao Linger would ruin her good deed, so she tied her up and threw her in the bamboo forest behind Gu Changxing's house. Intend to get it and then put it back. Noticing Gu Changxing's hand rubbing over her body, she was now growing more and more expectant, and a clueless and foolish teenage girl's spring heart was rippling. As a child? This is not the time to be a kid. I didn't develop when I was a kid. Now I'm 36D. Who can stand it? Gu Changxing belabored in her heart. Eldest senior brother. Qingya is no longer a child. As long as you want. As Su Qingya said that, she turned around and burrowed into the quilt, and threw out her sarong in the process. What's that supposed to mean? Straight out of the armor? Looking at the young girl's hair scattered on the pillow, her cheeks flushed and her eyes slightly closed, she looked like she was at the mercy of the king. It was a lie that Gu Changxing wasn't moved. The atmosphere at this moment was very delicate, and Gu Changxing could enjoy a beautiful meal as long as he wanted to. The house was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. There was only the sound of two people breathing, plus the breeze from outside the house adds a few more moments of interest. No good. Someone's coming. Just at this critical moment, Gu Changxing suddenly sensed that someone was coming towards his residence. Gu Changxing hurriedly withdrew his mind, fearing that others would see Su Qingya in his bed, and pulled the quilt upwards to cover the other. Then straighten your clothes. Don't make a sound. Senior sister. Someone's coming. Just as the words were finished, they saw an inspecting disciple walking over with a young girl. Senior brother Wu, what are you doing? Gu Changxing asked, somewhat puzzled. The person who came was none other than the law enforcement hall's mountain patrol disciple, Wu Pass. Duke, Wu. When the young girl saw Gu Changxing, she cried and jumped into his arms, and Gu Changxing realized that it was none other than Zhao Linger. Senior brother Gu, when I was patrolling the mountain just now, I found this young girl in the bamboo forest, and only after inquiring did I realize that she was your maid. I don't know who kidnapped her, and she didn't say anything when asked, so I had to send her over to you first. Wu passed and said, thank you, senior brother Wu. I'll take my own time to ask about this matter. Thank you, it's fine. Senior brother Gu, I still have to patrol, so I'll leave first. After saying that, Wu Cross turned around and left, looking at Zhao Linger, who was crying like a kitten. Gu Changxing didn't need to guess that the person who could have done this within the Holy Land was definitely one of his own. Linger, who kidnapped you? Gu Changxing touched her head and asked softly. Zhao Linger was just about to say that when she saw Su Qingya under the quilt revealing her head was viciously making a threatening expression towards her. He was so scared that he didn't dare to tell the truth. She stammered, I don't know. It was too dark to see the other side clearly. Strange. You just came to the Holy Land. You shouldn't have offended anyone. Who would kidnap you? Gu Changxing said in wonder, thinking that there was still a Su Qingya on his bed. He didn't want to be discovered by Zhao Linger, so he made a gesture towards Su Qingya to hurry up and leave, saying, Linger, you were frightened just now. I'll take you to look at the moon and relax. Saying that, he walked out without picking up Zhao Linger. Damn it! Spoil the old lady. Su Qingya looked at Gu Changxing's departing back and cursed unwillingly. She looked at the silver needle in her hand, and an evil smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Tonight had not been completely unproductive. With Gu Changxing's blood, it would be possible to completely refine the love silk compulsion. When the time comes, as long as I plant it for eldest brother will be mine alone. Ha 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 ha. Su Qingya laughed happily. Compared to Gu Changxing, Lin Yi had to run around a lot more. He was currently on his way to the Kirin sect in a starry night. This way, I don't know if I didn't check the yellow calendar, but I actually encountered several waves of interception cultivation. Although it was a scare, it made him very depressed. He himself has become a manhwa. Why do these people still come to mess with him? What bad luck! A journey that could have been made in a day froze because of the harassment of the intercepting cultivators, and it took 2 days to get there. The first thing he had to do now was to find the Qilin sect's Grand Elder, Song Qianxiu. So, he came directly to the Qilin sect to explain to the Mountain Gate disciples where he came from. You want the Grand Elder? The disciple guarding the mountain looked Lin Yi up and down, seeing that he was dirty and had a broken arm, and had a downtrodden look about him. Yes, I'm looking for Grand Elder Song Qianxiu. Please have him come out and meet me. Lin Yi thought he had the other party's handle in his hand and spoke in a condescending manner. Oh, why don't you say you want to find our old ancestor? The disciple guarding the mountain didn't take Lin Yi seriously at all and said teasingly, I'm looking for Song Qianxiu for something. Lin Yi growled, is the name of the Grand Elder something you can call? If you don't want to die, get the hell out of here. The disciples guarding the mountain didn't believe that Lin Yi could recognize the Grand Elder at all, and loudly repelled him. Mother asterisk 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 her, I'm talking to you in a nice voice. Can't understand human language, can you? Seeing that Lin Yi wasn't going anywhere, the Qilin sect disciples were talking harder and harder. He even dragged Lin Yi by the hand, trying to forcefully drive him away. Lin Yi couldn't stand it anymore. He's the male master of heaven's destiny. Can he be used to this kind of street fighting cannon fodder? His face was icy cold, and his aura suddenly erupted. Looking for death. Let go, Lin Yi said viciously. Ha! Still dare to play rough in front of the Qilin sect's mountain gate? You're impatient to live, aren't you? I'm not only not letting go, but I'm also beating you to death. With that, the disciple swung a punch towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi was completely enraged. He violently swung out a fist, swift as lightning, powerful and heavy, shaking the mountain guard disciple out a few feet, right into the mountain gate, with a loud rumble, and instantly died of gas. This, the blood demon's son in the necklace. His mouth twitched. How do you come to find someone and beat their disciple to death? This is going to be a pain in the ass. Murder, murder, someone has killed senior son. Watching Lin Yi punch the mountain guard disciple to death, the rest of them thought he was here to cause trouble and immediately signaled. In an instant, the mountain protection formation opened. Dozens of strong auras rose up in the air from the sect and rushed towards the mountain gate here. No good. Run, Blood Demon's son said in a voice transmission to Lin Yi. Lin Yi was a bit depressed and said quietly, "This is too unbreakable. This young man just punched him lightly and killed him. Quench, little trash. Really can't help but fight, dirtying this young man's hands." Chapter 38, Kirin Arm. Lin Yi's speed still flew when he executed the Demon Emperor's misty steps. The person had already fled in a puff of smoke as the many experts of the Qilin sect chased after him. Elder Blood Demon's son. What now? Lin Yi ran panting, somewhat deflated. Blood Demon's son is also depressed. A good go to find a great elder how to end up with someone else's disciple killed? What a mouthful. Can't even stand a few cold words from the other side. Still not calm enough in nature. Blood Demon Z pondered slightly. Suddenly remembering something, he said, "Come to think of it, Song Qianqiu often goes to Sleeping Moon Building. You can go there and wait for him." How could he go to such a vulgar place when he's the grand elder of the Qilin sect? Lin Yi said with some disdain. There are 100 people, all kinds of people, who don't have a special fetish. The Blood Demon's son continued playfully again. People have fetishes in order to take advantage of them. Lin Yi nodded, and without delay, he immediately came to Sleeping Moon Building in disguise to wait for Song Qianqiu's arrival. Fruity. At night, Song Qianqiu appeared at Sleeping Moon Mansion dressed as a rich merchant. He was obviously already a regular customer, and the old bot immediately greeted him with a smile on her face when she saw him. "Why did Boss Wang just come today? The flower girl has been waiting for you for a long time," Song Qianqiu thought to himself. It wasn't because there was a hanging hair that killed the clan's mountain guard disciple, causing him to bring people to search the mountain for a day. If I find this hanging hair, I'll break him into pieces. Bustardus, there's been a delay. He familiarly came to the room of the flower girl, and as soon as he entered the door, he saw the flower girl lying straight on the ground, not knowing whether she was dead or alive, and on the bed sat a strange young man who seemed to be waiting for him. "Who are you? What did you do with the flower girl?" Song Qianqiu asked vigilantly. Lin Yi smiled faintly and introduced himself. "My name is Lin Yi. A deceased friend of yours asked me to find you." "A deceased person? Who is it?" Song Qianqiu asked in wonder. "Blood Demon's son. Remember?" Lin Yi didn't beat around the bush and directly reported the Blood Demon's son's name. Upon hearing this, Song Qianqiu's face changed drastically. He had thought the other man was dead, but he didn't expect to hear the name that terrified him again now. Lord Blood Demon's son? He's still alive? Song Qianqiu's face turned white as he trembled and asked. "Yes, alive and well. Mr. Lin was entrusted by him precisely," Lin Yi said in a mysterious manner. "How am I supposed to believe you when you say that Lord Blood Demon's son is still alive and that he told you to come to me?" The calm Song Qianqiu asked rhetorically. "Oh, I knew you wouldn't believe that easily. Let me show you something." As Lin Yi said this, he took out a jade slip from his bosom, on which was clearly engraved the word Song. This is the Blood Demon's son Lord's Juniper seal. When Song Qianqiu saw this jade slip, his face immediately turned fearful. "Since you recognize this Juniper seal, you should believe that Lord Blood Demon's son is still alive," Lin Yi said. Believe. Where is Lord Blood Demon's son?" Song Qianqiu was sweating coldly. He thought that he had gotten rid of the other party's control, but he didn't expect that the other party hadn't actually died. Now that the seal of the ruler and minister was in the hands of this young man surnamed Lin, he could only obey obediently. "Lord Blood Demon's son is in seclusion and asked me to contact you," Lin Yi said in a mysterious manner. Song Qianqiu nodded and said respectfully, "I wonder if Lord Blood Demon's son has anything to order Song to do?" "Go steal the Qilin sect's Qilin arm," Lin Yi bluntly stated his purpose. Hearing these words, Song Qianqiu's face changed drastically as he said in surprise, What? The Qilin arm? That's the Karen sex treasure of the clan. Problem? Linny shook the juniper seal in his hand and asked back in a somewhat stern tone. No problem. But, Song Qianqiu gritted his teeth. His life was clutched in the other party's hands. It was not possible to not agree. One can only take a chance and try. But what? Linny asked unhappily. If I can steal the unicorn arm out, I hope I can get the juniper seal lifted for me. Song Qianqiu stated his conditions. Fine. Linny agreed painfully. Alright, this matter is difficult. But for the sake of Lord Blood Demon Sun, I'm willing to risk my life to steal it. Then Lin will wait for your good news. Farewell. Seeing that his purpose had been achieved, Linny turned away in satisfaction. When Linny walked away, Song Qianqiu hurried to the Hua Kuei's side to check and found that the other party was no longer breathing. Damn it! So vicious. Surname Lin, when I lift the juniper seal, I will definitely kill you. Song Qianqiu cursed in his heart. 3 days later, night fell and the stars were shining. In a quiet forest 100 miles away from the Qilin sect, Linny anxiously awaited Song Qianqiu's arrival. Time passed and his heart grew more and more agitated. Suddenly, a slight sound of footsteps came from far away, and Lin Yi's spirit lifted. His gaze fixed on the direction from which the sound came. Only Song Qianqiu's figure slowly appeared in the moonlight. His pace was light and as silent as a ghost. Did you steal the unicorn arm? Linny couldn't wait to greet him and asked with a face full of eagerness. Song Qianqiu smiled faintly and gently shook his storage ring. A dazzling light shot out from it. A Qilin arm that emanated a powerful aura appeared in front of Lin Yi's eyes. Mr. Lin, this is the unicorn arm that Lord Blood Demon Sun wanted, and Mr. Song has stolen it as promised. Song Qianqiu said slowly. Lin Yi's eyes widened as he stared dead at the Qilin arm in front of him, his face filled with surprise. The unicorn arm was a deep dark red color, and it was covered with mysterious totem patterns, as if it contained endless mysteries. These patterns flickered with a faint glow under the bright moonlight, as if they were bright stars in the night sky. Upon closer inspection, the surface of the unicorn arm was also covered with a layer of fine scales, which were tightly arranged and glistened with an icy metallic luster, and their hardness was comparable to that of steel. What was even more amazing was that a circle of invisible power fluctuations surrounded the Qilin's arm. They gently rippled out like water waves, and the air seemed to be twisted and distorted wherever they passed. Linny couldn't help but reach out his hand and carefully touch the Qilin arm. When his fingertips touched the hard scales, a powerful force instantly traveled down his arm and spread throughout his body, causing him to shiver. Awesome! Linny muttered, secretly sighing in his heart. Such a divine object. If one could possess it, one's strength would certainly be greatly enhanced. Compared to his previous arm, this unicorn arm was simply more than 100 times stronger. Thinking of this, Linny couldn't help but feel stirred up and secretly happy. Ha ha, what a blessing in disguise. I thought that after I broke my arm, I would never be able to get ahead again, but I didn't think I would have such a chance to get the unparalleled unicorn arm. It seems that I am truly a son of good fortune, destined to achieve some earth-shattering greatness. Chapter 39. I LL you up. Mr. Lin, I kept my promise to risk stealing the Qilin arm out. Is it possible to have my juniper seal lifted? Song Qianqiu asked with an expectant expression after handing over the Qilin arm to Lin Yi. He thought to himself, as long as the seal of the ruler and minister of my old son is lifted, the first one to kill will be you. After Lin Yi put away the Qilin arm, he took out the jade seal engraved with the word Song, and an evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Grand Elder, I'll release the juniper seal for you. Before the words left his mouth, Lin Yi's hand violently exerted force and crushed the jade seal. You don't mean what you say. Song Qianqiu didn't expect Lin Yi to be unkind to martial virtues, and instead of keeping his word, he pinched and exploded the June seal that could put him to death. After the monarch seal was destroyed, Song Qianqiu immediately went to all of his mana, and the damage to his yuan shin caused him to be mentally impaired, and the entire person became frozen in place, as if he was dumb. Humph, Great Elder, you're an undercover agent of the Devil's Way, and as a member of the Righteous Way, I should act on behalf of heaven. Lin Yi spoke in a righteous manner, but in fact, he was thinking in his heart, I don't want to be known by others for such a disgraceful thing as stealing the Qilin arm. Then, a flash of sternness flashed in his eyes, and his fingertips condensed a spiritual energy, pointing it towards Song Qianqiu's brow. Spiritual power penetrated the other party's brow, destroying his spiritual platform in case the other party had a residual soul that escaped like the Blood Demon Sun. Then he cast a fireball spell and burned Song Qianqiu to ashes. Blood Demon Z looked at Lin Yi's tactics like this and sucked in a breath of cool air, saying, Good boy. The officer is ruthless and does not leave any loose ends. He really is the one who will accomplish great things. Senior, you won't blame me if I do this, right? After Lin Yi did this, he clapped his hands and said, Ha ha, You did the right thing. How could the old man blame you? Blood Demon Z had a smile on his face, but in fact, he was even more wary of Lin Yi in his heart, realizing that this kid had the appearance of a gentleman on the surface, but in fact, he was more ruthless than anyone else. It's a refined egoist. As long as it was beneficial to him, he would do whatever he wanted even if it was at the cost of the world. It's just a matter of time, and I won't keep you when I obtain my demonic body. Lin Yi, let's hurry back to the Holy Land, and I'll help you fuse this Qilin arm into your body. Aha! Lin Yi nodded and proceeded to fly towards the Holy Land. The other side. Gu Changsheng waited until Su Qingyao had left before bringing Zhao Linger back to his residence. In his heart, he was very fond of this little senior sister, but now was not the time for childish love. Let's just say it was the wrong person at the wrong time. All wrong. If he himself is commanded by the small head to the big head, causing the world of the novel to collapse, is it on him, or the small head? Superb restraint is his greatest strength. My lord, you're up? I'm going to fetch water for you to wash up. When Zhao Linger saw Gu Changshan get up, she was very understanding and rushed to fetch him warm water and served him to wash and change his clothes. Everything was ready just as someone came to see him. Senior brother Gu, there is someone down the mountain claiming to be the Minister of Public Works of the Great Li Dynasty, saying that they have something important to report to you. The visitor was a disciple of the mountain guard. Upon hearing this, Gu Changsheng frowned slightly. What did the Minister of Public Works of the Great Li Dynasty want to see him about? It's a pain in the ass to think about. Let him come in, Gu Changsheng said. Soon enough, a group of people from the Ministry of Public Works of the Great Li came down the mountain carrying dozens of large boxes. The corners of Gu Changsheng's mouth twitched even as she watched this. State Master, my humble servant of the Ministry of Works, Wu Li, has specially sent a batch of treasures by order of the Empress. Wu Li, that's a pretty rude name. I'm a cultivator, and I've never been interested in money, so it's better for Lord Wu to take it back. Gu Changsheng waved his hand. State Master, don't make things difficult for the little man. These are the Empress orders. How can I explain if I bring them back? Wu Li hurriedly begged up. Thinking that Wu Li and his group had traveled a long way to carry these things, Gu Changsheng said after a moment of contemplation. Alright, I'll take it for now this time, and tell Her Majesty the Empress that the next time won't be an exception. You will carry all of these into the room for the State Master. Seeing that Gu Changsheng agreed to take them, Wu Li hurriedly commanded his men to carry the boxes into the room. Wu Li looked around, as if he had noticed something big. State Master, your dojo is too simple, isn't it? You are the State Master of our Great Li, representing the image of Great Li. How can you live in such a humble place? Before Gu Changsheng could say anything, Wu Li ordered people to hurriedly open up to rebuild Gu Changsheng's dojo. You guys, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and start working on building a new dojo for the State Master. Wu Li knew that Gu Changsheng was not only the State Master, but also the savior of the Empress and the third princess, and was an important figure in the Great Li. As long as you serve Gu Changsheng happily, not only will your career be smooth sailing, but you can even get some pills or something to prolong your life. Purple Cloud Peak. The last thing it lacked was open space. Wu Li then chose a site near Gu Changsheng's original dojo and told his men, I'll give you 10 days to build a dojo here that is suitable for the status of a national master. If you delay the schedule, death penalty. Building dojos was the strong point of the Ministry of Public Works, and it was soon done in a big way. Gu Changsheng had wanted to stop it, but he thought that he could make do. And Zhao Linger couldn't always sleep in the same room as himself, so there was no stopping Wu Li's rude behavior. It had to be said that these people from the Great Departure Ministry of Public Works were really fast. Professionals do what professionals do. In less than 10 days, the new dojo was constructed. My lord, this house is so beautiful. Zhao Linger seemed to be very fond of the new house and pulled Gu Changsheng inside to admire it. No, I have to lighten up. I can't look like I'm having fun. Gu Changsheng was quite satisfied in his heart, but he had to show his greed. So he said, it's a pity that it's not gold bricks paving the floor and jade making the tiles, so let's make do with what we have for now. Wu Li's mouth corner twitched, thinking, the lion's mouth. Ah, gold brick pavement, jade as tile. The palace did not dare to be so paved. I will definitely bring the State Master's wish back and tell Her Majesty the Empress. Wu Li said. No, for now, this is a few pills that can prolong your life. A reward for you. Gu Changsheng handed a bottle of low-rank pills to Wu Li. When Wu Li heard that it was an immortal elixir, his hand trembled with excitement as he received the bottle. What a beauty. Not only do you get some kickbacks, but you also get a bottle of elixir. It's a great deal of money. Thank you, State Master, for the medicine. I will keep it in mind and go to the Sang Shrine every day to offer incense to the State Master. After saying this, Wu Li happily led the people away. Only Gu Changsheng was left messing in the wind, looking at the other parties departing back and yelling, I'll top you. Give me back the elixir. Chapter 40 Moonlight Cliff. Tianxian Peak. Inside the ordinary disciples' dormitory, a green-clothed teenager was sitting cross-legged on the bed, his 5 hearts facing the sky, breathing evenly, and surrounded by light. Phew! As he exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air, he slowly opened his eyes. In his eyes, there seemed to be hidden flashes of divine light, and his entire person was enveloped in a mysterious aura. Behind him, there was actually a hidden unicorn shadow emerging, with teeth and claws, full of momentum. The teenager's aura was several times more powerful than before. Ha ha, not only have you fused the Qilin arm, but your cultivation has also reached the first level of the God Condensation realm. Thanks for your help, Senior. Fortunately, thanks to your secret technique, I was able to fuse such a domineering Qilin arm into myself, so that, not to mention the other disciples, even Gu Changsheng is no match for me. The teenager raised his right arm that had fused with the unicorn arm. This unicorn arm, with its bronze skin and shimmering totem lines and well-defined muscles, was covered with tiny scales that glistened in the sunlight. When he swung it, power fluctuations rippled and divine light appeared in a majestic manner. The low resonating sound accompanied by the light and shadow effects of a fierce power swing is as awe-inspiring as the power of the divine beast, the unicorn, lying dormant within it. Kid, now you know what a powerful existence the old man is, don't you? Blood Demon's son was quite pleased with his masterpiece. Now it's considered to be really heartfelt. With the Blood Demon Z Senior behind the guidance, why worry about not being able to realize the ambitions of the heart? Lin Yi hurriedly complimented. Alright, the next thing to do is to hurry up and become a holy son. Only by becoming a saint's son will one have the opportunity to enter the Holy Land within the devil-suppressing pagoda and obtain that coveted blood prison Devil Emperor's devil body for old man. That's natural. What the kid promised Senior. He will definitely do it, Lin Yi said with conviction. Just then, a woman's voice came from outside. Senior brother Lin Yi, are you in there? I'm Yi Qingcheng. Yi Qingcheng? Lin Yi didn't expect Yi Qingcheng to come to him personally, and he was immediately overjoyed. What a blast of luck for yourself. Not only did he obtain the Kirin arm cultivation also smoothly elevated to the condensed spirit realm, and now Yi Qingcheng, who he had longed for, has taken the initiative to come to find himself. Kid, be careful. Your right arm was probably broken by her design. Before Blood Demon's son could finish his sentence, Lin Yi had long been impatient to open the door for the other party. Senior sister Qingcheng, I didn't expect you to come looking for me. Yi Qingcheng had intended to see if Lin Yi was still alive, but she didn't expect the other party to be standing in front of her alive and well, and the breath was several times better than before. It was obvious that he had already broken through to the God Condensation realm. She was stunned. Lin Yi, however, didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. He was already overwhelmed by his victory. Seeing Yi Qingcheng in front of him, who was like a fairy in the 9 heavens, his heart was also shaken. Lin Yi, you made a breakthrough? Yi Qingcheng asked in surprise. Yes, senior sister. I've broken through to the God Condensation realm, Lin Yi said proudly. Then congratulations. Yi Qingcheng couldn't mention how angry she was in her heart. He had clearly placed a poison spell in the dragon blood jade, so why did the other party not have any problems at all, and had even broken through? Elder sister, what do you want to see me about? Lin Yi asked. No, nothing much, just checking to see how your cultivation is going. Yi Qingcheng stammered. Don't worry, senior sister. I will definitely fight for Taishan Peak's glory during the Holy Land examination, Lin Yi said with conviction. Yi Qingcheng was so angry in her heart that she really wanted to stab him to death with a sword right now. But it was done, and she had to find another way. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something. Then he said, Lin Yi, do you have time? Would you like to accompany senior sister to the Moonwatch Cliff to enjoy the moonlight? Yes, I have time. When Lin Yi heard that Yi Qingcheng wanted to ask him to enjoy the moonlight, he naturally agreed. He'd waited a long time for this opportunity for the two of them to go on a date alone. Looking at the other party's impatient expression, Yi Qingcheng's heart was filled with disgust. But for Gu Changsheng, she was willing to do everything against her will. Senior sister Qingcheng, during the Holy Land examination, I will definitely defeat this bastard Gu Changsheng, so that he will never dare to pester senior sister again. Lin Yi had the good sense to bring up Gu Changsheng again, which caused Yi Qingcheng to blow up a bit. Shut up, she yelled. Lin Yi didn't expect Yi Qingcheng to react so strongly and was stunned. Yi Qingcheng noticed her outburst and hurriedly covered it up. Lin Yi, you can't say that. What if Gu Changsheng hears it? In fact, in her heart, she couldn't wait to dismantle Lin Yi, who had insulted her elder brother. It's fine, senior sister Qingcheng. In the past, I might have even feared him a little bit, but now that my cultivation is at the God Condensation realm as well as his, defeating him is as easy as a slap in the face. Linny flaunted and raised his right arm. Yi Qingcheng suddenly realized that runes surged on his right arm, which seemed to have an ineffably powerful aura. There's something weird about that arm. Lin-Yi, what happened to your arm? Yi Qingcheng asked, feigning curiosity. Senior sister, you don't know, but the piece of red jade you gave me some time ago actually had a poison spell placed on it. That poison spell caused me to lose my right arm, but senior sister doesn't need to blame herself. I had a burst of luck and was blessed with a Qilin arm as a result of the misfortune, Linny said braggadociously. Abominable. Sure is an unkillable little powerhouse. It seems he really is catatonic. No, I have to endure it. For the sake of brother Changsheng. Yi Qingcheng forced down her anger and said, Lin-Yi, congratulations. Come on, let's go enjoy the moon. Alright, senior sister Qingcheng, let's go. With that, the two of them each used their own means and transformed into two streams of light towards the Moonwatch Cliff. A few moments later, Linny and Yi Qingcheng arrived at the Moonwatch Cliff. The aura of heaven and earth in this place appeared particularly peculiar, as if there was an invisible force pulling the essence of the moonlight, which was constantly converging here. Linny had joined the Holy Land a short time ago and was only an ordinary disciple, so he had never been here before. Looking at the strange sight in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a strong curiosity welling up in his heart. Senior sister, this place you picked is truly wonderful. It feels like the aura here is not only more pure and refined than other places, but it also seems to contain that mysterious energy unique to moonlight. Linny took a deep breath and leisurely marveled. Upon hearing Lin Yi's praise, an elusive glint quietly flashed through Yi Qingcheng's beautiful eyes, but she quickly regained her gentle and graceful demeanor and said softly, It's good that you like it. Lin Yi, by the way, you've managed to break through to the condensed spirit realm, and senior sister, I've specially prepared a thin gift I want to bestow upon you, as a form of congratulations to you. Ha ha ha, thank you senior sister for your love. In the face of such a thoughtful gesture from Yi Qingcheng, Linny was filled with joy, so how could he say no? However, right at this moment, a low and sinister voice suddenly sounded in the depths of Lin Yi's mind. Kid, could it be that you've already forgotten about the matter of the dragon's blood jade? Blood Demon's son secretly sent a voice warning to Lin Yi. However, at the moment, Lin Yi's mind was filled with Yi Qingcheng, his beautiful and touching senior sister, and he had not even paid attention to the Blood Demon's son's reminder. He secretly thought to himself, it is all because of the inaccurate information provided by you, the Blood Demon's son, which caused me to almost lose my life. It has nothing to do with the beautiful senior sister Qingcheng. Thinking of this, Linny was completely immersed in joy, and did not respond in the slightest to the Blood Demon's son's words as if he hadn't heard them. I've left my gift in the cave. I'll go get it for you now. Wait here for a while. Be sure to wait for me to come back. After Yi Qingcheng finished speaking, she turned into a stream of light and left. Chapter 41 Moonlight Fairy. Lin Yi, this Yi Qingcheng seems to have some kind of secret. I observed some subtle changes in her expression. The Moonwatch Cliff aura is extremely special. It seems that this place is unusual. I'm afraid that there's something fishy about it. And just now I detected a strange aura that seems to be emitted not from humans, but spirit beasts. Blood Demon's son reminded in a deep voice. Ha ha, Senior Blood Demon Z, you seem to have some persecution paranoia. Why do you feel that senior sister Yi Qingcheng is harming me all day long? Underestimating the boy's charms, are we? After escaping from the Great Li Palace, what a lot of dangers we encountered along the way. The kid did not all dissolve them one by one, but also managed to obtain unexpected gains from them. What is there to fear? I'd like to see what the fuss is about. Linny smiled disdainfully, very confident in his own charisma and chi, and even more convinced of Yi Qingcheng. That being said, you shouldn't forget about Gu Changxing's existence. He doesn't seem to be as simple as he appears. Senior Blood Demon's son, don't mention this bastard in front of me. When the time comes for the Holy Land examination, I will definitely trample him under my feet. Lin Yi's gaze was resolute, and he seemed to have already had a plan in place, with an air of sheer determination. Epsilon Satface Omicron asterisk, ugh, talking a meal for nothing. The Blood Demon's son in the necklace sighed softly, shaking his head and not being in a position to say anything more. Elder Blood Demon's son, since you feel that there is something odd about this place, then the kid will go and explore. Linny was intrigued by the Blood Demon's son's words, and decided to explore first while Yi Qingcheng wasn't back. As he said, he walked towards the bamboo forest in front of the Moonwatch Cliff. The further he went, the more he smelled an aroma wafting in. The aroma shook him to his senses. There is only one possibility for this kind of aroma, and that is a woman's fragrance. The anticipation grew in his mind. When he walked a few moments further inside, he found a 10 feet high stone tablet with 3 big words written on it, Shioyu Pond. Shioyuki Pond? The name echoes the Moonwatch Cliff. As the male lead of Heaven's destiny, Enough curiosity is a must. Otherwise how could there be so many strange encounters? Linny was naturally not exempt from this, and driven by curiosity, he walked towards the Shiryu pool. Linny, take my advice and leave this place quickly, Blood Demon's son advised. Elder, you're overthinking it. This is a holy place. What danger could there be? Linny was a bit unimpressed, his gaze looking towards the pool water. The moonlight is hazy and the pool is foggy, as if it were a fairyland on earth. A delicate figure loomed in the mist, as if a celestial maiden had descended to earth. Even if he couldn't get a glimpse of his face, just from the view of his back, he was definitely a beautiful woman, and his body was still very good. Who is it? Dare to trespass on this fairy's forbidden land? A cold voice came from the pool water. Linny didn't expect the other party to spot him so quickly. He wanted to see a bit more. My name is Linny, a disciple of Taishian Peak. I have mistakenly trespassed on the fairy's forbidden land. Please forgive me. Linny's heart was secretly happy. According to past routines, this situation was definitely going to be a racy one. His only worry was that Yi Qingqing happened to arrive at this time, and seeing this scene, it would not be too easy to explain. But he, Linny, was a man of honor, and had already prepared a response in his mind. So it's a disciple under Yuan Zhenzi. No wonder he's so rude. As the woman's cold voice fell, the haze in the pool rose in all directions, and the woman's body was instantly draped in a long dress before she stepped into the air. It was only then that Linny realized that the other party's cultivation was terrifying, and that they were actually same King Realm powerhouses. Before he could react, the other party had already arrived in front of him. The woman's eyebrows were picturesque, her features were exquisite, her skin was tanned and shiny, her long hair was curled like a snake, and her figure was extremely alluring. A stunning melon face with an exotic twist to it. In terms of beauty alone, although it is not as good as Yi Qingqing, it has some flavor. I really didn't expect there is such a stunning exotic beauty here, and her cultivation is also so profound. I wonder if I can communicate with her in depth. If one could gain the favor of this beautiful person, gaining a foothold in the holy land of green destiny would not be a problem. Linny subconsciously swallowed. In contrast, that beautiful woman actually stuck out her tongue and licked her lips after seeing Linny and looking him up and down. Linny, it's not good. She's not a human. She's a 10,000-year-old tongue snake. The Blood Demon's son in the necklace shouted out anxiously. I say, Senior Blood Demon's son, why are you always so startled? Such a beautiful beauty, even if it's a tang snake. So what? With my charms, what's to worry about conquering them? Linny was very confident that he had once subdued a cat demon on his way to escape. There have been a few other nights with each other. He thought that he was very skilled in dealing with demonesses and did not take Blood Demon's son's words to heart. He was still dreaming of conquering the Saint King Realm powerhouse in front of him and then eating the other party's soft food. I've met Senior. Senior's appearance is truly unrivaled in the world. It's truly a great honor for me to meet you today. I don't know Senior's name. Linny pretended to be dashing as he arched his hand in greeting. It's really as flowery as Yuan Zhenzi's words. Your words may be effective for other women, but for me, Moonflower Fairy, it's just looking for death. With that, Immortal Moonflower's jade hand snapped up, and with a gentle force, she grabbed Linny in her hands. Linny didn't expect the other party to suddenly flip out and was firmly grabbed, unable to move, under the other party's pressure. He couldn't even mobilize his spiritual energy. Not bad, it's actually the body of the Nine Suns, and it's also fused with the Qilin's arm, so it seems to be someone with great fortune. If your Nine Suns body is absorbed, this fairy will definitely be able to transform successfully, and from then on, there will be no need to come every month to absorb the essence of the sun and the moon to maintain her human form. Ha ha ha. Fairy Moonflower laughed out loud. She is going to use me as a stove, and to suck my Nine Suns body. Help! Help! Sister Yi Qingqing, come and save me. The Blood Demon's son in the necklace was also speechless. This being, up to now, was still thinking about Yi Qingqing coming to save him. People are clearly putting you on the spot. Stupid. Haven't seen it till now. I don't know if it's a brain fart or just overconfidence. Blood Demon's son didn't dare to make any moves, much less save Linny, or else Fairy Yuehua would find out and even he would have to be refined. The other party is a 10,000-year-old Tang snake that doesn't talk about martial virtues at all. The reason why Yi Qingqing wanted to bring Linny to the Moonwatch Cliff was because she had calculated that today was the day that Immortal Moonflower came here to absorb the essence of the sun and moon. The 15th day of the month, the night of the full moon, is the forbidden day of the Moonwatch Cliff. No one can come here. Fairy Moonflower's status in the Green Destiny Sacred Land was very high, and she had been the spirit pet of the old ancestor of the Green Destiny Sacred Land. After the old ancestor ascended to the upper realm, the Moonflower Fairy became the Sacred Land's mountain god beast. Even the current Holy Lord Ling Xiaozi would have to respectfully call out to her as a senior uncle when he saw her. The seniority is very high. It was a horizontal existence in the Holy Land. Lin Yi also knew that he had incurred an unimaginable character, and hurriedly begged for mercy. Fairy, spare my life. I have no intention of offending. It was senior sister Yi Qingcheng who invited me to come and enjoy the moon. Yi Qingcheng? She's the one I've watched grow up. How could she do such a presumptuous thing? You must be lying. There is no use for you to say anything now. This fairy is going to hurt you. Chapter 42 Tiny Snake's True Form. Moonlight Fairy Cave. Inside the chamber, Lin Yi had rags stuffed in his mouth and was tied up by Fairy Yuehua on top of a stone pillar. Woohoo! He couldn't even make a sound if he tried to beg for mercy. Lin Yi's eyes were red at this point, and he could only keep making whimpering noises, accusing himself of being aggrieved. Lin Yi, how many times have I warned you? But if you had listened once, you wouldn't have ended up like this. The blood demon son in the necklace shook his head somewhat helplessly. Lin Yi also had some regrets now, but there was no use saying that again. He was trembling, and his originally steely eyes were filled with trepidation. Ta-da-da-da. The sound made by the woman's footsteps came closer and closer. Soon a stunningly beautiful woman walked up to Lin Yi and gently picked his chin with her fingers, a flash of anticipation flooding her eyes. Brat, this fairy will go easy on you. Don't worry, it's just refining your nine-yang origin. It won't kill you. Fairy Moonflower licked her lips greedily. Lin Yi's heart went cold when he heard this. The body of 9 suns was the root of his ability to rise to power. If he lost his origin, how could he ask for the world? He had a strong sense of fear and cried out in his heart. Blood Demon Sun Senior. Save me. I can't lose my 9 suns body. Do something. You and I are now grasshoppers on the same rope. If I'm finished, you won't have a good time either. At this moment, he could only hope for the Blood Demon Sun in his necklace. However, Blood Demon Sun did not respond. He's too scared to fart right now. Even in his heyday, he didn't dare to say that he would be able to gain an advantage at the hands of Immortal Moonflower. Not to mention it's just a remnant soul now. Blood Demon Sun. You old thump. Lin Yi cursed the Blood Demon Sun in his heart. His anger and fear intertwined, causing his face to instantly turn as white as paper and bloodless. At this moment, he was filled with despair. At this moment, Fairy Yuehua's lotus root arm gently lifted up and grabbed Lin Yi's shirt, pulling it with all her might, only to hear a crunching sound, and Lin Yi's shirt was suddenly reduced to fragments that fluttered down, revealing his snow-white chest. Immediately afterward, Fairy Yuehua bit through her slender fingertip without hesitation, and a drop of bright red blood gushed out from it. Using the blood on her fingertips, she quickly sketched out a spell pattern above Lin Yi's chest. After completing it, Fairy Yuehua's hands began to rapidly change her spells, reciting words under her breath. Her voice was clear and pleasant to the ear, yet it was permeated with a creepy chill. Immediately, Lin Yi felt that there was a power within his body that was being forcibly withdrawn from him in a steady stream. The feeling was agonizing, as if someone was ripping his soul out hard. It was the power of the nine-yang origin within his body that was being siphoned off. This was the capital that allowed him to rise quickly. And now that he was just watching it being taken away little by Immortal Moonflower, Lin Yi's heart broke into a million pieces. At the same time, a flash of ecstasy suddenly surfaced on Immortal Moonflower's face. With a flash of light, she actually directly appeared in her tang snake body, only to see a giant python with an incomparably slender body suddenly appear in front of him, its body as majestic as a winding mountain range. The body was covered with a layer of colorful scales, which flickered with dazzling light under the weak candlelight. A pair of sharp horns grew from the top of the huge snake's head, emitting a gleam of cold light. 4 thick and powerful limbs supported the huge body, and each claw was as hard and sharp as if it was made of steel. The long tail was like a dancing steel whip, surrounded by clouds of mist and burning flames wrapped in a majestic atmosphere. At the moment, Fairy Moonflower was completely immersed in the pleasure of devouring Lin Yi's nine-yang origin power. She opened her bloody mouth and greedily sucked in the powerful power that kept pouring out of Lin Yi's body. With the influx of the origin's power, her already powerful aura began to climb at an astonishing rate, as if there was no end in sight. Ah, it's so painful. It's like all the strength has been drained out of my body. The whole person seems to fall into the abyss of 10,000 feet. Damn women. It's not a gentleman who doesn't take this revenge. Lin Yi was rolling his eyes, foaming at the mouth, trembling constantly, and his sanity was beginning to blur. I'm dying. No, I can't die here. Just then, he suddenly felt a sense of relief in his body as Immortal Moonflower stopped extracting the origin. TSK, it's worthy of being the nine-yang origin. So domineering. The Moonflower Fairy transformed into her human form, licked her lips greedily, and came to the sweaty Lin Yi, lifting his chin with her finger and said, "Kid, that's enough for today. I'm going to go refine this equity source force. I'll come back for you tomorrow." After saying that, Immortal Moonflower turned around and curled up and left. You're coming back tomorrow? Convex, ****** dish. Lin closed his eyes in despair. Just then, Blood Demon Sun's voice came from his mind. Lin, I'll save you from getting out now. Elder Blood Demon Sun, you've finally spoken. Quick, save me out. If I get my origin power pumped again, I'm dead. Lin cried out. Well, I will then pour out my soul power to open a portal for you to leave. When Blood Demon Sun finished speaking, he pinched his hands together and summoned a teleportation portal in front of Lin. Quick, hurry up and get out of here. Great, Senior Blood Demon Sun, I misunderstood you. Stop talking nonsense. The portal won't last long. Hurry. Blood Demon Z untied him, and Lin rushed into the portal. With a vibration of energy, Lin disappeared into place. Immortal Moonflower was just about to run her gongfu to refine the power of the origin when she noticed Lin's aura suddenly disappear, and a flash of surprise flashed across her eyes. TSK, this kid seems to have quite a few cards, but being able to refine this origin power is enough to make my cultivation soar. Fairy Moonflower narrowed her eyes and licked her lips. Then she sat down on her knees and began to meditate and run the circumference. Chapter 43. Playing is playing. Fooling around is fooling around. We can't stick out our tongues. Taishan Peak, covered in wounds and pale, Lin stumbled back to his dormitory. He had finally escaped the clutches of the Moonflower Fairy. Blood Demon Sun's breathless voice rang out from the necklace. Lin, I've let you get away with this. I've just used up all the soul power I've painstakingly condensed to help you get out of your trap. Right now you have to find more elixirs that contain soul power for me before you can do so. Shut up. Why didn't you help me out of my trap earlier, causing me to be sucked out of so much origin by that old demoness? Lin growled. And instead of being grateful to Blood Demon Sun for helping him out of his trap, he blamed him for not letting himself escape earlier. It's all your fault that my current 9-yang body is damaged. Isn't it all because Laozi's 9 Sun's body helped you maintain it that you've managed to survive this long with a mere remnant of your soul? Don't make yourself sound so noble. You're just a big devil. Don't think I don't know what's on your mind. Hearing Lin Yi's rebuke, the Blood Demon Sun was also a bit short of breath, and was silent for a moment before saying quietly, That's just it. Since I met you, it means that we're destined for each other. Let's not mention the past. Fortunately, Fairy Moonflower only sucked away a strand of your origin and did not damage the root, so you only need to find a treasure of supreme young to refine it, and it can still be repaired. You and I are in the same boat now. One glory for all. One loss for all. Let's work together. Lin Yi's mind slowed down a little at the moment. As things stood, one could only find another way to make up for the missing origin power. Nowadays, he still had a lot of cards, so he wasn't too pessimistic. He slowly raised his fused Qilance right arm, a fierce and cold look in his eyes. Purple Cloud Peak. Inside a cave, Su Qingyao placed the drop of blood she had obtained from Gu Chongsheng into the compulsion cup, accompanied by the activation of the spell formation once again. She was also in the final stages of her love compulsion. Eldest brother, everything Qingyao did was for you. Don't blame me. In the world, besides eldest brother, there is no one who can make Qingyao's heart stay. Qingyao will never let eldest brother suffer the slightest harm. And even more so, she will not allow others to have any improper thoughts about him. You can only belong to me alone. I will make sure you belong to me forever. Ha ha ha. Accompanied by a maniacal laugh, Qingyao's hands quickly pinched her spells and began to manipulate the mysterious formation in front of her with all her might. Her face was grave, and she was fully focused on her spell, preparing to perfectly fuse Gu Chongsheng's blood with the parasites. As the light above the large formation continued to flicker and intertwine, a powerful energy fluctuation gradually spread out. After consuming a large amount of spiritual energy, the love silk compulsion was finally refined successfully. Great! It's finally done! Looking at the crystal clear, strangely glowing love silk compulsion in her hand, Qingyao could not hide her inner joy and excitedly cried out, As long as I can put this love silk compulsion into the body of my eldest senior brother, then, from now on, there will only be my existence in his heart, and it will always belong to me alone. At this point, the possessiveness in her heart had climbed to its peak. However, before implementing the plan, Qingyao was well aware that there was one more vital thing that needed to be accomplished. Helping eldest senior brother to eradicate that most enormous hidden danger, the repugnant to the core Lin Yi. Only by getting rid of Lin Yi will eldest brother be safe in the true sense of the word, and I'll be able to stay with eldest brother for a long time. After such a thought flashed through her mind, Qingyao did not hesitate to reach out and open the insect cage beside her, and carefully took out another parasite from it. This parasite exuded a faint layer of green aura around its body, just like the twinkling stars in the night sky. It was precisely the flower ragwort compass that possessed the magical effect of allowing one's cultivation to be drastically increased in a short period of time. In the meantime, Gu Changsheng was already living in the new house that Wu Li had just built for him, so naturally he was happy in his heart. Although his own scene was about to be finalized soon, living comfortably was a lot better than living in the slightly humble dormitory before. The old ones were just too aggravating too. He leaned back in his chair, enjoying the spirit fruits and pastries that Zhao Linger had thoughtfully prepared for him. His days were beautiful. Just then, Zhao Linger slowly walked in and said, "Gongzi, there are people outside looking for you. Let him in." Gu Changsheng spat out the grape seeds in her mouth and said leisurely. As soon as the words fell, Yi Qingcheng in a white dress walked in from outside. "Brother Changsheng, it's been a few days since you came back. Why don't you come to look for others? Is it that if I don't come to look for you, you will never take the initiative to look for me?" Yi Qingcheng said with some pout. As he spoke, he also glanced at Zhao Linger next to him with a somewhat unhappy expression. She didn't take the initiative to ask Gu Changsheng about Zhao Linger for fear that the other party would think she was petty. It's nothing to have a maid for the Grand Master of Purple Cloud Peak, only she was still jealous inside. Having a Su Qingyao was enough to make her nervous, but now there was an additional Zhao Linger, and she had to have more people to keep an eye on. This, Gu Changsheng indeed didn't think of going to look for her, and was a bit speechless for a moment. After Gongzi returned to Purple Cloud Peak, he was busy cultivating, so please don't blame Miss. Zhao Linger rushed to help Gu Changsheng out. "I'm talking to Brother Changsheng. Is there a place for you to interrupt?" Yi Qingcheng was a bit upset and gave Zhao Linger a vicious look. Frightened, Zhao Linger hurriedly lowered her head. She knew Yi Qingcheng's identity from Gu Changsheng and knew that she was not to be messed with. "Qingcheng, don't be angry. It's all my fault. You see that these past few days, apart from cultivating or supervising the work, it's true that I didn't take the time out." Gu Changsheng knew that this little ant would definitely not rest until she gave a reasonable explanation. "I want to be alone with Brother Changsheng. Why are you still standing here? Hurry and go down." Yi Qingqing's tone was icy cold, and with the air of a dominant mother, she said towards Zhao Linger. "Yes." Zhao Linger hurriedly lowered her head and left in ashes. "Brother Changsheng, I miss you." When Zhao Linger walked out of the room, Yi Qingcheng changed her expression to one of tenderness and jumped into Gu Changsheng's arms at once. Ever since crossing over, Yi Qingcheng's persona was off the charts. Yi Qingcheng took such initiative, and Gu Changsheng was somewhat accustomed to it. He didn't bother to count, and with an air of both, he smoothly wrapped it in his arms. Anyway, the system said that all the little plot deviations would eventually cluster into the main storyline. If you have benefits and don't enjoy them, you are not suffering hard. I heard that Brother Changsheng resolved the crisis in the Great Li Palace with the power of one person. It's really great. Yi Qingcheng was lying in Gu Changsheng's arms, warm and soft, and her mouth was speaking words of love, which made Gu Changsheng very popular. After not seeing people for so many days, doesn't Brother Changsheng miss them at all? Said a pair of autumn water-like beautiful eyes staring at Gu Changsheng, saying inexhaustible charming tenderness. A pair of attractive vermilion lips are even slightly pouting. There's no need to be explicit about what you want to do. Gu Changsheng swallowed his saliva, and with such an ambiguous atmosphere, he was also a little confused. Right. I'm a villain, so I have to do what villains do. Anyway, the main line doesn't fall apart. Can I enjoying myself after all the hard work I've put into interpreting the plot? He fondly stroked Yi Qingcheng's hair, and said with a sincere expression, "Qingcheng, how could I not want to? I think about you all the time. If I didn't think that you were still waiting for me, how could I have exploded into an amazing potential, and resolved such a great crisis? Really?" Yi Qingcheng was touched by Gu Changsheng's words of love and directly boinked up. *3, *. We can't stick out our tongues when we're playing and messing around. Chapter 44. Not believing in fate is my Lingyi's fate. Qingcheng, you're afraid you're not an octopus in disguise, right? The suction power is so strong? Gu Changsheng secretly slandered in her heart. Yi Qingcheng's initiative made him feel like he was suffocating from lack of oxygen for a while. Only after a few moments did Yi Qingcheng release Gu Changsheng with great interest. Both were lashed by the time they separated. Hoo. Qingcheng, are you practicing the star-sucking technique? I feel like my Yuan Shin is being sucked away by you. Gu Changsheng gasped and said. Yi Qingcheng's pretty face blushed when Gu Changsheng flirted with her like this, and with her jade hand she hurriedly covered his mouth and said, "Hate it, I forbid you to say it. Have you been looking forward to this for a long time?" Yi Qingcheng wickedly said with a shy face. Gu Changsheng was dumbfounded. What did I expect? Isn't this all on your own initiative? It's just wrong. I'm more ing wrong than sinus. He just wanted to say I didn't, but was stopped by Yi Qingcheng, continuing, I know you want to. The reason why I only agreed now is because I'm afraid that you don't know how to cherish it if you get it easily. Gu Changsheng, isn't it easy for me to get this? You're rushing to send it up. He was just about to explain a few things, but Yi Qingcheng didn't give him a chance. Seeing him about to open his mouth, Yi Qingqing's jade hand covered his mouth to prevent him from speaking. This was someone's first kiss just now. You have to be responsible for them. From today onwards, Qingchang is your Gu family's person. Hearing this, Gu Chongsheng was confused. What is this? Am I missing oxygen in my brain? I'm hallucinating a bit. No, Qingchang, please listen to my explanation. Gu Chongsheng moved away from Yi Qingqing's hand and just wanted to explain a few words. Yi Qingcheng, however, covered her ears and said, I don't listen. I don't listen. I know that you are afraid that my master will disagree. You don't have to care about this. I will take care of it. Brother Chongsheng, the main reason I'm here is to tell you that Lin Yi has acquired the Qilin arm from somewhere and has already refined it on top of his right arm. His strength is not to be underestimated. You must be careful. Lin Yi gained a Qilin arm? Upon hearing this, Gu Changsheng hurriedly searched his mind for memories. He didn't remember Lin Yi obtaining the Qilin arm. Instead, the young master of the Kirin sect who appeared in the middle of the period, Han Lin, who was called Kirin's son, possessed the right arm of the Kirin and posed a great threat to Lin Yi. Sort of a small mid-career villain. How did this arm get on Lin Yi? If Lin Yi got it, what would happen to Kirin Z? It's a big headache just thinking about it. Yi Qingqing thought that Gu Changsheng was a bit worried. All that was why he stayed there. So she relieved. But don't worry, brother Chongsheng. I won't let him hurt you in the slightest. Oh, no, I'm not worried. I just think this Lin Yi kid has some outrageous luck. Gu Changsheng said casually. Brother Chongsheng, did you see it too? So awesome. Yi Qingcheng asked curiously. When Gu Changsheng heard Yi Qingcheng's compliment, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he said, I am not blind, nor can I not see this? That's a bit of a false boast. Yi Qingcheng said, Brother Chongsheng, in the past few days, I'm going to go into seclusion to break through the third level of the God condensation realm. Wouldn't be able to come and see you. You can take care of yourself. Gu Changsheng thought to himself, worthy of being a Xianing body, the speed of cultivation was just fast. It's only been a few days, and he's already broken through to the third level of the God condensation realm. It's really a cow on a rocket. Awesome to the sky. Okay, Qingcheng, just shut down in peace. I'll take care of myself, Gu Changsheng said with a smile. I'll be waiting for you to get out. After saying that, Gu Changsheng even cheaply touched Yi Qingcheng's but in order to maintain his persona. It's not bad for cultivation. It's just Q-bomb. Yi Qingcheng's face was shy, not the slightest bit annoyed, and said delicately, Brother Chongsheng, don't be in a hurry. Just wait for a few more days. I will definitely satisfy you, he said turning around and floating away like a butterfly. Only Gu Changsheng was left behind to stay in place and reminisce about the wonderful touch just now. Brother Chongsheng, people can only keep getting stronger so that they can guard you, protect you, and not hold you back. Wait until I've finished off Lin Yi, the dastardly villain. When the time comes, I'll turn my body and mind into your shape. Taishian Peak, Ordinary Disciple Dormitory. Senior Blood Demon Son. I'm going to go confront senior sister Qingqing face to face and see how she explains. I don't believe she set me up on purpose. Lin Yi still had a stiff upper lip, not believing that Yi Qingcheng would harm him, always thinking that with his charisma, the other guy must like him. Absolutely no harm will come to him. There must be a hidden agenda. After thinking about it, he still decided to go to Yi Qingcheng first to inquire about the cause of that day. Why had she gone and not returned? Allowing herself to be misunderstood by the Moonflower Fairy and losing a strand of her 9-yang origin. Now that his 9-yang body had turned into an 8-yang body, it was truly a bit pathetic. Lin Yi, why don't you listen to advice? Have you noticed a problem? Since that last incident, Yi Qingqing's entire person seems to have changed. Changed? Yes, it does get prettier, and become more in love with me, Lin Yi said with an evil smile. Black lines covered Blood Demon Son's face. Confidence is good, but narcissism is a little too much. Do people love you more? It's clear that you've gone from liking you a little bit to hating you a little bit. The reason for this is unclear, but it definitely has something to do with this person. Gu Changsheng, don't you realize? Recently, Gu Changsheng seems to be very different from before. The whole person's temperament from the inside out has changed a bit, and he doesn't act in the same greedy and lustful manner as before. Recently, he also helped the greatly to solve such a big trouble, so it seems that there is some change in his fortune. Not at all like when I was observing his chi before. A look of blackness in the Hall of the Seal and an early death. Enough. When he heard Blood Demon Son mention the words Gu Changsheng, Lin Yi was inexplicably enraged. With an iron face, he said with a stifled neck, Elder Blood Demon Son, don't mention this person again, and don't mention the matter of the great departure again. Do you want to tease the boy a bit by mentioning this now? Hearing Lin Yi misunderstand his good intentions in this way, the blood demon's son was also somewhat speechless. He wasn't a good person, but he didn't really look down on people who framed their fellow clansmen either. Only now that he was bound to Lin Yi, he didn't have the idea of teasing the other party. Lin Yi was rather sensitive. District Gu Changsheng. The kid doesn't even put him in his eyes. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. I will definitely trample him under my feet during the Holy Land examination. Epsilon Satface Omicron asterisk, ugh. Blood Demon's son secretly sighed. There seemed to be some changes in this kid. Ever since meeting Gu Changsheng. How did it feel to do things so recklessly and without thinking? That's just it. I've said all I have to say. So take care of yourself. After a sigh came from the necklace, there was no more movement. Chapter 45 Yundu City. Purple Cloud Peak. Without the plot. Gu Changsheng lived each day in great style. Eat and sleep. Sleep and eat. Nothing to tease Zhao Linger. He had nothing to do today, so he happened to recline in his chair, sunbathing and reviewing the plot that would happen next. Extrapolating from the timeline, the next one will be a small spin-off from Yundu City. This little plot didn't have much to do with him. The main point was that there was a demonic path at work within the city of Yundu, and the few disciples sent by the Holy Land to investigate were all wiped out. In order to investigate the matter, the Holy Land was prepared to send its core disciples forward to find out what was going on. For this reason the Holy Lord decided to have the heads of the several main peaks cast lots to decide which peak disciple to send to Cloud Capital City. In the end, it was the head of Taishian Peak who drew the winner, so he sent Chao Quan, Yi Qingcheng, Lin Yi, and the other 20 core disciples to Yundu City. Their group traveled to Yundu City only to find that things were far more complicated than they had imagined. Cloud Capital City had been infiltrated by the Devil Puppet sect, and even the city lord Situ Xing had defected to the Devil Dao. The Devil's way kills people recklessly, and many people in the city have been killed in order to refine the Devil's puppets. What they didn't expect was that there was also a Yellow Extreme Realm Demon Puppet sect elder sitting in the city. In the end, only Yi Qingcheng and Lin Yi survived the 20 disciples. Lin Yi had the protagonist's aura, so naturally, he operated against the wind and flipped the whole scene, not only escaping from the tiger's mouth with Yi Qingcheng, but also killing a lot of Demon Puppet sect's strongest members. For this reason, he was spotted by the Holy Lord Ling Xiaozi and handpicked as a true disciple in the Holy Land examination. After this incident, Yi Qingqing's feelings for Lin Yi also grew deeper and deeper, and she directly fell in love with each other. Wherever the man of destiny appeared, everyone else was guaranteed to be out of luck. But this was good. Lin Yi grew up as soon as possible, and he himself could kill the movie sooner. Gu Changsheng shook her head as she thought of this and sat up from the recliner, moving her muscles. It's been a bit of a boring morning lying around. Cultivate? What's on your mind? It's almost time to kill the movie, and practice a dura. Just at this time, a sweet voice came from the distance. Gongzi. Gu Changsheng looked up and turned his head to see that it was Zhao Linger who was hurrying towards him. What is it? Spirit? Panic? Gu Changsheng asked with a yawn. My lord. Someone just came from the Sacred Lord's Peak and said for you to go and make a trip as soon as possible. Zhao Linger came over in a windy manner and said, what's the point of sending me to Holy Lord's Peak? Inexplicably, since the Holy Lord Peak had sent the order, he couldn't not go, so he asked Zhao Linger to hurry up and change his clothes for him. He was still wearing his big pants even though it was now the middle of the day. Not much longer. Holy Lord Peak. On the square in front of the Great Hall, Gu Changsheng came riding a red flame golden gaibeast in full faction. As soon as they landed, many disciples who knew Gu Changsheng saluted him. Good day, Senior Brother Gu. Greetings to Senior Brother Gu. Gu Changsheng respected the persona and tilted his nostrils, ignoring these disciples. With an arrogant and domineering look towards the Great Hall. At this moment, a silhouette walked towards him and said in a delicate voice, Brother Changsheng, Qingcheng, ending your seclusion so soon? Gu Changsheng's face showed a hint of surprise when he saw that the visitor was none other than Yi Qingcheng in a white dress. After not seeing the other party for more than 10 days, his breath seemed to be even thicker, and it seemed that he had already broken through to the third layer of the God Condensation realm. Originally, I wanted to retreat until the Holy Land examination, but Master called me to the Holy Lord Peak, saying that there was something important. Looking at Yi Qingcheng sticking so close to Gu Changsheng, this could make many of the male disciples present drool with envy. They hated Gu Changsheng in their hearts, harassing the goddess in the hearts of the male disciples all day long. Gu Changsheng was not used to everyone, and in front of everyone, he actually shamelessly wrapped his arms around Yi Qingcheng's small waist. It's all about the persona. This scene immediately stunned the entire crowd. What's the situation? Wasn't it said that Yi Qingcheng hated Gu Changsheng? The other guy chased her for 3 years and ignored her. How could you allow his salty hands on your waist? It must be a misreading. Illusion. Everything is an illusion. The waist of a goddess. The knife that kills. Quickly kill Gu Changsheng. The hanging hair. Gu Changsheng ignored the anger of the crowd. But just then, Gu Changsheng felt a chill at her back. He subconsciously turned his head to look. Just in time to see Lin Yi looking at himself with an extremely fierce gaze. Fire was about to come out of his eyes. Lean. Here comes our man of destiny. What bad luck. If I counted the time, today should be the day of the Cloud Capital City branch plot. But what did you call me for? This plot has nothing to do with the old man. Gu Changsheng muttered in his heart. Eldest brother. Just then, another green-colored silhouette darted towards him, only to see the youngest senior sister, Su Qingyao, rushing towards Gu Changsheng with a face of excitement, completely ignoring Yi Qingqing's icy gaze, and jumping into his arms at once. He also deliberately used his body to block Yi Qingqing from Gu Changsheng. Seeing that there were too many people around, in order to take care of her image, Yi Qingqing swallowed back the word. *******. She hated it in her heart. Eldest senior brother. I haven't seen Qingyao for so many days. Have you missed me? Su Qingyao held Gu Changsheng's arm and asked as if no one else was around. Ahem. What are you thinking about? You don't even come to greet senior brother for so many days, and you still have the nerve to ask? Gu Changsheng deliberately put on the airs of a senior brother and said. When Su Qingyao heard that Gu Changsheng's tone seemed to have a reproachful meaning, she couldn't say that she was refining the love silk compulsion that would allow him to love only herself for the rest of his life. She could only look at him aggrievedly, and tears suddenly came out anxiously in her eyes. She was now especially afraid that Gu Changsheng would really be angry with herself. One can only act pathetic. She knew that Gu Changsheng was most afraid of girls shedding tears. Sure enough, when Gu Changsheng saw Su Qingyao shedding tears, he hurriedly comforted. Senior sister, eldest brother is joking with you. Don't cry. So many people are watching. He said and took a handkerchief from his own bosom to wipe his tears. Only then did Su Qingyao break into a smile and said in a delicate voice, hate it. People are taking it seriously. Heartless. Yi Qingqing cursed in her heart when she saw Su Qingyao's sympathetic appearance. She was now exploding in place with anger. I was really afraid that I wouldn't be able to resist pulling out the frost sword and stabbing a few holes into Su Qingyao. The Holy Lord has arrived. As the deacon's clear and loud voice resounded throughout the Holy Lord Peak, Ling Xiaozi arrived here accompanied by a group of elders. Greetings, Holy Lord. All the disciples present bowed and saluted. Gu Changsheng also hurriedly drew back his salty hands and saluted respectfully with both hands. Under the attention of the entire audience, Ling Xiaozi slowly walked. Gu Changsheng saw at a glance that his master, Qin Wushuang, was clearly behind Ling Xiaozi as well. Qin Wushuang even flashed a sweet smile towards him. Holy! Gu Changsheng realized that the beautiful master teacher was actually wearing the pair of black stockings he had given her, and her pair of beautiful legs were very eye-catching. Quite a few male disciples, and even male elders, had their eyes intentionally or unintentionally darting straight towards Qin Wushuang's legs. Seeing this scene, Gu Changsheng was actually a bit jealous. He didn't know when. In his heart, he vaguely regarded Qin Wushuang as his forbidden domain. All disciples, I've summoned everyone here to tell you something important, Ling Xiaozi said seriously. The whole room went silent when they heard something important. All waited for Ling Xiaozi's next words. Just yesterday, all 20 ordinary disciples sent by the Holy Land to Cloud Capital City on official business had their soul tags shattered. As Ling Xiaozi's words fell, the entire audience was in an uproar. 20 disciples' soul tags shattered, which meant that they were all dead. That's no small thing. Who dares to kill a disciple of the Holy Land of Green Destiny? And it's still 20 disciples. No wonder they had gathered everyone here. Obviously something big was going on. In order to investigate the truth of the matter, the Holy Land has decided to send 20 corps to Cloud Capital City. Once these words came out, the disciples below were once again talking. Everyone knew that this trip to Cloud Capital City was destined to be very dangerous, and many of them had a difficult look on their faces. Neither wants to be picked. Only Gu Changsheng knew the plot and had a very bland expression. I thought, it's just a few chiefs casting lots. And then Yuan Zhenzi drew the lot and sent his eldest brother Chao Quan to lead the team to Yindu City. What follows is a show that forces King Lin Yi to perform alone. However, Ling Xiaozi's next words almost made Gu Changsheng's jaw drop in shock. Only Ling Xiaozi slowly said, all disciples, we will now begin to draw lots, and those who are caught will head to Cloud Capital City to carry out their mission. What? The plot isn't right. Wasn't it the first minister who drew lots? What's changed? Just as Gu Changsheng was bellyaching, a ball of light flew into his palm. All disciples, crush the light ball in your hands, and those who have the word come forward. The deacon elder said loudly. *********. Gu Changsheng crushed the light ball and found that the words Cloud Capital City were written on it. Chapter 46 The Shura. Yundu City? Lin Yi saw the 3 words Cloud Capital City floating in his palm, and a touch of joy appeared at the corner of his mouth. The more difficult the clan's mission is, the more I can show what I can do. This trip to Cloud Capital City will be the day this young man rises to power in the Holy Land of Green Destiny. I'm going to blow everyone away. When he thought of this, his eyes fell on Yi Qingqing's body, and he secretly prayed in his heart, he must let Yi Qingqing also participate in the mission of Yandu City. Blessing, blessing, blessing. He was under the impression that as long as he could adventure with a beautiful woman, he was bound to capture her heart. He believed that Yi Qingqing was no exception. In addition, he also wanted to take the opportunity to ask the cause of the incident at the Moonwatch Cliff that day. He did not believe that Yi Qingqing would deliberately harm him. There must be some misunderstanding. He's going to ask about it face to face. It wasn't known if Lin Yi's prayers had worked, but the ball of light in Yi Qingqing's palm dispersed, and the 3 words Cloud Capital City surfaced within. She hurriedly looked towards Gu Changxing's palm, and when she saw the 3 words Cloud Capital City in the other party's palm, she was instantly overjoyed. Being able to go on a mission with Gu Changxing was the best opportunity to enhance their relationship. As for danger, she didn't care. Anyway, she knew that the Yi family had secretly sent people to guard her all the time, and they would definitely show up to save her whenever they were in danger. Woohoo! Why is there nothing in my palm? Su Qingyao cried out when she saw that Gu Changxing and Yi Qingqing both had the words Cloud Capital City in their palms. Gu Changxing gently patted Su Qingyao's shoulder and comforted. I don't want to have awe. Don't cry. Senior sister. If I can still come back from Yandu City, I'll bring you sugar gourds. He was speaking from the heart. He really didn't want to go. And while this plot originally didn't involve him, now he's part of a team that's sure to be vicious. Lin Yi and Yi Qingqing both had a protagonist aura, so they definitely couldn't die. He's different. Maybe he'd be pitted to death by Lin Yi. The hanging hair. System. Get your ass out here. Can you give me a reasonable explanation? Does it count as completing the plot if I die in Yandu City? The system is actually playing dead at this time. I'll top you. Okay, the system is playing dead for me at this time. Right? There you are. Host, please calm down. Branching plot, Cloud City opens. Please rest assured that all deviations will eventually wrap up and return to the main storyline. The system's beep finally sounded again after a few breaths of silence. It's still the same rhetoric, but it's always an explanation. An explanation is better than none. Since all the deviating plots ended up returning to the main line, he was slightly more at ease. System. This time, the other party has a yellow extreme realm elder in attendance. The old man is in great danger. How can I count if I die? Does it count as a perfect walk through the plot? Another moment of silence. Ding! The host has perfectly restored his persona. The system issues a reward. Obtained Advanced Substitute Golem X3. The Advanced Substitute Puppet in conjunction with the Daojacking Substitute Secret Art allows the host to withstand a fatal blow. Note, any fatal blow below the Great Emperor realm can be perfectly defended against. Wouldn't it be able to withstand a fatal strike from everyone below the Great Emperor realm? There were no Great Emperors existing in this world for a long time. Not even a few Quasi-Emperors. Even if one encountered a Quasi-Emperor powerhouse, one would still be able to save one's life. YYDS. But if I had such a strong life-preserving magic weapon, how else could Lin Yi defeat me? System. Are you sure you're not digging a hole for me? Host. Please do not doubt the sincerity of this system. Remember to give me a 5-star review. Love you. Lean. It's not bad if I don't give you a bad review, but a 5-star review. Seeing Gu Changxing frozen in place, Yi Qingqing thought that he was worried that the mission would be life-threatening, so she took his arm and comforted him softly. Brother Changsheng, there's no need to worry. With Qingqing here, no one can harm a hair on your head. In the original persona, grief for life and fear of death was also part of Gu Changxing's character. Gu Changsheng had already withdrawn his mind by now, and when he realized that Yi Qingqing had misunderstood him, he didn't bother to explain himself, nodded his head, gently touched her jade hand and said, Qingqing, I'm relying on you. When Su Qingyao saw that Yi Qingqing was able to go on a mission with her eldest senior brother, she was jealous to death in her heart. She wasn't afraid of the danger of the mission, but she was afraid that eldest brother would be with another woman. Especially this kind of difficult task that can be shared. A big battle down. The two hormones are bursting. Maybe the two will have an unnameable negative distance contact. The image of Gu Changsheng playing poker with Yi Qingqing was brainstormed in her mind, and Su Qingyao was going crazy. But what's done is done, and no one can change that. The candidates for the 20 core disciples who would be traveling to Cloud Capital City to carry out the mission had all been finalized. Taishan Peak had Chao Quan, Yi Qingqing, and Lin Yi. Purple Cloud Peak was Gu Changsheng, and all the other peaks had disciples participating as well. The Holy Lord announced that the meeting was adjourned, and both Yi Qingqing and Su Qingyao came to Gu Changsheng's side. Gu Changsheng took the initiative to unfold his embrace. reaching out and taking all of the two great beauties into his arms. This wave of maneuvering had literally made Lin Yi's entire body explode with anger. Asshole! Gu Changshan! You evil thief! You wait for me! After leaving the holy land of green destiny, I will definitely make you look good. Gu Changsheng, in order to provoke Lin Yi, also deliberately slipped his hand from Yi Qingcheng's small savage waist to his buttocks. All of the heavenly hosts need outside stimulation to burst into potential. This was exactly what he wanted to do to give Lin Yi some excitement. The rest is up to you. Yat-sun, come on. Cough cough. Just as Gu Changshan was giving Lin Yi strength, a woman's light cough came from behind her, accompanied by a terrifying Saint King's pressure. Master? Master! Qingcheng has met senior uncle. Seeing Qin Wushuang standing behind them with a cold face, the two girls who were enjoying Gu Changsheng's broad chest seemed like frightened kittens, immediately bouncing away from his embrace. Other people could be unafraid, but his own master's strictness was well known. Even if Su Qingyao was capricious, every time she met her master Qin Wushuang, she was still disciplined. Qingyao, you senior brothers grew up together as brothers, but how old are you? Still clinging to your senior brother like you did when you were a child. It's always a bad influence. How can you marry in the future if you don't pay attention to your image so much? Qin Wushuang's mouth was speaking, but in her heart, she was extremely jealous. As a master teacher, she had too many things to worry about, and if it wasn't for these damned rules and regulations, she really wanted to trip into her disciples' arms as well. Enjoy a moment of pleasure. Seeing Su Qingyao and Yi Qingcheng being able to lie in Gu Changsheng's arms was naturally unbearable. One can only force an interruption by virtue of one's status. Yi Qingcheng, my disciple is devoted to you, so don't fail. As for the matter of your marriage contract, I will discuss it with your master Yuan Jinzi, before you are explicitly married. I hope you will also respect yourself. Qin Wushuang spoke sternly, like a warning tone. Yi Qingcheng was upset in his heart, but his expression did not dare to disobey, so he could only respectfully salute and say, thank you for the teachings of Master Uncle. Disciple remembers. Eternal life, come here, Master has something to say to you. Just as the atmosphere was tense, Qin Wushuang changed her expression to a gentle one and waved towards Gu Changsheng. Chapter 47 Gu Changsheng exasperates the male main character into stammering. Master, please command. Gu Changsheng came to Qin Wushuang's side with apprehension and asked carefully, I'm afraid that this mission will be very dangerous. I'm not sure about you. You can take this jade pendant and crush it if you meet a strong enemy. I will definitely go forward to help you at that time. Saying this, Qin Wushuang took off the jade pendant she normally wore from her chest and handed it to Gu Changsheng. Gu Changsheng took the jade pendant and felt a warmth coming from it. It was Qin Wushuang's body temperature. He put it in front of his nose again, sniffed it, and said in a manner, Master, it smells good. Poor mouth. Never try to be brave, and always crush the jade pendant when in danger. When Qin Wushuang heard Gu Changsheng's words, she pouted and gently poked his forehead with her jade finger and instructed a few more words. It's like those old mothers at Blue Star who don't feel comfortable with their children going out. Gu Changsheng's heart immediately warmed a bit. In his previous life, his parents died early and he was rarely able to feel love from his relatives. Here, with such a beautiful master caring for him, it really made him feel reluctant to leave. But after all, it was a fictional world, not his Blue Star. It had left him very torn. Eldest senior brother, this is the wine bug I worked so hard to raise. Take it with you. It might help you. Su Qingyao also walked over at this time, handing Gu Changsheng a small insect cage. Inside was none other than the wine bug she had cultivated for years with spirit wine. Wine bugs are an advanced form of compulsion. When it was used at a critical time, it could stimulate the user's potential, and the combat power soared dramatically, and there were no side effects. The cost? Well, it's expensive and time-consuming. Gu Changshan was also a bit touched when Su Qingyao gave herself such a precious compulsion. He touched Su Qingyao's head and said gently, Wine bug, take it back. Trust in elder brother's strength. Besides there is still elder father's jade slip. Be a good boy and wait for me to return at Purple Cloud Peak, and I'll bring you sugar gourds then, said Gu Changsheng and pinched Su Qingyao's cheeks. To be honest, Gu Changsheng was now feeling more and more unfamiliar with the plot, and his previous omniscient perspective was beginning to gradually fail. The plot is completely off the wall. This plot was supposed to be for Lin Yi to brush up his experience, and everyone else except the female lead would die. Will you die too if you get involved? He still knew something about the male lead's Kekii aura, but any mission or copy with a male hero of Heaven's destiny is bound to encounter big trouble, and the male hero will surely turn misfortune into good fortune, kill people and seize treasures to pick up girls, and finally get both money and people. Everyone else would be pitted against his Kekii aura and reduced to cannon fodder. No matter how high the status or seniority, there is no exception. When she thought of those poor bastards who had been grilled to death by the Heaven's Destiny male lead, Gu Changsheng felt a bit of sadness. Cloud Capital City was located within the Eastern Continent, and belonged to the jurisdiction of the Holy Land of Green Destiny, covering an area of thousands of miles. There are several smaller satellite cities surrounding the area. All the major clans and small sects are in abundance. The Holy Land had purposely allowed Gu Changsheng and the others to dress up as ordinary people in order to prevent alerting the snakes, and a group of 5 rode in a carriage to split up and head to Yundu City. Good grief! Gu Changsheng, Yi Qingcheng, Lin Yi, and 2 other disciples were in a group. The other 3 groups had already left in their carriages, leaving only their group still to start. Why? Because Gu Changsheng hadn't come yet. After waiting for an incense stick of time, only then did they see Gu Changsheng, dressed in a green-colored robe, walking over idly accompanied by his maid Zhao Linger. He's a villain. Being late and leaving early are normal operations. Gu Changsheng is a dedicated villain, and tries to make himself as possible human and divine, so as to give more preparation for the male master of the heavenly destiny to hit his face. Gu Changsheng herself was in tears when she thought about her dedication. Gu Changsheng, you've got a lot of guts. You dare to be late for the Holy Land's mission. The other few people didn't say anything, but Lin Yi jumped out and pointed at Gu Changsheng's nose to start cursing. Sure enough, the man of destiny is as dedicated as he is. The persona is perfectly fine. It seems like we're the only 2 in this fictional world who are still doing our best to maintain our personas and move the plot forward. Gu Changsheng wanted to give Lin Yi the middle finger. Oh, no. Thumbs up. Who told you I was late? Who set the time? You're the lowest person here. Who are you to talk? The moment these words came out, they did poke at Lin Yi's sore spot. Their group was all big brothers with true disciples. Indeed, he was the least of them. But he was the male master of heaven's destiny. How could he give in to softness? Then stalked his neck and yelled. Lest it take the identity to press people. Have the ability to fight one-on-one. One-on-one? Are you worthy? When you become a true disciple, come back and challenge me again. Gu Changsheng's nostrils turned skyward and he was extremely sarcastic. And apart from Lin Yi, Yi Qingcheng and the other 2 didn't dare to speak. You! Lin Yi was so disliked by him that he couldn't even say anything. Get lost. You what you? Stuttering still dared to argue with this big brother. Hurry up and set off. Delay the mission. You can afford it? Gu Changsheng said, and even took Yi Qingcheng's hand and walked onto the carriage together. Lin Yi behind him almost died violently on the spot. It's so hateful. Gu Changsheng, if I don't kill you, I swear I won't do it. The speed of the carriage was never able to match the speed of the magic treasure's flight, and the group moved forward slowly. Senior sister Qingcheng, I brought a few spirit oranges with me. Try them. Lin Yi took out a few yellow oranges from his storage ring, peeled them and handed them to Yi Qingcheng. Yi Qingcheng's expression was extremely indifferent and said, Thank you, I don't eat. Being rejected by the other party made Lin Yi a little embarrassed. At this time, Gu Changsheng couldn't help but sneer out. Oh, what a licking dog. Why the sneer? The need for a persona. Gu Changsheng, who are you laughing at? Also, who are you calling a licking dog? Lin Yi knew that Gu Changsheng was mocking him, so where could he hold back his anger and disliked him back? I laughed at the ridiculous man. I didn't say the lickspittle was you. So what can I do if you write yourself? Gu Changsheng continued to taunt. Yi Qingcheng, who heard this, snorted and almost burst out in joy, hurriedly covering her mouth gently with her jade hand. Her expression not to mention how tantalizing it was. The other 2 disciples sensed the smell of gunpowder within the carriage and did not dare to speak for fear of drawing fire. Chapter 48 Ginseng and Wolfberry Turtle Soup. Lin Yi was trembling with anger, but he forced down his anger. He knew this wasn't the time to freak out, but at this time, Gu Changsheng continued to act like a demon as he said to himself, My mouth is dry and my tongue is dry. I really want to eat a spirit orange to moisten my throat. Yi Qingcheng who heard this did not hesitate to take a spirit orange from Lin Yi's hand. Then, under Lin Yi's surprised gaze, he carefully peeled off the skin, broke it open, and put it in Gu Changsheng's mouth. Brother everlasting, do you feel sour? Yi Qingcheng inquired with concern after seeing Gu Changsheng eat. That gentle expression made the remaining 2 disciples envious. That's dog food. They all wanted to jump out of the car and get out of the place. Too little care for the feelings of single dogs, and Yi Qingcheng was still a noble goddess in everyone's mind. Unlike the rest of the 2, Lin Yi had reached the brink of an outburst at the moment. Lin Yi, you're too stingy, aren't you? Eat your orange. See how your heart aches. Gu Changsheng let Yi Qingcheng throw in a feed while still mocking Lin Yi. Damn it! Damnable! What gives Gu Changsheng, this bastard, the right to enjoy such tender care from Yi Qingcheng? Heaven, earth, why have you done this to me? I, Lin Yi, once again swear that one day, I will definitely trample Gu Changsheng hard under my feet. and make him pay back his one orange revenge 10 times over and 1,000 times over. Lin Yi clenched his teeth, his eyes on the verge of bursting into flames. In order not to be treated as a cheapskate by Yi Qingcheng, he forced down the anger in his heart and opened an orange himself and ate it with hatred. If he didn't eat again, Gu Changxing could eat it all for him. Lin Yi, what other delicious food do you have on you? Take it all out. As the saying goes, no blessing in eating alone. Hearing Gu Changxing's words, Lin Yi was instantly enraged and asked with a tug on his voice, if you're so greedy, why don't you bring it yourself? I've spent years of my life abstaining from food and drink, so I'm not as worldly as you are. The corners of Gu Changxing's mouth rose and she said arrogantly, he's the best at making sense out of nothing. Gu Changsheng, you're shameless. If he hadn't been unsure of beating Gu Changsheng, Lin Yi would have held his hand back a long time ago. Shut up, Lin Yi, there's a Gu Changxing on the left and a Gu Changxing on the right. You should address senior brother Gu. Yi Qingqing's face was a bit icy, and she said to Lin Yi with a straight face, it was definitely impossible to have Lin Yi address senior brother Gu, but he also gave Yi Qingqing enough face to shut his mouth and stop arguing with Gu Changsheng. The group was so noisy that it took them a whole day to arrive at Cloud Capital City. As the sky darkens, Yi Qingqing proposes to find an inn to settle down and contact the other three groups to start the investigation. Knowing the plot, Gu Changsheng had just stepped into the Cloud Capital City and alertly used her far superior spiritual power to sense everything around her. He sensed an extremely hard to detect demonic aura fluttering in the air. It was late at night, and the others had yet to notice any abnormality within the city at this time. Lin Yi, there's a demonic aura within the city. This aura should be coming from the demon puppet sect. The blood demon's son had just stepped into the city when he sensed the origin of the demonic aura and told Lin Yi about it. Demon puppet sect? Seeing that Lin Yi didn't know much about this devilish sect, Blood Demon Z popularized it with him. The devil puppet sect is a devilish sect that specializes in refining puppets and manipulating them, and it is most adept at refining devil puppets from living people, hence the name Devil Puppet Sect. Oh, Lin Yi nodded. This Cloud Capital City isn't simple. It definitely needs an expert to sit in on it, so you have to be careful. Blood Demon's son continued. Lin Yi had already encountered certain death an unknown number of times since he had escaped the Great Li Palace. It always turns out to be a great opportunity in the end. He was sure this time would be no different. So instead of feeling scared, he became somewhat expectant. He looked at the others with a gloomy gaze, calculating how to pit Gu Changsheng to death if he encountered danger. Senior sister Qingcheng, there is an inn up ahead. Lin Yi pointed at an inn and shouted to Yi Qingcheng. Yi Qingcheng followed the direction of his finger and saw that there was really an inn. Brother Changsheng, it's getting late. There happens to be an inn in front of us. Why don't we stay for a while and then contact the other three groups of people before we make any plans? Senior brother Gu, we've been rushing all day and happen to be tired. So let's stay here. He looked at the inn sign that read, there is an inn. It's exactly where the plot takes place. So naturally there's no objection. Then he nodded and said, okay, just listen to what you guys have to say. Let's find some guest rooms to rest in. After the group arrived at the inn, the little rich woman Yi Qingqing took out a packet of silver taels and threw it to the shopkeeper, allowing him to open 5 superior rooms. When she returned to her room, Gu Changsheng reviewed the next episodes. According to the plot of the original novel, they departed for the City Lord's mansion on the second day to inquire about the death of the disciples of the Green Destiny Holy Land from City Lord Sitishing. Sitishing had actually defected to the Devil Puppet sect a long time ago, turning Cloud Capital City into a devilish stronghold. Lin Yi had a protagonist's aura, realizing the other party's catfight a step earlier than the others, and had long been prepared to escape. By the time the crowd realized they were caught in a trap, it was too late. Surrounded by the ambushed experts of the Devil Puppet sect, all the others were killed except for Lin Yi, the oldest 6, who had prepared himself beforehand and escaped with Yi Qingcheng. Of course, according to the novel's formula, the protagonist's escape will definitely encounter difficulties. The Devil Puppet sect elder was a powerful person at the first level of the Yellow Extreme Realm, and he went after Lin Yi and Yi Qingcheng alone. However, he was possessed by the Blood Demon Son who possessed Lin Yi and executed the Red Lotus of Karma Flame from the Demon Emperor's Heaven Burning technique to injure him and escape back to the Holy Land of the Green Destiny without incident. Although Lin Yi was seriously injured, he became famous in this battle. Ling Xiaozi, who knew the details of Yundu City from Lin Yi's mouth, was so furious that he had Qin Wushuang and a few others bring thousands of core disciples to not only decimate the people of the Devil's Way who had entrenched themselves in Yundu City, but even the Devil Puppet sect, which had been a Dao lineage for tens of thousands of years, had been destroyed. It was also this action that caused Qin Wushuang to cross paths with Lin Yi as well. Qin Wushuang was quite fond of this outstanding young man and laid the foundation for the next relationship between the two. Gu Changsheng looked at it from the reader's point of view. The plot of the Demon Puppet sect was nothing more than a small copy that gave Lin Yi experience. It allowed him to cross the ranks and defeat a devil Dao elder of the first layer of the Yellow Extreme Realm, drawing the attention of the higher echelons of the Holy Land. By the way, it enhances his relationship with Yi Qingcheng, and incidentally, it also paves the way for his relationship scene with Qin Wushuang. If they followed the original routine, only Lin Yi and Yi Qingcheng would escape, and everyone else would die. Wouldn't he have to die too? Death is definitely not an option, as there are still over 20 chapters to go before his scene is killed off. How to make sure he survives without changing the original plot is when his acting skills are tested the most. Simply say you're sick. Yes, let's say that Lin Yi's oranges were the problem that caused him to have diarrhea all night. The body of an immortal cultivator had long since ceased to be corporeal and mortal, and it was simply impossible to have diarrhea. So say you've been practicing kung fu for a while? But we all know we've never practiced much. And who comes out on a mission to practice kung fu? What excuse would that be? The more she thought about it, the more she had a headache. Gu Changsheng simply stopped thinking about it and took one step at a time. He was just about to go to sleep when Yi Qingcheng, however, did not knock on the door and directly pushed the door in, holding a bowl of soup in his hand. Brother Changsheng, after rushing all day, are you hungry? I specifically asked the back kitchen to make you a serving of ginseng and wolfberry turtle soup. Do you want to be so complimentary? Gu Changsheng, who was just a bit sleepy, was called up by Yi Qingcheng, and his heart could not be more depressed. Dump, I'm not hungry. No, you're hungry. Drink it quickly. I'll feed it to you. Yi Qingcheng had a sweet smile on her face that was enough to mesmerize the crowd, but to Gu Changsheng, the other side seems to have some kind of conspiracy. Chapter 49, Two Girls Fighting. In the middle of the night, Yi Qingcheng came to bring himself turtle soup. To not be so complimentary. It's not a good idea to be unprofessional. It's not a good idea to be a thief. Qingcheng thanks you for your kindness. I'm not hungry, so I'd better take it back. Gu Changsheng looked at the turtle soup that Yi Qingcheng brought over and hurriedly waved his hand. Seeing Gu Changsheng with this expression of rejection, Yi Qingcheng did not mind at all, and instead of taking it away, she placed the soup on the table. Yi Qingcheng served a full bowl and gave it to him in front of his aunt. Smiling sweetly, she said, Changsheng, come and have some soup. This is what I specially asked the kitchen to make for me. Try it. Saying so, he even thoughtfully scooped up a spoonful for Gu Changsheng and placed it on his shoe lips and blew on it to hand it to his mouth. Unable to refuse the hospitality, Gu Changsheng could only drink the soup that Yi Qingcheng handed to his mouth. So fresh. This store is pretty good at what they do. Gu Changsheng drank it and let out a heartfelt sigh of approval. Then said, Qingcheng, don't just let me drink it. You drink it together too. There's no rush. Brother Nagisa, drink more. Yi Qingcheng directly handed the bowl to Gu Changsheng and watched with an expectant expression as Gu Changsheng drank it all. A hint of imperceptible cunning showed in his eyes. This soup. There's something odd. After Gu Changsheng finished the entire bowl of soup, she felt a little dizzy and her body became weak. At the end of the day, he finally couldn't support himself and collapsed into Yi Qingcheng's arms. Brother everlasting, after tonight you will belong to Qingcheng. Yi Qingcheng revealed the joy of having succeeded in her treacherous plan as she pulled back her green silk, lowered her head, and stretched out her jade hand to caress Gu Changsheng's handsome face. The more I looked, the more excited I felt, and I simply pressed my lips to them. In this soup, I've added vertigo, and what I didn't finish in the private house that day, let's finish it today. Brother Changsheng, you're really handsome and manly. It's my fault for being so stupid and naive that I didn't actually know what a real man was and left you out in the cold. Now I'm going to make it up to you. I love you. She pressed her entire body against Gu Changsheng's, and murmurs escaped her lips. Hands were already roaming over him impatiently, exploring from his face to his chest and back down. Once again, we come near the belt that we didn't attack last time. Yi Qingcheng, let go of my eldest senior brother. What are you trying to do to my eldest brother? To actually try to assassinate my eldest senior brother again? It's simply shameless and nasty. Just as Yi Qingcheng was about to take the next step, the door of the guest room was pushed open, and a woman's scolding voice was heard. Su Qingyao? When Yi Qingcheng saw that the person coming was none other than Su Qingyao, her entire body became enraged. It's you again, spoiling my day. From the moment they first entered the green underworld Holy Land, the two of them had all sorts of disagreements, and from time to time, they would have a fight. Now that both of them saw each other as Lin Yi's accomplices because of the future images in their minds, they were naturally even more hostile to each other. You, why did you come to Cloud Capital City? Yi Qingcheng revealed a resentful expression. The usually cold and dignified woman was a bit annoyed at being caught by Su Qingyao. She reluctantly jumped off Gu Changsheng's bed and summoned her frost sword. If I hadn't come, my eldest brother would have been poisoned by you. Su Qingyao was not willing to show weakness and drew out her aqua sword. Are you under Lin Yi's spell? Trying to harm my eldest senior brother? In the picture in Su Qingyao's mind, Yi Qingcheng was the heroine of Lin Yi's harem, who had harmed eldest senior brother many times with the other party, one of the culprits for the darkening of eldest brother until he went to his death, just as hateful as Lin Yi. Actually, Yi Qingcheng thought the same thing, and in the picture in her mind about the future, Su Qingyao was paired up with Lin Yi, treating Gu Changxing as the bad guy, trying by all means to get rid of him. Both of them felt that the other was the bad guy, while they were protecting Gu Changsheng. For a while, the two women were at sword point. Gu Changsheng, who was lying on the bed, also sighed when she saw this kind of cultivated scene. In fact, the poison had been detoxified long ago, and now he was just pretending to be unconscious. With the mixed Yuan Dao body and the 9 Dragon Emperor Qi, the small amount of spirit dispersal had no effect at all. Yi Qingqing, such a big beauty, took the initiative to throw her arms around. Saying that she was not moved was a little cute. Anyway, the system had also said that the plot, even if there were deviations, would eventually wrap up and return to the main storyline. He had intended to earn some benefits, but he didn't expect Su Qingyao to come. It was good that he had come. Otherwise, if he continued, his majestic little Gu Changsheng would probably explode. I will seek justice for eldest brother today. Su Qingyao's eyes revealed a resolute color. Her body's spiritual energy erupted, and she attacked towards Yi Qingcheng with her sword. Humph, don't talk nonsense. For the sake of brother Changsheng, I'm going to teach you, an ungrateful fellow, a lesson today. Yi Qingcheng snorted coldly, and the frost sword turned into a cold aura and then met him. There was not much difference between their strengths, and they were unable to distinguish a winner for a while. Speechless, what are these two girls up to? It's a close second that the persona falls apart. Don't let it affect the spin-off storyline. Lying on the bed, Gu Changxing's face seemed to be wearing a mask of pain as she slowly opened her eyes and sighed softly. If he didn't hurry to stop the two women, he wouldn't really be able to explain it if he lured everyone else over in a while. Stop it, you two. Gu Changxing sat up from the bed and gulped lightly. The two women who were originally fighting suddenly heard a familiar voice from behind them and stopped fighting to look behind them. Noticing that Gu Changsheng was standing there, he was looking at them as if nothing had happened. Yi Qingcheng was shocked. She had obviously added ecstasy to his soup. Why would nothing happen at all? The soul enchantment scatter she used was specially made, and even Imperial Extremity Realm powerhouses could be mesmerized after drinking it. Eldest brother, are you okay? Su Qingyao was quick on her feet and rushed to his side, holding his arm and inquiring with concern. Silly girl, I'm the invincible big brother. How could anything happen to me? Gu Changsheng said with a haughty look. Bugger, making people worry about you for nothing. Su Qingyao took Gu Changsheng's arm and shook it around. What are you doing here in Yuandu City if you don't stay well in the Holy Land? Gu Changsheng asked with some bewilderment. This little ninny had been very eccentric lately. Not only had her temperament changed drastically, but she was always secretly stalking herself. People were worried about eldest senior brother, so they snuck out to secretly protect him. Nonsense. Going down the mountain privately is punishable. Hurry back. Gu Changsheng assumed the posture of a big senior brother and said seriously. He was worried that Su Qingyao's presence here would affect the advancement of the branch plot. Moreover, this time the subplot was extremely dangerous and he didn't want Su Qingyao to get involved. Eldest brother, why are you being so aggressive? You're scaring Qingyao. Su Qingyao beamed and put on a cute look and said. Gu Changsheng was instantly adorable and couldn't bear to continue to be mean to her. One could only shake one's head helplessly. Brother everlasting? Yi Qingcheng seemed like a child who had done something wrong. Her hands cupped the corner of her skirt as she timidly walked over. She didn't expect Gu Changxing to be able to detoxify the poison, and the other party must have seen and heard everything she did just now. She meant what she said, but she was a girl after all. Thin-skinned, her face reddened with shame at being crashed in front of her. / /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// if Yi Qingqiang was a child who had done something bad. Her entire body was extremely unnatural, and her speech became as thin as a mosquito's voice. Chapter 50. The breakfast in hand instantly stopped smelling good. Gu Changsheng was so happy inside. How could she blame her? Looking at the two beautiful faces in front of him that each had their own characteristics, he couldn't wait to kiss them hard. Boo! He was just thinking about it. But Su Qingyao was really pro. Right in front of Yi Qingqiang, he directly gave Gu Changsheng a hard kiss on his face. Damn it! You actually dared to kiss brother Changsheng. I'm going to kill you. Yi Qingqiang's emotions, which had already been pacified, were once again ignited by Su Qingyao, and she instantly intended to make a move with her. What to do? The two little ninnies are going to screw up. Online help. Quite a rush. Yi Qingqiang, you've only known eldest senior brother for a few days? I've grown up with eldest senior brother since I was little, and he even slept with me. You, When Su Qingyao saw that Yi Qingchang was angered by her words, she couldn't help but feel smug in her heart. But on the surface, she continued to arch her fire as if nothing had happened. Yi Qingchang, what are you angry about? Actually, there are so many interesting things that happened before Gu Changsheng and I. For example, there was a time when we went to the mountains together to collect herbs, and eldest brother also. As Su Qingyao narrated, Yi Qingcheng's face became more and more ugly. She was so angry that she was shaking, pointing at Su Qingyao and cursing. You're shameless. Obviously, Su Qingyao's words successfully provoked Yi Qingcheng's anger. As for Gu Changsheng, who was standing at the side, a hint of embarrassment appeared on his face when he heard Su Qingyao bring up their past events. He secretly screamed in his heart. This Su Qingyao was really mouthy. In case she spoke out of turn and shook out the embarrassing things she used to do, then she would really have to die socially. In order to stop letting this little ninny Su Qingyao continue talking, Gu Changsheng raised his volume and shouted, "Enough! Stop it, both of you! If we keep arguing like this, all of us will reveal our whereabouts, and if we fail to complete the mission, we'll all have to be chastised by the Holy Land." His tone revealed an undeniable majesty. Being yelled at by Gu Changsheng like this, Su Qingyao and Yi Qingcheng instantly quieted down. The two of them looked at each other, and no one said anything anymore. "What? You're going along with the investigation?" Gu Changsheng looked at the headache-inducing little ninny in front of him and sighed helplessly as he asked, "Little senior sister, do you actually know how arduous this mission is? It can be said to be 9 deaths in 1 life." Only to see Su Qingyao blinking those big watery eyes and answering with an innocent face. "Eldest brother, of course I know. It's precisely because of this that Qingyao was worried about eldest brother's safety and quietly followed you all the way to secretly protect you." Hearing Su Qingyao's words, Gu Changsheng almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood. He secretly spat in his heart. "With this trivial cultivation of yours, you still want to protect me? I'll be lucky if I don't make a mess of things when the time comes." However, in front of Su Qingyao's face, he was still not good at directly exposing her, and could only smile dryly to perfunctorily pass. In the original novel, the strength that Su Qingyao showed in the early part of the story was really not considered strong, but then she suddenly explodes with amazing strength late in the novel. It turned out that she was actually the reincarnation of the demon empress, and the sacred bloodline of manhwa flowed in her body, and that legendary demon recruiting flag. Only she was able to activate it to command the world's demons, thus assisting Lin Yi in controlling the huge demonic forces. Still, it's all just an afterthought. At this moment, Su Qingyao, who had not yet awakened the power of her own bloodline, was still just a small karami who knew some compulsion techniques. But then again, how could Yi Qingcheng's background, also one of the female protagonists, be bad? She was born with an extremely rare Xianin body. Because of this unique physical advantage, it made her choose the path of the law of cold and ice in her cultivation path, and she advanced all the way. In the end, after unremitting efforts and coincidences, she successfully fused the ice phenomenon Dao Fetus, and ended up being known as the Cold Ice Empress. Yi Qingcheng relies on the 3 world-destroying aptitudes of ice burying, Xian Mirror Retrospective Soul, and Lunar Eclipse Reunion to accompany Lin Yi as he braves the heavenly realm, enduring countless hardships and obstacles, and making great achievements for Lin Yi's ascension to the throne of the heavenly court in the future. It could be said that without Yi Qingcheng's assistance, it would be no easy task for Lin Yi to reach such a brilliant achievement. At this moment, looking at these 2 future amazingly talented heroines in front of her that were actually fighting over themselves because they were the villain, Gu Changsheng couldn't help but feel a deep wave of helplessness welling up in her heart. Where did they have any semblance of the demeanor that a future empress should have? The persona is off by more than a hair. It's just a messy fix, Gu Changsheng said with a somber expression. This is simply nonsense. Senior sister will temporarily stay here tonight and immediately return to the Holy Land first thing in the morning. Then he used all his life's learning and managed to calm the 2 emotional heroines down, send them back to their respective guest rooms. After everything finally calmed down, Gu Changsheng only felt as if she had been drained of all her energy, dragging that incomparably tired body slowly towards the guest room before falling headfirst onto the bed. In his heart, he secretly sighed, these women are really too difficult to serve. Early the next morning, the sunlight poured over Lin Yi's slightly excited face. He couldn't wait to head to the bazaar early in the morning and bought the most unique breakfast in Yundu City, preparing to bring it back to Yi Qingcheng. Qingcheng will be happy when she eats the breakfast I bought for her specially. Lin Yi was filled with joy as he imagined Yi Qingcheng's happy smile as she savored her breakfast. The blood demon's son in the necklace was full of disgust. She might not like to eat it? No way. As long as I bought it, Qingcheng will definitely love it. Blood demon's son was somewhat speechless. He thought to himself that he was really blinded by his feelings, and that he, an outsider, could tell Yi Qingcheng's mind at a glance, while Lin Yi, who was in the bureau, confidently thought Yi Qingqing liked him. When he arrived at Yi Qingqing's room in a flurry of excitement. He was surprised to find the room empty. Where the hell has she been this morning? He was carrying the still warm breakfast he had just bought in his hand, and began to search around with a puzzled heart. Suddenly, an extremely subtle sound of a woman speaking drifted lazily into his ears. He couldn't help but stop and perk up his ears to listen carefully. Why does that voice sound so familiar? His eyes snapped open. Thinking to myself, isn't that Yi Qingqing's voice? What's she doing? Curiosity drove Yi to hurriedly follow the sound to a room. This was none other than Gu Changxing's room. Yi took a deep breath and tried to ease his movements as much as possible, then carefully peered through the narrow gap into the house. Without looking at it, Yi's entire body froze on the spot as if he had been struck by lightning, only to see that inside the house, Yi Qingqing was gently placing a steaming, fragrant breakfast on the table there in Gu Changxing's room with a gentle face. That gentle and virtuous demeanor. Where is the half-coolness? How do you look like an unearthly fairy? Clearly a virtuous little daughter-in-law. What Yi didn't expect was that there was another beautiful figure in another corner of the house. It was no one else but Su Qingyao, this beautiful young girl who liked to play with parasites. He had long been concerned for a long time, planning to raid her after taking down Yi Qingqing. I didn't expect it to be in Gu Changxing's room as well. At this point in time, the two of them are beaming, and they scrambled to pass their carefully selected breakfasts to Gu Changxing one by one. It was even fed into Gu Changxing's mouth. This heartwarming scene. It was like an incomparably sharp sword stabbing straight into Yi's heart, instantly making him feel that the sky was spinning, as if the entire world was collapsing at this moment. Originally full of joy to Yi Qingqing brought that breakfast, at this moment also seems to have lost all support as if, from his hands that have been somewhat numb quietly slipped. Chapter 51 The Crowd's Mockery. Yi's highlight moment. Alas! Yi, don't you understand? Blood Demon Sun let out a sigh in his necklace and shook his head. Understood. A hateful expression appeared on Yi's face as he gritted his teeth. That's good. It's good to understand. Blood Demon Sun thought he understood that Yi Qingqing did not like him. However, I see. Yi Qingqing must have been coerced by this bastard Gu Changxing. That's why she's being so condescending to him. It must be. What Yi pressed to understand was not the same thing. The Blood Demon Sun who heard these words almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Of course, he was a remnant of a soul and had no blood. And any blood must have been spat out by the gas. You can never wake up a super narcissist. I'll finish off this damnable Gu Changxing. For sure. I swear. Yi could no longer watch what was happening in the room and turned to leave the doorway of Gu Changxing's room. On the other side, Gu Changxing was enjoying the feeding of the two women, completely ignoring Yi outside. With his powerful mental strength nowadays, how could he not detect Yi's presence? He was deliberately acting it out for the other party. Get angry, rant and rave, so that the punch in the face comes harder too. I can't say that the two pre-existing matriarchal personas are crumbling now. It's a disaster. The only ones who could hold up the plot were him and Yi, and Gu Changxing simply increased his excitement towards him, and it can't be stopped. Yi, you're going to have to do something about it. It's up to the two of us to hold up this good show. This is the City Lord's mansion. The four groups from the Green Destiny Holy Land finally converged and came together at the City Lord's mansion in Cloud Capital City. Chen Mei, the senior sister of Xiaozhu Peak, came from Yundu City, and she was responsible for leading the way, leading the crowd to the gate of the City Lord's mansion. This City Lord, Situ Xing, is a disciple that was sent out to this place 20 years ago by the Green Underworld Sacred Ground, and he is responsible for the management of this city, paying offerings to the sacred ground every year. Senior Sister Chen, why was the City Lord Situ Xing exiled? Yi was quick-witted enough to notice that there seemed to be something fishy going on in the City Lord's mansion, so he inquired about the issue that concerned him the most. It is said that Situ Xing's talent was too poor, and that he was unable to further his cultivation in the Holy Land. So he became a bit disheartened and took the initiative to ask to come here to become the City Lord. This reason was reasonable, and often disciples would give up when they realized that their cultivation could not be refined. Going to the world to seek a position and enjoy life is not a bad way to come to the world. Let's go into the City Lord's mansion first and ask the City Lord about the recent situation in Cloud Capital City. Chen Mei said. The Cloud Capital City Lord's mansion was quite imposing, and after the people indicated their intention to the doorman, a butler came out to greet them within a short time. Gu Changxing had just stepped through the threshold when she felt a faint demonic aura faintly permeating the area. These demonic auras were obviously deliberately hidden, and unless one had a strong spiritual power, it would be very difficult to detect them. Yi was also alerted by the Blood Demon Sun's reminder. Although Yi Qingqing knew about some of the future plots, they were all related to Gu Changxing, but she knew nothing about the specific subplots. The crowd had just arrived at the hall when they saw Situ Xing waiting here with his men. Situ Xing looked to be in his 50s, with good looks, and his eyes had essence flickering in them, appearing to have an extraordinary demeanor. Although Situ Xing was the noble lord of a city, he was still humble in front of Gu Changxing and the others. I haven't seen you in a few years, but the city lord's elegance is still the same. Chen Mei recognized Situ Xing and took the initiative to greet the other party. I'm already old and decrepit. I don't want your immortal paths to be bright. So please come in, please come in. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Situ Xing introduced everyone into the hall and seated the guests and hosts. Situ Xing ordered someone to bring up tea and said, Gentlemen, this is Cloud Mist tea, a specialty of Cloud Capital City. Although it is not enlightenment tea, it is refreshingly fragrant and delicious. Everyone try it. City Lord, could Sun Tiannan and his group from the Green Destiny Holy Land have come to Cloud Capital City recently? Chen Mei took a sip of tea and then stated the most concerned issue. No, I haven't seen them. What happened to Sun Tiannan and the others? Situ Xing said with feigned surprise, but the imperceptible flash of panic in his eyes was captured by Lin Yi. Therefore, he did not drink the tea in front of him, but put it down gently. Gu Changxing knew the plot and naturally understood that the tea was poisoned. He also did not warn the others not to drink the tea so as not to interfere with the plot. Just dabbed the teacup to his mouth and pretended to take a sip. Yi Qingcheng, as the Yi family's golden young lady, usually drank the finest spirit tea, and naturally did not care to drink these cloud teas. Recently, there was news that there was a demonic path infestation near Cloud Capital City, and Sun Tiannan and the others were sent by the Holy Land to investigate. But all of their soul tags shattered overnight, and they've obviously fallen. Chen Mei said, What? All killed? When Situ Xing heard this, he pretended to be shocked and stood up from his seat. There is still such a thing? I will definitely order someone to investigate the truth. And if it is truly the work of the devil's way, I am willing to act as a vanguard. Then I'm grateful to the city lord. Chen Mei said, Immortal, why don't you have some tea? Just then, the pretty maid standing behind Lin Yi saw that he didn't drink the tea. Her face was slightly strange. Then, attentively picked up the tea and said softly. Lin Yi looked at the pretty maid in front of him, an evil smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. I'm not thirsty. I see your lips are dry. Why don't the girl drink it? Lin Yi said as he brought the tea to the maid's mouth. No, that's out of order. The maid was alarmed and hurriedly deflected the cup of tea that was passed to her mouth. Lin Yi, why are you so rude? Chen Mei's face became a little displeased when she saw Lin Yi's behavior. Chen Mei was the most senior and highest cultivation level among the group, so she rightfully took herself as the team's spokesperson. The others were convinced of her. Seeing her accusing Lin Yi, they all followed suit. Yes, Lin Yi, you're too ignorant of hospitality, aren't you? What a disgrace to the Holy Land. Drink or get out. When Lin Yi heard the ridicule of the crowd, instead of getting angry, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. He let out a cold laugh and said towards the maids behind him, Your acting skills are really poor. I guess this tea is poisoned? This is good tea we have. How can it be poisonous? Immortals must not joke about such things. The maid showed the panic of having her mind poked, and hurriedly said. Situ Xing's face looked a little strange and he hurriedly rounded up. Fellow Daoist Lin, why do you say that? Has this city lord offended you in any way? Why did you humiliate the old man like that? The others also looked at Lin Yi at this moment with the same gaze as if they were looking at a sand sculpture. He said, It's okay for you to offend the city lord. Don't involve us. The city lord is angry, and the specification of our hospitality will surely be greatly reduced. Lin Yi, you're so hateful. Lin Yi thought to himself, It's time to perform. He slammed his teacup to the ground, regardless of the contemptuous glances of the others. Tea falling on the floor. A puff of green smoke came out. This shocking scene immediately enriched the expressions of the entire crowd. Situ Xing's face turned from kind to gloomy, and the faces of the other city lords' mansions were also extremely ugly. Chen Mei and the others, on the other hand, were filled with disbelief, and with a hint of fear. What? There's something wrong with this tea. The crowd gasped out in shock. He immediately realized that it was really as Lin Yi had said. The tea was poisonous. Someone picks at their throat. Others tried to force out the toxin with their energy. They would never have dreamed that the city lord, who was a disciple of the Green Destiny Holy Land, would poison the tea. Chapter 52. Please hit the old 6 on the public screen. Stuart Star, what do you mean by that? When Chen Mei saw this scene, she immediately looked at Situ Xing with some shock, her face full of disbelief. Gu Changcheng, what do you mean? Still don't understand what it means? Situ Xing has long since defected to the devil puppet sect chant. All these years of immortal cultivation were really in vain. Seeing that his plot was discovered, Situ Xing stopped pretending. His face was gloomy and the demonic aura on his body emanated undisguised. This is demonic energy. You Why do you have a demonic aura on you? Ha ha, is there any need to ask? Of course it's defected to the devil's way. The proper way of Gongfu step by step simply can't allow me to achieve longevity. Only the devil's way of Gongfu can help me realize it. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked beyond belief. You traitor, did you kill Sun Tiannan and the others as well? Chen Mei asked in a trembling voice as panic was written all over her face at the moment. Situ Xing no longer hid it and said in a cold voice, I did it. Absorbing mortal essence blood can no longer allow me to make a breakthrough. So naturally I need to absorb the essence blood of a cultivator. Saying that, a cold aura flashed in his eyes as he looked at the crowd of the Green Destiny Holy Land, revealing a greedy expression. If we absorb all of your essence blood, we will definitely be able to break through to the 6th or even 7th level of the Heavenly King realm. GGG. Unlike the panic of the others, Yi Qingchang was surprisingly calm. It's not surprising. The heroine has her own pride. Yi Qingqing's face was as frosty as her body's spiritual energy erupted, and she snorted coldly. Situ Xing, do you think we're going to fold our hands? With that, he reached out and summoned his own innate magic treasure, the Frost Sword. With the flash of a cold aura, the temperature in the room dropped, and those with low cultivation immediately shivered. Xian Yin's body. That's really good. Offering you to the Patriarch will be a great honor. When Situ Xing saw Yi Qingcheng, he greedily licked his lips as if he was a wild beast seeing its prey. The tea just now contained poison that inhibits your spiritual energy. Although it is not fatal, you are now as mortal and unable to use spells. Even if you still have mana, you're only in the condensed spirit realm. So what can you do? Just tie your hands. When I absorb your essence blood later, I can give you a head start. Situ Xing clapped his hands, and dozens of his men hiding in the shadows scurried out and surrounded the crowd. At this moment, Lin Yi, out of habit, quietly came to the back of the crowd near the door. Plan to be ready to bolt if you see a bad situation. His aim was to die a friend of the road, and teammates were meant to delay the enemy. Senior Sister Chen, you're all poisoned. Hurry up and run. I'll block them. Yi Qingqing's body erupted with spiritual energy and stood in front of the rest of the disciples, ready to block the crowd of the devil's way and give everyone time to escape. Good. I'm grateful to Senior Sister Yi. At times like this, it's important to save your life. Hearing that someone wanted to be a hero, the others naturally agreed with a full heart. Turning around, he wanted to leave, but realized that the disciples of the devil puppet sect behind him had already blocked the way. Gu Changxing's heart was somewhat touched when he saw that Yi Qingcheng was still able to come forward at such a time. He's not nice, but it's not a bad guy. Blue Star's 9 years of compulsory education gave him his own line of doing. At this moment, Lin Yi was ready to escape. As soon as he did, he used his precious teleportation talisman to escape. The male Providence heroes, as it were, are all very life-affirming, but while the others could care less, Lin Yi couldn't let Yi Qingcheng die. He pulled Yi Qingcheng's sleeve and whispered, Senior Sister Qingcheng, it's too dangerous here. Let's withdraw first. There's no need to worry about firewood if we stay green. Let's hurry back to the Holy Land to report the situation here. The elders will avenge them. The mission is important. Hearing this, Yi Qingqing's heart burst with disgust. Sure enough, like the picture in his own head, he would only think of himself in case of danger. Lin Yi, wait for me. I'll kill you sooner or later. Dogs, polite? All of this was in Gu Changxing's eyes. A cold smile spread across the corners of his mouth, but his heart was pleased. It's still got to be you. Lin Yi, perfectly restored plot. With you, this fictional world is clammed up. But then again, I can't die when my old man is here too. I've got about 20 chapters of plot left. Just as he was slandering in his mind, Lin Yi revealed a sinister smile. He took a few steps forward and came behind Gu Changsheng. Gu Changsheng, you're not poisoned. As the eldest senior brother, stay here and help us block the enemy. I'll take Senior Sister Yi away first. With that, he kicked his right foot hard towards Gu Changsheng. Gu Changsheng also did not expect Lin Yi this hanging hair will come to such a hand. Caught off guard, the whole person flew to the devil's way crowd. Lin Yi, your grandfather. While kicking Gu Changsheng away, Lin Yi took Yi Qingqing's hand and prepared to lead her to escape. Senior Sister Qingcheng, leave while you can. It's too late if you don't. Let Gu Changsheng hold off the demonic channeler and let him die. Now you won't have to be coerced by him anymore. Lin Yi pulled up Yi Qingqing's hand, and planned to use the teleportation talisman to leave. Lin Yi, you bastard. Yi Qingcheng knew that Lin Yi was detestable. She didn't expect Lin Yi to be such an asshole. She violently erupted her spiritual energy and shook Lin Yi's hand away, then fiercely slapped him across the face. Get the hell out of here. After she said that, her gaze anxiously looked toward Gu Changsheng, who was flying toward the crowd of devil paths. It was all in an instant. The others then reacted, not expecting Lin Yi to kick Gu Changsheng directly into the pile of demonic Taoists. It was clear that she wanted to get Gu Changsheng killed. Gu Changsheng cursed Lin Yi 10,000 times in his heart. The Devil's Way crowd was also stunned, never expecting that there was such a cunning disciple amongst the disciples of this holy land of the green underworld. I can't believe my own people are victimizing my own people. Originally, if the disciples of the Green Destiny Holy Land were able to be united and share the same enemy, they were afraid that they would really have to be afraid. But now this nesting situation is just a big gift to them. Seeing Gu Changsheng being viciously kicked over like a cannonball, the hearts of the Devil's Ways crowd were overjoyed, and without hesitation, they all raised their hands chilly weapons, laughing as they prepared to cut down this unlucky bastard in one fell swoop. If I can't deal with the so-called heavenly host, can I not deal with you little minions? A divine aura flashed in Gu Changsheng's eyes as she stabilized her stance and, in an instant, a powerful and unrivaled aura erupted from him. Only a low and shocking dragon roar could be heard suddenly, as if it came from the ancient flood, deafening the ears. This sudden turn of events caused a few timid Devil Dao disciples to instantly turn pale and hastily dodge backwards in terror. However, it was already too late, only to see Gu Changsheng's mind move slightly. The exhaustive sword that had been deeply hidden in the purple gold sword nurturing gourd shot out. The body of the sword flashed with a dazzling and eye-catching green light, and the powerful and incomparable sword chi whistled and cut through the sky, pouring down like a raging storm. The purple gold sword nurturing gourd condensed a sword chi for the sword of utmost happiness every day, and now that only a few dozen of them had been released, the power was already extremely terrifying. The demon puppet sect disciples at the very front didn't even have the time to react before they were mercilessly strangled to death by this terrifying sword chi, their blood and flesh flying horribly. For a time, the hall of the city lord's mansion was filled with a strong and pungent smell of blood. Looking at the corpses of the devil puppet sect's disciples strewn before him, and the limbs and broken arms all over the ground, Situ Xing's entire body was dumbfounded. I didn't expect that among the disciples sent by the Holy Land this time, such a powerful person actually existed. Not only Situ Xing, but even the crowd of the Green Destiny Holy Land was dumbstruck. This was the first time they had seen Gu Changsheng's strength. Usually they just heard that the Purple Cloud Peak's eldest brother, empty, flowery, uneducated, greedy for money and sex. Every time the clan competition was held, either they said that they had diarrhea or that their cultivation had gone awry. That's why people hardly ever see what he's really capable of. Finally saw him out today. It turned out that Gu Changsheng's strength was so strong. So why did he hide his clumsiness? The crowd was a bit puzzled. Brother everlasting, you're great, yo. Qingcheng loves you. Just as the entire room fell silent, Yi Qingcheng was coldly heard shouting in a delicate voice. Chapter 53. Lin Yi's bowels are green with regret. Lin Yi, who had already taken out his teleportation talisman and was preparing to vanish, was also stunned at this scene. Gu Changsheng killing it big time? Yi Qingcheng actually confessed out loud? I'm the main character. As the Heaven's Destiny male lead, how could he let Gu Changsheng steal all the limelight? Lin Yi thought to himself that he was being too cautious. It turns out that the level of this group of magic paths is so vegetable. I'll go on, I'll be fine. With that kick just now, he himself had helped Gu Changsheng instead. Thinking about it is more disgusting than eating a fly. Definitely can't let Gu Changsheng steal all the limelight. As Lin Yi thought of this, he put away the teleportation talisman again. With that, he took out the heavy sword Black Abyss behind his back and charged towards Sikongxing with a loud shout. The mind wants to tackle the thief. If we catch Situ Xing, the credit for this mission goes to me. Lin Yi. Situ Xing, you traitor, don't tie your hands yet. Before the words left his mouth, Lin Yi leapt and flew into midair, rushing towards Situ Xing like a god of war descending from the sky. He could only see that he was holding the Black Abyss sword that he had obtained from the mysterious ancient tomb in his hand, and the blazing flames above the sword were as if they were crimson in color, as if they could set the entire heaven and earth ablaze. The blazing flames kept tossing and jumping, emitting endless waves of heat that rolled and suffocated. Facing such a powerful Lin Yi, Sikongxing was first startled, but he quickly collected the shocked look on his face. A cold and piercing chill suddenly flashed through his eyes, followed by a cold snort, and said disdainfully, "Humph, what an arrogant brat who doesn't know the heights of heaven. Today I'll let you have a good look at the high-level demonic puppets that the old man has meticulously refined." Before the words fell, Sikongxing's hands quickly formed complex and strange hand seals, and he recited words under his breath. With a burst of bizarre light flickering, a tall black humanoid puppet that was incomparably huge and exuded a monstrous demonic aura suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This puppet was not simple. It was made by using the flesh of a god condensation realm powerhouse as a puppet, and drawing on the souls of tens of thousands of living beings as nourishing nutrients, spending 10 years of effort to refine it. The evil power and terrifying aura it contains sent shivers down one's spine. As soon as this high-ranking devil puppet appeared, it didn't hesitate to raise the hideous and horrifying wolf-toothed stick in its hand, and with a mountainous momentum, it lunged towards Lin Yi. Shasta. A loud, deafening boom was heard. The black abyss sword and the wolf-tooth rod clashed together fiercely, sending out dazzling and eye-catching sparks, and at the same time triggering a low and shocking rumbling sound. The wolf-tooth rod in the hands of the high-ranking demonic puppet was just an ordinary magic weapon, while Lin Yi's black abyss sword was a Dao weapon. Powerful. Under the impact, the wolf's tooth stick immediately crumbled. Lin Yi was overjoyed at the sight. With a fierce force in his hand, the black abyss sword slashed down towards the head of the high-ranked demon puppet. He had thought that this sword would definitely be able to split his opponent in half, but he didn't expect a scene that shocked him to appear. The high-ranking demon puppet had a death grip on the black abyss sword with both palms, and its strength was so surprisingly great that Lin Yi couldn't swing the black abyss sword to chop it down at all. The scene was at a standstill for a while. Lin Yi, I'll trouble you to hold off the enemy for us. We'll go back to get help. Thanks for the hard work. Lin Yi, we'll go back and report what happened here to the Holy Land and send the elders to deal with it. Take care. Senior brother Lin. Seeing that Lin Yi had taken the initiative to hold Sita Xing back, the other people of the Holy Land of Green Destiny were quick on their feet and rushed out towards the outside of the city lord's mansion. What a bunch of old sixes. Each and every one of them is so unrighteous. Gu Changsheng spat in his heart. Brother Changsheng, let's hurry up and retreat as well. In case there are other devil experts, we'll be in trouble. Then he was pulled towards the outside by Yi Qingcheng and ran. What the hell? You guys. Lin Yi was dumbstruck, and his intestines were about to turn green with remorse. Why do you want to be the one to take the lead? Isn't it good to just slip away just now? Lin Yi, you're too impulsive. You mustn't get involved in a fight right now. Hurry up and run. This is not a place to stay. Blood Demon Sun's voice carried a bit of urgency in it. Aha! Lin Yi nodded. As of today, he had to get rid of this high-level demonic puppet as soon as possible. When Sita Xing saw that the rest of the people from the Qingdian Holy Land were trying to escape, he knew that he couldn't let them leave and immediately took out the voice transmission jade talisman from his pocket and crushed it. Immediately afterward, his hands formed a seal again and summoned another high-grade demon puppet, charging towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi's face was grim as he fought to draw back his own black abyss sword, taking on the two high-level demon puppets 1 against 2. These two devil puppets can be the flesh of the God Condensation Realm powerhouse as attire, with tens of thousands of people's blood and souls of the great evil things, although they will not perform spells and aptitudes, but the combat power is extremely amazing. No fear of death, no fear of pain, no strength. Even if you are injured, you can recover in the blink of an eye. Lin Yi was forced to retreat by the two demonic puppets, dangerously close. In her heart, she cursed Gu Changsheng. If it weren't for Gu Changsheng, he would have used a teleportation talisman to escape this place long ago, and he wouldn't have been so hot-headed as to want to come out and act like a bully. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she kept cursing Gu Changsheng in her heart. On the other side, Gu Changsheng and the others had just rushed out of the city lord's mansion when they were stopped by a large group of demon puppet sect disciples. There were several God Condensation Realm experts in this group, and the one at the head was a Heavenly King Realm powerhouse. Here in the Qingdian Holy Land, other than Gu Changsheng and Yi Qingcheng, everyone else was poisoned, and at the moment, they were like mortals, with no cultivation. They could be facing a desperate situation against a strong opponent. GGG. Where are you going to run? Obediently become tied up and become our demonic puppets. The Heavenly King Realm expert at the head of the Devil Puppet sect, who made a brief scan through the crowd of the Green Destiny Holy Land, immediately spotted the fairy-like Yi Qingcheng, and immediately emerged from his eyes that were the size of green beans. Een light. GGG. I didn't realize there was a little beauty. Listen up guys, kill everyone else and keep this little beauty for me. I want to make a pretty doll. Eldest senior brother. What about that other female cultivator from the Green Destiny Holy Land? Too old to kill. Yes, eldest brother. With that, the people of the demon puppet sect summoned their own innate demonic puppets, each of them fierce and vicious, ready to drive Gu Changsheng and his group to extinction. Yi Qingqing's face turned ice cold when she heard this. Make a doll out of me? Where's the hullabaloo? What a death wish. Even if you're a Heavenly King Realm powerhouse, I'll still poke a few holes in you. Chen Mei's face became even more ugly. What do you mean by too old? I'm only 1 year older than Yi Qingcheng. Okay, you spend an hour a day taking care of your skin and you're telling me it's too old? A soldier can be killed, not dishonored. All day long jia jia jia. Isn't it annoying that you can't make any other noise? There's no technicality to it. Chapter 54. I just want to be a beautiful man who was afraid of death. Senior sister Yi, senior brother Gu, you two aren't poisoned. We can only rely on you, Chen Mei said, then quietly retreated behind Gu Changsheng and Yi Qingcheng. The other disciples were certainly like that. Not that I can blame them. At this moment, they are all like mortals with no cultivation. and the devil's way kills them as if they were chickens and ducks, with little effort. The corners of Gu Changxing's mouth couldn't help but twitch as she looked across at a heavenly king realm, several condensed spirit realms, and so many demonic puppets. Should he, a villain, do this kind of standing up for himself? Is there any justice? Just as he was bellyaching, the devil's way, not speaking of martial arts, was the first to attack. Several devil Dao experts of the God Condensation realm maneuvered their devil puppets to attack and kill towards the crowd of the Green Destiny Holy Land. These devil puppets were all fierce and vicious, exuding a devilish aura with infinite strength. The key is not afraid to die. Come up and fight you close. Who can stand this? Devilish sins. Don't think of hurting my elder brother. Go to hell. Yi Qingqing's nature was like a fiery fire. Seeing the devil puppet rushing towards Gu Changshang, she summoned the frost sword and blocked in front of him with a cry. With her strength, it was still more than enough to deal with one or two demon puppets, but the other party didn't give her a chance to fight alone at all, and all the devil puppets surrounded towards together. It was just that the devil puppet's ex-senior brother had orders that Yi Qingqing was to be captured alive, so the other party did not lay a deadly hand on her. But after a few rounds, Yi Qingqing already had fine sweat on her temples. Gu Changxing's persona is one of greed and fear of death. At the moment, he was maintaining his persona perfectly, standing on the side and cheering Yi Qingqing on. Qingqing, be careful, tilting, watch your back, dump, left. The other disciples of the Green Destiny Holy Land all revealed expressions of contempt when they looked at Gu Changxing's look of greed and fear of death. They had all seen Gu Changxing strike just now. His sword chi was powerful. Why are you so greedy and afraid of death when you are so uncommonly strong? All you do is hide around women and yell cheer. Shame on you. No wonder after chasing someone Yi Qingqing for 3 years, the other party was not willing to take care of him. In his place, he wouldn't have liked him either. Seeing the others casting disdainful looks at him, Gu Changshang was not the least bit impressed. You guys know, I'm the real old drama queen. You groupies, you don't know what acting is. All plots have to be based on maintaining the persona. Otherwise they are rootless. It seems you're a useless little white boy who only hides behind women. So let's send you to your death first. A devil Dao expert of the condensed spirit realm, seeing Gu Changxing's death-hungry look, thought that he was a soft touch, so he commanded the devil puppet to raise his greatsword and slash at him. I'll rub it in. Between maintaining her persona and saving her life, Gu Changxing decisively chose to save her life. A cold aura flickered in his eyes. His right hand raised his sword finger, and his left hand pinched his finger, summoning his native flying sword. Endless joy. Get out. Don't want to make trouble for the old man. With a finger of his right hand, the exhaustive green aura was revealed, and several sword chi broke through the air, decapitating the demonic puppets along with the demonic disciple altogether. This sword, the skill amazed the 4 seats. Everyone present was taken aback. What a strong sword chi. It turns out that you are the strongest within these people. Damn it, you're even pretending to be a pig. The leading demon puppet sect eldest brother could see that Gu Changsheng was very strong, so his face changed dramatically and he shouted towards the crowd. Together, we'll kill this brat first. The others are not enough to worry about. Eldest brother. The crowd immediately turned their spearheads when they heard eldest brother's order, and all of them rushed towards Gu Changsheng, planning to be a quiet, soft-spoken pretty boy doesn't even work. You guys are still being unreasonable. Gu Changsheng sighed softly as he watched a group of devil Dao disciples of the God Condensation realm charge towards him like wolves. The trees want to be quiet, but the wind won't stop. Shaking his head, he once again erupted the spiritual energy in his body, driving the exhaustion sword to shoot out countless sword chi to envelop the crowd. Unsurprisingly, these people only resisted for a few moments before they were killed or injured by the sword chi chopping them. The scene was simply miserable, with limbs and broken puppets everywhere. Blood stained the ground, and a strong smell of blood filled the air. The wails of agony were unceasing, as if a symphony of death was chilling. As the devil puppet's ex-senior brother looked at this bloody scene below, his face turned blue, and his already terrifying countenance became even more frightening. Those rage-filled eyes stared deathly at Gu Changsheng, who was not far away, his anger causing his entire body to tremble slightly. Damn! How dare you kill so many of my fellow disciples? Today I will kill you all and leave no one behind. The devil puppet's ex-senior brother roared through gritted teeth. The words have not yet been spoken. He quickly made seals with both hands and mouthed the words. Immediately afterward, a black light rushed up from his body to the sky, and then a tall, fierce-looking devil puppet appeared beside him. This demon puppet was very different from ordinary demon puppets as it exuded a hauntingly powerful aura. This was the sect that had spent a huge amount of money to use the corpse of a heavenly king realm cultivator as the embryo, and then supplemented it with a huge amount of cultivator's essence blood as well as countless precious heavenly materials and geomaterials to meticulously refine it. Not only was this devil puppet's flesh indestructible, as if it was cast in steel. It also possessed amazing divine abilities that allowed it to cast powerful spells. "Kill everyone here for me," the devil puppet Sek's eldest senior brother gave an order. While the spells in his hands kept changing, that devil puppet immediately acted upon hearing that, and its originally lifeless eyes suddenly flashed with a cold green aura, like two cold lightning bolts cutting through the void. It opened that terrifyingly large mouth and violently spewed out countless black flying swords. These flying swords were densely packed, like a black rainstorm, sweeping towards Gu Changsheng in an all-encompassing manner. Just in the nick of time, Yi Qingsheng did not hesitate to stand in front of Gu Changsheng. She droned out, and the frost sword in her hand instantly blossomed with a dazzling cold light. In the blink of an eye, the frost sword transformed into an impermeable layer of sword curtain, trying to fend off all of the black flying swords that were raining down. Ridiculous! A tiny god condensation realm cultivator wants to block me? Go to hell! The devil puppet Sek's senior brother bellowed. Not good. Yi Qingsheng perceived that this wave of attacks was very terrifying, and a kind of fear surged in his heart. Chapter 55. What's wrong with these two? They're killing people like it's a game. Seeing that Yi Qingsheng was in danger, Gu Changsheng couldn't just sit back and watch. It's inevitable that the fictional world won't fall apart if the heroine dies trying to protect him, and it's on his conscience. Thinking of this, Gu Changsheng's body aura instantly erupted. His body shape was like electricity, rushing to the moment when the sword rain fell, and in his hands, he chopped out a sword with all his joy, transforming into countless thin filaments of sword chi, forming a sword net tens of feet long and wide to block it. Brother everlasting, thank you for saving me. Yi Qingsheng was stunned and obediently snuggled into Gu Changsheng's body. What a time to be mooching off me. The other disciples of the Green Destiny Holy Land also cheered. If the bewildering amount of black swords rained down just now, not only would Yi Qingsheng be finished, they would definitely be dead as well. Luckily, Gu Changsheng had stepped in at the crucial moment, and their lives were considered to have been saved for the time being. There have been secret celebrations. Senior brother Gu, quickly kill this devilish senior brother and take us back to the sect. Yes, senior brother Gu, I'm relying on you. Senior brother Gu, senior sister has her eye on you. Yo! Chen Mei and the others shouted cheers to Gu Changsheng. The only thing they were counting on to get out of danger now was him. No matter how much he hated him before, he could only flatter him against his will now. Yi Qingsheng didn't have any good feelings towards these people, and in those images in her mind, they were accomplices in Gu Changsheng's death. When Linny was being bitter towards Gu Changsheng, it was these people who were screaming from the sidelines. The ugly face was fresh in her mind. Gu Changsheng had not stepped in to protect his fellow disciples, only that he was afraid that something would happen to the female lead to affect the survival of the novel world. Seeing that Gu Changsheng had easily deflected the rain of swords sent out by his own demonic puppet, the Devil Dao senior brother's face also became grave. He was a realm higher than Gu Changsheng, so why was the other party coping so calmly? It didn't seem to have used its full power, and it was easily diffused. Couldn't help but fear his heart. When two armies fight, the brave win. As long as there is even a trace of cowardice in the heart of one party, victory or defeat will already be known. Impossible. You're just a god condensation realm. That was just a fluke. You won't be so lucky next. The devil puppet Sek's senior brother roared, his eyes becoming crimson, his aura rising steeply, and his cultivation level climbing, from the first layer of the heavenly king realm, skyrocketing to the 7th layer. Gu Changsheng wasn't willing to kill this demon puppet Sek's senior brother. After all, it wasn't something he should do. However, the other party was a bit annoyed and actually wanted to cut Gu Changsheng down even at the expense of burning his essence blood. To the extent of forcing me to the point of burning my essence blood, you can be considered the first and the last. Saying that, he sprayed a mouthful of blood on the demon puppet, which immediately became berserk. Gu Changsheng was a bit depressed. When did I force you to burn your blood? Are you out of your mind? Am I green or did I push your kid in the well? Watching the devil puppet Sek's senior brother and the devil puppets rush towards him as if they were mad dogs, Gu Changsheng was also somewhat helpless. Same villain. Wouldn't have wanted to embarrass each other. Unfortunately, the trees want to be quiet, but the wind won't stop. In that case, you can't blame me. Gu Changsheng's handsome face, which usually always carried a bit of cynicism, at this moment actually showed an incomparably serious look on a rare occasion. He gently raised his hand to signal Yi Qingsheng to step backward and, the movement seemed gentle, but it carried a rare majesty. When Yi Qingsheng retreated to a safe distance, his eyes narrowed slightly, and when he opened them violently, two bright and dazzling golden rays instantly erupted from his eyes, just like two rounds of golden suns suddenly rising, which made people not dare to look directly at them. An incomparably powerful aura erupted from within his body, sweeping around like a raging, surging wave of fury. In a flash, a low and majestic sound of a dragon's roar emanated from within his body, The sound was faintly visible at first, but it soon resounded through heaven and earth like rolling thunder. Just as the crowd was stunned by this, an even more shocking scene appeared. Behind Gu Changsheng, a huge golden dragon shadow slowly emerged. The golden dragon silhouette was glittering with dazzling golden light, and every scale was clearly visible and lifelike. It meandered and hovered in the air, its teeth and claws open and majestic, as if it would break through the void and descend into the world at any time. The 9-dragon emperor chi that Gu Changsheng had obtained after refining the mysterious dragon blood jade gifted by Yi Qingsheng. When the 9 dragons imperial chi comes out, all evil spirits are dispersed. Looking at such a powerful and intimidating golden dragon silhouette in front of them, Chen Mei and the others couldn't help but feel an unspeakable awe welling up in their hearts. They only felt that they had become as small as ants in front of this pressure, and even felt an urge to kneel down and worship. This is actually a true dragon's shadow. What a powerful might. I didn't realize that senior brother Gu had been hiding such powerful means. It's truly unfathomable. In the past, senior brother Gu must have intentionally hidden himself, unwilling to easily reveal his strength. Such a nobleman's demeanor is beyond the reach of the likes of us. Judging by this situation, Gu Changsheng definitely possesses the qualifications to compete for the position of Saint Sun. Whoever in the crowd took the lead in shouting this out, and the others chimed in and nodded their heads in agreement. For a while, all sorts of marveling and murmuring sounds rose and fell. Yi Qingqing's eyes and heart were filled with Gu Changsheng at the moment, and she did not hear any of the other people's words. Brother Changsheng, so handsome, so majestic, so manly. Dumping is wet. This refers to the eyes. The moment Gu Changsheng executed the 9-dragon emperor chi, the fate of the demon puppet sect's eldest senior brother was long predetermined. He swung out the sword of utmost happiness in his hand, and the sword chi attached to the dragon's might streaked across the sky and earth, making the sun and the moon go out of existence, and turning heaven and earth upside down. In an instant, the devil puppet sect's senior brother and his puppets were all chopped into pieces by the sword chi and couldn't die anymore. No kidding. This was the strongest card of the predestined hero Lin Yi, and now that it was being used by himself there, it was still good. It's not too late. Let's get out of here. Seeing that all the people of the demon puppet sect had been taken care of by Gu Changsheng and Yi Qingsheng, Chen Mei immediately proposed to hurry back to the Holy Land to report the situation here. Still waiting for Lin Yi? At this time, an unenlightened disciple suddenly asked. There was a moment of silence. If it hasn't come out after so long, it must be in a bad way. We've lost all our cultivation, so we'd better hurry up and leave. Go back to the Holy Land and ask the Holy Lord to make a decision. We can't let Lin Yi die for nothing. Chen Mei cursed that disciple's ignorance in her heart, but on her mouth, she explained in a dignified manner. From everyone's point of view, Lin Yi was surely in for a rough ride against Sita Xing. He had just stepped into the God Condensation realm, and the other party was now at the 5th level of the Heavenly King realm, and this was still his territory. Lin Yi was definitely dead. It was up to him to see how much time he could hold off Sita Xing. Of the group, only Yi Qingsheng and Gu Changsheng believed that Lin Yi wasn't dead. Wait for me. As expected, just as the crowd was about to flee the place, Lin Yi's voice came from behind them. Everyone looked back, only to see Lin Yi, covered in blood, stumbling out of the city lord's mansion in a sorry state. Lin Yi, are you alright? Chen Mei stammered in some shock when she saw that Lin Yi had escaped from the city lord's mansion despite his miserable appearance. Quickly I killed Sita Xing, but there's an Emperor Extreme Realm powerhouse that's chasing after us. It seems to be an elder of the demon puppet sect. Let's run. Epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals. Lin Yi said as he ran. What? Kill Sita Xing, who is at the 5th level of the Heavenly King realm. Chen Mei was a little broken inside today. Gu Changsheng was fine. After all, he was the eldest senior brother of the Purple Cloud Peak. But Lin Yi had just come to the Holy Land not long ago, and he had actually killed Sita Xing, who was at the 5th level of the Heavenly King realm. In reverse, Chapter 56 The Arrival of the Saints. Lin Yi had used all his cards in order to settle Sita Xing. In the end, as a last resort, he utilized his Qilin's right arm to finish off Sita Xing. He wasn't much better. He was seriously injured and his spiritual energy was depleted. But he was the man of destiny, and every time he was in danger, he gained a chance. And this time was no exception. He obtained Sita Xing's storage ring, which not only contained a large amount of spirit stones and pills, but also several puppets as well as the method to manipulate them. He had earned this battle again. Before Sita Xing died, he sent a signal to the demon puppet sex elders who were in seclusion not far from Cloud Capital City. That Imperial Extremity Realm demon puppet sect elder was rushing towards this place. The demon puppet sect's hard-earned Yundu City rudder could not be destroyed just like this. Lin Yi had deliberately lured the demon puppet sect elder here, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It would allow Gu Changsheng and the others to stall the other party for themselves, and also pet Gu Changsheng to death in the process. Lin Yi's demon emperor's misty steps were very fast and didn't require the use of spiritual energy, and as he spoke, he had already run away without a trace. It's so worthy of you. When a rabbit sees you, it has to call out for an ancestor. Looking in the direction of the other party's escape, Gu Changsheng secretly gave Lin Yi a nod in his heart. I've already sent a distress summons to the clan, but it will take several hours for support to arrive. Let's run too. Before Chen Mei's words fell, she saw the devilish aura rolling in the sky, and that Imperial Extremity Realm powerhouse from the Devil Puppet sect had already arrived. After reaching the Emperor Extreme Realm in cultivation, one would be able to manipulate a small amount of heaven and earth rules, possessing heaven-destroying and earth-destroying functions, and their combat power could not be compared to the same. It's an Emperor Extreme Realm powerhouse. What can we do about this? Senior Sister Chen, think of something. Yeah, you're the most senior here, with the highest cultivation. Think of a way. At this time, the crowd had already taken the clear spirit pill that Gu Changsheng had sent them, and their cultivation was slowly recovering. Chen Mei, the senior sister of Xiaozhu Peak, was the only Heavenly King Realm first layer cultivator in the crowd and was experienced, so everyone pinned their hopes on her. Seeing the crowd's expectant gazes, Chen Mei was very annoyed in her heart. In his heart, he said, "You assholes, what are you looking at my mother for? The other party is at the Imperial Extreme Realm." Lin Yi ran really fast. If I hadn't not recovered my cultivation at that time, I would have run away too. Still here to bull ****** you guys. Senior brother Gu, tell me what to do. Chen Mei hurriedly threw the question to Gu Changsheng. Didn't you show your face just now? You take the blame for this one. What do you think? Lay back and watch. I'm a God Concentration Realm cultivator. Even if I just exploded the 9 dragons Imperial Chi to destroy a Heavenly King Realm across one realm. But that was also a fight within the Middle Order 3. The Emperor Extreme Realm and the Heavenly King Realm don't look like just one realm difference, but it is a qualitative leap. One could manipulate a small amount of the laws of heaven and earth, truly turning one's hand to the clouds and turning one's hand to the rain. Just as the crowd was discussing their strategies, the Demon Puppet Sect Elder had already arrived above the crowd, and the terrifying pressure of the Imperial Extreme Realm made everyone seem as if they were suffocating. Gu Changsheng was fine, carrying the mixed Yuan Dao body and the 9 dragons Emperor Qi. This kind of pressure couldn't help him. But although Yi Qingqing's face was a bit ugly and her body was trembling, her expression was not the least bit fearful. It wasn't that she wasn't afraid to die, it was she who knew her protector was about to appear. Disciples of the Holy Land of Green Destiny, were you the ones who killed Situ Xing and my disciple? The Devil Puppet Sect Elder's figure was hidden in the black devilish aura, making it impossible for people to peek at his real face, appearing extremely mysterious. It wasn't us, it was him, and Lin Yi who killed him. One of the disciples, who had long since been scared out of his wits, pointed at Gu Changsheng, as well as Lin Yi, who had already escaped in the distance, and said, "Shameless." The Demon Puppet Sect Elder was also extremely displeased with this kind of villain, only to see him raise his hand and wave it, and the other party exploded in place before they could react. Senior son? Is this the terrifying power of the Emperor Extreme Realm? A God Condensation Realm cultivator was exterminated with the lift of a hand. We're dead. The crowd screamed in fear when they saw the true strength of the Emperor Extreme Realm powerhouse. They had all gone through 1,000 hardships to cultivate to their current realm, and none of them wanted to die. I didn't expect that among you. There is actually an Xianin body, and it's also so beautiful. Jia. God treats me well. If you hand this woman over to me, I can spare your lives. The Devil Puppet Sect Elder was overjoyed when he saw Yi Qingcheng. If he could use him as his cauldron, he would hopefully break through to the Sage Realm. Chen Mei and the others looked at each other when they heard this. The crowd looked at Yi Qingcheng with expectant gazes. It seems to be saying, Yi Qingcheng, you first quickly agree to be his stovepipe and stall for time for everyone. The Holy Land will find a way to save you. Otherwise, everyone dies. It's fitting to sacrifice one of you to save so many. Yi Qingcheng knew that the hearts of people in the immortal cultivation world were sinister and that immortal cultivators were very selfish and self-interested. But he didn't expect his fellow disciples to be the same. She couldn't help but sigh softly, thinking about those images in his mind about Gu Changsheng and Gu Changsheng's behavior during this period of time. It made her even more convinced that her elder brother was a clear stream in this turbid world, a savior who can cleanse this world of its ugliness. It's the man she loves. The gaze she looked at Gu Changsheng was filled with intense love. It's so thick it's stretched. Have you guys thought this through yet? I'll say it 3 times. 3, 2. Just then, Yi Qingcheng quietly crushed the jade slip in his hand. 1. I'm not going to be your furnace. So go to hell. Ugly. What? You dare to call me an ugly ghost? The devil puppet sect elders seemed to hate this word with a passion. When they heard these words, it was as if a barrel of gunpowder had been ignited, and the aura on their bodies instantly erupted like a volcanic eruption. In an instant, a powerful and terrifying pressure swept over them, and everyone present felt as if their chests had been struck hard by a heavy hammer, and a sharp pain struck them, causing them to involuntarily spurt out a large mouthful of blood. Yi Qingchang, you're trying to get us all killed. Someone roared angrily, their eyes filled with resentment. That's right, even if you're not willing to agree to the other party's conditions, you can't provoke him like that. Another man chimed in, full of horror and helplessness. Ugh, what a mess. The others wiped away the blood remaining at the corners of their mouths and began to complain about Yi Qingchang. However, in the face of the accusations from the crowd, Yi Qingchang just stood there quietly without the slightest change of expression on her face, just like an iceberg. That elder of the devil puppet sect let out a grim sneer. Humph, since you don't know what's good for you, the old man will arrest you back, erase your consciousness, and be a living puppet. GGG. Until then, take out the others. The words have not yet been spoken, only to see him violently stretch out a large hand, grabbing fiercely at Gu Changsheng and the others below. In the blink of an eye, an immense and incomparable black palm appeared out of nowhere and slapped down towards the ground with a thunderous momentum. This huge black hand covered the sky and carried a heaven-destroying might. If it was really smashed by it, I'm afraid that all the people below would immediately be shattered into pieces and their souls would fly away. Seeing that death was about to come, the faces of the people became as white as paper, and their hearts were filled with despair. But just in the nick of time, suddenly, a furious roar that sounded like a thunderous explosion came from the sky. How dare you? How dare you make a move on my Yi family's miss? Are you demon puppet sect really eating bear heart and leopard gall? Along with this angry shout, a vast and boundless power descended from the sky and rushed straight towards that huge black hand. A shocking scene occurred. Under the impact of this powerful force, the originally invincible black giant hand unexpectedly looked like fragile porcelain, instantly crumbling into countless fragments and dissipating into nothingness. Saints? The devil puppet sect elder sniffed and moved forward towards the sky, a terrified expression on his face. Saints? It's a saintly powerhouse coming. We're saved. The crowd cheered out, thinking that the elders of the Holy Land had arrived. Dare I ask who your predecessor is? The devil puppet sect asked respectfully in the direction of the voice. You don't deserve to know my name, and if you dare to touch the Yi family's eldest miss, you'll end up dead, and there's no need for your demon puppet sect to exist anymore. The words fell like a decree from the sky, only to see a golden light splitting down, shattering the demonic fog along with all the demon puppet sect elders inside. Chapter 57, The Thrilling Journey of a Cold Hair. Everyone was petrified on the spot. Sigma, asterisk. That's a lot of ups and downs for a plot, isn't it? The elder of the devil puppet sect was killed so easily? It is true that all under the saints are mole crickets. Qingchang, are you not hurt? The voice in the sky came again, and it no longer had the murderous aura and majesty from earlier. In its place was kindness. 13th ancestor? I'm not hurt. Brother Eternal has been protecting me. Yi Qingchang shouted towards the void. It's good that it's okay. You guys hurry back to the Holy Land. It's too late. Okay? 13th ancestor. Yi Qingchang spat out her tongue towards the void, revealing her mischievous side. It turned out to be the Yi family's old ancestor. No wonder his strength was so terrifying. Everyone knew that Yi Qingchang came from the Yi family, but they didn't expect that her status in the Yi family was so high that she could make the 13th ancestor of the Yi family personally take action. The crowd had embarrassed expressions on their faces. When he thought that he had just wanted to push her out to be a furnace for the demon puppet sex elders, he felt a little bit of fear. That, senior sister Yi, just now we had no choice. Don't be angry. Yeah, we're just taking a breather. Don't take it seriously. Senior sister Yi, you're a generous person. Don't be so general with me. In Yi Qingqing's eyes, they were not taken seriously at all. Naturally, he didn't bother to listen to their explanations. In her eyes, there was only one person, and that was Gu Changsheng. Brother everlasting, you're not hurt, are you? If Brother Changshan loses a single hair of sweat, I will slaughter the entire demon puppet sect as well. Yi Qingcheng worriedly checked on Gu Changsheng's body. Even if a hair of sweat fell off, it was a big deal in her eyes. Sweatshirt, isn't the old man metabolized yet? Devil puppet sect, yeah. What does it matter to us if our sweaty hair falls off? Gu Changsheng was depressed. Yi Qingcheng used the same tactics he used on Lin Yi on himself. His heart ached and his body enjoyed it. Today he is a mixture of contradictions. Lin Yi, on the other side, fled back to the Holy Land without a moment's pause. Report to the Holy Lord and all the higher-ups about what happened in Yundu City. Holy Lord, the other senior brothers and sisters on our trip have probably been met with untimely death by now. What? What did you say? When it came to the whereabouts of the others, Lin Yi put on a pained look and said. Upon hearing this, the faces of the several senior officers changed drastically. Qin Wuxuang even stood up from his seat with a sound of miso. Hearing that Gu Changsheng might have been in an untimely death, his heart was suddenly in a state of confusion. His eyes went black and he almost fainted. At this exact moment, the Sun disciples' soul plate shattered. Crisp sounds echoed through the air. It gave the crowd a bad feeling in their hearts, further confirming what Lin Yi had said. The ones sent out this time could be core disciples, and a few elite disciples. If they fell, it would be a great loss. Come on, tell us the whole story. It was still Sacred Lord Ling Xiaozi who was the most calm, his face grim as he asked Lin Yi to make clear what he had investigated. Lin Yi was secretly happy in his heart. The time for him to show his face had finally arrived. He took Situ Xing's head out of his storage ring and threw it on the ground. The whole room was in a state of shock. Stuart Star? What's going on? Many of the people present knew Situ Xing and were a bit puzzled when they saw his head. Everyone has been deceived by Situ Xing. He has defected to the Devil Puppet sect in order to be able to raise his cultivation level, using Cloud Capital City as a stronghold of the Devil sect, and brutalizing the people and his fellow disciples. We went to the city lord's mansion to investigate the situation, and we didn't realize that Situ Xing, this evil thief, actually poisoned the tea. Disciples are not accustomed to tea and are therefore spared. Surely he could not say that he perceived a fraud in it. If he realized there was a trick, why didn't he warn the other disciples? Lin Yi is a chicken thief. Upon hearing this, all the senior officers present were also very shocked. To pull off such a big maneuver under the eyes of the Holy Land and actually go unnoticed. What an oversight. Where is Gu Changsheng? You said Gu Changsheng was met with an untimely death? Qin Wuxuan grabbed Lin Yi's collar and shook him frantically, inquiring. I was seriously injured and only thought to hurry back to report. I didn't see Gu Changsheng. Perhaps it has been victimized by the people of the Devil Puppet sect. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. My disciple wouldn't have such a short life. Qin Wuxuang said this on her lips, but in her heart, she was incomparably worried. If the Devil Puppet sect dares to hurt a single hair on my disciple's head, I will destroy the Devil Puppet sect. Sweatshirt, why me again? After Qin Wuxuang finished speaking, his body transformed into a stream of light and flew in the direction of Cloud Capital City. In case Gu Changsheng had a death, she would be devastated. If anything, she had to get to Gu Changsheng's side quickly in order to feel at ease. Stinky apprentice. Nothing must happen. She was in a six-pack, as if she had lost her soul. Tears also slipped from the corners of his eyes without argument. Ever since she stepped into the sage realm, she hadn't shed a tear in hundreds of years. It was the first time I shed a tear. After flying out about 100 miles, Qin Wuxuang saw a group of people riding their swords in the direction of the Qingdian Holy Land. Apprentice. Qin Wuxuang saw Gu Changsheng from afar, and his face was instantly delighted. Seeing him again beside him, Yi Qingchun leaned on his body as if it was a sticky glue. His face instantly darkened again. Master, what brings you here? When Gu Changsheng saw Qin Wuxuang, he immediately pushed aside Yi Qingcheng and saluted respectfully towards the other party. Stinking disciple. Just now when I heard Lin Yi say that you guys were poisoned by Situ Xing, it scared me to death. Qin Wuxuang said and even gently stroked her boobs with her hand. A look of relief. Seeing that his disciple was safe and sound, his hanging heart was lowered. Gu Changsheng was very touched inwardly when he saw that his master was so concerned about himself, and he vaguely felt the warmth of a long-lost home. It is the sin of the apprentice to make master worry. Silly boy. It's good to be back. Follow my master back to Purple Cloud Peak. I want to properly check for any injuries. With that, he ignored the shocked gazes of the others and flew away with Gu Changsheng. Yi Qingqing's face was a bit ugly. To be precise, she was jealous. As a woman, she could clearly detect Qin Wuxuang's hostility towards herself. She couldn't say whether the other party was deliberately targeting him because of Yuan Jinzi or had another purpose, but it just doesn't sit well in the mind. And yet, there was not the slightest thing he could do to the other side. He could only stomp his feet and fly back to the Holy Land with resentment. Next, a piece of heavy news exploded in the cultivation world. The following is a report brought to you by the forward reporter from the Tianji Pavilion Cultivation Weekly. Pow dating. A few days ago, the Qingdian Holy Land gathered several Sage Realm powerhouses as well as thousands of disciples to launch a sudden attack on the Devil Puppet sect under the leadership of Qin Wuxuang, the head of the Purple Cloud Peak. According to reliable sources, the Demon Puppet sect had killed a large number of mortals and immortal cultivators in order to refine the demon puppets, and among them, there were disciples from the Holy Land of Qingdian. A disciple of the Green Underworld Holy Land who didn't want to disclose his name said, "Those who violate my Green Underworld will be executed even though they are far away." Under the leadership of Qin Wuxuang, a half-step Saint King Realm powerhouse, the Qingdian Holy Land Expeditionary Army was unstoppable, destroying the Demon Puppet Sect's 10 000-year-old Dao lineage in just one day. Most of the devil puppet sect's elder disciples were killed. The patriarch was seriously injured and escaped with a small group of people. Nowhere to be found. The Holy Land of Green Destiny then issued a hunting order for the head of the demon puppet sect leader with 1,000,000 spirit stones reward. In the meantime, Lin Yi's outstanding performance had gotten the attention of the higher-ups in the Holy Land. He had just entered the sect less than a year ago and already had a cultivation level of the God Condensation realm, which was really rare. Moreover, facing Situ Xing, who was in the middle stage of the Heavenly King realm, he was actually able to cross the battle and kill him. The combat is also very impressive. In the view of the higher-ups of the Holy Land, this son's future was unlimited. If properly cultivated, it might become a rising star of the Holy Land in the future. A Taoist system of the Holy Land's level had no shortage of outstanding young people, but like Lin Yi, it could no longer be described as excellent. The Holy Land now had 8 holy sons, 1 more to go. The executives decided to look at its performance in the sect competition, and if it was outstanding, this last position of Saint's son would be reserved for him. The matter of Gu Changxing's beheading of the Heavenly King realm powerhouse was not known to the higher echelons of the Holy Land. There was a saying in the cultivation world that peers were enemies. This time, the group of people who traveled to Cloud Capital City had just entered the city lord's mansion and were caught in the other party's treacherous plan. In the end, it's all about lack of vigilance. If they made Gu Changxing sound too powerful, wouldn't that make them look incompetent? If Gu Changxing herself didn't say anything, the others naturally wouldn't either. Yi Qingsheng had planned to tell the Holy Land about Lin Yi framing Gu Changxing and about Gu Changxing sacrificing his life to save everyone. But Gu Changxing had a promise and forbade her to say anything. She didn't dare go against Gu Changxing's words, so she could only watch in exasperation as Lin Yi gained favor in front of the higher-ups of the Holy Land. However, what Gu Changxing didn't know was that this kind of his aura of whisking away his clothes after the matter and hiding his accomplishments and name deep down was even more fascinating to Yi Qingsheng. Chapter 58 Su Qingyao's Heavenly Dao Vow. Eldest brother, I heard that you guys are in danger. Are there any injuries? Quickly take off your clothes and let Qingyao take a look. Qingyao is about to die of worry. Su Qingyao pulled Gu Changxing's hand and said with a small beak, "Clams? Take off your clothes? Wanted to fart, eat it. Clearly trying to mooch off me. Well, haven't I come back in good time?" Gu Changxing also saw that Su Qingyao was worried about herself from the bottom of her heart, and touched the other party's small head, revealing the smile that a big senior brother should have. "Elder brother, hug me. I miss you so much." Su Qingyao opened her arms in a way that begged for a hug. First things first, just a hug. Gu Changxing put the words in front of her, lest she come back with some sneak attack. "Don't. Qingyao still wants a kiss." "Degree," he said and pouted his cherry lips and closed his eyes in a way that made him look like he was at the mercy of the king. The other party's initiative made Gu Changxing a bit of a no-go. "How am I supposed to put on a show with you looking like this?" This kind of unorthodox opponent gives him a headache even as a veteran actor. Just as he hesitated, Su Qingyao took the initiative to pounce on him. A refreshing scent hits your nose. Now Su Qingyao was well prepared before she came. "Qingyao, stop it. I'm your big brother. I'm going to spank my ass if I'm messing around." Gu Changxing grimaced and raised her palms, pretending to be angry. Who expected? Su Qingyao nonetheless didn't get scared. Instead, she turned around, puckered her butt and said, "Hit it." Qingyao isn't afraid of pain. The what's hair? This kind of brain loop made Gu Changxing completely unable to fit into the role. How do you put on a show? It was a disaster on the set. Okay, I'm afraid of you. Say yes. We can only kiss on the cheeks and forehead, not on the lips, or I'll really get mad. Hearing this, Su Qingyao was first stunned, then nodded with some disappointment, wrapping her arms around Gu Changxing's neck and giving him a kiss on the cheek. And her main purpose was not just a simple kiss, but she was ready to plant a carefully crafted love silk compulsion for him. Once this kind of compulsion is planted, the person who is under the compulsion will forever be dead in love with only the one who placed the compulsion. That means Gu Changxing will fall in love with Su Qingyao with his heart and soul, and he will love only her for the rest of his life. Su Qingyao quietly took out the parasites and prepared to place the parasites, but just as the compulsion was about to enter Gu Changxing's body, it actually triggered the Daojacking substitute avatar. Gu Changxing's senior stand-in puppet silently endured the love spell compulsion for him. No one had launched a fatal attack on me either, so why did my Daojacking double trigger automatically? Gu Changxing was a bit puzzled. Su Qingyao still thought that her love compulsion had been planted, and was still somewhat secretly pleased with herself. She murmured in her heart, "Eldest brother, Qingyao knows that this is not honorable, but in order to monopolize your love forever, I am willing to bear the scolding. Eldest brother, from now on, you will only be able to love me alone. Understand?" Su Qingyao revealed a victor's stance, looking greedily at Gu Changxing and said, Gu Changsheng was puzzled by what she said. Think, I'm the man you'll never get. He shook his head, indicating that he didn't understand and didn't want to. What is this nonsense? You're talking a little dull today. Gu Changsheng touched her forehead with his hand. Eldest brother? Am I your favorite woman? Su Qingyao thought that the code word was wrong and asked in a different way. Of course you're my favorite little sister. Gu Changsheng felt strange looking at her. It's not sister. It's the woman you love the most. The only woman you've ever loved in your life. Su Qingyao shouted. Yes, you're my favorite little sister for the rest of my life. And you'll always be my little sister. Gu Changsheng didn't know what she was smoking and went along with her words. Su Qingyao felt that there was something strange going on. Then he asked. Eldest brother, when you look at me, do you have a sense of impulse? Want to possess me or not? Gu Changsheng. I'm afraid this little girl hasn't taken any winks that she shouldn't have, right? What's with the sassiness? Qingyao. It's not that senior brother is talking about you. You're at the best time for cultivation nowadays. If you don't cultivate properly and just think about these useless things, you've degenerated. What a mess of love. Love, love. As eldest brother, I order you to recite the heart-clearing mantra 10 times. Gu Changsheng's fatherly words made Su Qingyao's heart instantly understand. She was declared a failure in her compulsion. Why did it fail? She had clearly put the compulsion into eldest brother's body. So strange. She had repeated the test several times to ensure success. She was puzzled. No way. Even if the love compulsion failed, then she would still have to confess to Gu Changsheng, because it's too late. It's almost time for the Holy Land examination. She had to make her feelings known to her eldest brother before that, or she would regret it. She was going to take Gu Changsheng far away. Eldest senior brother. Qingyao doesn't want to listen to your nagging. I want you to know my heart and determination. Before the words were finished, she hysterically pounced on Gu Changsheng and started to undo his belt. However, she encountered the same dilemma as Yi Qingcheng. Gu Changsheng's belt could not be undone no matter how hard she tried, unless Gu Changsheng herself was willing to untie it. This was the protective treasure Qin Wushuan had given him. Could it be that Master had calculated that he was in danger of being back-propelled and had given himself safety measures beforehand? When has Master been able to be unpredictable? In that case, will she know what will happen in the future? This kind of thought made Gu Changsheng feel a bit fuzzy inside. Qingyao, stop. You can't open Master's magic treasure no matter what. Gu Changsheng gently pushed Su Qingyao away and said gently. Su Qingyao's tears came out of her eyes. She had obviously worked very hard. Why was she still unable to get her eldest senior brother? If eldest brother was with Yi Qingcheng, he would sooner or later be killed by her and Lin Yi. Eldest brother, you're so stupid. I don't want you to die. If getting killed by Lin Yi and Yi Qingcheng is your ultimate destiny, then Qingyao will die with you. Thinking of this, Su Qingyao's face showed determination. She wiped her tears and kissed Gu Changsheng's cheek and said, Eldest brother, Qingyao hereby swears to the heavens that she won't marry eldest brother in this life. And if eldest brother isn't willing to marry me, then I'll end up alone. If one day eldest senior brother meets an untimely death, I am willing to martyr myself to accompany eldest senior brother in the 9 springs. Holy, what kind of vows are these? Gu Changsheng was truly shocked by Su Qingyao. What kind of twisted feelings were these? It's almost like sick love. Even Gu Changsheng, the perverted villain, felt perverted. Eldest senior brother. The heavenly Tao oath cannot be retracted. Qingyao has no regrets. Chapter 59 Heaven's Unfairness. Junior sister. Senior brother doesn't deserve you. Gu Changsheng's face was bewildered, but her heart was a mix of emotions. We're not human beings. We're all human beings. Su Qingyao's heart. How could he not know? But he was not of this world, and sooner or later he would leave. When the time comes that he returns to Blue Star to enjoy his happiness after his scene is killed, but he pits Su Qingyao to death. Is he still a human being? The current situation was an unsolvable dilemma for Gu Changsheng. Hearing this, Su Qingyao took Gu Changsheng's hands and said with tenderness in her gaze, Eldest senior brother, you are the most worthy person in this world for me to love. You're worth it, 10,000 times worth it. Even if you never marry me, I don't regret the vow I just made. Su Qingyao's statement touched the softest part of Gu Changsheng's heart. His nose was so sore that he almost shed a tear. Tears of the villain. That should also be crocodile tears, not sincerely moved tears. He sniffled and forced the tears back. System. Can you tell me what's going on with Su Qingyao? Gu Changsheng called up the system in his mind. A few moments later, the sound of the system rang out. Dear host, this system is under daily maintenance and is temporarily unable to answer your question. Excuse me, put aside. Routine maintenance at a critical time. Fool me. Gu Changsheng couldn't bear Su Qingyao to be sad. He said lightly, Junior sister. Senior brother already knows your heart. I'll think about it and discuss it after the Holy Land examination. Thinking that a day's delay is a day's delay. in case things still turn around. It is true that the heavenly Tao oath cannot be broken, but it's not completely insurmountable. Once you find the oath stone, the stone of oaths discharges the heavenly oaths. Hearing Gu Changsheng mention the Holy Land examination, Su Qingyao's eyes became dim. There was an inexplicable sadness in her heart. He thought to himself, eldest senior brother doesn't know anything, and he still thinks that the Holy Land examination can make a difference. How was he to know that the damnable Lin Yi had heaven's destiny added to his body and would surely be able to go all the way through to win the championship? And Big Brother is going to lose. Big time. From then on, it was a downward spiral, gradually darkening until it came to the end of its life. She had wanted to tell Gu Changsheng about all of this, but realized that she simply couldn't tell anyone else about the images in her mind. As soon as one tried to open his mouth to mention those things, he would be silenced by some kind of mysterious prohibition. Writing more is not a no-no. She tried to write it on the animal skin, but realized that the words inexplicably disappeared automatically when she wrote them. Apparently some kind of law doesn't allow that. In this way, only she knows how the future will end. It was simply the greatest torture for her. There was little she could do as she watched her beloved eldest brother, step by step, walk into darkness until he died. That feeling of powerlessness hurt her. The reason why she wanted to have skin-to-skin contact with Gu Changsheng was not because she was so sao. Instead, she wanted to have a lovely child for eldest brother as the family he left in the world. Sort of a repayment for your own service to your big brother. But now that plan had fallen through as well, leaving her doubly lost. What's with the bitter face? Little fool? Wait until after the Holy Land examination. How about elder brother takes you out for a trip, buy your favorite sugar gourds, and show you the beautiful ocean? Gu Changsheng pinched Su Qingyao's pretty face. Eldest brother, would you be willing to promise me something? Who knew that Su Qingyao didn't even pick up on this, but instead asked coldly. What is it? Tell me. Gu Changsheng inexplicably asked. Su Qingyao said, I hope that eldest senior brother will find a random reason not to participate in the Holy Land examination, and remain like previous years. Master will set you straight anyway. This was the best solution Su Qingyao could think of. As long as one didn't participate in the Holy Land examination, there was no such thing as being defeated, and perhaps the things that followed wouldn't have happened. Not taking the Holy Land test? That's never going to work. On the one hand, there is the need for a plot. On the other hand, he had also promised his master teacher to participate in the Holy Land examination. It doesn't matter if you can win the title or become a saint. The most important thing is the plot. This is a big storyline for the main event. There is no room for sloppiness. He had to humiliate and troll Lin Yi in all sorts of ways at the Holy Land examination, suppress him in all sorts of ways, and finally be defeated by him ruthlessly. Let Lin Yi step on his feet hard and then beg for mercy. How arrogant in the beginning. How wretched the end. The coolness pulls full. Qingyao, I can't promise you this matter because I've already promised my master that I'll take the top spot in this Holy Land examination. Gu Changsheng didn't dare to look at the other party's eyes when she said this. I'm afraid I can't stand the look of disappointment on the other side. Su Qingyao froze in place, and the scene fell silent, deadly quiet. A few moments later, Su Qingyao cried as she turned around and ran out of the house, mouthing, eldest brother, I hate you. You don't know anything and I hate you. Looking at the beautiful maiden's back, Gu Changsheng scratched his head and sighed. It's better to hate me than to be sad for the rest of your life because of it. In the meantime, Lin Yi's trip to Cloud Capital City had been a rewarding one in terms of fame and fortune. He found a blood elixir from Situ Xing's storage ring. This blood elixir was condensed from a large amount of human blood and belonged to the treasure of the most yang. By refining and absorbing it, Lin Yi made up for the piece of 9 yang origin that he had been devoured by immortal Moonflower. Strength is more refined, and what made him even happier was that with the help of the blood demon son, he had successfully turned the 2 demonic puppets into his own puppets. This way, he had 2 more God Condensation Realm puppets as his base cards. Also, since returning from Yundu City, Yuan Jinzi saw his potential and took the initiative to promote him to his true disciple. Ranked after Chao Quan and Yi Qingcheng, the status and treatment are not the same. You kid, you really are someone with great fortune. Even the blood demon son in the necklace couldn't help but admire his luck. Any crisis that came to Lin Yi could be turned into a crisis. Nonetheless, you won't have anything to lose and you can make a killing. Thinking that he had the greatest natural talent, cultivated hard, and suffered hard karma before finally becoming the Holy Lord of the Blood Demon Holy Land. How hard the journey has been, only he knows. But other people, Lin Yi, seem to have put in no effort at all to obtain everything that would make his peers envious. It's a real people pleaser. The blood demon son sighed softly, lamenting the unfairness of the heavenly Tao. Chapter 60 10, 000 plus years old sister? Inside the Moonlight Fairy's cave, after refining a strand of Lin Yi's 9 yang origin, she had completely completed her transformation. From then on, there was no need to absorb moonlight to maintain human form. She twisted her water snake waist, her beautiful eyes revealing a flash of color as she muttered, "Lin Yi, are you the son of heaven's destiny that appeared in my mind? The holy land of the green destiny will be destroyed because of you. This is the kind of thing that you think I would let happen? The holy land of the green underworld is the Tao lineage created by my master. I promised my master that I would guard it well for him. Then I will never allow anyone to harm the holy land. So what if it's the son of heaven's destiny? I would go against the heavens and take out this calamity." Thinking of this, a flash of ferocious light flashed through Fairy Yuewa's beautiful eyes. His tongue subconsciously licked his lips. The human form is well transformed, but habits are hard to change. Purple Cloud Peak. Inside the bedchamber, Qin Wuxuan was wearing a muslin nightgown. Her enchanting body was hidden, and she was holding a wine pot and drinking mulled wine. "Stinky apprentice, you don't know to keep me company. Don't you know how much master worries about you these days? If Linny dares to defeat Changsheng like those images in his head during the clan competition, I don't mind sending him to reincarnation. What about the rules of the Holy Land? What about the mandate of heaven? My old lady just wants to fight with the heavens, not for longevity, only for longevity." Thinking of this, Qin Wuxuan gulped down a few more mouthfuls of spirits. Perhaps only spirits could make her forget about the people and things that upset her. Hiss, "Little Wuxuan, drinking by yourself again?" Just then, a woman's voice came from outside, causing Qin Wuxuan's disoriented eyes to brighten up. "Senior Uncle Yuehua." Qin Wuxuan hurriedly pulled the pajamas that hung down to her shoulders and stepped out of the bedchamber to greet the other party. Immortal Moonflower could be said to have watched her grow up from a young age, and the two were extremely close. "How many times have I told you to call me Sister Yuehua?" Fairy Yuehua twisted her water snake waist and followed her familiarly into the bedchamber. "Okay, Sister Luna." Qin Wuxuan was just a baby in front of the Moonflower immortal of the last 10,000 years. Moreover, the other party could be said to have raised her since she was a child. And in front of immortal Moonflower, Qin Wuxuan never dared to be too unbridled. "Drinking without me, is it too much to give up?" Fairy Yuehua picked up Qin Wuxuan's wine pot and sniffed it, draining it all in one gulp. "How? I'm just afraid that when Sister Yuehua gets drunk, she'll change into her true form again, and I'll be in trouble." Thinking of the last time immortal Moonflower got drunk and changed back to her Tang snake form, she actually molested her with her snake tail, causing her to almost lose her Taoist heart. //omega////. Ha ha, there's no need to worry about it now. I've already finished transforming into my form, so I won't reveal my original body unless I want to. Congratulations to Sister Yuehua. It's thanks to that Lin Yi kid. Hearing that it was Lin Yi, Qin Wuxuan immediately became interested. Seeing that Qin Wuxuan was interested in the gossip, Fairy Yuehua took her hand and the two of them came to the bed to whisper, "Clam, you sucked a strand out of his essence?" Qin Wuxuan shouted out in surprise when he heard what Fairy Yuehua told him. "Who let him peep at my bath? I was going to suck out his essence, but unfortunately he had a bottom card and ran away." Fairy Yuehua said resentfully. Qin Wuxuan did not say anything, but his expression was full of disappointment. In his heart, he muttered, "What a pity. If he could really suck up all of his nine-yang origin, he might be able to change the course of the future. Truly a man of destiny. Perhaps only Gu Changxing could get rid of this calamity. This kid has quite a few heaven-defying cards. Not only does he possess the nine-yang body, but his right arm actually fused with an ancient Qilin arm. Even I had a few cringes when I saw that arm. Kirin is descended from Eng Long. Even I must submit. With so many of his cards, in time, I'm afraid that no one in this realm will be his opponent," Fairy Moonflower said. Upon hearing this, Qin Wuxuan's face was a bit grave. In his heart, he thought how tragic it was for Gu Changxing to fight against this kind of heavenly destiny with his own strength. She absolutely could not let her disciple get cold feet, and no matter what kind of difficulty she encountered in the future, she would have to be Gu Changxing's strong backing. "Even if I die, I will guard him." Speak of Chow Chow and Chow Chow arrives. Just then, a voice came from the outer door. "Master, are you there? The disciple has come to Fengxiao." "Ha? Why is the apprentice so active today?" There was no need for him to call himself and come to Bongxiao of his own accord. Qin Wuxuan was slightly stunned. Then a look of joy immediately spread across her stunningly beautiful face. She pulled a pair of beautiful legs out from under Immortal Moonflower's legs, then sat up and briefly straightened her slipped-down sarong before saying, "Apprentice, come in. TSK, this disciple of yours is really filial. I haven't seen the kid in a while either." Immortal Moonflower also sat up and straightened her clothes and hair, then subconsciously licked her lips. Seeing her licking her lips, the corner of Qin Wuxuan's mouth twitched. I thought to myself, you don't want to suck my disciple too. Don't blame me for disrespecting the old man if you dare to think ill of him. The reason why Gu Changxing came to Fengxiao so positively was just that he wanted to come and keep her company, considering that he would soon be killed without much chance to take care of his master. Thinking of how good Qin Wuxuang had been to him, he was more or less reluctant to part with him. Master, apprentice, Gu Changxing had just stepped into the bedchamber and froze. Besides Qin Wuxuang in front of him, there was also a great beauty, and a somewhat exotic beauty at that. The big red wavy curls are particularly eye-catching. The features were deep and three-dimensional. The body was hot and sexy, and there was a hidden seductive glow in her gaze. Gu Changxing actually became a bit shy when he locked eyes with her, because the other man actually stuck out his long sexy tongue and licked at his vermilion lips. And who could top that? Heaven and earth, as long as there is a put. Seeing this kind of demeanor, surely all heart-surging, chi and blood tumbling, difficult to hold themselves. Master, this one is? Gu Changxing had never seen the Moonflower Fairy in her human form, so she naturally didn't know her identity. Ahem. Qin Wuxuang saw Fairy Yuehua's gaze dead set on Gu Changxing and gently touched her with her arm before introducing her. Apprentice, this is senior uncle, Fairy Yuehua. Moonlight Fairy? The 10,000-year-old Tingshui snake? It was when he read the original novel himself that he often teased Linny, a middle horse who didn't even let go of snakes and was as much of a role model for men as Su Xian. The serpent inside is said to be the Moonflower Fairy. I didn't realize it was such a yummy thing. No wonder Linny had gone after her, in which case he could only blame his own poor imagination. Disciple Gu Changxing, meet Master Uncle. Gu Changxing respectfully saluted. Don't call me that, it's making me old. Call me sister. Sister Yuehua. 10,000+ year old sister? Gu Changxing cast a look of help to Qin Wuxuang. Since senior uncle told you to call her sister, then call her sister. Qin Wuxuang was also helpless. She knew best what kind of temperament Fairy Yuehua had. Sooner or later, any man she sets her eyes on will be sucked dry. She had to keep an eye on her precious disciple. She couldn't let this Moonflower, Sao snake steal her home. Chapter 61 Turtle Shell on Your Back. Sister Yuehua. Gu Changxing realized that he was actually calling it very smoothly. He couldn't be blamed. Blame could only be placed on the fact that immortal Moonflower was young and beautiful, and calling her sister was not at all out of place. If the other guy is old and ugly and makes him call his sister, he's guaranteed to spit out his bile now. Little brother, the last time I saw you, you were a little kid in open pants. In a flash, you've grown so big. You called me a sister, and I can't let you do it for nothing. This pair of Tang snake battle boots is made from the skin I molted. Not only can it allow you to walk as if you were flying, but ordinary demonic beasts won't dare to get close to you when they see these boots. With that, Immortal Moonflower took out a pair of snake print boots from her storage ring and handed them to Gu Changxing. And to top it off, these boots have my body odor on them. Fairy Yuehua said as she threw a wink towards Gu Changxing. Gu Changxing smiled awkwardly, bowed and saluted. Thank you Sister Yuehua for giving the treasure. Receiving the combat boots, Gu Changxing muttered in his heart. In the original novel, when Fairy Yuehua crossed the transformation tribulation, she was seriously injured by the heavenly thunderbolt, and just when she was about to be destroyed in form and spirit, Linny passed by and helped her block the last thunderbolt to save Fairy Yuehua. Fairy Moonflower thanked Linny by giving him a boot made from her molted scale armor as a gift. The two have sort of planted a bond since then. What else would Linny wear if he gave these boots to himself now? Oh right, she's molted more than once, and surely there are quite a few more of these boots out there. In that case, wouldn't he and Linny be considered the same boot? Gu Changxing almost laughed out loud at the thought. Well, I won't delay your disciple Fengxiao here. Gone. Fairy Yuehua glanced at Gu Changxing, then pinched her water snake waist and walked out of the bedchamber, transforming into a white aura and flew back to her cave. Still looking. Do you like your sister Yuehua? Gu Changxing watched the other party leave, but Qin Wuxuang's slightly jealous voice came from behind. No, where are you thinking, Master? Seeing Qin Wuxuang pouting and looking unhappy, Gu Changxing hurriedly brushed it off. Be careful. Fairy Luna is a man-eater. Qin Wuxuang deliberately scared him. Gu Changxing knew the plot. The Moonflower Fairy liked to eat men, and this point was not untrue. She's a Tang snake. Isn't it normal to eat people? And eating men in order to replenish the lack of yang qi in the body is also a common cultivation means used by demon cultivators, and there is no excuse for it. For the sake of your filial piety, I won't scare you. Brat, come. Qin Wuxuang sat back on her own bed and couch, that stunningly beautiful face flushed with a touch of blush, her vermilion lips lightly opened, and she beckoned towards Gu Changxing. Seeing his flirtatious senior, Gu Changxing also spat. The thought of killing and returning to Blue Star and never being able to see his beautiful master again. His gaze fell somewhat indulgently on Qin Wuxuang. Bastard. Just know how to look. No guts at all. If you really dare. I probably wouldn't turn it down yet. Try it. Come on. Be a man and show some blood. Unfortunately, Gu Changsheng had the heart of a thief but not the guts of a thief, and after a moment, he withdrew his gaze and bent down to pinch Qin Wuhuang's shoulders. Master, if one day the apprentice is no longer here, you must take good care of yourself. Don't get drunk all the time. Especially don't fly with your sword when you're drunk. There's an old saying, drink and don't defend your sword. Defend your sword and don't drink. Also, the youngest senior sister is very stubborn. Master teacher must not get angry with her. Listening to Gu Changxing's words, Qin Wuhuang felt so much like explaining the aftermath. Blah blah blah. Apprentice, stop saying these demoralizing words. If you dare to die in front of your master, I will never forgive you. Qin Wuhuang turned her head, her phoenix eyes staring at Gu Changsheng in a very serious manner. She knew why Gu Changsheng had said those words. The clan competition. It was the crushing defeat in the sect competition that set Gu Changsheng on the path of no return. Qin Wuhuang's character was different from other women, always striving for strength and victory, fighting with people, fighting for her life, and fighting for heaven. She hoped that Gu Changsheng would be brave enough to go to the clan competition and not only participate, but also beat everyone to ask for first place. A lot of hiding doesn't change those images about the future at all. My fate is my own, not God's. Thinking of this, Qin Wuhuang's gaze suddenly turned cold as she seemed to make some sort of determination. Follow me, disciple. Qin Wuhuang took out her innate magic treasure, the Xianuang Linglong Pagoda, and in Gu Changsheng's astonished gaze, pulled his hand and flew directly into it. The Xianuang Linglong Pagoda is a space magic treasure. It was the first time Gu Changsheng had entered the inner space of the Xianuang Linglong Pagoda, and he couldn't help but be greatly shocked. As soon as she stepped into the space within this tower, Gu Changsheng only felt a brightening before her eyes. This place is like an independent small world, with a different heaven. The sound of birds chirping in the ears and the scent of fragrant flowers lingered on the tip of the nose. Not far away, a clear brook was gurgling and rippling through. This kind of beauty is as intoxicating as a paradise. Master, what did you bring me here for? Although Gu Changsheng liked this place, she was a bit puzzled about Qin Wuhuang's purpose. The other party definitely wouldn't pull him into the inner space of his own innate magic treasure for no reason. There was definitely a purpose. Master doesn't want anyone to disturb us. Qin Wuhuang smiled sweetly, stepped away from a pair of long legs to come in front of Gu Changsheng. Her jade finger gently pointed in front of his chest and said, "Take off, clam, strip." Master, what do you want? Gu Changsheng shielded her hands in front of her chest, panicking like a deer. What for? Ha ha ha. Grab your top and take it off. I'm going to beat the Xian turtle essence spirit in this realm into your body to help you have a strong physical body. Qin Wuhuang saw Gu Changsheng squirming and took it upon herself to remove his top, revealing his robust upper body. Skin as icy as jade. Magnificent 8-pack abs instantly came into view. Even a sage realm powerhouse with a heart like Qin Wuhuang's could not help but light up before his eyes. Gen 2 turtle essence? Hearing this thing, Gu Changsheng immediately muttered in his heart, Xian turtle essence spirit. This is something good. If it was put out there, it would have caused an uproar. If one really refined the Xian turtle essence spirit, wouldn't one's flesh be even harder than a turtle shell? The strength of my own flesh is now far superior to those of the same rank. And if I have the Xian turtle bodyguard again, how much would his hand hurt if Lin Yi hit me in the face? No way, no way. It must be rejected. Master, such a precious treasure. You keep it for yourself. Chapter 62. Not a drop left. Me, what me? Big man mother-in-law. Grab this turtle shell if you're told to put it on your back. Qin Wuhuang looked at Gu Changsheng's hesitant and wriggling appearance and couldn't help but slightly furrow her eyebrows, only to see her gently lifting her jade hand, her two long and slender jade-like fingers gently tapping and drawing in the air. Her movements were elegant and agile, as if she was depicting a mysterious picture scroll. As she did, a strange wave suddenly rippled through the air and, immediately following, a Xian turtle essence spirit emitting an ancient aura slowly emerged. This Xian turtle essence spirit was like a bright pearl, shrouded by a faint layer of spiritual light, appearing extremely mysterious. Many years ago Qin Wuhuang had a strange encounter and accidentally obtained this precious and incomparable Xian turtle essence spirit. Since then, she had been carefully harboring it in this small world she had opened up, in order to give it to Gu Changsheng one day, and at this moment, it was the perfect time for Gu Changsheng to absorb and refine it. Just as Gu Changsheng was gazing at the Xian turtle essence spirit, Qin Wuhuang's lotus root arm gently lifted, and with a wave of her jade hand, the Xian turtle essence spirit transformed into a stream of light and instantly disappeared into his body. Shasta! A powerful energy exploded out within Gu Changsheng's body. Only a low growl could be heard coming out of his abdomen, like the roar of an ancient beast when it awakens. Meanwhile, another clear and pleasant dragon roar also sounded, intertwining and entwining with that low roar. rising and falling, deafening, obviously. At this moment, the dragon Qi in Gu Changsheng's body was engaged in a fierce encounter and battle with the Xian turtle essence spirit that had just been integrated, and the dragon's Qi clearly had the upper hand. Qin Wuxuan was keenly aware of this unusually powerful true dragon Qi and was secretly surprised. Her beautiful eyes opened roundly, staring at Gu Changsheng with amazement as she muttered under her breath, "Ha! Apprentice! Ah, apprentice! My master had not thought that such a heaven-defying dragon Qi existed within your body. It seems that master had somewhat underestimated you before." Words of old motherly relief flowed from his mouth. Refining the spirit of the Xian turtle was not an easy thing to do. If there was not enough cultivation and suppression, it was very likely that the body would explode and die. This was also the reason why Qin Wuxuan only allowed Gu Changsheng to absorb and refine it now. Even with the help of the 9 dragons' imperial Qi, Gu Changsheng was still tired and covered in sweat. He panted and said, "Master, I finally finished refining it, and now there is not a single drop of spiritual energy left in my body." Saying that, his eyes went dark, his body then weakly collapsed on top of Qin Wuxuan. "I don't know how long it's been." Gu Changsheng smelled a faint fragrance, as if it was floral and somewhat like milk. He slowly opened his eyes and realized that he was lying in a sea of flowers with Qin Wuxuan. His head was buried right in the middle of his master's snow-white gullet. "No wonder it's a little creamy. It makes me a little hungry." Qin Wuxuan didn't seem to have woken up yet, and a slight snoring sound came from between his nostrils. A gust of body odor wafted in. "Be a good boy. This is too much of an intoxication inducer for master." Gu Changsheng wiped the harumph that flowed from the corner of his mouth and inwardly admonished himself, this is his own master, so he cannot have any improper thoughts, much less any disrespectful behavior. About an hour later, Qin Wuxuan woke up leisurely, her beautiful eyes slightly opened, looking at Gu Changsheng, who was meditating cross-legged, slightly disappointed. "What a gutless bastard. Is it that hard to punch a division? Ahem. Stinking apprentice, help the master up. What kind of hard work are you pretending in front of me? Normally I don't see you cultivating this hard." Qin Wuxuan pouted. Gu Changsheng scratched his head awkwardly and said, "If Laozi hadn't recited the clear heart mantra more than 10,000 times, you would have to become a mother in 10 months. Come, fight with master. Let me see how strong you are now." Hearing Qin Wuxuan's words, the corners of Gu Changsheng's mouth twitched as he said, "Come on, master. You're a half-step sacred king realm, and I'm only at the peak of the god condensation realm. You sneeze and I have to spit blood. No fight, no fight. Silly apprentice, can I fight against you with my sage cultivation? It's natural to suppress your cultivation. Don't worry, it's definitely a fair fight." "That's okay," Gu Changsheng said reluctantly. Before his words fell, Qin Wuxuan took out her native longsword, purple flowing cloud, and attacked towards Gu Changsheng. Gu Changsheng thought to himself, in the same realm as me, afraid of a bird. With this in mind, he summoned the sword of utmost happiness and prepared to fend off violet flowing cloud's attack. But the purple flowing cloud was a quasi-immortal weapon that could change shape at the user's whim. Qin Wuxuan's mind moved, and the purple flowing cloud turned into a long whip, and it lashed down fiercely towards Gu Changsheng. Gu Changsheng was caught off guard and was viciously hit on the back by the whip. Dang! The Xian turtle essence spirit he had refined came into play at the moment. The Xian turtle's shadow surfaced on Gu Changsheng's body, deflecting the blow for him. Ever since he refined the Xian turtle essence spirit, he had automatically evolved a passive skill, Absolute Defense. It can last up to 3 seconds, cool for 3 hours. Holy, Shifu really likes this Dao Dao. I can't believe I came up here to play Whiplash. It's a good thing I have turtle shells, otherwise you really have to yell, you know. Just as he was bellyaching, Qin Wuxuan's attack came again. This time her violet flowing cloud turned into a long spear. The gun came out like a dragon, and a sound of breaking dawn cut through the sky, stabbing straight at Gu Changsheng's throat. Gu Changsheng did not expect Qin Wuxuan to play for real, and immediately showed a grave expression as he wielded his best pleasure and sent out a sword chi in response. "Stop, stop, stop, master, don't fight. There's not a drop left." The little bit of spiritual energy that he had managed to gather with great difficulty had been completely used up. "Ha ha, apprentice is good. You're still the first one who can go 10 rounds under my purple flowing cloud." Satisfied, Qin Wuxuan collected his breath and patted Gu Changsheng and said, "It's all because master let me. Don't be modest. With your current strength, there are very few people under the Imperial Extreme Realm who can defeat you." Looking at the current Gu Changsheng, Qin Wuxuan's hanging heart finally relaxed. Unless Gu Changsheng begged for his own death. Otherwise, with his current strength and means of preserving his life, even a powerhouse of the Emperor's Extreme Realm wouldn't be able to injure him. "Apprentice, let's leave the Xianhuang Linglong Tower." Aha! Qin Wuxuan took Gu Changsheng's hand and left this small world with him. Chapter 63. The Sacred Ground examination begins soon. female main characters gather together. After coming out from within the Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda, Qin Wuxuan looked at Gu Changsheng with a few moments of expectation in her beautiful eyes. The expression was extremely serious. This Holy Land examination is not trivial. You must not be as dangling as you were before. You must be a serious matter. Do you hear me? Gu Changsheng said, this is the big climax of the pre-novel. I'm an important character. Can I not be a proper thing? When the time comes, saying the toughest words and getting the most vicious beatings is the end of it. Master, the disciple understands. Qin Wuxuan changed into a relaxed expression and very naturally took Gu Changsheng's hand, saying gently, disciple, you must use your full strength. Don't have any scruples, and don't always carry the heavy burden alone. I'm willing to help you share it. You know what? If anything happens to you, Master will have no reason to live. Speaking here, Qin Wuxuan's phoenix eyes actually had crystals flashing in them. Gu Changsheng was a bit puzzled as to why Master Teacher was disguised as a riddler today, speaking in a cloudy manner, but he was also feeling something inside. The memories of Gu Changsheng's time with Qin Wuxuan since childhood kept surfacing in his mind. Those cozy images actually made Gu Changsheng's nose a little sore. He himself was about to kill himself and return to the Blue Star, and it was likely that he would never see him again. Thinking of this, he plopped down and knelt in front of Qin Wuxuan, ignoring the other party's astonished expression and said, Master, my disciple is unfilial. Please accept my obeisance. With that, he thumped the ground and kowtowed 3 times in a row. Master, I'm going back to cultivate. After saying that, he turned his head and quickly walked out of the bedchamber. He did not want Qin Wuxuan to see the tears in his eyes. Such abrupt words would have been guaranteed to baffle anyone else. But Qin Wuxuan understood. She understood the meaning in that statement. Looking at Gu Changsheng's distant back, Qin Wuxuan muttered, silly apprentice. Say what? It really makes it look like a life and death situation. If I didn't know what was going to happen in the future, I might have gotten you killed, but now that I know all of it, no one can hurt you. Do you think Master is really an alcoholic? During these 20 years, my master has indulged in daily cups of wine, seemingly indulging in debauchery and drinking all day long. All for your sake, my foolish disciple. Master used his own flesh as a cauldron and consumed his lifespan as a price just to refine that world-unrivaled purple gold sword nurturing gourd for you. The purple gold sword raising gourd is not only capable of condensing powerful sword chi, it also has a more critical and powerful ability. That is, you can activate the wine god spell in times of great danger. Although the wine god mantra can only be activated 6 times, but as long as it is activated, it will keep you alive. With this to fall back on, you'll be able to defeat that abominable Linny even if he has more cards in his repertoire. Silly disciple, the master has high hopes for you, only hoping that you can understand this good intention of mine. Gu Changsheng, who had returned to her own place, couldn't sleep for a long time. The memories in his mind were like a flood that broke the dike and kept hitting him. Many memories of Gu Changsheng were as very real as if he had actually experienced them. He was incredibly touched inside. Why there is a feeling of attachment. You're quite a sentimentalist yourself. Obviously it's just a virtual fictional world. Why would it move real feelings? Thinking of this, Gu Changsheng shook her head helplessly. I don't know what Ji Qingcheng, Su Qingyao, Lin Fengge and all these heroines are doing at the moment. On the official road from the Great Li Dynasty to the Holy Land of Qingdao, a group of soldiers with golden helmets and armor were flanking a luxurious carriage that was moving forward. Let's walk faster. Don't delay tomorrow's Holy Land examination of the Green Destiny Holy Land. Yes, Your Highness, the third princess. That's right, it was Lin Fengge's group who had come to observe the Holy Land examination of the Qingdian Holy Land. Emotion, tell me the truth. Are you in love with Gu Changsheng? Lin Fengge asked Shangguan Ai, who was beside him. No la, who said I like Gu Changsheng? Shangguan Love blushed shyly and hurriedly shook her head in defense. If you don't like Gu Changsheng, why did you give up even the academy examination to accompany me when you heard me say that I wanted to come to the Holy Land of Qingdian to observe the ceremony? Lin Fengge looked at Shangguan Love playfully. I am uneasy about you. Shangguan Love haphazardly found a seemingly reasonable reason for himself. Not worried about me? It's because you're not worried about Gu Changsheng, right? Ha ha. Lin Fengge continued to flirt with Shangguan Love. In fact, Shangguan Love was not the only one who was uneasy about Gu Changsheng, and why wouldn't she be? Since the last time she parted ways with Gu Changsheng, there wasn't a day that went by that she didn't want to see the other person again. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let go of the tense battle on the front line and taken time out to come to the Holy Land of Green Destiny to observe the ceremony. Feng Ge, don't you like Gu Changsheng? Shangguan Love turned the other side against him and asked after Lin Fengge. Lin Fengge was very dry and directly stated that she liked Gu Changsheng. Her personality is as hot as her physique. Will you confess to Gu Changsheng? Shang Wanxiang did not expect Lin Fengge to say bluntly that she liked Gu Changsheng, and with some admiration for her in her heart, she then asked, "No, if you like someone, why do you have to confess? Hiding it in your heart is not an option." After Lin Fengge finished speaking, her gaze looked toward the bright moon hanging high above the outer door. Those images in her mind told her that Gu Changsheng was fighting against the heavenly fate, against the Son of Heaven who was bringing this world to destruction. She was willing to help Gu Changsheng fight fate together. As for his own feelings for him, they were not worth mentioning in comparison to the billions of living beings in this world. The most ruthless emperor's family. As the third princess of the Great Li, she had this realization. Purple Cloud Peak. A cave. Why did the love silk compulsion fail? If the love silk compulsion succeeds, I can take eldest brother far away from right and wrong, and he won't die. Tomorrow is the Holy Land examination. How can this be? A green-skirted girl with a proud figure was holding her cheeks and was sulking alone. She had never been able to figure out why her love silk compulsion would fail on Gu Changsheng, which was a strange compulsion that had been tried and tested 100 times. Since that's the case, I'll block Lin Yi for eldest senior brother. Eldest brother has eldest brother's destiny. Qingyao has Qingyao's destiny, and my destiny is to protect eldest brother. We can't let such a kind-hearted eldest brother die at the hands of this despicable villain Lin Yi. Even if I give up this life, I will not allow what happened in those images to happen. Not. Thinking of this, Su Qingyao took a deep breath before carefully pulling out a delicate and small insect cage from her bosom. The insect cage was made of woven gold wire, and it was inlaid with a few jewels that shimmered faintly, so it was clear at a glance that it wasn't an ordinary product. Su Qingyao gently uncovered the lid of the insect cage and fixed her eyes on it, only to see a few colorful and weirdly shaped parasites lying quietly inside. Flower rag compulsion. The bodies of these parasites were as round as beads, and the surface of their bodies were covered with brilliant and colorful patterns. Looking at these few parasites in front of her, Su Qingyao's gaze gradually revealed a touch of determination. She slowly stretched out her own white jade-like right hand and unclasped an ancient and rustic array disc from her waist. The array disc was dark brown in color, and it was engraved with dense and obscure runes and patterns, emitting a mysterious and ancient aura. Su Qingyao held the array plate with both hands, held her breath, and began to mobilize the spiritual energy in her body to continuously inject it. With the continuous influx of spiritual energy, the originally dull and lifeless array disc suddenly blossomed with a dazzling light, and those runes and patterns began to flow along a specific trajectory as if they had been given life. In the blink of an eye, a small formation with a diameter of about a foot or so surfaced in front of Su Qingyao. This array formation was incomparably esoteric, and there was a hidden flow of light in it. Eldest senior brother, I hope you can understand Qingyao's plight, Su Qingyao murmured in a low voice. Immediately afterward, without hesitation, she reached out and gently cupped the several flower ragworm parasites in the insect cage, then carefully placed them into that arcane formation. Chapter 64. Who is more beautiful, the holy maiden Tantai Xian or Yi Qingcheng? Early the following morning, the sunlight passed through the light clouds and fell in droves above the grand and spectacular clan square. The Holy Land examination finally kicked off as scheduled. This event, which was held every 3 years, was an important means used by the Holy Land of Green Destiny to assess and select outstanding talents. An all-encompassing comprehensive assessment involving tens of thousands of disciples. Disciples with excellent performance can not only be promoted to personal disciple or true disciple, but also have the possibility to become the eye-catching chief disciple in one step. For those who are gifted and have extraordinary strength, there is still hope that they will be named by the Supreme Holy Lord himself and be honored with the position of the Holy Son. Those who failed the assessment will be demoted to outer disciple. These disciples cultivated hard on weekdays, all eager to emerge at this critical moment. Realize that none of the 8 holy sons in the Holy Land today were the proud sons of heaven who stood out from the Holy Land examination and were personally appointed by Holy Lord Ling Xiaozi. They have become models and role models for many disciples. Because of this year's Holy Land examination is even more highly regarded. Everyone was looking forward to witnessing the birth of a new saint's son, thus completing the legendary 9 sons of the Green Destiny. For the Holy Land, cultivating fresh blood is always the top priority for the continuation of the Taoist system. Generations of outstanding disciples were the key to the Holy Land being able to stand. All the major clans, dynasties, and top families in the entire Eastern continent had sent people to observe the ceremony, and they also wanted to see what superbly talented young disciples had emerged from the Holy Land of Green Destiny. Therefore, the Holy Land of the Green Destiny was full of high friends and victorious friends. The location of the Holy Land examination was located above the square of the performing martial peak in the inner gate of the Holy Land. The entire square covered an area of more than 10 miles, paved with special bluestone, surrounded by a 1,000-foot-high alabaster pillar carved with a true dragon relief, lifelike, as if the dragon was soaring into the 9 heavens. Countless disciples of the Green Destiny Holy Land converged towards the square one after another. As far as the eye could see, the flush crowd was like a sea of green color. As far as the eye could see, after 3 years of bitter cultivation, my cultivation has finally reached the sky realm, and today is the time for me to become a pro-disciple. Shining the lintel, just today, he Sanduo, must become a true disciple. I have average qualifications, so it's a victory if I can stay in the inner sect. I'll be satisfied if I can become a pro-disciple. Not only will a pro-disciple receive a large amount of resources for themselves, even the family will be rewarded. The disciples had lined up in front of the square, exchanging words and discussing with each other. To look at the 9 Saint Sun peaks in the distance, they all revealed gazes of anticipation. I wonder who will be in the 9th seat. For all of those present, today will change the destiny of their lives. Just then, a figure appeared in the crowd. Unlike the other disciples who wore green-colored sect uniforms, he stood out with a black robe, with a handsome face, an unassuming temperament, and a huge black sword behind his back. It was none other than the Heaven's Destiny male lead, Lin Yi. He stood quietly in one place, which made him somewhat out of place. It drew many disciples to cast strange gazes. That teenager is the recently infamous Taishan Peak disciple Lin Yi, isn't he? Yeah, who else could it be but him? What a stinker, to deliberately stand in a prominent position just to get attention. I heard that he privately challenged Taishan Peak's senior brother Chao Quan and easily defeated the other. His strength is as terrifying as it is. I've heard this rumor as well, and there are also people who say that the Holy Lord thinks highly of him, and that he's the strongest contender for the 9th Holy Sun in this Holy Land examination. As the Heaven's Destiny male lead, Lin Yi had particularly good ears. The various comments that the crowd had made about him were all caught in his ears. A bunch of mole crickets are worthy of talking about lousy. When I become a Holy Sun, let's see if I don't kick your asses. Being a male lead, a vindictiveness is a must. The moment. In the center position of the square, a mysterious and peculiar island was surprisingly suspended in the air. Just then, several figures appeared on the island as abruptly as ghosts. The figure standing at the very front was particularly striking. He was dressed in a Taoist robe as white as snow, with a tiara that shone with bright golden light on his head, and his entire person exuded a chillingly terrifying pressure. This person was no other than the Holy Lord Ling Xiaozi. Along with Ling Xiaozi, there were also the heads of the various mountain peaks that showed up. Behind each of them was a majestic Dharma phase slowly flowing. These Dharma phases contained endless might and powerful auras, and their might was so astonishing that it was simply jaw-dropping. Undoubtedly, these few people without exception were all superpower existences that had surpassed the Saint Realm. One could only see that these few strong men were solemn, their eyes cold and merciless as they condescendingly looked down on the many disciples below who were densely packed, without the slightest change of expression on their faces. That lofty stance was as if the gods in the sky were indifferently gazing at the multitudes of the world. The crowd below, on the other hand, had cast their reverent yet fearful gazes at this group of senior figures of the Holy Land on the island. Holy Lord Ling Xiaozi had already stepped into the quasi-emperor realm. As for the other several peak masters, even the weakest of them possessed at least the powerful cultivation of the sage realm, and each one of them had a solemn and sacred Dharma appearance, which made people not dare to look at them at all. Look, you guys! I don't know who suddenly yelled at the top of their lungs. The shrill voice managed to draw the attention of everyone present. The crowd followed the sound and looked, but they saw a brilliant and eye-catching light in the distant sky that was speeding rapidly towards the side. Only when the distance was a little closer did people realize with surprise that the light was actually emanating from a 7-colored lotus platform. And at the moment, on that huge and magnificent 7-colored lotus platform, there was actually a person standing firmly. As the 7-colored lotus platform got closer and closer to the square, the crowd also finally got a clear look at the person standing on it. However, the person was a woman, and an extremely beautiful one at that. She was wearing a long pink dress, the breeze gently flicked, the skirt dancing with the wind, and the colorful lotus platform underneath each other. From a distance, just like a blooming in the blue waves of the delicate lotus. Beautiful. The woman's face was covered with a thin veil, although it covered her face, but through the hidden veil, she was still able to vaguely glimpse a few minutes of her unparalleled beauty. Especially the pair of soulful and deep eyes are like the bright and twinkling stars in the night sky, so people can't help but fall for them. So extraordinary, beautiful and dusty temperament. It really seems like that the 9 heavens above the inadvertent fall into the mortal world of the fairy general. People only dare to see from afar and dare not blaspheme. The moment this woman appeared, she immediately triggered an uproar in the entire square. For a while, the sounds of amazement rose and fell. Who the hell is this? She is Tantai Xian. Tantai Xian? That's right. It's her, the only holy maiden of our Holy Land, Tantai Xian. Wow, I'm actually fortunate enough to be able to see the Holy Maiden in person today. What a blessing. Yes, yes. I've long heard that Lord Holy Maiden is as beautiful as the heavens, and today I've seen that her name is indeed true. But then again, who is actually a bit prettier? This Tantai Xian or Yi Qingcheng? Countless disciples were all extremely excited at this moment, mingling and discussing, and even those guests who came to observe the ceremony could not hold back their curiosity and joined in the heated discussion. Chapter 65 Tantai Xian's Encounter. Lin Yi's Poisonous Plan. Tantai Xian arrived on the hovering island and after saluting everyone one by one, she came in front of Immortal Yuehua. She respectfully bowed her head in greeting. Master. Immortal Yuehua nodded slightly and said with a smile on her face, Girl Xiener, you've finally come out of the customs. Come let me see. With that, Immortal Yuehua pulled Tantai Xian to herself and looked her up and down before and after. It's been a long time since I've seen you. Not only has your cultivation improved, but you've grown prettier and prettier as well. Tantai Xian's face blushed slightly and she didn't say anything. You've always lived in deep seclusion. Why are you interested in coming to observe the Holy Land examination today? Is there someone worth watching? Immortal Moonflower had lived for 10,000 years. What things could she not see through? Not to mention the disciple he had brought up with his own hands. Tantai Xian had always been quiet, and in the face of her master's pressing questions, she only bowed her head. Immortal Moonflower had indeed not guessed wrong. She's the one with the attention. That was the man who often appeared in her mind during her seclusion. Gu Changshan. It was obvious that he hadn't crossed paths with him, yet he was so real in his mind. That one image seemed to foreshadow what would happen in the future. She wanted to see what kind of person this Gu Changxing really was. Why is it in your mind? Meanwhile, Lin Yi looked at the towering Tantai Xian, his eyes wide as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. The Holy Maiden on the stage. Tantai Xian was none other than the fairy he had saved in the Demon Beast Forest back then. At that time, Tantai Xian fought a Heavenly King Realm Red Flame Tiger for a day and a night. Tantai Xian's spirit power was exhausted and she was so badly injured that she couldn't even hold her sword. And that Red Flame Tiger was already at the end of its strength. But the Red Flame Tiger was after all a demonic beast, possessing a strong physical body. Even if it was also heavily injured, killing Tantai Xian was more than enough. Just as the Red Flame Tiger was about to break open Tantai Xian's stomach with its sharp claws, Lin Yi appeared at just the right moment. He has been waiting here for a long time. It's just waiting for the fish and clams to fight, so he can reap the benefits. Cultivating the Demon Emperor's heaven-burning skill given to him by Blood Demon Z, he had to absorb the fire attribute inner Dan of a high-ranked demonic beast. This Red Flame Tiger was his target. However, he did not want to fight for his life with such a powerful demonic beast, so he led it to Tantai Xian. He'll show up when one man and one tiger are both defeated. It can be a good calculation. It's only the man of destiny who could come up with such a poisonous plan. Lin Yi had planned to take out Tantai Xian along with him and loot the treasures on his body, but after walking up to the other party, he realized that Tantai Xian was incredibly beautiful. Then he gave up the idea of killing and taking the treasure. Not only did he bandage her wounds, he also fed her a healing elixir. Tantai Xian, who was kept in the dark, was naturally grateful, but Tantai Xian was afraid that her master, Immortal Moonflower, would find out about her sneaking into the Demon Beast Forest, so she left some spirit stones and magic treasures for Lin Yi while he was asleep, and left quietly. 2 years passed in a flash. Lin Yi didn't expect to see the other party here. Ha ha, what a fate. I didn't expect this little fairy to actually be the holy daughter of the Holy Land of Green Destiny. That's kind of interesting. An evil smile appeared at the corner of Lin Yi's mouth. Since Yi Qingcheng doesn't know how to behave, Laozi has a better target. If Tantai Xian were to see me as her savior, she would definitely be very excited. With my charm, maybe I'll just come straight to my room at night. Thinking about those images, Lin Yi almost burst out laughing. I am truly worthy of my destiny. Look, Red Flame Gaby, it's senior brother Gu Changxing of the Purple Cloud Peak. What a stinker. What kind of occasion is this? The Holy Lord Elder in so many VIPs. He actually dares to be so arrogant. Damn, he's loaded to the gills. In order to restore her persona, Gu Changxing specifically flew to the evolutionary Martial Peak Plaza on her Red Flame Golden Gaby just to show off. And even more outrageous to the other disciples, Gu Changxing also brought 3 great beauties with him. Yi Qingcheng, Su Qingyao, and Zhao Linger. It really beckons. Asterisk. The Holy Land examination is a grand and forced scene, but it's for Lin Yi to use to pretend to be a pussy. Thinking about it makes me angry and depressed. Gu Changxing ventriloquized in her heart. It can't be helped. Who made him the male lead of Heaven's destiny? Other people, no matter how powerful they were, no matter how good they were, could only serve as companions to him. To think that he, a beautiful man, was actually going to be stepped on and rubbed on the ground by Lin Yi in a moment made him feel annoyed in his heart. Just then, he sensed that someone seemed to be staring at him. Not Lin Yi. Gu Changsheng and Tantai Xian, who was on the hovering island, looked at each other. Isn't this Tantai Xian? Why is she here? According to the original novel, isn't she in seclusion? Until he dies. It's what makes her part of the storyline. It was nothing more than the drama of discovering that the new saint's son, Lin Yi, was actually his former savior, and so he threw himself at the mercy of various people and took the initiative to become a harem. It should be said that Tantai Xian's face and body were quite capable. The face is not below Yi Qingcheng. A pair of long legs was not as plump and straight as Qin Wuxuang's, but it was enough to play for years. The key is that she was born with a charming body. Immortal Moonflower had taught her quite a bit of snake skills. Her tongue was able to entwine, mesmerizing Lin Yi. Seeing Tantai Xian looking at her, Gu Changsheng couldn't be too rude. A slight nod of courtesy. Gu Changsheng. This is Gu Changsheng. In person, he's even more handsome than he is in the picture. And the temperament is superb. It's true that you're the one for me, brother everlasting. Who are you nodding to? Yi Qingqing seemed to notice the abnormality in Gu Changsheng's gaze and asked in a jealous voice. Her gaze also looked towards Tantai Xian on the hovering island. 4 eyes. Fire splashes. Nothing. Gu Changsheng shook his head. The climax of the plot was coming soon, and he didn't want to cause trouble. I forbid you to look at other women, Yi Qingcheng said as she pouted and shook his arm. The scene was nothing but men and women, so how could I not look at women unless I gouged my eyes out? Gu Changsheng thought to himself, I'm too hard. He endured the breasts himself so that he could go through the plot and return to the blue planet to enjoy his happiness. Saying anything he couldn't let the plot go wrong. The first match should be Yi Qingcheng versus Chen Mei of Xiaozhu Peak. Although Yi Qingcheng's qualifications are good, Chen Mei is already at the half-step Heavenly King realm and lost in the end. Su Qinyao should have fought against a disciple from Spirit Void Peak called something like Shinsu, and it seems like she won, using a compulsion to eat one of Shinsu's loins, adding to the void. Then the next match was against Xiaoquan, losing in 3 moves. For himself, the first round is empty, and the second round is against Lin Yi, so when the time comes, it's just all sorts of harsh words, and then waiting for the other side to slap his face and be done with it. Hysterical ranting. Then blacking out. All sorts of death-seeking maneuvers followed by a smooth kill. Mezzo. But why is there an emptiness in the heart? Chapter 66 Su Qingyao. The old 6th. Eldest brother. I'm back from the draw. Just as Gu Changsheng was still reviewing the plot and brewing his emotions, Su Qingyao happily rushed over and said as she took his arm. Draw? Who did you draw? Gu Changsheng thought to himself. Isn't your opponent Shinsu? I've known that for a long time. But he still had to act like he didn't know anything about it, and inquired with concern. Lin Yi. Su Qinyao shook the name in her hand, seemingly very happy. The moment she heard her name her opponent, Gu Changsheng's scalp tingled a bit, as if electrified. Why Lin Yi? Is my memory off? Or what's going on? What he doesn't know is this. Just now Su Qinyao had given the deacon in charge of drawing the lots, secretly sending 5,000 lower grade spirit stones for him to tamper with the lots. She was going to take on Lin Yi. She was going to defeat Lin Yi for Gu Changsheng. She had to keep the drama in her head from happening. As long as she could change the plot, she wouldn't frown even if she had to die for Gu Changsheng. Eldest senior brother. Why do you look so ugly? Is it another tummy upset? Su Qinyao asked with concern. In the past, when the Holy Land examination was conducted, Gu Changsheng always said that she had an upset stomach, although the reason was lame. With Qin Wuxuang as the backstage, the elders would not bother with him. What tummy troubles? What's going on here? Why has the order of matchups changed so much? If Su Qinyao fights Lin Yi, who do I fight? It's almost time to go through the plot. So don't with me. System, can you give me an explanation? All clear. The host can just perform to his heart's content. Actors all in place. I asked you if there was anything wrong with the plot. All clear. Are you sure? Okay. System, if you trick me when it matters, don't blame me for flipping out. Although Gu Changsheng had misgivings in his heart, he could only act out what had happened. Already not a raw egg, having had the experience of traveling through the world, he still quickly adjusted his emotions and said with a warm jade-like smile on his face, well, your opponent isn't weak, so you have to deal with it well. You can ask senior sister Qingcheng, she's from the same lineage as Lin Yi, she might be able to offer you some advice. Hearing Gu Changsheng mention Yi Qingcheng, Su Qinyao tilted her face and said arrogantly, I don't need her advice. She's in league with Lin Yi. Nonsense. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll see if I don't clean you up. When Yi Qingcheng heard Su Qinyao say that she was in Lin Yi's gang, she immediately wanted to make a move. Come on. I don't mind defeating you before I defeat Lin Yi. Su Qinyao made a posture of answering the battle. Okay, what is this occasion? You two pay attention to your influence. Okay. Gu Changsheng was also speechless. He's already screwed up by the plot and really doesn't want to see these two heroines continue to screw up. Even if it was the words of the elders, the two women might not even listen. But Gu Changsheng's words were holy orders. Both women huffed and puffed as they collected their breath. One standing to the side of Gu Changsheng and turning their heads away from each other. You two aren't kids anymore. Stop fooling around. Cultivators of my generation. The way is natural. And we must maintain a pure and empty heart. If one day if I am no longer around, you as fellow disciples should support each other even more and take care of each other. Don't fight over jealousy and hurt the peace. When Gu Changsheng thought of the original novel where the two women hurt each other in a fight for favor, he wanted to instruct a couple of things before returning to the Blue Star. In the time since he had traveled here, he could also feel the feelings that the two women had for him. Unfortunately, it's too heavy. He was afraid to accept it. People are not like the grass. They are not like the trees. Seeing that Gu Changsheng spoke in a fatherly manner and mentioned that one day if he was not around, both women giggled in their hearts, understanding the meaning of the other's words. It's an early goodbye to myself. Yi Qingcheng, brother Changsheng. I won't let history repeat itself. Su Qingyao, eldest brother. Qingyao will block all threats for you, even if it costs her life. Qin Wushuan looked at Gu Changsheng's trio from the hovering island, some playfulness in his gaze. Apprentice, today is your big day. These two little girls. It seems they can't stay away from you anymore. Hey, you're good at everything, but you're too handsome. I know that even if I do everything I can to keep the peach blossoms away from you, one day I won't be able to do it. I only hope that you have a place in your heart for your master. Apprentice, you don't worry about meeting Lin Yi. With master here, you won't let those images in your mind appear in reality. Qin Wushuang had already prepared for everything. If Gu Changsheng had used all his means, and even the wine god curse couldn't defeat Lin Yi, she didn't mind risking violating the Holy Land's ban and killing Lin Yi on the spot. This will put an end to the problem once and for all. Of course this can only be a last resort, because the consequences of doing so are too severe. Other than Su Qingyao's opponent who was deviant, the others two were still considered normal. Yi Qingchang was fighting against Chen Mei, Gu Changsheng's first turn in the round. At this point, in the sky above the square, the elder in charge of the examination waved his sleeve, and his voice spread throughout the entire martial arts peak. All disciples have arrived. The Holy Land examination has officially begun. The words fell. The entire square began to boil, and everyone's eyes became fiery. The examination has officially begun. The Holy Land examination is divided into 3 items: the talent test, the cultivation test, and finally the actual combat test. First of all, there is the aptitude test. Everyone went up to the testing platform to test the talent qualifications of each disciple. The inner disciple's cultivation must reach the 3rd level of the Sky Realm. Otherwise they will be downgraded to the outer sect. By then the various cultivation resources will be drastically reduced. And natural talent is equally important. The Holy Land also attaches great importance to the disciples with good talent will be looked at by the elders. And if they are demonic in talent, they will be snatched by all the higher-ups as true disciples, or even to be the focus of the sun's examination. Finally, there's the real-world test. If you are able to overwhelm the crowd in the actual combat test, then congratulations. The position of Saint Sun has beckoned to you. An inner disciple was the first to ascend the testing platform with trepidation. He was an ordinary disciple attached to Xian Vault Peak, and through his bitter cultivation over the years, he had barely reached the 3rd level of the Sky Realm. Buzz! After this disciple's hand touched the testing stone tablet, a low sound resounded. Then a line of ancient text surfaced on the stone tablet. The 3rd level of the Imperial Sky Realm. Moderately qualified. The elder in charge of the examination looked at the words on the stone tablet and said indifferently, the first 2 examinations, pass. Go prepare for the 3rd. A word fell. The disciple jumped for joy. The identity of the inner disciple is finally preserved. And strive for a good ranking in the actual combat examination. The status in Xian Dome Peak can still be mentioned. And then the cultivation resources will also be more. Next, the disciples took the stage to test. Some people are happy. Naturally some are sad. Many people were relegated to outer disciple status because their cultivation and talent did not meet the standards. Giftedness is not set in stone and can change as an individual grows through his or her experiences. This was one of the reasons why the sect had a 3-year examination. The plot is basically the same as depicted in the original. Gu Changsheng wasn't too interested either. He has only one interest and that is Lin Yi. Chapter 67 Downgrade Natural Talent. Hiss. Terrifying as hell. Extreme natural talent. I didn't realize that Lin Yi of Taishan Peak was actually extremely gifted. The cultivation level has reached the terrifying 9th level of the God Condensation Realm. Half a step into the Heavenly King Realm. So far, the only one who has tested for extreme natural talent is Lin Yi. Even geniuses like Yi Qingcheng Chao Quan and the rest of them are only advanced natural talent. Lin Yi is too strong. It seems like it wasn't a fluke that he was able to make a great achievement in Cloud Capital City. The many disciples surrounding the testing stone monument couldn't help but let out a gasp when they saw Lin Yi's natural talent and cultivation level. The elder in charge of the examination also nodded frequently when he saw Lin Yi's natural talent and cultivation. Understand that this son has an unlimited future. This Holy Land examination. It seemed that Lin Yi had a high hope of taking the top spot. The corners of Lin Yi's mouth rose slightly as he heard the crowd's comments. Quite pleased with himself, he gazed over to the hovering island. The heart said, Tantai Xian, see, did you recognize me? I am extremely qualified. Your savior is extremely qualified. Isn't it a pleasure? But Tantai Xian's gaze didn't seem to focus on him, causing Lin Yi to be a little disappointed. He shifted his eyes to Yi Qingqing's body. Holy, oh, bump. The more you don't see it, the angrier you get. Gu Changsheng was sitting on a chair with Yi Qingcheng on his left and Su Qingyao on his right. One with fruit, one with pastries. Keep feeding Gu Changsheng. Outrageous. Gu Changsheng has arms and legs. He still needs you to feed him? Yi Qingcheng. And dares to belittle me so. I'm extremely gifted, and the position of Saint's son is within my grasp. You really have eyes but don't recognize gold and jade. You actually don't come to congratulate me and prefer to curry favor with Gu Changsheng here. Watch me step on him later and show you who's the real man you deserve to love. Hover Island. Yuan Jinzi looked at Lin Yi with an extremely satisfied expression and said, seemingly to himself, it looks like I'm going to have another saintly son in the Qingdian Holy Land. What he was referring to in his mind was clear to everyone. Although the peak masters of the other several veins were unhappy in their hearts, they did not speak. Qin Wushuang had always disliked Yuan Jinzi, and when she saw him imply that Lin Yi was qualified to become a holy son, her face sank slightly as she said, well, my disciple, Gu Changsheng, does indeed have the qualifications to become a holy son. That disciple of yours, Gu Changsheng, surrounds my disciple, Yi Qingcheng, all day long and is not doing his job. If it wasn't for you defending it, innocent absent from the Holy Land examination should have been driven to the outer sect, bringing my disciple down and actually proposing marriage to me. I won't agree, Yuan Jinzi said with a sneer. Why do I get the impression that it's your apprentice who keeps pestering my apprentice? Qin Wushuang nudged his mouth, and Yuan Jinzi realized that Yi Qingcheng was holding Gu Changsheng's arm, smiling like a flower, while Gu Changsheng had a bitter face, as if he had something on his mind. Yuan Jinzi's face was a bit ugly. He said, his own disciple knows himself. Yi Qingqing's character is high and cold. How could he look like this? That's weird. My Taishan Peak Lin Yi, extremely talented, less than a year after coming to the Holy Land. His cultivation has already reached the half-step Heavenly King, and he has also made a great achievement in Cloud Capital City. His future is certainly unlimited. That depends on who you're comparing it to. The two of them went toe-to-toe with each other. The other Holy Land executives were afraid that the two would fight in front of the many disciples at the drop of a hat. It's really not going to end well then. It was a good thing that the two had been fighting for hundreds of years and had long since formed a tacit understanding. A gentleman moves his mouth, not his hands. In the meantime, Gu Changqing's expression was extremely calm when he saw Lin Yi sparking off the crowd. Everything is under control. He just liked to be so quiet and watch the other guy pretend, as if admiring his own work. Later on, you'll have to use your own wonderful acting skills to bring this wonderful drama to a close. Definitely let Lin Yi, the pussy, have a good time pretending. Let Lin Yi slap his face. It's not that I have any masochistic tendencies. I blame only my own damn professionalism as an actor. Qin Wushuang finished fighting with Yuan Jinzi and gazed at Gu Changsheng, her phoenix eyes filled with tenderness. Apprentice, it's up to you to control your own destiny. Must break the chains of fate. I believe in you. I believe you'll beat Lin Yi. Believe that you will change your destiny. Change my destiny. Change the destiny of the world. Remember, my fate is my own, not God's. Humph. I'm actually inferior to that damned Lin Yi before advanced natural talent. Eldest brother, it's your turn. Su Qingyao came down from the test bench with unhappiness written all over her face. Gu Changxing thought to himself, what bike do you need? Advanced natural talent is already a rare commodity, and you still don't know enough. Other people, Lin Yi, is the Heaven's Destiny male lead? Can't compare. Since it was his turn, Gu Changsheng stood up, stretched, and put on a smelly look as he waddled towards the testing table. Why is it wobbly? It's all about restoring the persona. He would have hated to put it on his head if there had been a doggerel. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. This eldest brother is going to test. Gu Changsheng pushed the disciple in front of him with a very arrogant attitude. Those disciples who were pushed aside by him dared to be angry and could only hatefully make a path for him. Even the assessment elders revealed expressions of disgust when they saw Gu Changsheng. Gu Changxing took a six-parent step and slowly walked up to the testing platform. In the original novel, he tested out with upper middle level qualifications and a cultivation at the 3rd level of the God Condensation realm. His cultivation level was now at the 9th level of the God Condensation realm. It's more or less different from the original. He didn't want to. The system, this old 6, rewards cultivation every other day. Moreover, Yi Qingcheng also gave himself the Dragon Blood Jade, even if he didn't cultivate for the entire day. His cultivation had been forcefully pushed up to the 9th level of the God Condensation realm. Go higher, go higher. Anyway, as long as he let himself off the hook, Lin Yi could still have a good fight. In front of everyone, Gu Changsheng reached out her hand and gently touched the testing stone tablet. Boom! At that instant, the stone monument actually made a deafening ringing sound as if it was under tremendous pressure. The others tested with a low buzzing sound. This time, when it was Gu Changsheng's turn, there was actually a sharp boom. It startled Gu Changsheng. Is this going to explode? Subsequently, a brilliant 7-colored haze erupted from the entire testing stone tablet, incomparably shining. It was as if it was going to shoot straight up into the clouds and shine brightly for all eternity. In the sky, there was actually a burst of mysterious Dao sounds, and immediately afterward, a golden light descended from the sky and fell straight onto Gu Changsheng's body, enveloping him. Before the crowd could react, a line appeared on the stone tablet. Taoist talent, 9th level of the concentration realm. How is that possible? Surprisingly, it's a Dao level natural talent that overrides all natural talents. Could it be that the test monolith has malfunctioned? Yeah, it's possible. Tens of thousands of people were tested today in a row, so maybe the show is over. The moment, the entire performing Marshall Peak Square, including the Holy Lord and the high-ranking officials on the hovering island, as well as the various VIPs watching the ceremony, were all completely shocked. Road level. It hasn't been seen for thousands of years. On the test bench, Gu Changsheng looked at the line on the stone tablet, and her entire body froze. He couldn't believe it. One's own natural talent is a bit ridiculously high. Could it be the reason for refining the dragon's blood? It shouldn't. Natural talent was a comprehensive test. A drop of true dragon essence blood had a boost, but it couldn't boost it that much. It must be the reason for the hybrid Dao body. System. Explain to me why you're giving me the mixed Taoist body. Isn't that making it harder for me? This is a template reward and this system cannot intervene. That's not even an intervention. I'm gifted all the way to the Dao level. Host, please don't worry. All is well with the plot. Looking forward to your wonderful performance. Aside, the elder in charge of the examination had been completely dumbfounded, and had forgotten to announce his results, because it's too shocking. His long eyebrows kept twitching all the time, which was extremely comical. I don't know how long it took to speak slowly. Purple Cloud Peak, Gu Changsheng, Heavenly Aptitude Dao level, cultivation at the 9th level of the God Condensation realm. The words fell. The whole room was silent. Dao level talent. What a concept. The last person who possessed a Dao level talent had long since ascended to the upper realms by now. It was the legendary De Lintian of the strongest family in the fictional world, the imperial family of the central state. Back then, Emperor Lin Tian, with the power of one man, had elevated the emperor family from an ordinary great family to the one great family in the novel world. Since his ascension, it has been glorious for 1,000 years without fail. It was enough to see the terror of a Dao level talent. Now that a Gu Changsheng with Dao level aptitude had appeared in the holy land of Qingdao, the shock was self-evident. Dao level. I never thought I'd see a Dao level in my lifetime. With such a terrifyingly talented disciple, the Green Destiny Holy Land is going to rise once again. This sun can help the Qingdian Holy Land's qi to continue for 10,000 years. Chapter 68 Master. Your snake kung fu. I want to learn it. Seeing the appearance of a Dao level talent, even Holy Lord Ling Suzi was somewhat unable to sit still at the moment. Ling Suzi's brows stretched and his face could not hide his joy as he turned his head and said to Qin Wushuang, Senior Sister Wushuang, you have a good disciple. Could you call him here so that I can meet this great disciple of yours? Of course there's no problem. Qin Wushuang couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth now. If it weren't for the tens of thousands of disciples and VIPs below, she might have taken out her wine gourd and had a few sips. Apprentice Eternal Life, come to Levitation Island. The Holy Lord wants to see you. Qin Wushuang's voice spread throughout the martial arts arena. Fearing that others would not know that Gu Changsheng was her disciple, all the disciples of everyone present, as well as the VIPs, all looked towards the levitating island. What is the status of the Holy Lord? Halfway through the examination, he actually had to meet a disciple. Something that has never been done before. Okay, disciple will be right there. Gu Changsheng was extremely reluctant inwardly, but the Holy Lord wanted to see him, so he could only force himself to step into the air towards the levitating island. The tens of thousands of disciples and VIPs looking at Gu Changsheng no longer had the disdain they had a moment ago, and their eyes were filled with awe. Yi Qingcheng, Su Qingyao, Lin Fenga, Shangwan Love, Zhao Linger. Several of the women who were close to him had deep feelings in their eyes as they gazed at Gu Changsheng, who was bathed in golden light. Disciple Gu Changsheng pays his respects to Lord Holy Lord, to his master, and to all the elders. Gu Changsheng respectfully saluted the executives, then stood still, the entire person's body flowing with Tao rhythms and a transcendent aura. Seeing Gu Changsheng with this kind of temperament, Ling Xiuzi nodded, quite satisfied. His eyes were like baked, and in his deep eyes, a divine aura flashed, as if connecting to the stars and the sea. The Holy Lord actually opened the eye of heaven. This is to consume your lifespan for the sake of a disciple to spy on his future? The executives couldn't help but be a bit shocked when they saw that the Holy Lord Ling Xiuzi had actually used his heavenly eyes to probe Gu Changsheng's future. Tantai Xian's beautiful eyes also had a hint of surprise and nervousness in them. I thought to myself, will the Holy Lord see me in Gu Changsheng's future? Too shy. She had now transformed into Gu Changsheng's little fangirl. Hiss. In less than 2 breaths of time, Ling Xiuzi seemed to have suffered some sort of backlash and violently retracted his heavenly eye. The originally rosy face instantly became pale and filled with panic. Breathing became rapid. Holy Lord, what's wrong? Seeing this, the senior officers next to him hurriedly asked for the reason. How had the Holy Lord ever been in such a sorry state? His heavenly eyes avatar had once helped the Holy Land to survive a great calamity. This sun, even I can't see through. Chaos as far as the eye can see. After briefly adjusting his breathing, Ling Xiuzi slowly spoke of the future he saw. Hear this. The surrounding executives also looked at each other in dismay, understanding that Gu Changsheng's future was being obscured by some powerful force. Good. Gu Changsheng, I hope you'll do well in the next practical test. Ling Xiuzi was now completely weak, and he said breathlessly, disciples will do their best to live up to the Holy Lord's expectations. Gu Changsheng said archly, the heart belly laughs, behave well. I'm thinking about how to make Lin Yi hit the face to hit the natural point. What a pain in the ass. Why mess with a Dao level talent? With this kind of natural talent, wouldn't it be fake if he was easily defeated by Lin Yi? The square. Lin Yi, who had just been complacent and enjoying the adoration of the crowd, froze in place at the moment, completely dumbfounded. What's the situation? Shouldn't today be the day he stands alone and receives the envy of all? For this reason, he is thinking of all kinds of poses, eyes, and lines for pretending. It's all been rehearsed many times in your mind, but now no one paid any attention to him at all. Instead, Gu Changsheng became the center of attention. The Holy Lord wasted no time in spending his lifespan peering into his future. Why? This is not true. When he took another look, Tantai Xian caught up with Gu Changsheng, who was preparing to leave, revealing a small womanly shyness. Oh, asterisk // asterisk, Q. Senior brother Gu, please stay. Gu Changsheng stopped and turned around to find Tantai Xian chasing after her. Tantai Holy Maiden. Is something wrong? Gu Changsheng's mood was low right now, and her speech seemed a bit cold. So cool. Other men are near crazy when they see me, but Gu Changsheng is so cold. So cool. Tantai Xian murmured in her heart. I wonder if senior brother Gu still remembers me. Tantai Xian asked in a small voice with a red face. Tantai Holy Maiden. The only holy maiden of the Holy Land. How could I not remember? Gu Changsheng still had a cold expression. It's been a long time. I don't know if it's convenient for you after the examination. I want to discuss the way of cultivation with you. The way of cultivation? I'm not well versed in it. Is the Tantai Holy Maiden joking? Gu Changsheng was annoyed inside and spoke coldly. Sage Maiden Tantai. You can find other sage sons or elders to discuss this. Mr. Gu really can't help. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Gu Changsheng turned around and left after saying that. He had to think about how to interpret the next episodes. It's hard. It's tricky. It's a pain in the ass. Looking at Gu Changsheng's departing back, Tantai Xian was somewhat at a loss for words. This Gu Changsheng is really uninterested, letting such a beautiful saintess go by herself. Disciple, don't just stand there. Go back with me. At this time behind her, Immortal Moonflower came over and whispered in her ear. Master teacher. Men love women. Human nature. Gu Changsheng such an excellent man. You like this is not very normal? There's nothing to be ashamed of. When I teach you some kung fu, I promise to make Gu Changsheng fall in love with you to death. Immortal Moonflower gave a bad smile. When Tantai Xian thought that her master was good at the art of dual cultivation and had excellent snake skills, her pretty face turned scarlet and she became somewhat embarrassed. After a moment of silence, she whispered, Master, I want to learn. You teach me. Moonflower Fairy. Chapter 69. Even the goddess has her old sixth moment. The tests are all over. Next is the actual combat test. According to the results of the draw, each of you will go to the ring to start the first round of competition. As the words of the examination elder fell, the atmosphere of the scene once again boiled over. Not all disciples were qualified to take the practical test. Only disciples with medium to high natural talent and cultivation at the God Condensation realm were qualified to participate in the actual combat test. Tens of thousands of disciples and many VIPs had their gazes on the huge ring in the center of the square. The first match is between Chen Mei of Xiaozhou Peak and Yi Qingqing of Taixian Peak. With a shout from the elder of examination, under the attention of the entire crowd, a silver sword cut through the sky and plunged straight into the center of the ring. Immediately afterward, the sword awnings gradually dispersed, and a woman stood on the hilt of the sword, valiant, with her brows filled with arrogance. It was none other than Little Bamboo Peak's senior sister Chen Mei, worthy of being Little Bamboo Peak's eldest sister. Appearing is a style. The move that came out just now, it should be Little Bamboo Peak's mastery. Sword shadow follows. It seems that she has already cultivated the Little Bamboo Peak's green bamboo becloud sword to the point of perfection. I'm afraid that she will be a strong contender for the top spot in this examination. Yes, I heard that since returning from Yundu City, the head of Little Bamboo Peak has specialized in intensive training for her. Look guys, our goddess, senior sister Yi Qingqing, is here. Just as everyone was focusing on Chen Mei in the ring, I don't know who shouted, drawing everyone's attention instantly. One could only see Yi Qingqing in a long white dress, stepping on cloud-patterned combat boots, her face clear and cold as she slowly walked towards the ring. Compared to Chen Mei's stunning entrance, her unassuming entrance is more eye-catching. Chen Mei had thought that she could press her in the way she appeared, not realizing that her efforts were still no match for her opponent's beauty. The gazes of the entire crowd fell on Yi Qingqing. She seemed like a light-sucking machine, sucking the eyes and attention away. Chen Mei stood awkwardly on the hilt of her own longsword, letting the cold wind blow, her expression a little stiff. You guys, compared to Yi Qingqing's elegant way of making an entrance, Xiaozhou Peak's Chen Mei is more or less an ugly person. Brother, you talk badly enough, but it's quite reasonable. Ha ha. Not far from the ring, Gu Changsheng sat on a chair moved by Zhao Linger, leaning back on all fours and looking at Yi Qingqing in the ring. Gu Changsheng's first round was a pleasant one as expected. According to the plot of the original novel, Yi Qingqing fought with Chen Mei for 30 rounds and finally lost. Yi Qingqing and Su Qingyao are both battle scum in the early stages, and gradually gain strength in the middle and late stages. But then again, Chen Mei really is a bit of a pretender. He's the king of push. Lin Yi, is it your turn to act like a pussy? How contrived and the entrance low is. Yi Qingqing usually didn't feel much pretty around himself, but when he put it in the pile of people, there was a contrast. It was really beautiful. Gongzi, who do you think is more powerful between Miss Yi and her opponent? Zhao Linger hadn't stepped onto the path of cultivation yet and couldn't see any doorways, so she casually asked in her boredom. Yi Qingqing will lose in 30 rounds. Gu Changsheng knew the plot and opened his mouth to say the result. Ayo. Zhao Linger nodded her head as if she understood. She didn't know why Gu Changsheng had come to the conclusion that Yi Qingqing would surely be defeated in 30 rounds. It must have been a casual remark. Senior sister Yi, the practical test is a real battle. I won't keep my hands off, so don't blame me if I hurt your pretty face. Chen Mei was left out in the cold for half a day and had long been bursting with jealousy. She couldn't wait to use her sword to scratch Yi Qingqing's absolutely beautiful face. She hated it. Senior sister Chen, a ring competition isn't a dinner invitation. What's the point of being polite? It's good that senior sister has this realization. Chen Mei did not say much nonsense. Waving the long sword in her hand, her momentum was like a rainbow as she attacked towards Yi Qingqing. Her sword strokes were vicious and incomparable, with no intention of holding back at all. Out of the blue is a killing move. At this moment, the whole room boiled over. Seeing the raging Chen Mei, Yi Qingqing let out a cold snort as the frost sword drew a graceful arc in front of her body and met her head-on, not shying away from the battle. With an ear-piercing clash of weapons, the ring was filled with sword shadows and air-breaking sounds. Under the gaze of countless eyes in the room, the two fought hard. Good fellow, our goddess Yi is actually able to be on par with Little Bamboo Peak's eldest sister. It's really unexpected. Yes, it's obvious that you can eat with your face, yet you cultivate so hard. Nonsense. What kind of a mortal cultivator are we if we don't cultivate? Do you know how to compliment people? Gu Changsheng lazily looked at the ring and counted in her mouth, 27, 28, 29. Linger. In the next move Chen Ming will perform a sword shadow splitting light and send the sword in Yi Qingqing's hand flying. Gu Changsheng said to Zhao Linger with some showmanship. Zhao Linger looked at the ring half-heartedly. Was it as accurate as he said? If the prince was right, Wouldn't he really be an immortal who could tell the truth? Just as Gu Changsheng and Zhao Linger were watching the ring, waiting for the next move, an unexpected scene occurs in the ring, only to see Yi Qingqing suddenly shouting out towards behind Chen Mei, "Senior brother Tsung Song, why are you here?" Elder brother Tsung Song is Chen Mei's crush. Upon hearing the words Tsung Song senior brother, Chen Mei subconsciously turned her head towards the back. When masters face off, victory or defeat is just a matter of thought. The moment Chen Mei turned her head, a wry smile appeared at the corner of Yi Qingqing's mouth. "Senior sister Chen, I'm sorry, I have reasons why I have to win." With that said, her figure was like electricity, leaving a residual shadow in place, instantly bullying her way to Chen Mei's side. Chen Mei turned her head and realized that no one was behind her before she realized that she had been fooled, but it was too late. Yi Qingqing didn't give her any chance to react and slammed out a palm, sending her flying out of the ring. Boo! There was a loud bang. Chen Mei's body fell heavily to the ground. This slap is not very damaging and extremely insulting. Chapter 70 Su Qingyao's Secret. Being knocked out of the ring equals a loss for Chen Mei. Under the gaze of countless shocked gazes from across the arena, the assessment elder loudly announced the results. Disciple Chen Mei of Shaozhou Peak fell out of the ring, and disciple Yi Qingqing of Taishan Peak won. Yi Qingqing recently revealed a light smile. "I'm going to win and settle a few more competitors for brother Changsheng." The scene was silent. It's alright. The high and mighty Yi Qingqing can also play dirty? It's so unexpected. Even the group of executives in the stands looked at each other, not expecting Yi Qingqing to win easily in this way. But it was a tactic allowed by the rules, and they couldn't say anything about it. Only the head of Little Bamboo Peak was that angry. His face reddened. "Old Wang too. Don't be angry. I'll apologize to you on behalf of my disciple." Yuan Zhenzi couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth with joy. The head of Shaozhou Peak looked at his villainous appearance and coldly said, "Get lost." Zhao Linger looked at Gu Changsheng somewhat playfully, covering her mouth to hold back her laughter. Just now, Gu Changsheng had spoken with such fervor that she almost believed it. It seems no one can predict the future. Gu Changsheng was completely speechless by Yi Qingqing's entirety, completely out of line. "Yi Qingqing, your persona is very wrong. How could you, who is as proud as a white lotus flower, resort to such underhanded tactics?" Looking at Yi Qingqing happily walking towards herself, the corner of Gu Changsheng's eyes twitched. "Brother everlasting, am I great?" Yi Qingqing didn't feel the slightest bit that there was anything wrong with her behavior, and pulled Gu Changsheng's hand to boast about it. "Gu Changsheng, what's with the stick? Do you want my old son to give you a stick?" Sins of the devil sins. Next match. Linny of Taishan Peak vs Su Qingyao of Purple Cloud Peak. Right at this moment, the Elder of Examinations once again announced the two opposing sides for the next match. Holy, forgot about the other old six. I really don't know what went wrong. Why did Su Qingyao take on Linny? Nothing must go wrong. Junior sister, if you can't beat them, then grab them and admit defeat. Linny is not a good person, not his harem, and he'll lay his hands on women. Gu Changsheng muttered in his heart. Where's Su Qingyao? From just opening, Gu Changsheng did not see this little sister of his. Do not know where to run away. Linny stood with his hands clasped in front of his chest, concocting a cool look for half a day. But Su Qingyao hadn't yet come on stage. Elder, is Su Qingyao from Purple Cloud Peak still coming? Just come on and declare me the winner if you're not coming. He knew that Su Qingyao's cultivation level was only at the third level of the God Condensation realm. Compared to him, a half-step Heavenly King realm, there was a difference between clouds and mud. I'm afraid the other guy is afraid of getting hit, so he's hiding on his own accord. I count on you to know what's good for you, or else I'll teach you a hard lesson in front of Gu Changsheng. The examination elder's brow also frowned as he shouted, Su Qingyao, if you don't get on the field again, you will be judged to have lost. The words. Then came a young girl's clear voice. Elder, I'm here. Su Qingyao transformed into a long green rainbow and quickly darted from the direction of the hovering island. Not far away. Qin Wushuan looked at his young disciples far away back. His expression was a bit gloomy. Qingyao, I didn't expect you to be so deeply in love with your eldest senior brother that you would come up with this kind of devious idea. I'm really defeated by you. Apprentice Changsheng, for the sake of you being able to defeat this big bad Linny, Master will have no choice but to accompany this little girl Qingyao in her nonsense. Do you know that the Master also? Epsilon Satface Omicron asterisk, ugh. Qin Wushuang shook his head and returned to his seat. The heart is mixed. Before Su Qingyao got into the ring, she looked over in Gu Changsheng's direction. The two men looked at each other in all directions. Gu Changsheng realized that this little ninny actually had tears in her pair of beautiful eyes. That lovely look made his heart ache a little. Eldest senior brother. Ever since those images of the future appeared in her mind, Qingyao made up her mind to protect you and love you no matter what. to repay eldest senior brother for taking care of you for so many years. Today, Qingyao will help you block Lin Yi even if she gives up her life. Thinking of this, Su Qingyao's pair of phoenix eyes became cold and stern, and her expression hardened. Why is this little ninny weird? It was as if the gaze just now was bidding me farewell. Does she know I'm going back to Blue Star? It shouldn't be. Strange. Very strange. Gu Changsheng kept muttering inwardly after she withdrew her gaze. The opposing sides have taken their positions. The examination begins. At the elder's command, Su Qingyao and Lin Yi both drew out their innate magic treasures at the same time. With a haughty face, Lin Yi slammed that huge sword, Black Abyss, into the ground with a dull thud. Then he tilted his head slightly and said indifferently in a careless tone, Su Qingyao, you're no match for me. I don't want to hit a woman. You'll admit defeat voluntarily. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Su Qingyao's beautiful eyes slightly condensed as she stared at Lin Yi tightly and asked back in an icy tone, what are you thinking about? Lin Yi, where exactly does your confidence originate from? The corner of Lin Yi's mouth rose slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. My cultivation has reached the half-step Heavenly King realm, while you're only at the third level of the mere God condensation realm, so there's no need for me to say anything more? According to you, the Holy Land then doesn't need an actual combat test, doesn't it just depend on the level of cultivation? Lin Yi's face was instantly covered in frost when he heard this. Eloquent. Since it's hard to persuade a damned ghost with good words, then don't blame Mr. Lin for being hot-headed. Seeing Su Qingyao's obstinacy, Lin Yi didn't bother to bull with her anymore. It was just the right time to defeat her and upset Gu Changsheng as well. First, he would ruthlessly ravage his little sister and frustrate the other party. Thinking about it, Lin Yi then flashed his body, leaping up like a bolt of lightning, only to see that he raised the Black Abyss giant sword in his hand high. The sword body flashed with cold light, carrying a momentum of mountains and oceans, as if it was forcefully splitting Huashan, wrapped in a harsh and incomparable sound of the wind, and fiercely chopped towards Su Qingyao. This Lin Yi fellow is really strong. Faced with such a mighty strike from Lin Yi, Su Qingyao was secretly shocked, but she didn't retreat. Instead she quickly gripped her longsword with both hands and met Lin Yi's sword with all her strength. It was a pity that the difference in strength between the two sides was just too great. Even though Su Qingyao had tried her best to resist, it was ultimately difficult to counteract Lin Yi's thunderous strike. In the moment when the two collided, Su Qingyao only felt a huge impact coming down the sword, shocking her tiger's mouth and making her numb. Immediately following, her petite body was knocked back a dozen paces away by Lin Yi's sword force as if it was out of control. If she hadn't barely managed to stabilize herself, I'm afraid she would have fallen to the ground in a state of disarray. Hoo. Su Qingyao received this heavy blow. Her qi and blood were a little unstable, and she was breathing rapidly. Gongzi, what should we do? Sister Qingyaoshi. Although Zhao Linger had been kidnapped by the other party, the two of them had gotten better and better since then. Seeing that Su Qingyao was at a disadvantage, she nervously grabbed Gu Changsheng's arm and kept shaking it. Gu Changsheng's brain hurt from her shaking. What could he do? There was a huge difference in strength between the two. He now only hoped that Su Qingyao would admit defeat quickly, lest he get hurt. He knew too well what kind of person Lin Yi was. Su Qingyao was not his woman. He would not show mercy. Su Qingyao, still not admitting defeat? Lin Yi said coldly. No, I'm going to defeat you for eldest brother. I won't allow you to harm eldest brother. Su Qingyao straightened her petite body. The color of determination surfaced on her lovely little face, and her body's aura suddenly skyrocketed. Lin Yi realized that the other party seemed to be performing some secret technique, and his cultivation level was actually climbing. Not daring to be careless, he took a few steps back and pulled away. It's Gu Changsheng again. He's not even worth it. The three words Gu Changsheng were the last name Lin Yi wanted to hear. Seeing Su Qingyao actually do this for Gu Changsheng, jealousy caused his expression to become vicious. Worth it. It's worth dying for eldest brother. Su Qingyao's silver teeth clenched tightly as bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down on her forehead, but she was still determinedly urging the parasites in her body to forcefully raise her cultivation to the late stage of the condensing spirit realm in a way that bordered on self-inflicted harm. However, this extreme approach did not come without a price. She could clearly feel a powerful force of backlash that was crazily eroding her meridians and internal organs. But at this moment, Su Qingyao could no longer care about that much, only to see her right hand tightly gripping that bisui sword, its body flashing with a dazzling light, as clear and moving as a turquoise lake. As she waved her arm, a brilliant and dazzling sword aura roared out, like a huge wave in the ocean, surging and sweeping towards Lin Yi. This sword on was majestic, and wherever it passed, the air emitted bursts of sharp popping sounds, as if it was going to devour everything in front of it. Faced with such a powerful attack, Lin Yi couldn't help but change his face. He hadn't expected Su Qingyao to be able to execute such a terrifying sword move at all. However, Lin Yi was, after all, a person who had been through 100 battles. He didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow. He hastily mobilized his entire body's spiritual energy, and with both hands gripping the Black Abyss sword in his hands, he met the sword manes that came from the sky and fought to block it. Only heard a loud sound. The two sword lights ruthlessly collided together, splashing countless sparks. Clang! The huge impact made Lin Yi feel like he was being hammered, and his body involuntarily stepped backward. Even though he tried his best to stabilize his stance, the surging power was just too powerful, and he could only be forced towards the edge of the ring step by step. Seeing that he was only a stone's throw away from falling out of the ring, Lin Yi secretly screamed in his heart. Looks like some undercard needs to be used. After making up his mind, Lin Yi roared, Su Qingyao, if this is all you've got, then you're bound to lose. Before the words left his mouth, Lin Yi stomped his foot so violently that the entire ring trembled slightly in response. Immediately following, the Black Abyss sword in his hand blossomed into a glow as black as ink, slashing downward viciously with a mountainous momentum. Shasta! A gust of wind rose up, and it was as if the space around Lin Yi had been torn apart. That originally unstoppable turquoise sword on in the encounter with the black sword shadow, like ice and snow met a blazing fire general quickly melt and disintegrate, and finally turned into a bit of starlight dissipated in the air. Sure is good. The attack was disintegrated, and Su Qingyao also suffered a considerable backlash. A mouthful of blood spurted out and his body trembled. Qingyao, you can't beat him. Admit defeat. Gu Changxing couldn't bear the thought of Su Qingyao continuing to be injured any further, so he suddenly stood up from his chair and shouted towards the ring, eldest senior brother, if anything happens to Qingyao, you have to live well. Su Qingyao ignored Gu Changxing's words and just shouted loudly. How it sounds is like a dying word uttered with the determination of certain death. Even more outrageous, Su Qingyao shouted towards the levitating island. Master, please forgive my disciple for being unfilial. With that, he knelt down and kowtowed 3 times. Gu Changsheng was confused. Being a blue star, who doesn't know that there are 3 words? As long as they are said, it is the rhythm of something big happening. First sentence, Father and Mother, please forgive my child for being unfilial. Second sentence, the ancestors are on the throne. The third and most ruthless sentence, disciples, this matter is not about life and death. The time has come for the Holy Land to test us. As soon as those 3 words are uttered, it's bound to be a vicious battle. I didn't expect Su Qingyao to say the first sentence. Looks like she's determined to die. What the hell is this for? Gu Changsheng, puzzled. Su Qingyao's originally clear and beautiful face had become somewhat cold and stern at this moment. Her beautiful eyes had unexpectedly become as crimson as blood, as if they were about to drip blood. At the same time, a trace of scarlet blood slowly oozed out from the corner of her mouth, running down her chin in a shocking manner. However, what was even more shocking was that an extremely powerful aura violently erupted from her body, like a raging torrent that instantly swept across the entire venue. Crazy. Simply a madman. How dare he even burn his essence blood? Lin Yi, who was on the side, stared in horror and disbelief at the scene in front of him, losing his voice and shrieking. How could he have never imagined that Su Qingyao would be so determined to pay such a huge price in order to defeat himself? Su Qingyao, where exactly did I, Lin, offend you? If it's just because of that Gu Changsheng, it's really not so bad that it's come to this point, right? Can we talk about it calmly and peacefully? Lin Yi was filled with panic as he incoherently tried to communicate with Su Qingyao, hoping to calm the heated fight. At this moment, the crowd of onlookers under the stage also stirred. They looked at each other with puzzled looks on their faces. After all, this was nothing more than an ordinary practical test, so why would Su Qingyao be so desperate, even going so far as to burn her essence blood? Could it be that there is a deep and unknown hatred between these two people? For a while, all kinds of speculations and comments rose and fell outside the arena, and the atmosphere became more and more tense and gloomy. Chapter 71. Lin Yi was even more depressed than the others. He didn't think he had provoked Su Qingyao, and had shown her favor, intentionally or not. Not so much. Not only was Lin Yi depressed, Gu Changxing's entire body was confused. Lin Yi had nothing against him. Why would Su Qingyao go to such lengths? Just now, he had already activated the secret compulsion to violently raise his cultivation level. And now if he burned his essence blood again, the backlash on his body would be very great. It's too reckless. This will ruin your immortal path. Why? Exactly? Gu Changsheng remembered what Su Qingyao had said. Could it be that she was now trying to use her life to block Lin Yi for herself? It's crazy. Could it be that Su Qingyao was a traveler like herself and knew the plot? It shouldn't. If she knew the plot, as the female lead with the harem, she should be dealing with Lin Yi against us. So what went wrong? It was just the persona that fell apart. Now it's just the person that's crazy. There was no time for Gu Changxing to think too much now. The situation on the field was changing rapidly. Seeing that Su Qingyao was desperate to put herself to death, Lin Yi flashed a murderous intent in his eyes and said viciously, "The Holy Land practical combat examination doesn't restrict life and death. So since you're looking for death yourself, I don't mind killing you." The 9 changes of the burning sky, accompanied by Lin Yi's roar. It was like a thunderous explosion that shook the entire arena. Burning sky transformation. Shasta. A raging, incomparably hot crimson flame erupted from Lin Yi's body like a volcanic eruption, instantly engulfing him whole. The blazing flames, as if they possessed life, quickly wrapped around Lin Yi's body, forming a solid and magnificent layer of flame armor. This layer of armor shimmered with a dazzling, eye-catching light and wrapped Lin Yi tightly in it, making him look like a war god from hell, imposing and chilling. At this moment, Lin Yi's appearance and temperament had undergone a drastic change. The originally handsome face now looked particularly cold and majestic under the reflection of the flames. Those eyes that were originally as clear as water were also filled with endless killing intent and battle intent at this time, making people not dare to look directly at them. More importantly, the powerful aura emanating from his body was like an invisible pressure wave that spread out in all directions, making the air around him seem to burn. As for Qin Wushuang, who was standing at the bottom of the stage watching the battle, her face instantly became extremely grave when she witnessed Lin Yi execute such a terrifying burning sky 9 transformations. Her beautiful eyes stared tightly at Su Qingyao on the stage, her heart filled with worry and anxiety. Only her lips trembled slightly as she murmured softly, "Don't let anything happen to Qingyao. Don't let anything happen to her." His hands unconsciously clenched into fists, and his palms even broke out into a slight cold sweat due to excessive tension. Meanwhile, Gu Chongsheng, who had been following the battle, was also abruptly shocked in his heart when he saw that Lin Yi had actually unleashed the killing move, the 9 changes of the burning sky, on Su Qingyao. He knew that the 9 changes of the burning sky was one of Lin Yi's crushing stunts, and that each of the changes would give his own strength a substantial boost. With Su Qingyao's current strength, it was impossible to resist such a powerful attack. Thinking of this, Gu Chongqing couldn't help but feel anxious and shouted, "Qingyao!" The voice was full of concern and panic. "Qingyao, admit defeat." Returning to Blue Star was his wish. Not losing his humanity was his bottom line. In these days, Su Qingyao's kindness to him, he was hangdog and cynical on the surface, but he remembered every bit of it in his heart. Now that Su Qingyao was in danger, how could he not be anxious? What's more, if something really happened to Su Qingyao, it wasn't a matter of a collapsed persona. The main storyline might even be going wrong. The battle between the two on the stage was nearing its end, and as Lin Yi threw out a punch, it was his demon emperor fist. The wind of the fist whistled, and the immense power seemed to be able to shatter space. Su Qingyao had already reached her limit and was simply unable to resist this fierce and peerless punch. Bang! This punch broke through Su Qingyao's defense and heavily bombarded her abdomen. The powerful impact shook her out. Just as Su Qingyao was about to hit the stone pillar, Gu Changsheng transformed into a stream of light and carried Su Qingyao in his arms. "Qingyao, how are you?" Gu Changsheng looked at the dying Su Qingyao in his arms, his face filled with sadness. "Eldest brother, Qingyao is useless. Lin Yi is too powerful. I can't stop it," Su Qingyao said in a weak voice as her face turned pale and blood continued to flow from the corner of her mouth. "Silly girl, why are you doing this?" Gu Chongsheng shouted sadly. Su Qingyao reluctantly squeezed out a smile and said, "I want to protect eldest senior brother. You." Just at this time, Qin Wushuang also rushed over. She looked at Su Qingyao with heartache and took out a pill and put it into her mouth. "This is an extreme healing elixir. As long as you take it you won't have to worry about your life." After saying that, he placed his hand on the other's pulse and probed his injuries. Gu Chongsheng looked at his master and eagerly inquired, "Master, how is little sister's injury? Is it serious?" Qin Wushuang's face was as deep as water as he gently shook his head and said, "Her use of compulsion to forcibly raise her cultivation level is already a major taboo, and she burned her essence blood, and suffered such a severe injury that her meridians were shattered. I'm afraid that she has no chance with the immortal path in the future." Upon hearing this, everyone present was very shocked. Everyone understands what that means. Even Yi Qingchang, who had always been at odds with Su Qingyao, had an extremely sad expression. She didn't expect the other party to go this far for Gu Chongsheng. It made her deeply impressed. "Senior uncle, isn't there anything we can do? There are extremely many precious pills in the 10,000 treasures building, and anything that can help senior sister Qingyao recover, I can fetch it for her," Yi Qingchang said from the bottom of his heart. "It's not working. Qingyao is too badly injured. Even a god would find it hard to change." Hearing this, Gu Chongqing's heart felt as if it was being pressed down by a boulder and suffocated. Looking at his little sister who had given so much for him, he was a bit bewildered. For a moment, the heart was like a knife. "Little sister, I'm not worth it. Why are you so stupid?" Su Qingyao stretched out her hand with strong support, weakly pulling Gu Changqing's hand. Eldest senior brother. Promise Qingyao. Defeat Lin Yi. Avenge me. This. Gu Changqing's brows furrowed as she heard this and pondered. Beat Lin Yi? Lin Yi is the Heaven's Destiny male lead. If I defeat him, whether or not I can get a reward myself is secondary, and I'm afraid this world will collapse. Eldest brother. Promise Qingyao. Definitely defeat Lin Yi, okay? Looking at Su Qingyao's heartbreaking appearance, Gu Changsheng was a little shaken. Lin Yi. The atmosphere was depressing. Even when the assessment elders announced the results, their voices were deliberately lowered so that almost only Lin Yi on the stage could hear them. Lin Yi wins this examination. The next game will be played by Chapter 72 Making Up One's Mind. Gu Changsheng had endured the breasts and worked diligently to maintain her persona ever since she crossed over. Little sister's feelings for himself. He wasn't a stupid ex, how could he not understand? He was so touched inside that he might have accepted it openly if it wasn't for the damn reward. But now, looking at the severely injured junior sister in front of him, he was a little shaken inside. In his previous life, he was an unloved and unlovable transparent person. Crossing into this fictional world, there is a true heart of love for their master. There is love for their little sister, Yi Qingcheng. Instead, he suffers and cringes and becomes the person he hates the most. I'm too hard. How exactly should I choose? Is it to abandon all emotions? Let everyone down? Complete the system mission and return to Blue Star with the rewards grayed out? Or gamble everything and be true to yourself? Even if they never return to the real world. It's pretty ridiculous to say the least. There were many times when an anticipation ran through his mind as he reviewed the episode. Expect that there will be some irresistible and unexpected circumstances that will prevent him from completing the system mission and force him to stay in this world. Staying at the master, little sister, and Yi Qingcheng, by their side. Looking at the fainted little sister in front of him, the tears he had been holding back for so long actually flowed out of the corners of his eyes. It seemed he had made up his mind within himself. Next, Gu Changsheng of Purple Cloud Peak, who was left empty in the first round, will fight against Lin Yi of Taishan Peak. Please ask the two disciples to get into the ring as soon as possible. Gu Changsheng kept grasping Su Qingyao's cold little hand, as if he wanted to make up for what he owed her. Please ask Gu Changsheng of Purple Cloud Peak to come up to the stage as soon as possible. The examination elder shouted again. Brother Changsheng, the elder examiner is calling you. Just leave this place to us. Yi Qingcheng said softly. Aha. Gu Changsheng nodded. At this moment, his face no longer had the cynicism it had before, and was shrouded in a layer of frightening coldness. He gets up and looks into the ring. Lin Yi also shuddered inwardly when he felt the killing intent in Gu Changsheng's gaze. Lin Yi, I'm afraid this Gu Changsheng is the strongest opponent you've encountered since your debut, so be careful. I'm afraid his bottom card is not below you. Fearing that he would be detected, Blood Demon Sun moved to use a secret voice transmission to warn Lin Yi. Lin Yi had now completely fused the ancient Qilin arm, plus the Nine Suns body had also been restored, and it had even been cultivated by him to a great completion. Naturally arrogant, he didn't take Blood Demon Sun's words to heart at all. What Dao-level talent? I think it's all just a trick. From the moment I left the Great Li Palace, how many dangers have I experienced? I've waited for this day for too long. Too long. I'm going to let everyone know how I, Lin Yi, am a terrifying existence. Gu Changsheng, the way you look at me is nice and sharp, and there is already a way to take death. Lin Yi thought in his heart, casually inserted the Black Abyss sword in front of him, and hooked his finger towards Gu Changsheng, making a gesture of, come over here, my lord, teach him a good lesson and avenge Sister Qingyao. Brother Changsheng, defeat Lin Yi. Apprentice, use all your strength to defeat him. Don't fail Qingyao. If you defeat Lin Yi, Master will reward you well. Gu Changsheng didn't reply, just nodded coolly, then leapt into the ring. According to the original novel, Gu Changsheng would say a lot of flirty things when he was dueling with Lin Yi. For example, Lin Yi, you're a songstress in this big brother's eyes, aren't you? I advise you to hurry up and kneel down and admit defeat, or else you're wasted. Yi Qingcheng is not a woman you can covet. If you dare to get close to her again, see once and hit once. But now Gu Changsheng was looking at Lin Yi, but he didn't want to say a word at all, just staring coldly at each other. Lin Yi was even staring at him in a way that made his heart grow a little fuzzy. If Gu Changsheng launched a mouth attack, the more he said, the more Lin Yi's battle spirit would increase. It's also easier to realize potential. But the current Gu Changsheng was silent as gold and played it cool with him, which made him a little heartless. It's not going by the book. Phew. Gu Changsheng's face was cold, his eyes firm as a rock, without a single superfluous word, only to see his right hand sword finger abruptly erected, and in an instant, a flying sword with a cold light came out from the purple gold gourd in response, and fell straight into his hand like lightning. The sword was flashing with a cold light, and it was none other than his original flying sword. Endless joy. Gu Changsheng snorted coldly and said sternly, "The revenge of wasting my little sister's meridians. Today, Gu will make you double it." He had already made up his mind at this moment. Love it or hate it, I'm just going to fight the Heaven's Destiny male master in pain today, no matter how the future ends. The main one leaves no regrets. Even if the system judged one's mission to be a failure, the big deal was to start all over again. Anyway, he was supposed to be all alone and had nothing left to lose. When Lin Yi on the opposite side heard this, the corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. Humph, what a big joke. Want to take revenge? Then we'll have to see if you have that ability first. As the words fall, a cold aura suddenly flashed in Lin Yi's eyes, and an incomparably powerful aura violently erupted from within him. Immediately following, Lin Yi's figure moved, violently gripping the hilt of the Black Abyss sword behind him with lightning speed, and following the trend, he scratched a deep gully in the hard ground, accompanied by an ear-piercing friction sound. An incomparably powerful sword chi whistled as it sped towards Gu Changsheng's lower third. This sword came with a strong momentum, speed as fast as the wind, the forces even more ferocious and incomparable, making it almost difficult to dodge. The crowd watching the battle couldn't help but gasp out in shock at the sight. This Lin Yi is truly sinister and cunning. That's right, this next 3 attacks are the most tricky and difficult to prevent, and Lin Yi went all out once he struck, using 10% of his strength. It seems like he wants to kill him with one blow. I wonder if Gu Changsheng can dodge it. I have to admit, this Lin Yi does have quite a bit of combat experience. Look at this sword move of his. Not only is it fast and precise, but it's also vicious and decisive, not dragging his feet in the slightest, and it's completely aimed at killing the opponent. It's fortunate that I'm not fighting him this time, or else I'm afraid that with my strength, I'll really have to plant myself here. Just as the crowd was talking, Lin Yi's sword had already slashed down fiercely towards Gu Changsheng like a thunderous thunderclap, and this much anticipated fierce matchup has finally drawn the curtain on. One was an extreme grade heavenly talent, and the other was a Dao grade heavenly talent. If one were to judge from natural talent alone, it was definitely Gu Changsheng who was superior, but sometimes the combat power does not only depend on the individual's natural ability. There are many other factors. Otherwise, the cool novels in the Heavenly Destiny male protagonist out of the scene will have to die. After all, what villain isn't an amazing character? Chapter 73 Choose Your Fate. With Lin Yi's swift moves, the atmosphere was immediately ignited. The crowd was instantly mobilized. Lin Yi, it's still you. It's exactly the same as in the original, right down to the way the moves are made. Gu Changsheng was aware of this in his heart, and had already had a way to crack Lin Yi's move, and didn't even try to dodge it, running the Xian Turtle Essence spirit to form a solid defense directly in front of himself. Rumble! Lin Yi's sword chi was wrapped in great might, and it heavily bombarded the Xian Turtle's tortoise shell, really causing bursts of energy ripples. After the turtle shell trembled a few times, it was actually not damaged at all. If we go by the original plot, Gu Changsheng didn't even put Lin Yi in his eyes, and just responded by executing the flowing cloud sword technique of the purple cloud peak, and suffered a big loss. By the huge force of the Black Abyss sword, his arm was numb and his tiger's mouth cracked. Gu Changsheng, who didn't intend to go through with the plot, naturally wouldn't fight him hard, and in the event that Lin Yi didn't use his undercard, the Xian Turtle's defense would suffice. The turtle shell thing is good for what it is. It just doesn't look good. Gu Changsheng didn't intend to use it all the time. After all, he didn't have fewer cards than Lin Yi nowadays. I guess Lin Yi would be performing the 9 changes of the Burning Sky next. Judging by the plot of the novel, Lin Yi could at most perform the 4th change today, True Flame Condensation. If one wanted to cultivate the techniques and martial skills in the Devil Emperor Burning Sky skill to the extreme, one would have to transform all of the aura in his body into demonic chi in order to do so. Obviously Lin Yi didn't have that intention for the time being. If that's the case, don't make it too easy to deal with it yourself. Gu Changsheng, it seems that Mr. Lin has really underestimated you. Just as well, I'll let you see the power of Mr. Lin's 9 changes of burning heaven, Lin Yi said, and let out a loud shout, his body's aura changing steeply as he did so. Mighty spiritual energy erupted from his body, his breath climbed upwards, and his cultivation level was raised from the half-step Heavenly King realm to above the Heavenly King realm. The reason why the 9 changes of the Burning Sky are perverted, it wasn't like Su Qingyao's compulsion, which had huge side effects after use. At most, it would make the psychic power drain faster. There's no way around it. Who made them the male lead of Heaven's Destiny? The body of 9 suns was also the most suitable physique to cultivate the 9 transformations of Burning Heaven. Just a moment before the other party shook before casting the spell, various emotions appeared in Gu Changsheng's mind. Which path does one really choose? Until this moment, He still hadn't quite made up his mind. Then ask the sky. Lin Yi, less of this fancy stuff. I'll just stand here and let you fight. You'll be counting on me if you hurt me, Gu Changsheng said, clasping her hands in front of her chest and putting on a relaxed look. What? Gu Changsheng isn't sure Leji. I'm afraid? Even if one possesses a Dao-grade natural talent, one cannot be so wild. Lin Yi's technique is terrifying. It can raise his strength by several notches in a short period of time. Gu Changsheng is undoubtedly seeking his own death by doing this. Everyone present, even Sacred Lord Ling Xiaozi, was somewhat unsure of Gu Changsheng's purpose. Head Qin, isn't this great disciple of yours a bit overjoyed? He asked for his own death. So don't blame our Taishan Peak's Lin Yi in case he gets killed. It was he himself who had to stand there and let Lin Yi beat him. Yuan Jinzi's words were treated as nothing more than a fart by Qin Wushuan, who did not even raise his eyelids. Stinking apprentice. Stop it. You can't be careless. The other party is a heavenly destiny male master with many cards. If you're not careful you'll. Bless. I hope that apprentice eternal life defeats this bad guy Lin Yi. Her eyes were dead set on the ring, and she kept praying for Gu Changsheng in her heart. I hope Gu Changsheng must defeat Lin Yi. Gu Changsheng in the ring seemed to be somewhat relieved, and simply closed his eyes, recalling in his mind the images of when he massaged his beautiful master teacher, thinking of her wonderful body. Gu Changsheng, you asshole, pretending to be a god? Since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill you. Just as Gu Changsheng was immersed in the beautiful picture she had fantasized in her mind of spending time with her master, suddenly, only to see Lin Yi wave his hands violently, a powerful and unrivaled force instantly erupting from within his body. Immediately afterward, a shocking scene occurred. A huge and crimson magma-like fire lotus unexpectedly slowly coalesced and took shape between his palms. This karma fire red lotus blossomed with a dazzling and eye-catching light, as if it was a devil's flower from the depths of hell. The scorching heat it emitted was like a blazing fire that quickly spread out in all directions. With the ring as the center, the space within a radius of tens of feet was enveloped by this terrifying burning power. Those who were in the middle of this area, none of them felt a burning pain that went deep into their bones. This kind of burning didn't just act on their physical bodies, but also directly impacted their spiritual world, causing pain. In the face of such terrifying might, many people showed looks of horror, and they exerted all of their own spiritual energy to defend themselves against this terrifying burning power. Heavens, just how many more cards does this guy Lin Yi have? Someone couldn't help but exclaim in shock. The power of this fire lotus is just too appalling. I think its grade is definitely above the heavenly rank. It's hard to believe that this is actually a legendary saint rank martial art? For a while, all kinds of exclamations and murmurs were heard. Everyone's gazes were locked onto Lin Yi as well as the red lotus of karma fire that was constantly releasing its destructive power. Gu Changsheng must have regretted that he spoke too much. It's now asterisk, isn't it? Even if Gu Changsheng's physique is no matter how special it is, once he is struck by this fire lotus, he will inevitably go up in smoke and turn into ashes in an instant. If you don't resist, death is definitely dead, depending on whether or not there's any crumbs left. Alas, Gu Changsheng is clearly asking for death. Whoever in the crowd sighed and uttered such a sentence, immediately causing others around them to chime in. Brother everlasting, what on earth are you doing? Is it really a death wish? If you do have a death or injury, Qincheng doesn't intend to live alone. Yi Qincheng was anxious, not knowing what kind of medicine Gu Changshan was selling. Couldn't help but think of Gu Changsheng's ending in his mind. The heart had a bad feeling. Go to hell! Lin Yi bellowed and threw the lotus flower in his hand at Gu Changsheng, who was filled with a mesmerized expression. Choose, either nirvana in the fire or destruction in the fire. Gu Changsheng opened his arms and shouted. To outsiders, his actions were undoubtedly insane. Standing to receive this karma fire red lotus hard. Chapter 74, Choosing Nima. Choose Nima, and be reduced to pieces. Lin Yi felt somewhat humiliated when he saw that Gu Changsheng had opened his arms with the intention of receiving his karma flame red lotus hard. That originally handsome face instantly became hideous and horrible, and the corners of his mouth even raised a cruel smile. The thought that this guy, who was so disgusting to him, was about to be annihilated in front of his eyes. The feeling of pleasure that welled up from the bottom of his heart was simply more pleasurable than the affairs of a man and a woman. Gu Changsheng, today is the day you die. With Lin Yi's furious shout, the red lotus of karmic fire shot towards Gu Changsheng with a thunderous force like a blazing fire. In the blink of an eye, the red lotus then flew above Gu Changsheng's head and quickly expanded to several feet in size. The sizzling energy emitted by the red lotus seemed to ignite the surrounding air, causing the entire space to distort significantly due to the high temperature. This horrible scene. The jaws of everyone in the room were dropped, followed by screams of horror. Zhao Linger in the crowd was even more shocked. She subconsciously covered her eyes tightly with her hands, her delicate body trembling unceasingly, as if she would fall to the ground at any moment. Qin Wuxuang, Yi Qingcheng, Lin Fengge, as well as Shangguan Emotion and the others, on the other hand, were all staring at the development of the situation on the field with grave expressions on their faces, and all of their eyes were tightly focused on the development of the situation on the field. I don't know what's going to happen next. They don't even dare to think about it much. Lin Fengge heart in the mood is extremely complex. Lin Yi is her half-brother. Gu Changxing is her heart and soul, but for some reason, she preferred Gu Changxing to win. My goodness, are we really going to witness a gruesome killing today? Although this Holy Land examination has always been unrestricted in terms of life and death, but in the end it is just a test to select disciples. Why should we fight to the death? Is it true that the feud between Taishan Peak and Ziyun Peak has reached such a point of no return? It's definitely not small. Didn't you see Su Qingyao trying to kill Lin Yi before without even burning her essence blood? Lin Yi's killing moves are too overbearing. Gu Changxing is dead this time. It's a pity that a genius that comes along once in 1,000 years is going to die under his own arrogance. Hover Island. Tan Taixian looked down at what was happening below with a shocked expression on her face, her sandalwood mouth slightly open and her body trembling slightly. She didn't understand what Gu Changxun was doing. Are you crazy? Taking such a powerful attack hard was the way to take death. Is there something Gu Changxing can't think of? Seemingly sensing her disciple's change in mood, Immortal Moonflower pulled her somewhat cold little hand. Disciple, hallowed saint daughter, do not mess up. Isn't it just a man? Available. Tan Taixian wanted to say something, because everything about Gu Changxing in her mind was indescribable. Don't worry, as I observe this person's fortune, he is by no means a short-lived person, Immortal Moonflower said indifferently. Really? Just read on. Rumble. A huge red fire lotus fell, covering most of the ring. Everyone present knew that the power of this move was definitely not small, but they didn't expect it to be this huge. Holy, where's Gu Changxing? Definitely dead, probably burned to a crisp. The crowd looked at the ring shrouded in flames and murmured, all of them lamenting. The group of executives on the hovering island, including the Sacred Lord, all looked at the top of the ring with grave expressions, each with their own preoccupations. Ling Shuzi didn't believe that Gu Changxing would be foolish enough to send himself to his death, but he just couldn't guess why the other party would act so crazily. Yuan Jinzi, on the other hand, had a cold smile on his face, itching for Lin Yi to finish off Gu Changxing. Gu Changxing was Qin Wuxuang's great disciple at the tip of his heart, so if he died, the other party should be very sad. That's exactly what he wants to see. For this reason, when he saw the fire lotus enveloping the ring, his mouth said in a manner, AI, asking for death. This is him begging for death. It's not me pulsing Lin Yi intentionally trying to kill him. People are crazy and they are collected. This was said to Qin Wuxuang. Qin Wuxuang was not in the mood to care about him at all right now. His eyes were dead set on the ring. The expression wasn't too strained. It was because she sensed that Gu Changxing's aura hadn't changed in the slightest from before. The precious apprentice was not only not dead, but not even injured. How did he do it? The Shin Turtle Essence spirit that he had sent him was high in object and low in method, and was able to resist all physical attacks. But the Fire Lotus was a magical attack, so it couldn't be defended against it. The Wine God spell? That's not right either. That's the secret technique that makes strength skyrocket. Chastity belt? There's not much defense in that thing. It's just chastity protection. How did the stinking apprentice do it? Forget it. Don't think about it much. He must have an undercurrent he doesn't know about. Elder Blood Demon Z. Is my use of this Karma Flame Red Lotus move handsome or not? It's the most satisfying one I've used in all these years. Both the temperature of the flames, the power of the explosion, the area covered, are all record highs. That feeling of being above the crowd is back. I'm going to improvise a poem to express my feelings at this moment. Blood Demon Sun was also somewhat speechless. He obviously felt that Gu Changxing's breath in the karmic fire searing remained, but it was inconvenient to pour cold water on Lin Yi right now. Just shook his head. Lin Yi took a step forward under the attention of the entire audience, stood with his hands in the air, and looked up to the sky to compose a poem, saying, Karmic fire burns out beyond the dome of the sky, and red lotuses blossom in anger between the seas of blood. Good poem, good poem. Your poem is more powerful than your tricks. When Lin Yi finished the last word between, the sound of applause came from the roaring flames. Haunted? Lin Yi watched in horror as the flames in the ring faded out and a figure he particularly hated emerged, only to see a white-clothed figure, dashingly slowly walked out from the smoke, with Taoist rhythms flowing on his body, and not even a trace of dust on his clothes, as if a sword fairy had descended from the earth. It was none other than Gu Changxing, who everyone thought was dead. The entire room was silent, all looking at him as if they had seen a ghost. Lin Yi looked at Gu Changxing in shock and muttered, how did you do that? Why did you get hit by my karma flame red lotus and nothing happened to you at all? He was more shocked than the others at the moment, because he knew the power of the red lotus of karma fire. As long as one was struck by this move, even if one was an Emperor Extreme Realm powerhouse, without a special means of preserving one's life, one would have to go up in smoke. Why Gu Changsheng is fine? Why? This was a question that even Holy Lord Ling Xiaozi wanted to ask. With his powerful cultivation at the Quasi-Emperor realm, he hadn't even been able to see through what kind of spell aptitude Gu Changsheng had cast. Others are even more impervious. Gu Changsheng possessed the most powerful passive aptitude, the Daojak substitute. Right at the moment when they were facing a life and death crisis, all of the terrifying karmic fire might was transferred to the senior substitute puppet. The Daojak double can deflect any damage, but there is a prerequisite that the person to whom it is deflected must have a certain level of tolerance. Thus the 3 high-level substitute puppets rewarded by the system came in handy. One had been destroyed by Su Qingyao before, and now that Lin Yi had destroyed another, there was only one left. If all of them are used up, you'll need to find a suitable replacement. Chapter 75 Kirin vs. True Dragon. Why? Because you are good. Karmic fire is the fire of karma that can even sear souls. What kind of karmic fire are you? It's not even afraid to burn my clothes. Quench. Waste. The whole room was stunned. Not even a burnt shirt? That's you. I was 100 feet away from the ring, just feeling a little afterglow of the karmic fire, and now my brain was buzzing. Gu Changsheng, what kind of evil demonic techniques did you use? It's impossible to endure my karma flame red lotus without anything happening at all. It's impossible. You must have cheated. Looking at the cloudy Gu Changsheng in front of him, Lin Yi's hairs rose in sweat, and a rare feeling of fear welled up in his heart. Senior Blood Demon Son, can you tell what kind of tactic he used? Lin Yi panicked and transmitted his voice to the Blood Demon Son. A moment of contemplation. The Blood Demon Son said indifferently, I can't see through exactly what divine power means it is, but I have heard of a kind of mode of divine power called damage transfer, except that it was an immortal spell. Lin Yi, as far as I can see, you'd better admit defeat. Why? Why did you admit defeat? I'm afraid that you don't have any chance of winning anymore if you can't even injure this person with karmic fire. Hearing that the Blood Demon Son had told him to admit defeat to Gu Changsheng, Lin Yi's pride was greatly insulted and he said coldly, Senior Blood Demon Son, is it true that you regret meeting me and can't wait to meet Gu Changsheng? That's a different thing. You don't want to get ahead of yourself. Enough, Blood Demon Son. I'm grateful that you taught me the techniques and helped me grow along the way, but don't blame me for being impolite if you rise up other people's aspirations and destroy your own. Lin Yi, Blood Demon Z was choked by his words, half unable to speak when the words came out of his mouth. Blood Demon Son. If I can't become a saint's son, I won't be qualified to enter the Demon Suppression Tower trial, much less obtain the Blood Prison Demon Emperor's demonic body to remake my flesh for you. Think for yourself. Don't talk so much nonsense. Just tell me how to defeat Gu Changsheng. The Blood Demon Son knew that Lin Yi had a point, and he said after a little contemplation, for today's solution, the only way is to use the power of the Qilin arm. The more powerful the avatar is, the more restrictions there are on its use. I'm afraid that Gu Changsheng has already consumed a great deal of physical strength by resolving the karmic fire just now, and of course you can no longer use the red lotus of karmic flame, but you still have the Qilin arm. When I was helping you fuse the Qilin arm, I used a sealing technique to suppress its raging power. Now that you've completely fused with the arm, you can try to lift the seal. At that time, you will gain the power of a powerful unicorn. Hearing the Blood Demon Son's words, Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. The confidence that comes with being the male lead of the Divine Order has returned once again. He looked over at Gu Changsheng, a cruel and evil smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Gu Changsheng, let you have 1,000 means. Watch me break them with one force. Watching Lin Yi's lips squirm and his expression change, Gu Changsheng knew that he was having a conversation with his golden finger. Lin Yi, you dangling hair. Cheating on an exam and playing this trick of asking for help off-site. I am no longer confused and have decided to follow my heart in you. You for God's sake. I, Gu Changsheng, am the one who will blow up your own son. After making up his mind, Gu Changsheng's originally cynical and handsome face seemed to be instantly covered by a layer of frost, so cold that people didn't dare to look directly at it. At the same time, the aura emanating from his body began to gradually produce changes. A powerful and incomparable force of mixed yuan was like a ferocious beast awakening from its slumber, roaring as it merged with the 9 mighty dragon-shaped Emperor Qi. In an instant, the two intertwined with each other, erupting a terrifying force that destroyed the heavens and the earth. Right at this moment, the sky above the ring suddenly changed color with lightning and thunder. A dazzling lightning bolt cut through the sky, accompanied by a deafening roar, as if it was going to tear the entire world apart. and bursts of low and majestic dragon roar sound is resounding in the sky. Continuous, creepy, a vision. Surprisingly, such an amazing vision has appeared. I don't know who in the crowd took the lead in shouting out these words, their voices filled with shock and disbelief. That's right, this is definitely a vision without a doubt. And it's still a heaven and earth vision triggered by Gu Changsheng, truly worthy of being a peerless demon with a Dao grade talent. Just by exploding one's aura for a moment, one can induce such a heaven-shaking heaven and earth phenomenon. It's really too terrifying. The crowd gasped in awe and looked at Gu Changsheng with a look of awe. It seems that in the past, we all underestimated him. So it turns out that he has been deliberately hiding his strength all along, just waiting for this opportunity today to make a splash, to actually use the trick of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. He really let him get away with it. The entire audience all tilted their heads up to look at the strange sight in the sky. Each and every one of them had their jaws dropped and their expressions stunned. Gu Changsheng was unmoved by the crowd's comments. A long shirt that was as white as snow, with its sleeves fluttering and dancing with the wind. He was holding the best of the best, and he slowly walked towards Lin Yi step by step, facing the approaching Gu Changsheng step by step. Lin Yi was shocked in his heart, but on his face, he didn't show any weakness. He roared violently, "Gu Changsheng, you really did hide your clumsiness on purpose, but even so, I'll never be afraid of you, so today I'll let you see my old man's true bottom card." With that said, he didn't hesitate to reach down and unwrap the bandage wrapped around his right arm. As the bandage slid off, Lin Yi's thick and sturdy right arm was unreservedly displayed in front of everyone's eyes. What? This is. His right arm is strange. Not only does it have crimson scales, but it's also covered in totem runes. It's not his own arm. It's the arm of a divine beast. Karen. It's the unicorn. At that very moment, along with a burst of rising and falling cries of alarm, it was only behind Lin Yi that a gigantic and mighty unicorn silhouette violently surfaced. The unicorn silhouette was lifelike and majestic, its sharp fangs and pointed claws flashing with a chilling cold light, just like a real living divine beast. Immediately following, with a forceful wave of his hands, Lin Yi managed to instantly break the powerful seal that the blood demon sun had imposed on him. An unparalleled and terrifying power surged out from the Qilin arm, as unstoppable as a dike-breaking flood, with Lin Yi's right arm as the centerpiece. Circle after circle of invisible power ripples that were imperceptible to the naked eye began to ripple out rapidly in all directions. Wherever these power ripples passed through, the surrounding space unexpectedly looked like it was being kneaded by a giant, unseen hand, undergoing astonishing distortions and deformations. Heavens, this power is so strong. It's almost breathtaking. Such a terrifying sense of oppression. I guess this is the legendary ancient divine beast's pressure, isn't it? Everyone, quickly run your spiritual energy to resist it with all your might. Those people who were closer to the ring felt this terrifying pressure, and all of them turned pale as they hurriedly exerted all their strength, desperately mobilizing the spiritual energy in their bodies to resist this divine beast pressure from the Qilin's arm. Oh, not bad for you, Lin Yi. I didn't expect you to actually have such a powerful undercurrent. Only, this Qilin arm isn't yours, is it? Why does it look like the Qilin sect's town treasure? Seeing this, Gu Changsheng wasn't surprised at all. Instead, the corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a slightly mocking smile and said, "Humph, cut the crap." Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed by Gu Changsheng's one-liner that revealed the secret in his heart. One could only hear a loud shout from his mouth. Burning Sky 9 changes. Before the words fell, the aura of his entire body changed abruptly, and his already powerful aura climbed up once again. The fifth change, the wrath of the burning world. As this roar rang out, Lin Yi's body was suddenly ablaze with flames, blazing flames that shot straight up into the sky, as if he wanted to burn the entire heaven and earth to the ground. If you wanted to drive the power of the Qilin arm, you had to raise your strength with the help of the fifth transformation. Otherwise, it simply couldn't suppress the unsealed Kirin's right arm. You have a unicorn, but I also have a true dragon. A divine aura flickered in Gu Changsheng's eyes as a huge dragon with open teeth and claws coalesced in the air above his head. With 5 fingers and claws, it was clearly a true dragon. Chapter 76. The best way to defeat Lin Yi. A true dragon versus a Qilin. My Qingdian Holy Land is going to rise. Ling Shuzi was overjoyed when he saw that a duel between Lin Yi and Gu Changsheng's disciples had actually managed to trigger the heaven and earth phases. For the Green Destiny Taoist system, this was definitely a good thing. Excellent disciples are the cornerstone of a party's Taoist system and its longevity. As the Holy Lord, he was naturally happy. The executives on the hovering island were also nodding their heads constantly, expecting both Gu Changsheng and Lin Yi, especially Qin Wushuang. Seeing Gu Changsheng bathing in karmic fire without any damage, the smile at the corner of his mouth could not be suppressed at all. If it hadn't been in plain sight, she would have been guaranteed a shout-out. Given her personality, Tantai Xian, who was standing behind Immortal Moonflower, had completely lost control of her expression, and her petite body actually involuntarily trembled slightly. Not fear, but excitement. Since her debut, she has stood out among her peers with her stunning natural talent. Whether it was a Taoist genius or a noble family, none of them could even enter her eyes. But now, upon seeing Gu Chongsheng, the dusty heart instantly opened up. As Gu Chongsheng continued to amaze the crowd, she completely fell, falling into that white dress, falling into Gu Chongsheng's cynical, unrestrained, and transcendent immortal temperament. So it is. The man I've been waiting for is you, Gu Chongsheng. The two men on the stage were facing each other tit for tat, and the two majestic pressures were colliding with each other, causing the heavens and earth to change color. Yi Qingqing's gaze, however, was always only one person. Brother everlasting, you're good enough to make the sun and moon shine. Love you, master of the state. Hundreds of millions of people in Dali are proud of you. Go for it. Lin Fengge took Shang Wanxiang's hand and together they cheered for Gu Chongsheng. Go Duke! Zhao Linger also shouted in a small voice. She was now responsible for taking care of Su Qingyao and was afraid that yelling would affect Su Qingyao's recovery. Eldest brother, make sure you defeat Lin Yi. I'll reward you well if you defeat Lin Yi. Just then, Su Qingyao slowly opened her eyes and sat up with a grunt, whispering and cheering for Gu Chongsheng on the stage. Zhao Linger turned her head to look at Su Qingyao in shock, somewhat incredulous. Wasn't he seriously injured and almost died? Why are you acting like nothing happened now? Shoo! Su Qingyao playfully made a silent gesture towards Zhao Linger, then lowered her voice and said quietly, silly girl, those words just now could have been a lie to eldest senior brother, the purpose of which was to inspire his fighting spirit. In fact, I'm wearing the soft body armor given to me by my master, so even though it looks like I'm hurt pretty badly, I'm actually only slightly injured. After she finished speaking, she didn't forget to wink those big, soulful eyes mischievously towards Zhao Linger. When Zhao Linger heard this, she was first stunned, then the corner of her mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly twice, and in her heart, she secretly pondered, this Su Qingyao is really capable of tossing and turning as well. I can't believe I came up with such a trick to fool Gongzi. It would be strange if the prince didn't lose his temper if he found out the truth of the matter later. Meanwhile, above the ring, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Only Gu Chongsheng and Lin Yi stood opposite each other, their figures as steady as two mountains, not moving a muscle. Despite the calm on the surface, it could be seen from the powerful pressure constantly emanating from their surroundings that a thrilling battle was about to break out. Over the ring, two true dragons and Qilin of incomparable size were roaring and hissing non-stop. It was as if it was going to tear the entire heaven and earth apart. The deafening roar was frightening, and the shocking battle was about to begin. Lin Yi stared with a torch-like gaze at the true dragon silhouette that had coalesced behind Gu Chongsheng and roared with rage. Gu Chongsheng, it turns out that the true dragon's essence blood in the dragon's blood treasure jade was actually refined away by you. You are an abomination to the core, actually stealing the heavenly chance that should have belonged to me. You are simply a despicable thief. At this moment, it finally dawned on Lin Yi that he understood why there was no dragon's blood in the dragon's blood treasure jade, and it turned out that Gu Chongsheng had refined and absorbed the true dragon's essence blood in it before him. He even suspected that the poisonous spell originally attached to it might have been secretly imposed by Gu Chongsheng, so that she could use it to frame him. Damn it! Thinking about the pain of his broken arm, Lin Yi's face turned livid. Thief? Lin Yi, this kind of unfounded talk is what you dare to say off the cuff? Watch out, I'll sue you for libel. You can eat nonsense, but you can't talk nonsense. This precious jade stone is a gift given to me by Yi Qingqing, so how can there be any talk of stealing it? The corners of Gu Chongsheng's mouth rose slightly, revealing a disdainful smile as he said coldly to Lin Yi. Gu Chongsheng's heart didn't ripple too much in the face of such an absurd statement from Lin Yi. After all, he had long since seen Lin Yi's unusual and strange brain circuits. On the contrary, I'm afraid this right arm of yours, the Qilin, does not belong to you? As far as I know, the Kirin arm is the Kirin sex treasure of the clan. How did it come to be on your arm? At this moment, Gu Chongsheng had already made her own choice and was no longer entangled in the plot, so there was no need for the slightest hesitation, not the slightest bit of spoiling the other party. What's that got to do with you? Don't be nosy here. Lin Yi responded with a cold snort and a face full of anger as he was poked through his heart. He was afraid that Gu Chongsheng would continue, so two burning flames suddenly erupted from his eyes. Immediately afterward, his right hand gripped the black abyss, and without hesitation, he viciously chopped down towards Gu Chongsheng. Shasta! The black abyss sword violently erupted with a blazing, incomparably hot blazing flame, as if it were a sea of flames from the fiery abyss, surging and sweeping toward Gu Chongsheng, seemingly devouring him whole. Thanks to the powerful strength of the Qilin arm, this strike could be considered incredibly powerful. if they were purely competing in terms of power. The terrifying power contained in Lin Yi's unicorn arm after he had executed the 9 transformations of the burning sky would certainly far exceed Gu Changxing's. Undoubtedly, this was the card that Lin Yi was most proud of. Gu Changxing knew that if he wanted to truly defeat Lin Yi, he would have to deal a heavy blow to his opponent's most winning move, thus breaking down Lin Yi's psychological defenses in one fell swoop. This will serve the purpose of killing and killing. Chapter 77 Sword Chopping Heaven's Destiny Male Master. Just as Lin Yi displayed his unicorn arm, Blood Demon's son had a vague feeling of something bad. There was nothing wrong with his feelings, because the moment the unicorn arm appeared, the young master of the Kirin sect, Han Lin, who was in the VIP seat, instantly recognized it as the very same one that had been lost by his own sect. So it is. It was actually stolen by this guy named Lin Yi. Lin Yi, not only did you steal my clan's greatest treasure, you also killed my clan's elders and disciples. I'm going to complain to the Sacred Lord. Ever since the loss of the sect's greatest treasure, the Qilin sect had sent people around to search for its whereabouts. It's been clueless. I didn't expect to find its traces on the examination of the Green Destiny Holy Land. Meanwhile, Gu Changxing's eyes narrowed slightly in the ring. Suddenly, an aura flashed in his mind, only to see a gourd with a purple color and a mysterious light appear in his hand out of nowhere. On top of that gourd, it was densely covered with strange runes, and it was obvious that it was by no means comparable to an ordinary magic treasure. Gu Changxing carefully suspended the gourd in front of him with a grave expression on his face, followed by his hands quickly forming a series of complex and subtle hand seals. As his hand seals continued to change, his mouth began to recite an ancient incantation in a low voice. Wine is thick, drunkenness surges, call on the gods to drink together and get drunk for 1,000 years. Just then, after the Blood Demon's son in the necklace heard the incantation, his face suddenly changed drastically and he lost his voice and exclaimed, Lin Yi, it's not good. This is the legendary wine god spell. He was so anxious that he wanted to send a message to Lin Yi, but it was already too late. When Qin Wushuang, who was watching the battle on the hovering island, saw Gu Changxing's actions clearly, a touch of sweet and gentle smile couldn't help but appear on her originally taut pretty face, because she knew very well in her heart that this beloved disciple of hers had already made a difficult and courageous choice. He's going to defy fate. After Gu Changxing finished reciting the last incantation, he didn't hesitate to tilt his head back and drink the gourd's fine wine in a single gulp. Shasta! A torrent of incomparable heat poured straight down his throat, as if it were going to set his entire being on fire. Gu Changxing operated her surrounding aura with all her might, only to hear aloud. Gu Changxing's entire body's true qi violently exploded at this moment, and an extremely powerful aura was immediately formed around his body. Boom! This aura swept around like a raging storm, blowing sand and stones above the ring, making it almost impossible to open one's eyes. At this moment, Gu Changxing felt as if his entire body's meridians were being ravagingly scorched by a blazing fire, and an unprecedentedly powerful force exploded out of Gu Changxing's body. This power converged into a dazzling and eye-catching light, like a roaring dragon rising up into the sky and rushing straight into the depths of that endless cloudy sky. What a great fight! It's clearly just a match between two God Condensation Realm disciples, but the level of excitement is comparable to a Yellow Extreme Realm powerhouse. Yes, I haven't seen such a fierce battle in how many years. It's really a great trip. Two such stunning characters have appeared among the disciples of this generation of the Green Destiny Holy Land. It's truly enviable. The guests who had come to watch the ceremony were incomparably shocked to see the two men's undercards coming out frequently. Lin Yi, if you want to prove the Tao with force, then Gu will defeat you with force and make you lose. I'm afraid you don't have it in you. Lin Yi shouted, all of his strength surrounding his body penetrating into his hands as he violently slashed at Gu Changxing. A thick and explosive sword chi sweeping over him as if a fire unicorn had descended into the world. The crowd outside the arena looked on in shock and exclaimed. They all understood the power of Lin Yi's strike. Not only was the sword chi sharp, but it also contained the power of the Qilin. Not to mention the Heavenly King realm. Even the Yellow Extreme realm wouldn't dare to take it head-on. However, Gu Changxing was prepared to tough it out. Two brilliant divine auras erupted from his eyes, and a wine god phantom appeared in the void behind him, holding a purple gourd, with golden dragons entwined around his body, making people look at him and want to kneel down and worship him. Dharma phases. Dharma of the wine god. Head Qin, I didn't expect you to favor your disciple so much that you even gave him your own wine god mantra. Yuan Zhenzi's face was grave. He knew the power of the wine god mantra. Back then, Qin Wushuan was the one who killed the demonic path after stimulating the wine god mantra, and got the title of the first female sword immortal of the eastern continent. With you in charge, Qin Wushuan didn't bother with him. Under the shocked gazes of the entire crowd, Gu Changxing held the sword of utmost happiness and swung it violently. In an instant, a brilliant and dazzling sword chi whistled out. This sword chi was like a wild dragon raging across the country. In the blink of an eye it had extended to tens of feet long, and it was still constantly gathering the surrounding energy, eventually condensing into a huge and incomparable lightsaber. With a destructive momentum, slashing straight towards the sword chi released by Lin Yi. Only an earth-shattering roar could be heard, as if the entire world was about to be torn apart. The two extremely powerful forces collided violently in the air, erupting into a series of deafening thuds and dazzling rays of light. For a while, the wind and clouds changed colors, and the sand flew away, making it impossible for people to see straight. After a short but intense exchange, the powerful sword chi that Lin Yi had exerted with all his might had instantly crumbled and broken like fragile glass, dissipating into bits of starlight in the air. On the other hand, Gu Changxing's sword chi was not affected in the slightest, and continued to chop down towards Lin Yi with a thunderous momentum, still wrapped in an unrivaled and terrifying might. In the face of such an appalling scene, an unprecedented fear welled up within Lin Yi's heart. Seeing that huge sword getting closer and closer to him, the shadow of death was weighing on his heart like a huge mountain. In the nick of time, Lin Yi gritted his teeth and reached out to pull out an ancient copper shield from his pocket. The shield looked unremarkable, but it was actually a supreme treasure that Lin Yi had gone through a lot of trouble to obtain from the cave of an ancient cultivator. If it wasn't a life and death situation, he would never be able to take it out and use it. You want to block my attack with such a small shield? It's a fool's errand. Seeing this, Gu Changsheng let out a disdainful cold snort from his mouth, while at the same time once again urging the true essence in his body, making the huge sword in his hand even more powerful. Accompanied by his furious shout, the huge sword slammed down as viciously as if it was a Tarzan. Bang! Only a dull crash could be heard. The seemingly impregnable ancient and simple small shield only resisted for a few moments, and then it could no longer withstand the fierce power of the huge sword, and it shattered open. At the same time, Lin Yi let out a miserable howl as his entire body flew backwards out of the ring like a heavy blow. What was even more shocking was that with the spattering of blood, a crimson arm flew out along with Lin Yi's screams. The crowd looked closely and all of them sucked in a breath of cold air. It's the arm. It's Lin Yi's right arm. It's that scary unicorn arm. Ding. Chapter 78 System Upgrade. Small villain becomes big villain. A change in the host's state of mind has been detected, triggering the siphoning phenomenon of the mandate of heaven and the divine. Detected the host enjoying a large number of incense offerings and a change in his destiny. Using the new fate as an anchor point, the system automatically upgrades. Please be patient with the host. The actor's self-cultivation system is being upgraded. The system beeps that kept coming from her head made Gu Changxing a bit confused. Enjoying a lot of incense offerings? Sunga. Thinking of Lin Manhwa arranging for Wu Li to build a life shrine for himself. This kid probably didn't build much in order to claim credit. This is so good that there is so much incense that even the destiny has changed. So true. What does it mean when a change in destiny triggers a system upgrade? The system came out and gave me an explanation. There was a moment of silence, and the system did not answer. About a few breaths later, the system beep sounded again. Congratulations to the host. System upgrade completed. The divine destiny big bad system begins to bind. Congratulations to the host. The heaven's destiny villain system has been bound successfully. Upgrade rewards are now being distributed. Reward, great completion of the mixed Yuan Taoist body. Note, not only does the hybrid Taoist body have far more spiritual power than normal, but the speed of cultivation will also increase dramatically, and it will unlock a number of aptitudes, such as the divine thunder of creation, 5 elements affinity, and mixed one air. You will also awaken the visions of the Taoist body, such as the eye of the mixed element, the sun wheel and the moon, and the golden light of evil resistance. Destiny's big bad? This word was not unfamiliar to Gu Changsheng. Before he was just a minor villain. Now with the word providence, the nature is very different. It's like having the imperial sword of Chinchilla, though at the end of the day one is still a fictional villain, just with more weight. System. Shouldn't my unauthorized changes to the plot result in a failed character interpretation and the need to start over? The moment the host's state of mind changes, the gears of fate begin to turn. Today's host's identity, the son of the heavenly calamity. This system, as a derivative of the heavenly Tao, also upgrades with the host's destiny. System, don't with me. Gu Changsheng knew what a son of the heavenly tribulation was. It's in response to an apocalypse. A connection to some kind of apocalypse. It is also called the son of predestination. The son of karma. What son of the heavenly calamity? What a joke. I just want to finish the mission back to the blue star quickly. Host, please don't get excited. When the system is upgraded, the mission rewards will change accordingly. What change? Tell me about it. The host will become a true immortal if he completes the mission. After becoming a true immortal, you will be able to manipulate the laws of heaven and earth, travel freely in all realms of the heavens and have an unlimited lifespan. A true immortal? Gu Changsheng had heard of true immortals in his memories. This was the transcendent realm above the great emperors. A true immortal. If one became a true immortal and traveled the heavens and the worlds, wouldn't one be able to reach the blue star with a single thought if they wanted to return? This reward is still negotiable. System, what's my mission now? Eliminate the chosen ones of this world and live to see the grand finale. Destroy the chosen one? Right. System mission, destroy Lin Yi and obtain the dimensional fetus inside his body. Eliminate Lin Yi? A dimensional fetus? No wonder this kid was so lucky. So there was a dimensional fetus in his body. A dimensional fetus can absorb the chi of a dimension for its own use. And the possessor is a son of the dimension. When the dimensional fetus was completely conceived, Lin Yi was the new dimensional lord. Boy, Lin Yi had this kind of heaven-defying divine object, so even if the others tried harder, they would just be doing him a favor. Just as Gu Changshan was thinking, the shocked beyond words assessment elder finally remembered to announce the result. Taishan Peak disciple Lin Yi fell out of the ring. This match, Ziyan Peak Gu Changsheng wins. As the words of the examination elder fell, the entire room burst into applause. A wonderful battle that left everyone present overwhelmed. Many of the VIPs felt it was a worthwhile trip. Upon hearing the elder examiner announce the results of the match, Gu Changsheng was somewhat surprised. He had a disappointed expression, completely devoid of the joy that came with victory, because announcing the results meant that he couldn't take another shot at Lin Yi. Brother Eternal. Brother Changsheng. You're fantastic. That sword just now was really awesome. Yi Qingshan was the first to rush onto the ring, completely ignoring the shocked gazes of the entire crowd, and pounced into Gu Changsheng's arms to pamper himself. My lord. Congratulations. Next on stage was Zhao Linger, who was also very happy, but the difference in her status made her voice noticeably smaller. Gu Changsheng nodded. Thinking of his little sister's injuries, he did not show much joy. Yi Qingcheng, eldest senior brother is mine. Get out of my way. Eldest senior brother. Thank you for avenging me. Just then, a familiar figure pounced into Gu Changsheng's arms like a kitten. It startled Gu Changsheng, because this figure was no one else. It was none other than Su Qingyao, who was still dying just a moment ago. Little senior sister, weren't you seriously injured and passed out? What? Yi Qingchang was also a bit puzzled as to why Su Qingyao, who was pale and breathless just a moment ago, was now alive and well and coming over to snatch a man from her. Without good humor, he said, Su Qingyao, what the hell are you up to? You say it clearly. I'm actually wearing my master's body protection immortal clothes, so I only suffered some minor injuries, and I'll be fine after taking the life renewal pill. Eldest senior brother. You wouldn't blame yourself for such a cute little senior sister, right? Su Qingyao gently touched her index fingers together, putting on a cute face. I hope Gu Changsheng doesn't blame her. Gu Changsheng didn't expect Su Qingyao to be so old six and actually lie to him. Raising her palm, she tried to hit her PP. Apprentice, don't blame your little sister. I agreed to it. Su Qingyao was full of anticipation, waiting for the slap to fall. But just at this time, Qin Wushuang's voice came over. Gu Changsheng sniffed and immediately withdrew his hand, which in turn caused Su Qingyao to lose some ground. Master, you've come at a bad time. Master, you're also an old six. You're screwing the apprentice over with this. There were a couple chapters left to go down. But now, not only do I need to act it out until the grand finale, still have to kill Lin Yi. Changsheng, don't blame little sister. This was all agreed upon by me. I was just afraid that you would be as hungover as usual, and wanted to give you a little boost to cheer you up. Qin Wushuan could not hide the excitement in her heart, and the corners of her mouth guffawed, not to mention how good she looked. What else could Gu Changsheng say about the good intentions of her master and sister? Let's just say everything is fate. He bowed and saluted. It's the apprentice who is not competitive, letting the master take the trouble. I have to thank senior sister as well. This beating is even. Gu Changsheng said. No. A spanking is a spanking when elder brother says it's a spanking. You can't keep your word. The corners of the mouths of several people in the room twitched. What an unreasonable request. To actually beg to be beaten is outrageous. Chapter 79 From Star to Calamity. Xing Yao, don't fool around. So many people are watching. Master is so fierce. I know I'm wrong. Qin Wushuan pretended to be angry, and Su Qingyao didn't dare to be too unrestrained, so she could only stand aside resentfully. Although you did not suffer too serious injuries, but because the burning of essence blood led to a deficiency of qi and blood, need to properly recuperate these days are not allowed to run around. Focus on healing. Mastermind. Hearing this, Su Qingyao was very reluctant, but she knew her master's temper and could only nod her head in resignation. Unlike Gu Changsheng's joyfulness here, Lin Yi was simply miserable. His right arm was severed again, and the pain was so great that he almost fainted. At this moment, the gazes of the crowd were all focused on Gu Changxing's body, and there wasn't even anyone who came over to care about him. Damn it, Gu Changxing must have cheated. Lin Yi covered his broken arm and gritted his teeth. Lin Yi, stop talking and stop the bleeding. Blood Demon Sun's voice came out. It hurts. A huge pain came from his right arm, and Lin Yi bared his teeth as he took out a bleeding-stopping elixir and took it. Just as he was about to endure the pain and pick up the unicorn arm on the ground, he was stopped by a figure. Lin Yi, where did you get this Qilin arm? The person who spoke was none other than Kirin Sect young master Han Lin. Just a moment ago, when Lin Yi revealed his Qilin arm, he realized that this arm resonated with the Qilin blood fused within his body. This unicorn arm was definitely the one that the clan had lost. He's pretty sure. Who the hell are you? It's none of your business. Get the hell out of my way, Lin Yi said in a bad humor, pushing the other party away with the intention of picking his arm up. My name is Han Lin. I am the young master of the Qilin sect, and I suspect that this Qilin arm is the lost treasure of our sect. As the young master of the sect, Han Lin had already fused a drop of Qilin essence blood and his cultivation had reached the half-step Heavenly King realm. This time, I came to watch the ceremony, originally wanting to see the Qingdian Holy Land's pride, but I didn't expect to accidentally see the clan's lost supreme treasure. He snatched the arm into his hand. Looking coldly at Lin Yi, he said, if fellow Daoist Lin can't reveal the source of the Qilin arm, then this young master has reason to suspect that you're the one who killed my clan's disciples, the elders, and stole the Qilin arm. This statement caused an uproar. The gazes of the crowd all fell from Gu Changxing and the others to Lin Yi and Han Lin. There are new melons. Tianji Pavilion's Bao Dating had a very keen sense of smell, and with a flash, he quickly came next to Lin Yi from Gu Changxing. Get out the leave behind stone and get ready to record the highlights. Seeing the young master of the Qilin sect actually questioning Lin Yi, the higher echelons of the Holy Land also rushed over. Young Lord Han, what do you mean by this? My disciple has already been injured. You're taking advantage of someone's danger. Do you want to cause trouble in the Holy Land of Green Destiny? A figure wearing a basalt blue robe came between the two. It was none other than the head of Taishan Peak, Yuan Jinzi, who was not sure of the truth and thought that Han Lin was Gu Changxing's man, deliberately making things difficult for Lin Yi. Immediately showed his face and asked coldly, you Qilin sect has too little regard for our Green Destiny Holy Land, to chastise the disciple I have in my hands in front of so many dignitaries. Is it your intention to bring Taishan Peak and the old man's face into disrepute? As Lin Yi was a disciple of Taishan Peak, he naturally had to defend him to the utmost. Head of Yuan Jinzi, please calm down. Don't misunderstand. Please let the boy explain. Some time ago, our clan's Jinzong treasure, the Qilin arm, was stolen. At the same time, a disciple of our clan was killed along with the Grand Elder. The Qilin arm that Lin Yi is using today is definitely the lost supreme treasure of our clan. Han Lin held his unicorn arm, and even when he faced a saint, he still acted unassuming. Why? He was in the right, and there were so many people watching. He wasn't afraid that Yuan Jinzi would disown Lin Yi. This unicorn arm has your family's name written on it? What makes you say it's yours? Lin Yi forced himself to endure the pain coming from his arm, still speaking forcefully. Right. This time, in front of many honored guests, saying that my disciple stole your sect's most precious treasure. If you can't produce conclusive evidence, you must give us an explanation. Otherwise what face will remain of the Holy Land of Green Destiny and Old Man? Yuan Jinzi had no idea what to do in his heart, and secretly prayed that Lin Yi would never disgrace him, or else he wouldn't be able to spare him. Head Yuan Jinzi, since I dare to say this, I naturally have a basis. As Han Lin said that, he activated the unicorn bloodline in his body by running his gong method, and with a unicorn roar, the unicorn bloodline in his body resonated with the unicorn arm held in his hand. All of you may also know the origin of the Qilin sect. As the young master of the sect, I have fused a drop of Qilin blood since I was a child. Thus I have a natural bloodline connection with the Qilin arm. The bloodline resonance is the best evidence of this. When these words came out, everyone in the room was silent. The evidence that people came up with was ironclad. It was definitely Lin Yi who had stolen the Qilin sect's Jinzong treasure. Head of Yuan Jinzi, please do justice. And all the senior members of the Qingdian Holy Land, please give justice as well. Lin Yi had the audacity to kill our sect's disciples and elders, and steal the Qilin arm. What is his crime? When these words came out, the faces of everyone present at the top echelons of the Green Destiny Holy Land turned iron blue, and the atmosphere was a bit gloomy for a while. It's a scandal. A disciple of the Holy Land of Green Destiny actually committed this act of killing and stealing treasure. What a shame. And in front of so many VIPs, it was revealed in public. Even if you have the intention to take sides, you can't. My Green Underworld Holy Land is the leader of the Eastern Continent's righteous path, and has always been known for its impartiality and strictness. There's an old saying circulating in the secular world that says, the son of heaven breaking the law is the same as the common people. No matter how high Lin Yi's status is or how strong his natural talent is, he can't know the law and break it. When these righteous words of Qin Wuxuan came out of his mouth, it was like a stone stirring up 1,000 waves, instantly triggering a strong resonance in the crowd present. For a while, a succession of concurring voices resounded throughout the martial arts plaza. What Head Qin said is very true. As a sect of righteousness, Maiqingdian Holy Land should be a model of righteousness in the world, and Lin Yi must be severely punished for such behavior. That's right, it must be dealt with seriously. At this moment, Yuan Jinzi's face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it. In the face of this mountain of conclusive evidence, even though he was very reluctant in his heart, he had no way to speak at this moment. He could only stare at Lin Yi dead in the face with a gaze filled with resentment, secretly cursing this indisputable fellow in his heart. Back in the day, seeing Lin Yi's outstanding talent and extraordinary luck, he was filled with joy that this son would be able to earn face for him as well as Taishan Peak, who had expected that Lin Yi would lose miserably to Gu Changsheng. And even worse, now such a scandal had been exposed. Killing people and stealing treasure is a very despicable act. In Yuan Jinzi's eyes, Lin Yi had been reduced from a shining new star to an uncompromising bogeyman. Right now, Lin Yi was worthless to Yuan Jinzi, and the only thing he expected was to get rid of this liability as soon as possible so that he wouldn't continue to tarnish his own prestige. Chapter 80 Gu Changsheng vs Gu Changge. Lin Yi, look what you've done. This seed is all fooled by you. What else do you have to say? Killing and stealing treasures. Heaven forbid. This seed is going to clean house today. Yuan Jinzi was too lazy to care about Lin Yi anymore, and couldn't care less about his status as he prepared to slap Lin Yi to death on the spot. And slow down. Just as Yuan Jinzi raised his palm and prepared to kill Lin Yi, a woman's voice rang out. The crowd followed the sound, and the person who spoke was none other than Fairy Moonflower, who had an extremely high seniority in the Holy Land. She twirled her sexy water snake waist and slowly walked over. The mature and sexy charm immediately attracted the attention of all the men present. Fairy Yuehua, what is your opinion? Aside from Holy Lord Ling Suzi, the one Yuan Jinzi was most afraid of was Immortal Moonflower. This is the old ancestor's spirit pet, which is considered to be of the senior uncle generation. The state has its own laws. The family has its own rules. How can it be disposed of arbitrarily? In the view of this fairy, it's better to take him into temporary custody, and what crime should be committed needs to be dealt with according to the law in the Holy Land. There's nothing wrong with that. Fairy Yuehua has a point. How Lin Yi is to be dealt with. Let's wait for the sacred land elders to deliberate before we punish him. Ling Shuzi also spoke up at this time. His words were the final word, and even Yuan Jinzi couldn't say anything else. Then by the Holy Lord's decree, this sinner will first be imprisoned in the heavenly prison. As soon as the words left his mouth, disciples from the law enforcement hall stepped forward and grabbed the severely injured Lin Yi. Elder Blood Demon Son, save me, think of something. Lin Yi was caught and panicked, immediately asking the Blood Demon Son in his necklace for help. Blood Demon Son was somewhat speechless and immediately whispered a voice. Lin Yi, shut up, do you want everyone to die here together? After saying that, he didn't dare to speak more, fearing that these experts would discover his existence. As Lin Yi was taken away, he looked viciously at Gu Changsheng, his eyes filled with resentment. In his opinion, everything that had happened to him now was Gu Changsheng's fault. He hated Gu Changsheng. I can't wait to eat its flesh and sleep on its skin. Is it my fault? Gu Changsheng shrugged his shoulders, looking like it was none of my business. Yi Qingcheng and the others were naturally very happy in their hearts to see Lin Yi end up in this situation. This was exactly how they wanted to see it end. As long as the Holy Land sentenced Lin Yi to death, then everyone's fate was rewritten. From then on, they could stay by Gu Changsheng's side every day. Inseparable. Only after watching Lin Yi being dragged away with him did Qin Wuxuan humorously tease. Yuan Jinzi, you really did teach a good disciple. Yuan Jinzi was furious, but he had nothing to retort with. His eyes fell on Yi Qingcheng and he was furious when he realized that his disciple was glued to Gu Changsheng's side. Qingcheng, hurry up and come over here, Yuan Jinzi shouted, seeing his master angrily calling himself over. Yi Qingcheng was 10,000 times reluctant in his heart, but he could not disobey his master's orders. He could only walk to Yuan Jinzi's side with a fondness. What a scandal! Stay with me and don't go anywhere. Give me a good performance in the next game. After saying that, Yuan Jinzi took Yi Qingcheng away to prepare for the next competition. It seemed that her love rival had been taken away by Yuan Jinzi. Su Qingyao couldn't mention how happy she was, wrapping her arms around Gu Changsheng's arm and rubbing it in all kinds of ways. Qingyao, you have injuries, so go back and recuperate now. Just as she was immersed in happiness, Qin Wuxuan's voice came. Master, I'm fine. Su Qingyao just wanted to refuse, but was coldly interrupted by Qin Wushuang. When master says you have something to do, then you have something to do. Go back and recuperate from your injuries now. Your eldest senior brother still has a competition next. Ayo. Su Qinyao knew her master's temper. If she didn't leave, she would definitely be chastised. One can only leave reluctantly. Well done, apprentice. Qin Wushuang came to Gu Changxing's front and changed his gentle expression, somewhat dotingly praising him. The crowd was a little surprised. This master is also too biased. Treating the eldest brother and the youngest sister were two completely different faces, thanks to the master's gift of treasure. Otherwise, Gu Changxing wanted to say something else, but Qin Wushuang used his finger to stop him from saying anything further. Apprentice, there is no need for words. In the next match, I believe no one will be your opponent again. The first place in this examination is not yours. Then Qin Wushuang transmitted his voice to Gu Changxing in a secret message. When the competition is over, come to my chambers. The reward that master promised you will be honored. After saying this, Qin Wushuang turned around and left. Looking at the curvaceous and graceful figure of her master, Gu Changxing couldn't help but feel a stirring in her heart. Gu Changxing, Gu Changxing, don't think nonsense, that's your master. Master, the disciple is no longer confused. From now on, I will properly honor my master for the rest of my life. Looking at the distant back, Gu Changxing silently chanted in her heart. The next Holy Land test was without suspense. Gu Changxing, who no longer needed to be concerned about the plot, was in complete control of the entire Holy Land examination and ended up, unsurprisingly, winning the top spot. Sacred Lord Ling Xiaozi personally declared him as the 9th sacred son of the Holy Land. A saintly son's peak was granted and named Everlasting Peak. The much-anticipated Holy Land examination came to a close with Gu Changxing becoming the Holy Son and Linyi being locked up in the heavenly prison. Shenwu calendar on April. In the triennial examination of the Holy Land of Qingdian, senior brother Gu Changxing of the Purple Cloud Peak won the top spot by virtue of his Dao talent that is hard to come by in 1,000 years. 19th, 3092 of the. According to frontline reporter Bao Dating, the practical test of Gu Changxing and Linyi was particularly notable in this examination. Both of them were at the condensation realm cultivation level, yet they displayed strength comparable to that of an imperial extremity realm powerhouse in the duel, causing the audience to be amazed. In particular, Linyi displayed the legendary Qilin arm, which shocked the audience with its powerful strength. But what was unexpected was that this pair of Qilin arms had been stolen by Linyi from the Qilin sect. This discovery was like a heavy bomb, instantly triggering an uproar in the Green Destiny Holy Land. As an important sect in the cultivation world, the theft of the Qilin sect's Qilin arm was undoubtedly a major event, and this behavior of Lin Yi's was frowned upon by the righteous. Currently, the higher-ups of the Qingdian Holy Land had already launched an investigation into the matter, and the Qilin sect had also intervened. This fiasco not only concerned Lin Yi's future as well as the prestige of the Holy Land of Green Destiny, but it could also have a profound impact on the pattern of the entire cultivation world. Tianji Pavilion's forward reporter, Bao Dating, will continue to follow the progress of this matter and bring the latest reports to the majority of cultivators. A report of the Tianji Pavilion quickly spread through the cultivation world. Gu family. Inside the family hall, when family head Gu Zhoushuan saw the report from the Tianji Pavilion, his face turned a bit playful. At the same time, Gu Nantian, the grand elder of the Gu family, had a different expression when he saw this report. Patriarch, it's truly congratulatory that Gu Changxing, a son of the family branch, actually possesses a Dao quality talent and has become the holy son of the Holy Land. Gu Nantian spoke. Back then, Gu Changxing's father had been relegated out of the main vein by Gu Zhoushuan for some reason, and Gu Nantian had a huge disagreement with the family head over it. And now that Gu Changxing had hit the ground running, he naturally wanted to speak up. Yes, Gu Changxing really gives the family a long face, Gu Zhoushuan said indifferently. Let's not mention the past. Now that Gu Changxing has become the holy son of the Qingdian Holy Land and has an unlimited future, shouldn't he be allowed to return to the main vein? Gu Nantian struck while the iron was hot and said. These words caused all the senior members present to agree, saying that such an outstanding son must return to the main vein. Hearing that everyone was in favor of letting Gu Changxing return to the main vein, family head Gu Zhoushuan's expression became even more ugly. Indeed, Gu Changxing's stunning performance was indeed shocking. The clan had to pull in Gu Changxing properly to make it work. Otherwise, it would be extremely detrimental to the development of the family as well as his prestige. But his conflict with Gu Changxing's father made it a bit difficult for him. If Gu Changxing returned to the main vein, with his Dao quality talent and his status as the holy son of the Holy Land, he would definitely be a strong contender for the future son of the world. This was the last thing Gu Zhoushuan could afford. He wanted his son, Gu Changge, to become the family lineage son and take over his position to rule the Gu family in the future. The matter Think long and hard about it. Chapter 81. Two love rivals in unison. When Gu Nantian heard that the patriarch wanted to put this matter on hold, he continued, Gu Changxing has become a holy son this time, and the holy land of Qingdian will definitely organize a ceremony for him, which is the perfect time to recruit him back to the main vein. We can't wait any longer, or we'll chill the hearts of the clan. Hearing this from the Grand Elder, quite a few elders of the family also agreed. Over the years after Gu Zhoufan became the head of the family, he had used a large amount of resources to cultivate his own son, Gu Changge, which had already caused the clansmen to feel a sense of injustice in their hearts. Now he was even planning to establish Gu Changge as his son, which had caused a lot of high-level dissatisfaction. Therefore, many of the higher-ups intended to return Gu Changxing to the main vein in regards to the opportunity of him becoming a saint's son, so that he could compete with Gu Changge for the position of the son of the world. Otherwise, the large Gu family would really let the Gu Zhouyuan family take control. Although Gu Zhoushuan was extremely reluctant inwardly, there were many people who supported the Grand Elder's idea, so he could only agree after a moment of contemplation. Grand Elder, let's leave this matter to you. You will represent the family to go and congratulate Gu Changxing on his holy son ceremony. As for the matter of returning to the main vein, let me ask Gu Changxing what he thinks when he returns to the family. Perhaps he doesn't want to come back? After all, the family kicked his parents out of the main vein in the first place, making a very unpleasant scene. Gu Zhoushuan said indifferently, there is no need for the matriarch to worry. This matter will be handled by the old man. Gu Nantian thought to himself, as long as you loosen up, I'll have a way to get Gu Changxing back into the Gu family. Looking at Gu Nantian's departing back, Gu Zhoushuan's face became gloomy. Abominable. Gu Tiancheng, I didn't expect your son to be more successful than you. But it's still a step down from Nagisa. It would be fine if Gu Changxing were obedient, but if he tries to compete with my parents' song for the position of the world's son, I'm afraid he'll pay a terrible price. Come on man, Patriarch, please command, go to the Heavenly Sword Holy Land and call the young master back. Yes. In the meantime, on the Purple Cloud Peak, the lights were on. Gu Changxing had become the ninth saint son of the Qingdao Holy Land, and many people had come to celebrate. It made the originally unproductive Purple Cloud Peak become lively. Among them were Lin Fengge and Shangguan Love. State Master, congratulations, becoming a saint's son. This is also the glory of our great Li dynasty. I'll drink to you. Lin Fengge carried a wine cup and came to Gu Changxing with a generous hand, congratulating him. Gu Changxing's entire aura had changed since she stopped dwelling on it, becoming more confident. Of course the persona became more villainous now. Third princess, did you like me more after I became a holy son? Pust. Lin Fengge, who had just taken a sip of wine, directly sprayed all the wine in her mouth all over Gu Changxing. Luckily, Gu Changxing's vestments were able to clothe himself in dust, and the wine was all blocked. Otherwise it's really wet. Are you so excited to see me? Third princess? I didn't do anything and you squirted. Master of the state, you hate it. Lin Fengge wasn't a milquetoast little girl, so she naturally understood Gu Changxing's flirtation. Pouting, she whacked him with her pink fist, her face red with shame. When Su Qingyao, who was greeting guests not far away, saw Gu Changxing flirting with Lin Fengge, she immediately had a sense of crisis. It was important to know that she had been treating Yi Qingcheng as a love rival all this time, and the two fought for Gu Changxing, but now another Lin Fengge appeared, which made it a bit unbearable for her. Her competition with Yi Qingcheng for Gu Changxing was considered an internal conflict in the Holy Land. Lin Fengge is an outsider's woman. Fat water never flows to an outsider's field. Thinking of this, she came to Yi Qingcheng's side and gently pounded her with her elbow. Hey, look, let's two not fight in the nest. There is an external enemy, the third princess of the Great Li. She really does covet my elder brother. Dare to steal brother Changxing from me. So what if she's a princess? Let's see me teach her a good lesson. Yi Qingcheng had an elegant temperament in front of people, but as long as things involved Gu Changxing, then she turned into a shrew in seconds. Let's go. We can't let brother Changxing be snatched away by outsiders. She and Su Qingyao finally stood on a united front, and the two of them came to Gu Changxing and Lin Fengge aggressively. One held Gu Changxing's arm while he did so, as if swearing sovereignty. Third princess, eldest senior brother has to go meet the other guests, so please make yourself at home. After saying that, he pulled Gu Changxing away under Lin Fengge's shocked gaze. What are you two up to? I was just saying this to the third princess. Gu Changxing was a bit speechless, being ruffled at a crucial moment when she was set off by these two little nymphs. Eldest senior brother, you are the main character today. There are still many guests you need to receive. Just then, Gu Nantian, the grand elder of the Gu family, brought his men to congratulate him as well, and was seeing Gu Changxing being carried by the two women towards this place. Nagisa, Congratulations on becoming the holy son of the Holy Land. I've come to congratulate you on behalf of the Gu family. Gu Changsheng looked at the old man in front of her with a dumbfounded look on her face, rushing to ponder her memories and inquire about his origins. Grand Master? Great Elder. Thank you. As far as Gu Changsheng remembered, his father had been relegated out of the main vein by Gu Zhouyuan, the head of the Gu family, on trumped-up charges, and at that time, the Grand Elder had spoken up for his father, one of the few of his own in the family. The expression followed suit and became polite. Gu Nantian looked at Yi Qingcheng and Su Qingyao on Gu Changsheng's left and right sides with a somewhat playful expression. He thought to himself, like his father, Gu Changsheng is also extremely womanly, so he is really envious. Then he said, everlasting life, is it possible to take a step to talk? Ahem. Gu Changsheng towards the two beside her gently coughed twice. Right and left guardians. When Yi Qingcheng and Su Qingyao saw that the one who came was a member of the Gu family, and an old man at that, they wisely left. Great Elder, if you have something to say, please speak, Gu Changsheng said with a smile after seeing no one around. According to the original plot, the current Gu family is completely controlled by the father and son duo of Gu Zhouyuan and Gu Changge, who firmly control the lifeblood of the entire family, and for those who dare to disobey their will, do not listen to the command of the family members. This pair of father and son will not be merciful. Directly take bloody brutal means to be suppressed. It was worth mentioning that this person, Gu Changge, was exceptionally gifted, and his natural talent was in no way inferior to that of Lin Yi, if not more so. He possessed an extremely rare physique, innate sword body. Because of this, he was able to successfully become the third saint son of the heavenly sword Holy Land. The strength of its strength was so strong that it was considered to be the peak of the world, and it was intimidating. In the middle stage of the story, Gu Changge, as a mini-boss, was one of Lin Yi's strongest opponents. However, now that there's been a major change in the storyline, this change will likely lead to some brand new connections between himself and the Gu family, so at this moment, he was filled with curiosity and eagerly wanted to hear exactly what the Grand Elder wanted to say, only to see Gu Nanshan's face full of smiles. With a bit of a smug look, he spoke to Gu Changsheng. Changsheng, I've gone to great lengths to specially ask the Patriarch to plead for you to be allowed to return to the main vein of our family. After much persuasion on my part, the Patriarch finally nodded his head in agreement. In his heart, he knew that as long as Gu Changsheng continued to move steadily along this path, he would certainly have a bright and unlimited future. If he could make good use of this young man with unlimited potential at this time, not only could he take this opportunity to ruthlessly suppress the arrogance of the Patriarch's faction, but he could also add a strong external support for himself at the same time. Gu Changsheng heard this and sulked. Chapter 82 Lin Yi runs away again. Well, let me think about it. To Gu Nanshan's surprise, instead of showing particular excitement, Gu Changsheng hesitated somewhat. He couldn't figure out why. Thinking it was Gu Changsheng's desire to escape, and thinking the benefits were too little, he followed up with, "We few old guys want you to go back to the main vein and fight with Gu Changge for the position of the Son of the World. I'll stand firmly behind you." Hearing the Grand Elder's words, Gu Changsheng hurriedly waved his hand and said, "The Grand Elder misunderstood me. I do need to consult with my master before I can reply to you. Master Chakra or no Master Chakra, do I care? Just take this to please me. Which cadre can't stand the test? Sonship? It's just a hot potato. I'm even less interested. Be whoever you want to be. I have enough titles now. Any more than that and the business card would be too much to write. Oh, I hope you think about it. Having the status of a world son, the resources and connections that can be mobilized are definitely not inferior to a saint's son." Gu Nantian was afraid that Gu Changsheng wouldn't know the benefits and hurriedly added another sentence. "Well, I will uphold the master and ask her to decide." Gu Changsheng nodded and didn't show a hint of surprise. To him, all of this is just clouds. Moonwatch Cliffs. A large and a small group of two stunning beauties with very different styles were looking at the Purple Cloud Peak not far away. Many people have gone to Purple Cloud Peak to congratulate Gu Changsheng on obtaining the position of Saint Son. Why don't you go? Immortal Moonflower gently ran her hand through her disciple Tantai Xian's green silk and asked meaningfully. Tantai Xian's expression was a bit complicated, her beautiful eyes gazing at Zi Yunfeng as she pouted her lips and said, "Gu Changsheng is so cold to me. Why would I put my hot face on someone else's cold ass?" Perhaps Gu Changsheng has something difficult to say? As a person who had been there before, Immortal Moonflower said with a faint smile, "That might be possible. Do you like Gu Changsheng?" "Master, such a shy question. How can I be embarrassed to say it out loud? Like, apprentice, count on your vision." Gu Changsheng possesses the natural talent of a Dao grade, and with the 9 dragons Emperor Qi and countless cards, his future is unlimited. This realm hasn't produced a great emperor in 1,000 years. Gu Changsheng definitely has the qualifications to compete. It wouldn't be a bad thing if you could become a Taoist couple with him. Hearing her master's father praise Gu Changsheng unabashedly, Tan Tai Xian felt a little proud inside. Well, what master said is extremely true. Gu Changsheng, he's really so strong. Apprentice, you have a particularly strong character. There aren't many men who can make you look good. Since you like Gu Changsheng, be brave and go after him. As the saying goes, a man chasing a woman is separated by a mountain. A woman chasing a man is separated by a veil. And as long as you're willing, this veil is gently touched. Immortal Moonflower tenderly cradled Tan Tai Xian in her arms and said softly, be brave and go to the purple cloud peak. You can't catch up with Gu Changsheng by staying here with me. Mastermind, go on. With your talent and poise, I believe Gu Changsheng is not a little cutie. Words, will definitely fall in love with you. Immortal Yuehua pushed Tan Tai Xian and helped her make her decision. Tan Tai Xian bit her lip, and as if she had made some sort of determination, she transformed into a long rainbow and flew towards Purple Cloud Peak. Looking at her disciples departing back, Immortal Moonflower stuck out her tongue and licked the corners of her mouth. It's about time I went to meet Lin Yi. My mouth is watering at the thought of his 9 sons' body. Gobble gobble. Immortal Moonflower had been salivating over Lin Yi's 9 yangs for a long time, and now that the other party was locked in the heavenly prison, it would be better to let herself devour and refine all of the 9 yang's essence sooner or later anyway. Otherwise, what a waste. After thinking of this, her body disappeared after a trance. Heavenly prison of the Holy Land. It was extremely claustrophobic compared to the bright lights outside. The only candlelight, too, was pitifully weak. A one-armed teenager, covered in bandages and bruises, his face pale, was locked in a cell with his hands and feet tied. Today, his eyes have long since lost their former sparkle. Senior Blood Demon Son, think of something. I feel like I'm dying. I don't want to die in such a vein. Senior, quickly help me think of a solution. Obviously I'm the heaven's favorite. Why did I fail? I'm not willing to do so. Senior, you should say something. The only thing Lin Yi was thankful for was that the law enforcement hall hadn't confiscated his necklace when they imprisoned him. However, he called out to the Blood Demon Son for half a day, and the other party did not respond. Feeling helpless, Lin Yi actually cried. Lin Yi, a manly man, actually crying like a woman. What a disappointment. Just at this time, an exotic beauty walked into the darkened heavenly prison. She gently covered her nose with her jade hand, obviously unable to stand the odor of decay inside. Seeing that it was Immortal Moonflower who had come to the heavenly prison, Lin Yi immediately felt a chill run through his body, a feeling that he was on the verge of death. Last time, the other party sucked away a strand of the 9 yang origin, and it took a lot of effort to repair it back. Now if he fell into the hands of the other side, he would definitely not be good. Fairy Moonflower, what are you doing? Don't come over. Come any closer and I'll have to call out to someone. Lin Yi watched as Fairy Moonflower came closer and closer, so frightened that he kept backing away. Yuehua Fairy's eyes became greedy. Her bright eyes actually turned into vertical pupils because she was too excited. Her tongue licked her lips and said, shout ah, you're a person who wears sins. Even if you shouted through your throat, no one will care about you. Just be good and become food for this fairy. Lin Yi, this is a good chance for you to escape. This 10,000-year tongue snake thinks that your cultivation is sealed, so it's bound to let its guard down. And later on, in order to conveniently feed on your essence, it'll surely untie your hands and feet. At that time, the old man will help you once more and assist you in leaving this place. Only, you must promise to do one thing for the old man. Elder, as long as I can escape the holy land of green destiny, I will agree to anything. Lin Yi didn't care about that much right now. As long as he could escape with his life, not to mention 1 piece, even 100 pieces would have to be agreed to. With a lift of Fairy Moonflower's jade hand, the door to the heavenly prison was opened. She bent down and stepped inside the cell, lifting Lin Yi up by his outstretched arms. The body of the 9 yangs, I'll suck them all up tonight, and in doing so, this fairy will be able to step into the realm of the Saint King. With that, Fairy Moonflower's tongue turned into a snake's letter and roamed around Lin Yi's body. Remove the chains from their hands and feet, then remove all their clothes and draw some obscure runes on them. Immortal Moonflower was going to use Lin Yi's body as a cauldron and set up an ingestion formation to take out the 9 yang origin from his body and turn it into the 9 yang dan. As expected of the Blood Demon Son, although Lin Yi was incomparably scared inside, he realized that he could only take a gamble. Elder, please save me, Lin Yi prayed inwardly. Just as Immortal Moonflower was concentrating on setting up the spirit regeneration formation, Blood Demon Son violently possessed Lin Yi. Not good, it's demonic. Fairy Moonflower, who was concentrating on reciting her mantra with her eyes closed, sensed a powerful demonic aura and immediately opened her eyes. But she was still careless. The blood demon's son attached himself to Lin Yi and immediately executed the blood shadow escape technique aptitude. Turning into a cloud of blood mist, he quickly disappeared out of the heavenly prison. Immortal Moonflower hadn't expected Lin Yi to have a means of escape when his cultivation was sealed. With her Saint Realm aptitude, it would have been as easy as a slap in the face to recapture Lin Yi. But the blood demon's son's blood shadow escape technique was extremely bizarre. After escaping the heavenly prison, he actually transformed into dozens of blood shadows and scattered in all directions. Each blood shadow had a similar aura, and Immortal Moonflower didn't know which one was the original body. Damn it! Damn it! Lin Yi, I'm going to kill you! Moonlight Fairy was that angry in her heart. The Nine Suns body that was in her mouth had run away. What was even more troublesome was that the Holy Land had promised the Qilin sect that it would make a fair ruling, and now that Lin Yi had run away, how to reply to the other party was the most troublesome thing. He couldn't say that he had stripped Lin Yi naked and prepared to refine the Nine Yang Dan, being set up by the other side and running away. I guess, can't afford to be ashamed of that. Thinking of this, the Moon Fairy angry long hair fluttering. Chapter 83 Beauty Master's Reward. Compared to Lin Yi's wretchedness, Gu Changsheng was in a springtime state. After dealing with the Gu family's grand elder, he was just about to turn around and leave when he bumped into Tantai Xian, who was coming through the air. The unanticipated encounter caused both men to fall silent at the same time. Tantai Holy Maiden, what brings you here? Gu Changsheng was the first to break the awkward silence. Can't people come without wind? I've come all the way here to congratulate you on becoming the newest Saint Sun, Tantai Xian said as she took out a snow-white lotus flower and handed it over to Gu Changsheng's hand, saying, "This is the Tianshan Snow Lotus, which I obtained when I was out on my adventures, and it has the efficacy of cleansing the hair and removing the marrow. For you, as a congratulatory gift for being promoted to Saint Sun." Gu Changsheng looked at the snow lotus in her hand, and was still more or less surprised in her heart. He had only met Tantai Xian once or twice since he had gone up the mountain. The relationship is, let's say, far away. It's pretty far away. Yi Qingcheng and Su Qingyao had a good feeling about themselves, but it was reasonable. After all, they were close. But why would Tantai Xian also take the initiative with herself? As the 6th ranked holy maiden, she should be the one to take the initiative to seek her out and make good relations. Now the other party is taking the initiative to send a congratulatory gift, which is still a bit of a surprise. I'm the 9th Saint's son. I should have gone to pay my respects to you first, but it's a bit rude of me to make you break the rules, Gu Changsheng said with a faint smile. Seeing the other party speak so officially, Tantai Xian's pretty face revealed an obvious expression of disappointment as she said quietly, "Are the two of us really so distant? Could it be that you only have the friendship of a fellow disciple for me?" The corners of Gu Changsheng's mouth twitched at these words. I said to myself, if it's not fellowship or what, is it still a bedfellowship? In total, I haven't seen or spoken to many people, so I can't just make myself at home. Holy Maiden Tantai, what do you mean? Gu Changsheng asked rhetorically. Can't we be friends? Tantai Xian looked at Gu Changsheng with anticipation, waiting for an affirmative answer from the other party. With such a beautiful saintly woman offering to add her friend, cutie, only then would you refuse. Gu Changsheng was definitely not a cutie, he said with a sincere expression on his face. Mr. Gu has long regarded Saintess Tantai as a friend in my heart, but I just didn't dare to reveal my heart, and now I've finally gotten what I wanted. Then we'll be friends from now on. Can we not call me Tantai Holy Maiden in the future and call me Xianer, please? Tantai Xian once again looked at Gu Changsheng with expectant eyes. Xianer, no problem. Yeah, great. The hallowed Tantai Holy Maiden jumped happily like a little girl, leaving the unknown crowd around her somewhat dumbfounded. What happened to the virgin? Why you're jumping for joy? Could it be a flash of insight? A realization of some divine power? Definitely. Tantai Xian, you're here. Where is your master? Just then, Qin Wushuang, who had been entertaining those old guys, happily walked over with a wine jug. By definition, Tantai Xian was Immortal Moonflower's disciple. Her seniority should be on par with Qin Wushuang and the others. However, Immortal Moonflower only taught her Gongfu, and did not perform the ritual of paying homage to her master. Therefore she is still ranked according to the 3rd generation of disciples. Greetings to Head Qin, my master's elder. My master's elder, she's gone to practice. He couldn't say that his master had gone to devour Lin Yi's 9 sons' origin. Could he? You can only muddle through with a sloppy excuse. From now on, my disciple will also become the holy son of the Holy Land, so you guys have to get closer and support each other. Qin Wushuang had obviously drunk a lot of wine and his mouth was full of the fragrance of wine as he spoke. Some people's mouths stink of alcohol. The smell of wine in the little fairy's mouth was indeed delicious. The key is in the face. Definitely. I'm quite attached to Saint Gu, and I'll discuss the cultivation path with him often in the future. Tantai Xian's heart was good since Gu Changsheng agreed to add her friend. As a woman herself, Qin Wuxuang naturally knew that this little nymph in front of her was coveting her disciple. Jealousy welled up in his heart. Tantai Xian, you go around the violet cloud peak first. I still have something to say to my disciple, so I won't accompany you. With that, he pulled up the protagonist of this event and flew straight towards the bedchamber. When the crowd saw that the main characters were gone, they naturally greeted each other and dispersed. Only Yi Qingchang and Su Qingyao looked in the direction of the bedchamber, their expressions a bit grave, their hearts mixed. What does your master mean? Why did you take brother everlasting away? Yi Qingchang was a bit unhappy and complained towards Su Qingyao. The two had now reached an offensive and defensive alliance. They were willing to share Gu Changsheng with each other and then unite against each other. Right now, the targets they were targeting were the Lin sisters of the greatly imperial family, Shangguan Emotion, and now there appeared to be an additional Tantai Xian. Unfortunately, none of them had included Qin Wuxuang as a love rival. Qin Wuxuang had just returned to the bedchamber with Gu Changsheng when the alcohol in his body started to kick in. The words began to slur and his eyes were a little misty. Her body was soft, lying defenselessly in Gu Changsheng's arms. Master, are you alright? Why are you drinking so much again? Gu Changsheng picked up Qin Wuxuang horizontally, walked to the edge of the bed and gently put him down. It's okay. I'm not drunk. It's a happy day. I'm not drunk. Apprentice son, you have truly given your master a long face. Your master has not loved you for nothing. Come, the master will fulfill his promise and give you a great reward. Saying that, he did a bony rise and wrapped his hands like snakes around Gu Changsheng's neck, and before he could react, he pulled him towards himself and printed his warm, wine-tinged vermilion lips on his mouth. Chapter 84 The Truth About the Deaths of Parents. Gu Changsheng's body shook when she felt the moist sensation. Himself forcibly kissed by his master. I'm a big villain. I can't even punch my master's rebellious disciple, but I was actually forcibly kissed by my master. It's so unplatonic. Just as he was muttering in his heart, Qin Wuxuang's pair of beautiful legs seemed to have learned snake power from immortal Moonflower. He actually wrapped Gu Changsheng up softly as if he were boneless, and then with a gentle force he pulled him onto the bed with him. Master teacher. This reward. Apprentice son. Accompany your master. In the future you will have your own Saint Sun Peak. It will be difficult for your master to want you to Fengshao. When Qin Wuxuang said this, a tear actually flowed from the corner of her eye. A saint's tears don't come easily. Seeing his master teacher actually shed tears, Gu Changsheng was touched inwardly. She also no longer refused, but allowed Qin Wuxuang to embrace her. It's like being a kid again. At that time, Gu Changsheng would often be homesick, and Qin Wuxuang would tenderly stay by his side to lull him to sleep. Senior, just now the Gu family came to me wanting me to return to the Gu family's main vein and to compete for the position of world son. Do you think I should refuse them? I've long since stopped caring about the Gu family's affairs all these years. Qin Wuxuang lay on Gu Changsheng's arm, and the two of them lay there quietly as if they were lovers. Gu Changsheng suddenly talked about what Gu Nantian had said today. He wanted to hear his master's advice. Back, not only to return to the main vein, but also to become a world son. Only then can you find out the truth about your parents' deaths back then. Hearing Qin Wuxuang's words, Gu Changsheng asked with some doubt, is there another reason why my parents died in the first place? Qin Wuxuang nodded his head, his expression immediately becoming serious. Where was the half-drunken look from a moment ago? She said, well, now it's time to tell you. I'm afraid that your parents' deaths were not accidental, but were most likely inextricably linked to that Gu family's position as the head of the family. Thinking back then, your father and the current head of the Gu family, Gu Zhoushuan, both of them were strong contenders to become the new head of the Gu family. Your father, as a true disciple of the Purple Cloud Peak, had the Qingdian Holy Land behind him, while that Gu Zhoushuan had the Heavenly Sword Holy Land behind him. The ownership of the Gu family's new head of the family is not just a simple matter of the two candidates fighting each other, but also a fierce battle for control of the Gu family by the two great Holy Lands. I share your parents and was like a sister to your mother. I remember that time. A few of us went out together to carry out a mission to eliminate the devil. But I never expected that on the way there was an ambush set by a group of enemies of unknown origin and powerful strength. Shockingly, this group of ambushes even hit a sage-level superpower. It is obvious that this gang of villains did not act on a whim, but for a long time, and they had only one goal in mind: put your father to death. Your father instantly realized the other party's sinister intentions, knowing that he was already in a desperate situation, difficult to get out, but he did not fear. He made a heroic and unparalleled decision at the drop of a hat. Prepare yourself to fight to the death to hold back this group of enemies so that you can buy a ray of hope for me and your mother to help us be able to escape from the clutches of the devil. In the face of this situation, your mother, however, was adamant that she would not live alone, and after she entrusted me with you as a young child, she unhesitatingly accompanied your father to his impassioned death. Damn it. It must have been Gu Jubuan who did it with the heavenly sword Holy Land. I will never spare them. Although Gu Changsheng was a traveler, this body's instinctive feelings for his parents made him very touched inside as well. Qin Wushuang did not refute his opinion and cupped his cheeks with both hands and said, "Apprentice, you must not be impulsive. Recall that the family secretly investigated the truth. And at that time, both the Master and the Holy Land will do it for you." The two were face to face, close together. Qin Wushuang exhaled like an orchid, still with a hint of wine flavor, causing Gu Changxing to be a bit confused. 4 eyes. The atmosphere was extremely ambiguous. Both could feel the other's heartbeat. Gasp. Master teacher. Gu Changxing just wanted to say something, but Qin Wushuang gently blocked her mouth with her fingers. Disciple, can you hold Master to fall asleep? Just like when Master held you and lulled you to sleep. Qin Wushuang's cheeks were scarlet, not knowing if it was because of shyness or drunkenness. No sound is better than sound here. Gu Changxing tenderly held Qin Wushuang in his arms, letting him sleep on his arm. Soon Gu Changxing's arms came Qin Wushuang's soft hearty voice. Looking at the beautiful person beside him, Gu Changxing was not the least bit sleepy. To be fair, the beautiful master teacher in front of him would be moved by just a man. He is no exception. A wave of tenderness surged through Gu Changxing's heart as he looked at this charming and attractive pretty face. Unlike the others, he did not have any evil thoughts towards Qin Wushuang. Even if his bodies reacted, his mind had no thoughts of rushing the master. He just wanted to look at each other so quietly. So beautiful. I'm afraid that in my previous life, even female celebrities had no one who could compare to the beauty of my master's father. Just as he was quietly admiring his master's flawless and pretty face, Qin Wushuang rolled over and tied him up firmly with her legs. The mouth is still murmuring dream words. Disciple, never leave me. What does the world mean to me if you're not here? Mua. *3. In the meantime, Lin Yi, who had utilized the blood shadow escape technique to escape from the Holy Land of the Green Destiny, only dared to stop at a certain barren desert in the Western Desert. Senior Blood Demon Son, we have finally managed to escape the Eastern Continent. Right now it's always a relief. Lin Yi panted. The spiritual energy in his body had already been consumed by the Blood Demon Son, and not even a tiny bit of it was left. At this moment, his face was as pale as paper, and his figure was shaky, as if a breeze could blow him to the ground. The blood shadow escape technique that the Blood Demon Son had performed just now was even more dangerous, and it was the best escape technique he had ever used in his suitcase. It was important to realize that by casting the blood shadow escape, his enemies would likely be aware of it. If he knew that he was still alive, he would have killed him and eliminated his roots. But just now that kind of critical situation, if not decisively choose to escape, waiting for their end is undoubtedly only a dead end. Lin Yi, if you had listened to me, how would you have ended up in this situation? You really screwed me over. In order to be able to help you out of your predicament, I've taken the great risk of casting the blood shadow escape technique. This is great. I'm afraid those enemies of mine will soon be able to detect my scent and whereabouts. It's not too late. We must find a hidden place to hide as soon as possible. Blood Demon Son's face was full of heaviness, and his words were full of complaints about Lin Yi. When he thought of his good disciple who had become an extreme Dao demon, if he learned of the news that he was still alive, he would definitely not be satisfied and would definitely come to his door to seek revenge. Blood Demon Son, why do you not know how to blame me all the time? If it wasn't for the fact that I'm using my 9 sons' body origin and spiritual energy to support you, I'm afraid that you would have already been scattered to dust and ashes. Lin Yi steeled himself and retorted without showing any weakness. Don't try to sympathize and pretend to be a good person here. Blood Demon Z's eyes widened in anger as he rushed at Lin Yi and loudly scolded him. Blood Demon Son, you might as well think about it. If I, Lin, were to have a shortcoming, could it be that you would end up in a good place? By the people of the Green Destiny Holy Land knowing that you're the Holy Lord of the Blood Demon Holy Land, they'll definitely put you in the devil-suppressing pagoda for eternity. You'll be worse than dead by then. The corner of Lin Yi's mouth rose slightly, revealing a wry smile. We are grasshoppers on the same rope. One honor and one loss. Don't talk yourself into that nobility. Lin Yi, you. Chapter 85 Extreme Devil Duan Wuya. Blood Demon's son was also heroic, now trapped in the necklace. Even if he had once been a party overlord, there was nothing he could do. Lin Yi, you wait for me. When my soul is more solid, I'll take over you. Jia. In the past, Lin Yi's chi was so great that the Blood Demon's son didn't even have a chance to take over the other party. It can only be a community of destiny and solidarity with him. But times are different now. The Blood Demon's son looked at Lin Yi's miserable appearance today. His chi had long since decayed, and it was impossible to get him to get the Blood Prison Demon Emperor's demonic body for himself. He planned to take over Lin Yi and replace him when his divine soul was a bit more solid. The body of 9 sons could be even better than the blood prison demon emperor's demonic body. It wasn't in vain that he had helped Lin Yi for so long. This wave wasn't a loss. The blood demon son thought as such. Ha ha ha, master, goodbye. You really made my disciple look for me. Just as Lin Yi was filled with fatigue and planning to find a secluded place to meditate and replenish his spiritual energy, suddenly, a maniacal laugh resounded through the clouds like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, causing his eardrums to ache and buzz. Not good. This is Duan Wuya's voice. It seems that casting that blood shadow transportation technique earlier has finally invited him over. The blood demon son in the necklace let out a cry of alarm. His voice filled with panic. One must know that even when he was in his peak state back then, he didn't dare to claim victory against Duan Wuya, let alone the fact that now he only had this tattered and incomplete soul left. Lin Yi's face was as white as paper. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he looked up into the air in horror. The laughter seemed to come from the depths of the endless void, carrying a suffocatingly powerful pressure rolling in. In a matter of moments, only a huge and terrifying silhouette slowly emerged in midair. Although this shadow is obviously only a projection of Duan Wuya, but only so, it already exudes a destructive atmosphere that makes people fearful and trembling in their hearts and minds. This was precisely the powerful might that was unique to quasi-emperor realm powerhouses. Duan Wuya, you traitor who deceived his master. I've already been victimized so badly by you, and you're still not going to let me go? The necklace Lin Yi was wearing flickered with light, and the blood demon son's silhouette emerged, confronting Duan Wuya in midair. Master, it's really been a long time. You once warned me that you must remove the roots of the grass. I'm following your old man's teachings. Duan Wuya's virtual shadow in midair said in a cold voice. What a good disciple. Blood demon son said with hatred. Lin Yi, he's just a projection. At most he can exert the strength of the emperor's extreme realm. We can still escape if you burn your essence blood. Come on, don't hesitate. Blood demon son urged Lin Yi, wanting him to help him escape at the cost of burning his essence blood. How refined Lin Yi was. He heard this and pressed on. Prepare to see it again. Young man, you probably don't know much about the blood demon son. He's a psychopathic devil. He killed my parents back then, but raised me only because I carry the body of a god demon. He intends to take me over one day. I see that you also possess a special physique. I'm afraid that the blood demon son has something in mind when he helps you. Duan Wuya's words caused Lin Yi to tremble. The blood demon son has been helping me all this time. Could it really be to take over my life? He was a suspicious person, and when he heard Duan Wuya's words, he immediately became suspicious of blood demon son. Lin Yi, don't listen to him, he's just stirring up trouble. Quickly burn the essence blood and let's escape from this place before it's too late. Blood demon son urged. Shut up, blood demon son. There is no love in the world without a reason, and I'm afraid you don't have any good intentions in helping me. Lin Yi had obviously gotten suspicious. Lin Yi, don't be instigated by him, he's stirring up trouble. Trust me. Blood demon son was truly anxious. What is your name, young man? Duan Wuya asked. Lin Yi. Lin Yi didn't hide it because there was little need to. Lin Yi? Senior, you recognize me? Lin Yi was a bit puzzled. Ha ha, now that you're a well-known figure, how could I not recognize you? Duan Wuya looked at Lin Yi playfully and said faintly. Seeing that Lin Yi was a bit bewildered, Duan Wuya continued. Tianji Pavilion's new issue of the Cultivation Weekly publishes a joint statement from the 3 families of the Holy Land of the Green Underworld, the Great Li Dynasty, and the Kirin sect, that you're wanted all over the world, and that as long as you're handed over you'll receive a reward of 500,000 spirit stones, and even if you just provide a clue there's a reward of 100,000 spirit stones too. You're a mobile vault right now. Do you think this demon lord should arrest you and hand you over to the Holy Land of Green Destiny? Ah! Hearing this, Lin Yi only felt his head spinning, as if the entire world had begun to rotate. He could never have imagined that he was already wanted. Even more alarming to him was the ridiculously high bounty. As the saying goes, there will be a brave man under a heavy reward, and such a huge bounty is bound to attract countless greedy people to come after him. Thinking about this, Lin Yi couldn't help but shiver. In the future, I'm afraid that my own life won't be too good, and I'll have to hide every day to escape the pursuit of the righteous and the devil. Senior, are you going to hand me over to the Holy Land of Green Destiny? Lin Yi's face was as pale as paper, and he looked at Duan Wuya with a face full of horror, his voice trembling slightly as he asked. He was scared inside. He didn't want to die. Only the corner of Duan Wuya's mouth rose slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. 500,000 spirit stones only. Do you think this demon can look at this small amount of money? A small fortune? 500,000 spirit stones. Enough for a medium-sized clan to spend a year. However, it was true that Extreme Dao Demon Lord Duan Wuya had said this, and with his status and position, 500,000 spirit stones were indeed nothing. Immediately afterward, Duan Wuya's words changed. His gaze locked onto Lin Yi as he slowly said, Lin Yi, as long as you obediently hand over the blood demon son to this demon, then from now on, you can officially become a disciple of the blood demon Holy Land. With this demon exalt protecting you, even if it's as powerful as the green underworld Holy Land, they'll never dare to make a move against you easily. But if you insist on protecting the blood demon son, don't blame my father for being impolite. After saying that, Duan Wuya's body emitted a powerful and icy aura that sent shivers down one's spine. These words were undoubtedly extremely tempting to the desperate Lin Yi. After all, at this time, he had been jointly wanted by the three righteous forces, and if he was able to devote himself to the blood demon sanctuary, which was a large sect of the Devil's Path, he could really save his life. Lin Yi also knew in his heart that once he joined the blood fiend Holy Land, he would be embarking on a path of no return from then on, breaking with the righteous path completely. Lin Yi, you can't hand me over to Duan Wuya. We can still escape. You only need to burn your essence blood so that I can perform the blood shadow transportation technique again. Don't fall under his compulsion. And don't forget who helped you rise step by step without me. Before the blood demon son could finish, Lin Yi ripped the necklace off his neck. Blood demon son, since you've helped me so much, it's not too bad to help me one last time. Chapter 86 Master, my hand is numb. Lin Yi, what are you doing? You can't do this to me. Don't forget who helped you when you escaped the palace in a mess. Without me, you would have died long ago. You can't be gracious. Seeing that Lin Yi intended to give himself to Duan Wuya, Blood Demon's son hurriedly shouted. But these words didn't work in the slightest on Lin Yi, who had already made up his mind. Only Lin Yi ripped off the necklace and clutched it in his hand before tilting his head to look at Duan Wuya and saying, Demon Father, now that the Blood Demon's son is in my hands, it's fine to hand it over to you. But I hope that you'll keep your promise and accept me as a disciple of the Blood Demon Sanctuary. No problem. Duan Wuya nodded. I also have a small request. I hope that Demon Father will grant it. Lin Yi continued. What a request. I want to become a true disciple of the Demon Father. Lin Yi said with a serious expression. Ha ha, becoming this Demon Emperor's disciple? Well, you possess the Nine Yang body and have also cultivated the Devil Emperor Burning Sky skill, so you do have this qualification. Just as well. This demonic father will accept you as a true disciple. With that, he raised his hand and threw out a token as black as ink, which Lin Yi took in his hand, and on it was clearly written the words True Transmission. This is the Blood Fiend's Sacred Grounds Authenticity Token. Holding this token, you are the Sacred Grounds Authenticity, and the people of the Devil's Path will all give you face. Hearing this, Lin Yi was overjoyed. Since he couldn't be the true successor of the Holy Land of Green Destiny, what was the harm in becoming the true successor of the Devil's Path? Lin Yi, since you've become this demonic father's true disciple, why don't you quickly pay your respects to your master? Master is above. Please accept my disciple's obeisance. Lin Yi fell on his head and bowed down. Lin Yi, you're despicable. You're shameless. You're enmity. The blood demon's son in the necklace knew that he was in trouble, so he let out a loud curse. Humph. Despicable? Just like each other. Lin Yi wasn't the slightest bit surprised, but instead sneered. Fearing that Blood Demon Z would jump over the wall in a hurry and seal the necklace and give it to Duan Wuya. Duan Wuya got his hands on the necklace and burst out laughing. Master, let my disciple honor you next. Inside the soul refiner, there's a place for you yet. I'm going to let your soul be refined within soul refinement, and your life will be worse than death for eternity. Hearing Duan Wuya's words, the Blood Demon's son's voice became trembling. Duan Wuya, you can't do this to me. Let go of me. Duan Wuya's silhouette didn't pay any attention to him at all, but turned into a blood mist and disappeared into the sky. Lin Yi, who was on the side, was also a bit shocked as he looked at the direction Duan Wuya disappeared in. That's a lot of hate for the master and disciple. Having already destroyed his physical body and robbed him of his holy lord position, why would the Blood Demon's son still hate him like this when nowadays he had only a remnant of his soul left? Thinking about the terror of the soul refining streamer made Lin Yi shiver. But all of this was no longer relevant to Lin Yi. He needed to find a place to recover his strength at the moment. Thinking that he was now reduced to a situation where everyone was shouting at him, Lin Yi's face grimaced and he shouted up to the sky. Gu Changshan, you caused all of this. If I don't kill you, I'll never be a human being. Early the next morning, the distant sky gradually flooded with a faint fish belly white color. Gradually, a ray of warm and soft morning light through the window pane, quietly scattered into the spacious and gorgeous bedchamber. Qin Wuxuan's beautiful and moving eyes slowly opened under this ray of morning light. Last night, she quietly snuggled into Gu Changsheng's wide and warm embrace, sleeping extraordinarily sweetly and peacefully. In the midst of that sweet dreamland, she even had a blush-inducing wet dream. In that spring dream, she and Gu Changsheng were no longer just master and disciple. but had become an enviable pair of immortal Taoists. Here, it's just the two of them clinging to each other and living a romantic life just for each other. What was even more wonderful was that in this wonderful dream, she had also given birth to a lovely child for her beloved Gu Changsheng. A family of 3 living happily together and enjoying their family life to the fullest. Every moment was filled with laughter and warmth and sweetness. After Qin Wuxuan leisurely turned around and woke up, she gently rubbed her drowsy eyes before turning her head slightly shyly to look at her side. Only Gu Changsheng's deep and gentle gaze was gazing at her, as if he had been watching for a long time. Master, you're finally awake. Yeah, Qin Wuxuan said softly, with a hint of lethargy and delicacy in her voice after just waking up from a nap. Apprentice, did you sleep well last night? Qin Wuxuan sensed the difference in him and couldn't help but ask curiously. After hearing this, Gu Changsheng smiled bitterly and said, Master, can I trouble you to move your head a little? My arms are numb from the pressure. Qin Wuxuan pillowed Gu Changsheng's arm to sleep the whole night. Did not change the place, the arm cannot numb it. Eldest brother, let me accompany you to review your family. Su Qingyao pulled Gu Changsheng's arm, constantly pampering him, wanting to accompany him to review the home. Little ancestor, please, I recall that the family has serious business to attend to, and since your injuries have not yet healed, you should recuperate at Purple Cloud Peak. When I come back from the Gu family, I'll definitely bring you something delicious, okay? Gu Changsheng gently touched Su Qingyao's little head and said gently, Brother Changsheng, senior sister Qingyao is at home recuperating from her injuries, so let me accompany you then. Yi Qingcheng pulled Gu Changsheng's hand, wanting to join him. Qingcheng, spare me, if you don't want me to be beaten to death by head Yuanzhenzi, then you should properly cultivate at Taishan Peak. He's been on fire since Lin Yi's incident.